Speak, prosody, p information table of contents URL. https://libreed.com/novice-forensic-doctor-141246 Forensic Doctor Zhou Ning will take you into a series of thrilling, stimulating, cruel, and perverse crime scenes. Seeking the truth of the facts, challenging the psychological threshold, exposing the ugliness of human nature. Conspiracy, mysteries, doubts. One after another, bizarre and eerie cases continue to unfold. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p Chapter 1 The corpse hung on the tree _1 Chapter 1. Chapter 1 The corpse hung on the tree _1 Monday, September 27, 2010 Qidong City, Qidong County. It was raining. Raindrops beat against the concrete, occasionally splashing up bits of sand and soil. Zhou Ning quickened his pace, dashing into a two-story building entwined with green vines. He shook off the splattered sand and rainwater from his feet and, seeing someone descending the stairs, promptly stepped aside, smiling and nodding even though they were strangers. He made his way to the easternmost office on the second floor and used his key to open the door to a shabby office. As the door closed behind him, the smile on Zhou Ning's face also faded away. Glancing at the mop by the door and then at the rain outside the window, Zhou Ning decided to turn on the air conditioner and settled at the desk in the corner. He opened the bone age identification, Chinese adolescent skeletal X-ray atlas on the bulky monitor, which had a copy of grave robbery notes tucked inside. Finding the spot where he had left off, Zhou Ning finally let out a satisfied sigh. Zhou Ning was the new forensic doctor in Qidong County. Handsome and tall, he had graduated from a master's program. Everyone said Zhou Ning was lucky. After all, he was recruited into the Qidong County Criminal Police Squad's forensic department in the first year of public service exams, becoming the envy of many as a civil servant. But /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. How could outsiders know that his professional grades were poor, with a consistent record of failing 2 courses each year, struggling just to graduate? Had it not been for witnessing an incident he wasn't supposed to see, which made his advisor apprehensive, with his nonsensical thesis, his advisor would have never signed off on it. As for the civil service exam, it was his last resort after a year of aimless wandering in the big cities, until he heard his second uncle mention that Qidong County was recruiting a forensic doctor. Being the only one in his field, he didn't even have the chance to stand out before being haphazardly accepted. Moreover, the so-called criminal police squad's forensic department consisted of only 2 people, himself and his mentor, Dr. Liu Yangxin. Half a month had passed, and he hadn't seen even a single corpse. Dr. Liu was a good person, but he was older and in poor health, frequently visiting the hospital. Every afternoon, Zhou Ning would be left alone in the office, but there hadn't been any cases these days, and he wondered why Dr. Liu hadn't shown up today. With a push of his glasses, he sighed softly, his expression filled with worry, unable to concentrate on his book. There was something he hadn't told anyone. Whenever Zhou Ning pushed up his glasses, a transparent display screen would appear before him with a line of green text, "System loading, 99%. It had been like this since graduation day, but initially it was system loading, 1%./p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Over a year had passed, and it had only reached 99%. Zhou Ning didn't understand what this thing was all about. He had even tried changing glasses and wearing contact lenses, but the display screen would still appear whenever he made a gesture near his head or pretended to push his glasses up, and no one else could see it. From the initial panic and sleepless nights of worry, Zhou Ning had come to accept its existence and even felt a bit of anticipation, since he didn't know what this thing really was. As he thought about this, the landline on the desk started ringing. Startled, Zhou Ning quickly got up and grabbed the receiver. "Hello, this is the forensic department." "Hello? Zhou, right? Where's Dr. Liu?" Zhou Ning recognized the voice. It belonged to Su Dayuan, the captain of Qidong County's criminal police squad. They had met once when Zhou Ning reported for duty, Z's booming voice leaving a lasting impression. "Suda, Dr. Liu hasn't arrived yet. Should I call his mobile to check?" There was a pause on the other end. "Never mind, his phone is off. Come downstairs, there's a case. Follow them and take a look." The call ended abruptly, and Zhou Ning felt some excitement mixed with a hint of nervousness. Shit, after half a month, there was finally a case. He pocketed his mobile phone, grabbed the survey box on his side, and the SLR camera from the cabinet, and rushed out of the office. Downstairs, he saw Su Dayuan standing in the yard, waving at a few detectives. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P get in the car, we're heading straight to the scene. Dr. Zhou, you're with me. Everyone got into their vehicles, and Zhou Ning, holding the survey box, took the passenger seat next to Suda. As the siren wailed and the car took a sharp turn, speeding away, Zhou Ning's body swayed, and he hurriedly grabbed the handle above the car door to keep his balance. This rush filled him with a shiver of anticipation. "What's the case, Suda?" Su Dayuan glanced at him but didn't answer Zhou Ning's question. "Dr. Zhou, did you handle any cases during your internship?" Zhou Ning cleared his throat, trying to calm himself down. "During my internship, I worked on 3 cases. One was a dismemberment case that lasted 3 months, which was solved, and another." Before Zhou Ning could finish recalling, Su Dayuan interrupted him. "Okay, having experienced a dismemberment case is not bad. Your psychological quality is quite good. When we get to the scene, if you can make any observations, just take a look." The traffic police department said they found a body by the roadside and are retrieving surveillance footage. Huh? Zhou Ning was startled. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Had he set his starting point too high just now? Suda, shouldn't we wait for my mentor? The case can't wait. We need to handle this quickly. There are lots of onlookers. Zhou Ning panicked. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Su Daiwan's words revealed too much information. A lot of onlookers meant the case wasn't out in the wilderness, and if the case couldn't wait, it indicated the scene was gruesome and needed to be dealt with rapidly. As he was thinking, the car had already stopped. The intersection was cordoned off with yellow police tape, and outside the tape, a dense crowd of people. Being a local, Zhou Ning recognized the area with a quick glance, realizing this was the intersection by the North Outer Ring overpass. On either side of the ring road, one side was an industrial park, the other, villages at the urban-rural fringe. Su Dayuan had already gotten out of the car, and it was too late for Zhou Ning to say anything. There was no turning back, so he had to grab his inspection kit and, with a stiff resolve, follow suit. Su Dayuan waved his hand at the criminal police behind him, his brows furrowed as he ordered, "Hurry up and clear out the onlookers." "What's going on? Don't you know to protect the scene?" A shout proved effective. The crowd of onlookers, gathered for the spectacle, dispersed significantly. Even the stubborn few stepped back a dozen meters or simply stood on various high locations across the road, looking over. "Dr. Zhou, do you have a mask? Distribute them." Zhou Ning came to his senses, quickly opened his inspection kit, and handed a pack of masks to a criminal police officer who came over. The officer distributed the masks. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning looked up again. There weren't many people around the intersection, but there was no sign of the body, nor any indication of what these people were gathered to look at. He mindlessly put on his mask and latex gloves, trying to calm himself down, but with his heart beating uncontrollably fast. He took a deep breath, lifted the police tape with his inspection kit, and walked over to Su Dayuan. "Suda, where's the body?" Su Dayuan placed a hand on Zhou Ning's shoulder and pointed to a nearby plane tree. "See that? The body is hanging from the tree." Zhou Ning followed the direction of Su Daiwan's finger, moved forward 2 steps to look, and saw on one of the main branches of a plane tree beside them, approximately 1.5 meters above the ground, a fair leg hanging. From that angle, he could only see the victim's leg, the slender ankle, the straight calf, and the foot wearing dark blue Converse canvas shoes, with white socks stained with purple-black blood. Zhou Ning stood as if frozen, his breathing temporarily halted. It wasn't fear, but rather the visual impact that filled his chest with a suffocating emotion. He raised his hand and pushed his glasses up. Just then, the transparent display screen before his eyes appeared again. This time the loading progress had reached 100%, and a voice filled his ears. "Beep, the system has finished loading and is now starting." Several lines of text appeared on the display screen. Forensic Doctor Training System /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, P bound person. Zhou Ning age, 26 Forensic Doctor level, -2 overall evaluation. Mission issued, approach the body and perform an external examination. Completion reward, random reward based on performance. Zhou Ning was stunned. After more than a year of loading, he hadn't expected this thing to finish just as he was looking at a corpse. But what did the Forensic Doctor level of -2 mean? Doubting Zhou Ning's abilities? Zhou Ning gritted his teeth. Okay, fair enough. The evaluation was neither overblown nor disparaging, but what was with the 6 dots for the overall evaluation? Speechless, am I? To think I was being mocked by a system. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, P Chapter 2 This is not an accident _1 Chapter 2. Chapter 2 This is not an accident _1 Thinking about the task given by the system, Zhou Ning felt a sense of powerlessness and his mind began to wander. A poke on his arm brought his thoughts back to the present. Dr. Zhou, what are you zoning out for? Hurry up and have a look. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, just say something and make sure to take pictures quickly. We need to move the body, someone urged. Zhou Ning knew that Suda was getting impatient. He tried to calm himself down. Suda, I just want to check the height and the condition of the body. We can't rashly turn it over, right? Is there a ladder here? I didn't expect the body to be up high, I wasn't prepared. Also, we need a chainsaw that can cut through branches. When Suda heard Zhou Ning's request, he wasn't angry. For a new forensic doctor to be so composed and analytical was beyond expectations, especially since Suda had been ready to simply haul the body away. What are you all standing around for? Get a ladder and a chainsaw for Dr. Zhou and move it. You guys, keep searching for skid marks, bloodstains, and debris from the crash at the intersection, and hurry up the traffic police. Why hasn't the surveillance footage been pulled up yet? Suda commanded in quick succession, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Immediately, some went to make calls to borrow a chainsaw while others dispersed in different directions. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, P greater than a burly detective came running back with a long ladder. Zhou Ning knew him. The man's name was Zhao Xinli. Zhou Ning nodded in acknowledgement as the ladder was set up at the base of the tree. Mr. Zhao, hold the ladder steady for me. I need to go up and take pictures, Zhou Ning requested. In the county's forensic office, where there were only 2 people, you couldn't expect the kind of scene you see on TV, where trace examiners each do their part, from flagging evidence to taking photos and labeling, before the forensic doctor examines the body. In this small place, you have to do everything yourself, a fact Dr. Liu had told him about. Zhao Xinli gave an okay sign, the gesture more expressive than a toothy grin, given that his mask covered his face. Don't worry. With your 100 and some pounds, I could hold you in a lift with no problem. You won't fall, I guarantee it. Go on up, he encouraged. With a clench of his teeth, Zhou Ning set his inspection kit on the ground, slung the camera under his arm, and grasped the ladder as he started to climb. The aluminum ladder creaked under his weight. After reaching the 4th rung, Zhou Ning wobbled and felt Zhao Xinli's large hand supporting his backside. Take it slow, buddy. Straddle your legs over the ladder, cross your left and right foot, and clamp down with force. That's how to prop up your hips, advised Zhou Xinli. Zhou Ning dodged Zhao Xinli's hands. Ascending another step, he followed the suggestion, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Sure enough, clamping his legs around the ladder did help stabilize his body. He positioned himself slightly above the body. From this angle, he could now clearly see the corpse's entirety. The anatomy professors at school and the limbs he saw during his internship were all viewed from a distance. At most you got to touch them, accompanied by a group of students, and with the comforting smell of formalin filling the air while you nodded along to the teacher's explanations. This visual impact was much greater. The female Boda's head drooped toward the other side of the tree trunk, her right leg hung on the tree, and her left leg was broken at the calf, pinned beneath the right and wedged between slanting branches. The entire body was almost suspended at a 70-degree angle on the tree branch. Her red checkered skirt flipped over to the side, revealing shorts underneath that covered only a palm-sized area of her private parts. On the upper body, a tight white shirt bore an image of a pink kitty cat. Her long hair hung down towards the ground, her head tilted to the right, with shiny gold eyeshadow on her eyelids and exaggerated gold hoop earrings. On the exposed left side of her cheek, one could see swelling with shards of glass embedded and a bruise around her eye socket. Her arms hung down, but her fingers were free of nail polish and her nails were neatly trimmed. The rain had stopped by now, and the clothes on the body weren't completely soaked through. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The water stains were visible. Looking up at the dense foliage, it seemed this spot was sheltered. But where had the person been tossed from? Zhou Ning raised his camera and began taking pictures of the body from every angle, capturing the state of the deceased, the shutter clicking continuously. These actions seemed to give Su Dayuan some confidence. Zhou Ning averted his gaze as he urged the officers maintaining the cordon to act. Any onlookers who were taking photos were to delete them before being sent away. After finishing the photos, Zhou Ning steadied himself against the tree trunk, intending to lean forward. His action caused him to lose balance. His hand slipped forward, and he instinctively pressed on the Boda's leg. As he did, the body swung to the left, and with that motion, the corners of the shirt flipped towards the ground, revealing a round puncture wound below the right ribcage, which caught Zhou Ning's eye. From such a small round spot, 2 columnar trails of blood seemed to have run, staining the edge of the skirt red. Zhou Ning was shocked. With a broken left leg and bruising on the left cheek, why was there a puncture wound on the right side? Could it be that the victim didn't die from a car accident? No sooner had this idea emerged than a transparent screen appeared before Zhou Ning's eyes, scanning the corpse as it displayed on the screen. System alert. Binding person has touched the body, finding suspicious cause of death during the external examination. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. System task completed. Rewards are being drawn. Ding, congratulations to the bound user. You have obtained level 2 access to Forensic Crime Scene Sciences system knowledge. It will be fully loaded in 2 minutes. Zhou Ning was completely bewildered. What kind of reward is this? Forensic Crime Scene Science was a course he had taken in his 3rd and 4th year of university. Although his grades weren't great, was there anything different? The key point was that it was level 2 access. What exactly did that mean? As he was zoning out, his ankle and waist belt were already grasped by Zhao Xinli, who seemed to worry about Zhou Ning's swaying and feared he might fall off. Buddy, be careful. What's going on? Do you feel faint at the sight of blood? Zhou Ning wanted to strangle him. How would others perceive this? Before he could answer, Zhou Ning had already been pulled down by Zhao Xinli, squatting right next to the inspection box. Su Dayuan had already pulled off his mask and walked over with a serious look on his face, seemingly a little disappointed in Zhou Ning's performance. How's it going? Suda, I've finished taking photos. We can saw off the tree branch. use a forklift to support a flatbed, and bag the body. Su Dayuan looked around, tilted his head slightly, and asked in a lowered voice, "Did you notice anything? Tell me the truth." Zhou Ning pushed his glasses up, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The mask concealed the nervous expression on his face, making him appear quite composed, but only he knew how tense he really was at that moment. However, this subconscious gesture made that transparent display screen appear again, and a whirl of forensic crime scene science knowledge continuously flashed before his eyes. Forensic crime scene science is the application of forensic medicine, clinical forensic medicine, criminal psychology, biology, and physics, as well as other natural science knowledge, to study life-threatening and injury-related cases. It aims to reconstruct and depict the crime process at the scene to provide a basis for determining the investigative direction and formulating investigative measures. The foundation of forensic crime scene reconstruction is the on-site examination work. Life-threatening and injury scenes serve as information banks for obtaining criminal intelligence, as crucial venues for identifying the nature of cases and the starting points for investigation and solving work. In an instant, a plethora of knowledge filled Zhou Ning's vision, as if forcibly squeezing into his memory, bringing a choking sense of suffocation. He gripped the camera tightly. After a pause of around 15 seconds, although the knowledge hadn't been digested, all the information he had just found became organized and clear. On the display screen, the photos he had just taken were also displayed one by one. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The body surface information he had discovered was also systematically arranged on one side. At this point, Zhou Ning's feelings were indescribable. Although he didn't know the process of the incident, following the system's hint, Zhou Ning knew that what appeared to be a car accident must have some hidden truth to it. He relaxed his grip slightly and located the photo of the victim's leg, then pointed and said, "Sorry, I'm a bit afraid of heights." "Suda, look, the victim has an open fracture to the tibia and fibula on the right lower leg, and you can see these abrasions here. It can be determined that she was hit and thrown into the tree. This is the primary crime scene." "Are you saying this is a hit-and-run case?" Zhou Ning shook his head and continued to flip to the photo of the lower edge of the right ribs of the victim. The victim's left lower leg, cheek, and head all show signs of impact, but at the back position of the right rib cage's lower edge, there is a puncture wound. Due to the special position of the body at the moment, I can't check the depth of the puncture wound. However, the wound hasn't scabbed over, and there is vertical blood dropping to the ground. There are vital reactions, meaning it's an antemortem wound, and it was caused shortly before the car accident. Zhou Ning tried to use a few professional terms to make himself seem more professional. Su Dayuan took a deep breath and stared intently into Zhou Ning's eyes. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. These words had changed Su Daiwan's perception of the new forensic doctor before him. At the same time, his hand rested on Zhou Ning's shoulder and his voice became even more hushed. "Are you saying this wasn't an accident, but a homicide?" P.S. 1. Vital reaction. After the body is subjected to violent forces, a series of vital reactions can appear both locally at the injured area and systematically. These reactions can be observed through the naked eye, microscopy, or other laboratory examination methods, including changes noticeable to the naked eye such as bleeding, tissue contraction, swelling, scab formation, wound infection, foreign body displacement, etc., and histological changes such as red blood cell aggregation in subcapsular sinuses of local lymph nodes, thrombus formation, embolism, inflammatory response, and wound healing. One of the tasks of forensic pathology is to search for these vital reactions to determine the time from the violence to death. Vital reactions and supravital reactions are two different concepts. The latter refers to the early stages of biological death when certain tissues and organs that are more resistant to ischemia and hypoxia, such as the skin and muscles, still retain some life functions and can respond similarly to external stimuli as they did while alive. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p2, antemortem injury. The distinction between antemortem and postmortem injuries during a body examination refers to the differentiation between injuries sustained before death and after death. The primary basis is whether the injury itself shows vital reactions. The original scene of an antemortem injury may show spattered blood, with the body surrounded by larger pools of blood, which often contain blood clots. Postmortem injuries or falsified scenes where a body has been moved do not exhibit the aforementioned characteristics. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 3 School Badge _1 Chapter 3. Chapter 3 School Badge _1 Zhou Ning blinked. Are you asking for my testimony? Further autopsy is needed to make judgments, but we cannot rule out the possibility of a homicide, Dr. Zhou said. Right, you said this is the primary crime scene? That means, whether it was a stabbing or a vehicle collision, it happened around here? Since it was the primary crime scene, there couldn't be a lack of traces. But now he was alone, with a choice to either follow up on the scene investigation or perform the autopsy. Comparatively speaking, searching the area seemed easier. Zhou Ning quickly said, "Exactly, we need to expand the search radius at the intersection, look for blood and skid marks. If the vehicle was fast enough, it's possible for a person to be thrown several dozen meters. Let's move the body, they'll look around here, we need to broaden the search area." Su Dayuan nodded solemnly and waved his hand behind him. "What are you waiting for? A meal to be served. Hurry up, didn't Dr. Zhou say to get a chainsaw for the branches? Find a forklift and a flatbed nearby. Some of you go up and follow Dr. Zhou's directions to move the body." Su Daiwan's shout got everyone moving again. Next to them was the industrial park, where forklifts and flatbeds were readily available. Although using them to carry a body felt taboo, when the police asked, no one hesitated. In less than 5 minutes, the vehicles and flatbeds were ready. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. 2 police officers stood on the forklift's flatbed, holding a chainsaw and a body bag, drawing closer to the body in the tree. They could handle the weight without a problem, but the limited range of motion meant he couldn't go up there with them. Guan Jian felt somewhat apprehensive about moving the body. He decided not to exert himself overmuch. Zhou Ning nudged Zhao Xinli, who looked utterly clueless. "Dr. Zhou, what are you doing?" Zhao Xinli asked. "Mr. Zhao, hold the ladder for me. I need to go up again. The deceased's legs are trapped in the branches. I want to see where to saw so we can move the body. We need to be quick. Didn't you see Suda is constantly on the phone?" Zhao Xinli glanced at Su Dayuan, who was indeed taking calls with a serious expression. Without hesitation, he reached for Zhou Ning's waistband, but Zhou Ning quickly dodged and gave him a disdainful look. Zhao Xinli, relying on his strength, always treated him like a dumbbell. Putting down his camera, Zhou Ning went up lightened of burden, seemingly more confident because he had seen the 3D model on the system and had a good understanding of how the body was trapped at the moment. Reaching the height, he gently pushed the deceased's left leg and marked a horizontal line on the branch below it. The lower leg is trapped tightly. Pulling the body directly could cause additional damage. Saw through the branch here, then we can lift and bag the body. Zhou Ning paused, then continued. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Do you need me to come over and help lift? Su Dayuan was watching from below. None of the police officers dared to contradict him. They quickly waved their hands. "No need, I'll do the sawing. Dr. Zhou, you just watch the position and help me lift the deceased's leg. Don't cut it," one said. Zhou Ning didn't waste words. He carefully lifted the deceased's already broken lower leg. The chainsaw roared, wood shavings flew, and the damp smell of wood filled the area. In less than a minute, the tree branch as thick as a thigh was cut through. The two officers braced one foot against the tree and one on the flatbed, They lifted the body, separating it from the trunk along with the branch, and gently placed it in the body bag. The forklift moved sideways a bit and slowly descended. Zhou Ning also hastily came down the ladder, helping to pull the body bag onto the vehicle. Su Dayuan came over looking somber. Message from the traffic police. This stretch of road is currently replacing its wiring, and the traffic lights are all temporary. Dr. Zhou, you need to rush back for the autopsy to determine the time of death and the identity of the victim. ITLL help our investigation on this side, Su Dayuan said. Zhou Ning was startled. His earlier response was nothing but a desperate attempt, partially guessing and inferring the hints. The entire process of the autopsy and the actual operation he had only seen in videos. He had never done it hands-on. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p suda. Better wait for my master, Dr. Liu, to come for the autopsy. Otherwise, I can search for skid marks and blood traces here, or... Zhou Ning started to say. But Su Da had already waved his hand, signaling the police officers to load the body onto the truck and take it away. Don't wait for your master. He got hit by a car this morning and is in the hospital. I just got through to the phone, a nurse answered. Even if we request someone from the city's forensic department now, it won't be done in 2 or 3 days. Cases don't wait for anyone. You start, if you can't do it, call your master later to resolve any issues. Remember, first find the identity of the deceased, determine the time of death. I need this to locate the relatives. Don't just start cutting, this case is unique, Suda explained. Zhou Ning was completely stunned. Just over 10 days into the job, he had met with his mentor less than 10 times, and on his first field assignment, he was tasked with conducting an autopsy alone. What kind of situation was this? He ripped off his mask and grabbed Su Daiwan's sleeve in a hurry, speaking eagerly. Suda, don't leave me. I've just started my job, and I don't even know where our forensic doctor's office does the autopsies. It's not realistic for me to do this alone. If it's really not possible, can't we just send the body to Qidong City? Su Dayuan grinned and patted Zhou Ning's shoulder. Kid, don't wimp out. You were just talking with such confidence. I believe in you. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. The situation is special now. We don't have time for formalities. In our team, you're the one with the highest education and you've got professional training. Don't tell me it can't be done. This is an order, and it must be carried out. Besides, sending it to the city is not viable. Do you want our county to look even worse? As for the location of the autopsy, our county's Public Security Bureau building is not yet finished, so we temporarily don't have a separate forensic autopsy room and laboratory. However, you can go to the county hospital. They have an autopsy room. Zhou Ning would not let go. Going to the county hospital alone, with a dead body, and not even knowing where the autopsy room was, this was too much to ask. This won't do, Su Dayuan raised his hand, interrupting Zhou Ning once again. Zhao Xinli, come here. You drive Dr. Zhou to the county hospital. Take that big Jinbei van, transport the dead body, and find a young man to go with you, to help with carrying and lifting. Dr. Zhou, I must tell you, I need the identity information of the deceased as soon as possible. My phone is almost blowing up with calls. The county leaders are already aware of the situation here. We have to act fast. After finishing speaking, Su Dayuan walked away, directing the criminal police, as well as the traffic police squad, to carefully examine the surrounding skid marks, even expanding the range of the cordon. Zhou Ning sighed. Zhao Xinli gave him a pat on the shoulder. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. Don't just stand there, let's get moving. Any more objections at this point would seem pretentious. Zhou Ning, steeling himself, got into the big Jinbei van with Zhao Xinli and, with the siren blaring, they rushed straight to the county hospital. In the backyard of the county hospital, in the northernmost part of the courtyard, there was a row of rooms. On the western side was the medical waste warehouse, and on the eastern side, there were 2 morgue rooms with rows of body refrigerators. In the middle was the autopsy room. The body had already been taken out of the body bag and placed on the autopsy table. The branch that had been stuck in the deceased's left calf was also placed on top, and Zhao Xinli had already slipped away. Before leaving, he handed Zhou Ning a small blue book, the internal contact directory, and also took Zhou Ning's mobile number. At the door, he left a new auxiliary policeman, Mr. Liu, who dared not come in at all. He was just waiting in case Zhou Ning needed something, ready to run errands. Looking at the body, Zhou Ning felt overwhelmed. The weather in early autumn was still unbearably hot, but the autopsy room was cold. After taking a photo, he sent an MMS to Dr. Liu and, waiting a couple of minutes, he called Dr. Liu's mobile phone. After about a dozen rings, a weary voice answered. "Hello. Master, I heard you were in a car accident. How serious are your injuries? Which hospital are you in? I'll come and visit you. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhou Ning didn't dare to ask if the MMS had been received right away, but instead, he inquired politely and concernedly. After coughing twice, Dr. Liu laughed. "I have a tibial fracture. I've just had the bone set and cast. I haven't even gotten over the pain yet. Kid, you don't have to pretend with me. I just got off the phone with Su De, and he praised you, saying you did well at the scene for your first time. Don't be nervous, everyone's first time is challenging. You come from a pure academic background, just follow the procedure. Take a portrait photo of the deceased, collect fingerprints, measure rectal temperature, take x-rays, inspect the corneas, assess joint mobility, and most importantly, look for distinctive characteristics on their clothing. Don't rush into the autopsy. Hasn't the criminal police team left someone with you? Give them the fingerprints to check in the fingerprint system. If they can't find anything, compare them against the missing persons database from all the stations. Sooner or later, you'll find the deceased's identity." Dr. Liu's words slightly steadied Zhou Ning's frantic mind. Indeed, with such an order, things seemed a bit clearer. Zhou Ning took a deep breath, raised his camera, and prepared to take a facial portrait photo of the deceased, turning his gaze to the body. Although the girl was wearing a lot of makeup, she looked young. Looking at her left collar turned inward, Zhou Ning prepared to straighten it for her. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. The moment his hand touched the collar, something sharp scraped against his gloves with a snap. Lifting his finger, he saw a metal badge below, which made Zhou Ning pause. Huh? Is this a school badge? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chapter 4 is Big Brother guessing riddles. _1 Chapter 4 is Big Brother guessing riddles. _1 Wow, am I really this lucky? Zhou Ning bent excitedly, leaning in to inspect the school badge closely. There were bloodstains on the badge, but the words Qidong College were extremely conspicuous. Finding this made the identity of the deceased much easier to trace. Zhou Ning quickly wiped off the blood and took close-up photos of both the school badge and the deceased's face. Turning to the door, Mr. Liu, the auxiliary police officer who had been waiting outside, poked his head in. "What's up, Dr. Zhou?" "Mr. Liu, do you have a police device on you? I need to send the deceased's photo to Su De." Mr. Liu nodded eagerly, taking out a very advanced-looking mobile phone from his pocket. Zhou Ning didn't waste any words, took the phone, walked over to the old computer in the autopsy room, uploaded the photos, found Su De, and clicked send. He then dialed Su De's mobile number, and after just one ring, the call was immediately answered on the other side. "Did you find something, Dr. Zhou?" Zhou Ning swallowed, trying to contain his excitement, and spoke evenly. "Su De, I borrowed Mr. Liu's police device to send you 2 photos. One is a photo of the deceased's face, and the other is a photo of a school badge found on the deceased. I suspect the deceased is a student from Qidong College. Try using the photos to search for a match." Su De Yuan laughed heartily. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Haha, good. I'll go and contact the school for identification. After hanging up, Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief, handed the police device back to Mr. Liu, who dashed off without another word. Seeing his timid manner, Zhou Ning suddenly felt pretty good about himself. Putting down the phone, Zhou Ning put on a disposable isolation suit, complete with a cap, mask, and latex gloves. He picked up a clipboard that had the autopsy record printout on it. Since the identity of the deceased wasn't confirmed yet, Zhou Ning didn't rush into things. He simply held the clipboard and closed his eyes slightly. He had just mentioned receiving a reward, but his mind was filled with forensic evidence knowledge frameworks, bloodstain pattern analysis, inferring the cause of injury, electronic evidence survey, forensic scene analysis and reconstruction, arson case scene examination, dismemberment, and unidentified body case scene examinations. Various detailed knowledge, even various scene photos, flashed through Zhou Ning's mind like a movie. This knowledge was very comprehensive, including cases with targeted explanations, as though it originally belonged to his memory. This time he did not experience a splitting headache, probably because it wasn't the sort of forced feeding of information that would cause a headache. Zhou Ning reviewed everything seriously, and this time the knowledge seemed clearer than when he first received this forensic scene study. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Not knowing how much time had passed, Zhou Ning opened his eyes and pushed his glasses up. The image of the body and various known pieces of information beside it remained unchanged, except for a new sentence next to the Botus profile. Suspicion. Is the deceased a student from Qidong College? As for the system, it was quite silent, not prompting any new tasks. It seemed that if he made any discovery during the autopsy, the system would consolidate it, but he needed to make the discoveries on his own. Without progress, he couldn't trigger any system prompts. It was like being in the newbie village and not triggering the mission by finding the NPC at the village entrance. You simply couldn't leave the newbie village. Having understood this, Zhou Ning stopped flailing around aimlessly. Since he was waiting for the call, there was no point in just waiting. He found some ink and began collecting fingerprints, then measured the rectal temperature, got Mr. Liu to find someone to take an X-ray of the deceased. The autopsy room had this equipment, but he didn't know how to use it. After half an hour of work, Zhou Ning recorded the state of rigor mortis in various joints of the deceased. Holding the clipboard, he recorded all the data before calling Dr. Liu again. Master, let me report to you. I measured the rectal temperature of the deceased as 32.1 degrees. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. According to the formula, 37 degrees minus the Botus rectal temperature divided by 0.83 times a coefficient, I deduced the time of death was about 8.27 hours ago. My measurement time was 10:50 in the morning, which means the time of death was around 2:23 in the early morning. Rigor mortis was only found in the lower jaw and the fingers, consistent with the rectal temperature deduction. Master, how should I write this time of death report? On the other end, Dr. Liu hissed, perhaps touching a sore spot. Zhou Ning, your calculation is correct. Considering our high temperature here, calculate it using the summer coefficient. However, when reporting the time of death to Suda and the others, a range is enough. Just report to Suda that the estimated time of death is between 2 o'clock and 3 a.m. on September 27th. Did you find the identity of the deceased? Not yet, but I found a medical college school badge on the deceased, and Suda and the others have gone to check on it. Then there's no rush. You've been very detailed in your work. Just wait a bit. Once I finish the 4, I'll come to the autopsy room to have a look. Hearing Dr. Liu say this, Zhou Ning also felt reassured and hung up the phone. Just as the call ended, Su Daiwan's number flashed on the phone, and Zhou Ning hurriedly answered. Dr. Zhou, you're at the autopsy room, aren't you? I'm bringing the victim's family over for identification. Prepare the autopsy consent form. Okay, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. In the vast autopsy room, Zhou Ning rummaged through the desk next to the computer and finally found a consent form. Just as he was ready, the door to the autopsy room was pushed open. Su Dayuan entered with a man and a woman, followed by a policewoman who looked like an auntie. Their tense expressions made it clear they were immediate family. Actually, the identification could be confirmed through photographs, but coming to see in person was also a way to let go of the last bit of hope. After all, the old saying goes, we need to see the living in person and the dead in body. Mr. Liu closed the door and stopped the two, handing them masks. Zhou Ning took the consent form and walked over, standing between the autopsy table and the relatives. Su Dayuan nodded toward Zhou Ning, trying to make his voice sound gentler as he said, "Come closer and see, is this your little Mon-er?" They leaned in to look. The man coped fine, but the woman collapsed to the floor, her wailing filling the autopsy room. Su Dayuan exhaled. The reaction was telling enough, but the necessary procedures still had to be followed. You too, try to control your emotions. We have many questions to discuss with you. The child is gone. Things can't be left unclear like this. The priority is to catch the criminal. Come, sign the consent form first, and then we can talk in detail outside. As he spoke, he gestured to the policewoman with a nod of his head. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. She helped the woman out, and the man took the tissue offered by Zhou Ning and wiped away his tears before looking at the autopsy consent form handed to him by Zhou Ning. Clearly, the man's movements froze. Su Dayuan seemed very familiar with such scenes and continued to speak on his own. Actually, according to the procedure, for criminal cases, we can proceed with the autopsy without family consent. However, since the identity of the deceased is unclear, we wanted you to take a look first. We've already delayed enough time, and every extra minute we delay can reduce the chances of catching the killer, right? The man nodded, not needing any more words from Su Dayuan. He simply took the autopsy consent form from Zhou Ning's hand and signed his name. He then gave Zhou Ning and Su Dayuan a look and bowed deeply at 90 degrees. My little Mon-er passed away so suddenly. I implore Officer Su to do his utmost to solve the case and catch the killer as soon as possible. Su Dayuan nodded, patted the man's shoulder, and pointed to Zhou Ning, saying, "Brother, we all have kids at our age. I understand how you feel. I can't stand to see such a criminal go unpunished. See him? This is our new high flyer. He's the one who identified your little Mainer's identity. We have professionals and will certainly do our best to solve the case. Come on, first talk to our officers and provide information." With that, Su Dayuan led the man out. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning blinked, never having expected to be used as a selling point himself one day. A moment later, Su Dayuan returned at a quick pace. Looking at Zhou Ning, his gaze had changed. He took off his cap and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Not bad, Dr. Zhou. Very observant. I thought it would take some effort to verify the identity, but I never expected it to be solved so quickly wherever we looked. You should record this too. As he spoke, he handed Zhou Ning a piece of paper. It had a photo of a girl with a bright smile, wafting long hair, and a pale yellow dress, all exuding the spirit of youth. He knew it was a photo of the deceased. It was actually hard to link them together because the victim's face was already deformed. The deceased is named Su Monli, 17 years old, a third-year student in the 3+4 nursing program. Her academics aren't strong, and she's a bit rebellious, living on her own in an apartment next to the school. Her father owns a Volkswagen 4S shop and doesn't usually live in the city to take care of business. The school revealed upon inquiry that she often changed boyfriends, was either skipping class or hanging out with guys outside of school to sing and drink. She was frequently reprimanded. The teacher, however, always spoke well of her, probably because her father had a way of ingratiating himself. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. On the way here, Her father kept saying that he suspected someone was taking revenge on him and harmed his child, and that we should investigate his competitors. Alright, I've given you a general idea of the situation. You understand what else you should look for in the autopsy, right? Zhou Ning was stunned. Is this a guessing game? How would I, such an innocent person, know what you're trying to say? Can't you just speak plainly? P.S. 1. Death time estimation calculation. According to domestic research on post-mortem body temperature, within 4 to -5 hours after death, the production of heat in the body has not completely ceased, and the average hourly decrease of the body temperature is 0.58 degrees. 5 to -16 hours after death, heat production completely stops, and the average hourly decrease of the body temperature is 0.97 degrees. 16 to -24 hours after death, since the temperature difference between the corpse and the environment narrows, the decrease in body temperature slows down, averaging 0.54 degrees per hour. This research established a formula for calculating the time of death, which, after practical application and improvement, led to the following simplified formula: time elapsed after death, hours, equals 37 degrees. Rectal temperature of the corpse / 0.83 * coefficient to be multiplied, 1 for spring and autumn, 1.4 for summer, 0.7 for winter. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 5 Cause of death found _1 Chapter 5 Cause of death found _1 Zhou Ning shook his head. Suda, just tell me specifically what more to look into. I didn't understand. Su Dayuan chuckled twice. Don't pretend. You youngsters are all at an age of restlessness, acting all innocent with me. Whatever needs investigating, you tell me what needs investigating. As he spoke, Suda raised his hand, and Zhou Ning quickly dodged. A thought flashed through his mind, and he understood what Su Dayuan meant. It was the hymen he was referring to. No need for all the sneaking around. Got it, got it. Su Dayuan lowered his hand, put his hat on properly as if the person about to hit someone wasn't him. Right? Any new developments on your end? Zhou Ning was somewhat embarrassed. Could he admit that if the school badge hadn't stuck him, he wouldn't have found out? I just spoke with my mentor on the phone. I've measured. State the result. The time of death of the deceased, we estimate it to be between 2 to 3 a.m. on the morning of September 27th, which is today. Later, after my mentor finishes his injection, he'll come over to start the autopsy. I haven't done one independently before. Su Dayuan glanced at the time. It was already 11:40. If they started now at noon, it wasn't realistic. All right, notify me immediately once the cause of death is determined. Oh, and take this police communicator. With that, Su Dayuan tossed the police communicator to Zhou Ning and turned to leave. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning examined it and couldn't help feeling it looked familiar. Wasn't this Mr. Liu's? Zhou Ning was speechless for a moment, glanced at the body, and his stomach growled loudly. Brother's hungry. They just left. What about lunch? Zhou Ning walked out of the door, and sure enough, Mr. Liu was gone. He sighed in frustration. Complaining was useless. Any further delay and lunch would be ruined. He jogged out, heading straight for the morgue. Surprisingly, he found Mr. Liu squatting there with an old man, smoking. Seeing Zhou Ning approach, they instinctively hid their cigarettes behind them. Dr. Zhou, you gave me a fright. Why have you come out? Seeing a familiar face, Zhou Ning also relaxed. Being alone with a body wasn't scary, but it was definitely not a pleasant feeling, even if the girl had once been beautiful. Help me put the body into the refrigeration cabinet first. I'll perform the autopsy after lunch. Mr. Liu and the old man both stood up, put out their cigarettes, and it was clear the old man was the morgue attendant. No young person wanted this job. The three of them bagged the body, placed it on the cart, and wheeled it into the refrigeration cabinet. Zhou Ning stripped off his medical gear and washed his hands several times before leaving the autopsy room. Mr. Liu grinned at Zhou Ning, raising a bag in his hand. The hospital canteen sent this. Where shall we eat? slash p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Before Zhou Ning could respond, the old man pointed towards the gazebo in the south of the courtyard, where there were stone tables and benches. Zhou Ning wasn't fussy. The canteen had delivered boxed lunches, and he presumed Dr. Liu had this habit before. He certainly didn't want to eat in the autopsy room. Even though it didn't disgust him, the thought of food smells drifting around during the afternoon autopsy made him queasy. Pulling the old man along, the three of them ate well: stir-fried peppers with pork, braised ribbon fish, roast pork, and hot and sour shredded potatoes. For boxes of dishes, for boxes of rice, they devoured everything like a tornado. With plenty of time to spare, they had a long chat. Zhou Ning learned that Mr. Liu was named Liu Yong and that his father was a traffic cop who hoped he could land a permanent position, which is why he started working as an auxiliary police officer. Zhou Ning drank a bottle of water and took a short rest, checking the time to see it was already 1:30 before dialing Dr. Liu's number. "Mentor, you've been monitoring me, haven't you? I just finished with my injection. Wait for my wife to push me over." Liu Yong efficiently packed away the stuff while the old man waved and headed towards the morgue. He needed to retrieve the body with Liu Yong. Zhou Ning stood up, looking toward the small path on the south side of the courtyard, deducing from Dr. Liu's words that he must be in the county hospital. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After a short wait, Dr. Liu, pushed along by his wife, approached. Seeing the cast on his leg, Zhou Ning knew he would have to conduct the autopsy himself. He quickly stepped forward, greeted Dr. Liu's wife, who was told to return first and to call later to pick him up. She didn't speak, but her face was full of concern. "Auntie, don't worry, I won't let Dr. Liu do any work. Just supervise me because this is my first autopsy and am really not confident." Zhou Ning quickly took over the wheelchair and explained. The woman waved her hand. "I know it's not easy for you all. Go on then. If you need to use the bathroom, hold it in rather than letting the young folks take care of you. It's rather embarrassing." Dr. Liu's old face turned red. "Get going, talking such nonsense." Zhou Ning dared not laugh. Pushing Dr. Liu to the autopsy room. As soon as they entered and saw the body, Dr. Liu put on his reading glasses and, with Mr. Liu's help, struggled to stand up. "It's quite tragic. Have you found the information on the deceased?" Zhou Ning gave a brief introduction, handing over to Dr. Liu the information he had compiled, the results of the external examination, and the x-rays, which Zhou Ning didn't quite understand. "Kid, you've done well. Mr. Liu, get me a taller chair. The one next to the microscope. Yes, that's the one. Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Liu, following commands, found an adjustable chair, on which Dr. Liu sat and used his uninjured foot to shuffle over to the other side of the autopsy table. "Cut off the clothing. Begin the external examination. Afterward, you start the autopsy. Just go for it. Everyone has their first time. If you make mistakes, I'm here. Don't worry if you work slowly. I'll tell you the steps. Focus on the stab wound between the right ribs after the routine check." Zhou Ning nodded. After a morning's ordeals and absorbing a lesson from the forensic scene over lunch, he wasn't as bewildered as he had been that morning, and with Dr. Liu by his side, he felt much more confident. Liu Yong heard an autopsy was starting and darted out. Zhou Ning dressed appropriately, handed Dr. Liu a mask and a telescopic rod while he positioned himself at the side of the autopsy bed with scissors, cutting away the deceased's clothing, which he placed on a side table, along with a branch that was embedded in the lower left leg. He systematically recorded each characteristic of the body, from the pupils, conjunctiva, nasal cavity, mouth, to the external genitalia down to the toes, carefully observing and recording step by step according to Dr. Liu's instructions. After completing these tasks, Zhou Ning looked up at Dr. Liu, who was tapping his rod on the autopsy table. "Don't just stand there, start. First probe the wound below the ribcage, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning, wearing double layers of latex gloves with fingers interlocked to ensure a perfect fit, picked up a blunt probe and tried inserting it into the round wound below the deceased's ribcage. The probe sank deep into the flesh, and it seemed to have not yet reached the bottom. The probe didn't move much from side to side. Dr. Liu uttered a sound of surprise and stretched his neck trying to look in this direction. That's deep. Use a longer probe, and then measure the width of the wound. Such a narrow wound. What kind of stabbing weapon would make such a deep puncture? Zhou Ning switched to a longer, slightly thicker flat round probe and carefully inserted it into the wound. This time it seemed to have touched bottom, and he could feel the tip moving slightly up and down. He measured the length, and it was an astonishing 185 millimeters, the width barely 6 millimeters. Examining the edges of the wound under the magnifying glass, he saw sharp points protruding outward on both sides, aligned horizontally. He also found some black greasy substance mixed in with the congealed blood clots. Zhou Ning scraped the greasy substance onto a glass slide and handed it to Dr. Liu. Master, I'm not sure what this black grease in the wound is. However, the wound is so narrow, the weapon must be both thin and long. Zhou Ning paused, noticing Dr. Liu staring at him with an encouraging look. A screwdriver, one of those very thin and long ones, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. I've seen a lot of computer repair guys use those. Dr. Liu slapped his thigh, a movement that jostled his injured leg, causing him to grimace in pain. Not bad, kid, you've figured it out. A thrust in that location beneath the rib would certainly cause severe damage to the organs. Go on and cut, just watch your hands. As for the greasy substance, we'll send it out for testing later. Zhou Ning looked at Dr. Liu with gratitude. The old man obviously knew what the murder weapon was, but had been waiting for his own judgment. Such a mentor was truly moving. He made no further talk as he started the Y-incision, cutting from the neck to the abdomen to open up the thoraco-abdominal wall. As he cut, he saw black-purple blood clots filling the abdominal cavity. Don't worry about those. Just take samples and continue. Zhou Ning nodded and proceeded to do as instructed, later separating the muscle tissues and ribs to examine the lungs and heart, collecting stomach contents. He held up each of his findings for Dr. Liu to see, who continuously corrected Zhou Ning's technique, from the initial shaky incisions to the eventual organ examinations, until Zhou Ning had forgotten his nervousness. After clearing most of the congealed blood clots, Zhou Ning was about to examine the spleen when Dr. Liu tapped Zhou Ning's arm with his rod. Don't rush with the scalpel. See whether the stab wound below the right rib affected the spleen. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Probing the stab site with the probe, Zhou Ning found the spleen moved in response, and Dr. Liu nodded in satisfaction. That settles it. We've found the cause of death. Zhou Ning halted. Master, does that mean we're done with the autopsy? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 6 Temporary Task _1 Chapter 6. Chapter 6 Temporary Task _1 Thwack. A staff struck heavily on Zhou Ning's shoulder, freezing him on the spot. Why was he being hit? What are you looking at? Hitting you is letting you off easy. If it wasn't for my mobility issues, I'd have kicked you instead. An autopsy is a meticulous matter. You do it step by step, and you can't skip any steps, especially with female victims. Do I still need to say what needs to be done? You've got such a good opportunity, and you're not practicing thoroughly? Zhou Ning nodded vigorously, knowing Dr. Liu was right. With an embarrassed look on his face, he didn't waste any words and hurried to extract the spleen and made a longitudinal cut. No wonder nothing seemed abnormal from the front. The spleen had a split on the backside, and a semicircular track was visible on the cut sagittal plane. Do you know how the killer did it now? This is after the stabbing and a twist. The killer was ruthless and decisive, intending to incapacitate the victim instantly. Dr. Liu clapped his hands, giving Zhou Ning a thumbs up. Good lad, you got it right. Keep going and pick up the pace. With such praise, Zhou Ning was even more confident. He knew that touching the organs of a corpse with his own hands was completely different from looking at pictures. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. When reading forensic novels, many readers would comment that the graphic descriptions were really appetizing. But if you actually touched an organ of a corpse, especially parts like the intestines, it could make you throw up meals from years past. Putting aside these random thoughts, Zhou Ning started to check the other organs according to the autopsy protocol, not forgetting the uterus and external genitalia of the female victim. After completing the last item, Zhou Ning let out a sigh. Dr. Liu was also done examining the victim's head, tapping away on his chair. The X-rays showed no fractures on the skull, and there were no abrasions on the skin of the head, so there was no need to open the skull. Master, I've finished the autopsy. The uterine wall is too thin, the cervical opening is slit-like, and the hymen has old lacerations, suggesting the deceased underwent several curettage surgeries, Zhou Ning reported. Dr. Liu kept nodding, writing swiftly and signing his name on the autopsy report before tossing the clipboard to Zhou Ning. Close the abdomen, make the stitches neat. The samples for inspection are in that box. Label them properly. Have Mr. Liu and the others take away the body. I'll call Suda to update him. Once we've sent everything we need for inspection, our work here is done for now. Should I still go to the primary crime scene? Dr. Liu, flipping through his contact list, shook his head. We'll talk after they check the surveillance. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Suda had someone check it already. The surveillance was broken. Dr. Liu was taken aback. What a coincidence. How did the surveillance happen to break? Apparently, they were replacing the entire section with new surveillance equipment, and even the traffic lights on the north outer ring were temporary ones. Dr. Liu's brows knitted tightly. I don't know whether to say you're lucky or unlucky. Your first time with a case, and it's this tricky. According to the estimated time of death for the victim, it's going to be hard to find eyewitnesses. You really might need to check out the primary scene. Even if they find clues, they'll need you to verify them. Zhou Ning was not surprised by this outcome. Having received the reward for forensic scene learning, he wasn't fazed. On the contrary, he was eager to try. All right, I'll send the photos to you for review, Master. Suda just gave me a police terminal. Dr. Liu blinked. Well done, kid. Suda is known to be tight-fisted. For him to give you something proactively, that's unusual. Zhou Ning felt somewhat bashful. He knew that if it weren't for Dr. Liu's car accident, he would have had a minor role to play today, even less than what Mr. Liu is doing right now. The device was given to him merely for case efficiency, yet Dr. Liu did not skimp on compliments. Zhou Ning organized the samples and quickly began suturing. The girl, having died at such a tender age, deserved at least to be stitched up as neatly as possible. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. While his hands were busy working, Dr. Liu had already dialed Su Daiwan's number. The cause of death has been determined. The stab wound under the right rib caused the spleen to rupture, followed by trauma from being hit by a vehicle, leading to massive bleeding internally and death by hemorrhagic shock. As for the murder weapon, Dr. Zhou has already provided a direction. According to the shape of the wound, it should be a flathead screwdriver, not counting the handle. The length is over 18 centimeters, with a diameter of about 6 millimeters. There was some grease in the wound, which we've already sampled and will send for testing along with the other samples, Dr. Liu explained. After a response from Su Dayuan, Dr. Liu praised Zhou Ning again before hanging up. Zhou Ning had just finished suturing. He called Mr. Liu in, and the body was covered with a white cloth and carried away. Once Zhou Ning cleaned the autopsy table, he approached Dr. Liu. Master, let me take you back to the ward. Dr. Liu glanced at the time and, gripping Zhou Ning's hand, transferred from the chair back to the wheelchair. My wife is outside. She's been here for a while and can push me back. It's almost 6 o'clock already. You go ahead and head back. As for the scene, Mr. Su will tell you what to do next. Without wasting words, Zhou Ning had been performing an autopsy for several hours. The fact that Dr. Liu could come with his injured leg was already the greatest support he could offer. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhou Ning wheeled Dr. Liu out, and sure enough, his wife was already waiting outside. Zhao Xinli was also waiting nearby, seemingly chatting with her. Dr. Liu, Dr. Zhou, you two have worked hard. Dr. Liu chuckled and turned to look at Zhou Ning. Forget what I just said. It looks like you can't go home after all. Mr. Zhao is here to pick up Dr. Zhou, right? Zhao Xinli grinned, scratching his head and trying to hide his awkwardness. The boss sent me to pick up Dr. Zhou. We found some brake marks at the scene as well as some bloodstains. Zhou Ning knew he had to go no matter what. It was better to be proactive at this point. Although he was tired, the day's findings were quite significant. Master, you rest first. I'll go and take a look. I'll calculate the victim's flight distance as well as the speed of the impact. Solving the case sooner is for the best. Dr. Liu didn't say anything else. After all, his wife was there. Good, bring your camera. That thing is expensive. Don't drop it or Suda will be upset. After saying this, his wife pushed him away. Zhou Ning grabbed the camera and the inspection kit and got into the car with Zhao Xinli, heading back to the North Outer Ring. A few minutes later, they arrived at the first scene. There were plenty of police officers assigned to cordon off the area. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. They parked their car outside the isolation strip, and Zhou Ning, wearing a mask and gloves and carrying the inspection kit and camera, followed Zhao Xinli toward the southernmost bend of the intersection. By now, there were far fewer onlookers. The incident had occurred in the morning, and almost 11 hours had passed. After the body had been taken away, there wasn't much left to see here. Policemen were entering and exiting shops in the vicinity, likely in search of eyewitnesses and checking for any surveillance cameras as well. When they reached the very end of the overpass, Zhao Xinli stopped and pointed to a dark mark on the bridge. This is one of the most recent brake marks. The braking distance is not long, but the marks are very deep. Also, we found bloodstains here. Zhou Ning crouched down where there were several cone signs on the ground, each marked with a number. He quickly lifted his camera to take photos. One of? There are two more about 30 meters away with no blood next to them. We aren't sure if these brake marks are related to the accident. Did you measure the length of the brake marks? The brake marks end 4.5 meters before the bloodstains, and there is another 5.2 meters continuation beyond them. However, we found two figure-8 marks at the end, which we think were made when the car became unstable after hitting the person and spun several times here. How far is the bloodstain from the tree where the victim was hung? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. The straight line distance is 112 meters. After saying this, Zhao Xinli also seemed unsure, as the distance was too great. There had been many cases of car accidents where people got hit, but being knocked 112 meters was rather incredible. Zhou Ning bit his lip, recalling a news story he had read where someone was thrown 100 meters by a car, and the speed had to be over 100 kilometers per hour. That meant this case involved even higher speeds, and it happened while braking. Zhou Ning remained silent and observed the shape of the blood droplets closely. They were round without any directional spurs, which even without looking up he knew signified that they had fallen vertically in a stationary state. Opening the inspection kit, he recorded the diameter of the blood droplets and took samples with a cotton swab. If the bloodstains belonged to the victim, the brake mark could identify which vehicle hit the victim. As Zhou Ning contemplated, the content on the display in front of him was continually updated. He had been focused on the autopsy before and hadn't noticed the changes on the screen. Now, looking carefully, there was a line of green text at the bottom. System prompt. A temporary mission is issued. Does the bound individual choose to accept the mission? Zhou Ning froze. A temporary mission? He wondered what the reward could be, perhaps more textbook knowledge? Ding, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody Speak. Speak. Prosody P. Congratulations to the bound individual for accepting the temporary mission. The temporary mission will be issued in 30 seconds. Zhou Ning jumped to his feet. Damn it. When did I accept it? P. Break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody P. Chapter 7 break marks _1 Chapter 7. Chapter 7 break marks _1 Zhou Ning's doubts did not stop the task from being posted on the screen. The green characters kept popping up. Prompt. Please note, by choosing to view the task rewards, it automatically means you have accepted the task. Temporary task. Find the accident vehicle and perpetrator responsible for injuring the deceased. The task must be completed within 48 hours, with a reward of Level 3 Forensic Scene Study. Failure to complete will result in dropping to Level 1 initially. Immediately, other writings disappeared from the screen, leaving only a 48-hour countdown, and the sense of urgency emerged instantly. Zhou Ning. He wanted to curse. This was simply unreasonable. Damn it, if there were such rules, why didn't you say so earlier? Just a break mark, what could this thing indicate? Wait, break marks. A book on forensic scene investigation suddenly popped into Zhou Ning's mind, automatically searching for content relevant to the car accident scene investigation. One important section was the break marks. With a ruler in hand, Zhou Ning measured the width of the single-sided break mark more seriously this time, as well as the distance between the two break marks, and estimated the wheelbase at the figure-8 marks. He obtained 3 values. Tire width 235 mm, wheel track 1,586 mm, and wheelbase 2,841 mm. Seeing these values, Zhou Ning looked up at Zhao Xinli. Do you know cars? If not, find someone who does. P. Break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody P. Zhao Xinli was standing to one side, watching Zhou Ning write and draw, and this sudden question left him a bit stunned, but he quickly nodded. Do you look down on me? From F1 to the home-use tricycle, I've studied them all. At 12, I could disassemble the car my dad wanted to repair, and for any car released, available domestically, I basically know a bit. In our detective team, if I say second, no one dares to say first. What do you want? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning quickly handed the clipboard to Zhao Xinli. I don't know if you guys have studied these marks before. I measured them and got these 3 values. Can you tell what car it is? Let me see. The traffic police came earlier and determined these were sedan marks. They didn't come up with anything more. Zhao Xinli glanced at it, got interested, blinked, and quickly began to search on his phone. Watching, Zhou Ning felt a bit unsure, thinking that if he was just searching the internet, the accuracy was not guaranteed. A moment later, Zhao Xinli held up his phone to Zhou Ning, displaying a picture with various data, seemingly published by an official source. These numbers most closely match the Volkswagen CC 2010 2.0 TSI Deluxe Edition. See, it matches your data exactly. Zhou Ning nodded vigorously, the excitement on his face barely contained. Inform Suda, finding the model can narrow down the search range. P. Break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody P. Zhao Xinli smiled broadly, eager to share the good news through a phone call. As Zhou Ning trusted him enough to leave this task to him, he quickly got up to make the call. Zhou Ning stood up, walked north for over 10 meters, and found another break mark there, somewhat shallower, and although it didn't form a figure-8, it still had 2 opposing C-shapes. After measuring the data, it was found to be entirely different from the previous one, with a tire width of 357 mm, wheel track of 1,590 mm, and wheelbase of 2,780 mm. An idea suddenly occurred to Zhou Ning. If it's 2 cars, could it be? He shook his head, perhaps he was overthinking. Returning to the spot with blood-stained brake marks, he knelt on one knee, using a small shovel to scrape some rubber from the road surface. While searching the content on brake marks earlier, there was a test report following that. The report stated that by extracting the rubber from the brake marks on the ground and comparing it with the wheel rubber of the suspect's vehicle, the suspect vehicle could be identified. Pondering, that report reappeared in Zhou Ning's mind. This time he didn't skim through but read it carefully. This paper explores the conditions for pyrolysis gas chromatography mass spectrometry analysis 1 and examines the rubber evidence in a traffic accident case using the established method and SEMEDX/P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. By comparing the materials and samples, differences in rubber compound and inorganic elements among different samples were identified, achieving a comparative analysis, and discovering that different tires have different tread and sidewall rubber compositions, and even within the same tire, there are differences between tread and sidewall rubber compositions. This provides guidance for the extraction of rubber evidence comparative samples, offering objective proof for case trials and litigation. The more Zhou Ning read, the more he nodded, skimming through the English section under journal name. There was a year, volume, issue 2016, 041, 005, leaving Zhou Ning speechless. It was an article from 6 years later. Then wasn't the forensic scene study materials he had obtained also from future textbooks? According to the system, what he had now was Level 2 forensic scene study, meaning Level 3 would be more detailed and avant-garde knowledge. This discovery accelerated Zhou Ning's heartbeat with excitement. A shoulder felt heavy, and Zhao Xinli's big face came closer. Dr. Zhou, what are you thinking about? I was talking to you and you didn't hear. Zhou Ning exhaled, suppressing his excitement, packed the extracted rubber granules into an evidence bag, and stood up. What's up? I didn't hear what you said. The boss said he'll be here shortly. Zhou Ning responded with an O, thinking about the 48-hour deadline. He still felt a bit anxious. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Just then, a sharp breaking sound came from not far away. Someone quickly got out of the car, ran through the cordon, and reached them. It was Su Dayuan, whose smile was barely contained. Impressive, Dr. Zhou. You keep surprising me today. Have you confirmed the car model? Zhou Ning shook his head honestly. I'm not sure, but these 3 sets of data are correct. Zhao Xinli is very familiar with cars. He found a Volkswagen CC 2010 2.0 TSI promo poster, compared it to the scene. It indeed matches. Su Dayuan nodded, glanced at the records in Zhou Ning's hand. A professional is a professional. Our people found the brake marks, but didn't gather much information beyond it being a sedan, speeding. Didn't expect you could compare these. Well, commend you for this. Saying that, Su Dayuan dialed a call, asking about these numbers, getting accurate answers from the other side, which finally relieved him. Confirmed, it's a Volkswagen CC 2010 new model, Dr. Zhou. Have any other findings? Zhou Ning thought for a moment, walked to the edge of the blood marks. The deceased was stabbed here and didn't move afterward, then was hit and flew, based on the body flying 112 meters, plus calculating vehicle weight, the car, even after braking for 4.5 meters, was speeding over 100 miles per hour, so before braking, the speed must have been higher. According to rectal temperature estimation, the time of death was at 2:23 a.m., and the report Lu Forensic Doctor gave me to write was between 2:00-3:00/P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. In this time frame with such high speed, the key is I found another set of parallel brake marks. I suspect if someone was involved in illegal racing. Zhao Xinli and Su Dayuan both looked at Zhou Ning, and after he finished speaking, neither said anything, making Zhou Ning momentarily anxious. Was his assumption too outrageous? Just then, Su Dayuan kicked toward Zhao Xinli, face showing anger. You fool, I went to check the identity of the deceased, instructed you to find on-site marks. Did you just see nothing? Zhou Ning was stunned, not daring to speak at all. Dr. Zhou, quickly take me to see the brake marks you discovered. Zhou Ning led them over, apologizing with his eyes toward Zhao Xinli, who seemed not to understand what embarrassment was, following with keen interest and still grinning. Leader, don't rush. I just thought the marks here were somewhat similar, but compared to the bloodstained break marks, these are much fainter, with a longer break distance too. Su Dayuan waved his hand. Don't make excuses for them, quickly check. What's the data here? Can you identify the model? Zhao Xinli was already eager on the side, took one glance at the 3 numbers, and swiftly scrolled on his phone. Browsing for quite a while without results, Su Dayuan was already raising his leg. Zhao Xinli dodged to the side, fingers seemingly enlarging a picture, and then gasped in surprise. No way. Is someone in our county driving such an expensive car? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, PPS. 1. Pyrolysis gas chromatography mass spectrometry. In traffic accident cases, the rubbing and collisions between vehicle tires and other objects, and the sliding friction between brakes and the ground, will transfer rubber particles to the contact object or remain on the ground forming skid marks. Examining these rubber particles can provide evidence to reconstruct the truth and identify the accident vehicle. Car tires mostly use natural rubber, NR, butadiene rubber, BR, and styrene butadiene rubber, SBR, in single or compounded form, along with additives like vulcanizing agents, accelerators, anti-degradants, fillers, and other organic or inorganic auxiliaries. Based on characteristic pyrolysis products, the rubber type can be accurately determined. Combined with the SE-MEDX method, it can provide a comprehensive analysis of the organic components and inorganic elements in rubber, and has recently become an important method for rubber inspection and identification. /P. Break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 8 Ex-boyfriend and current boyfriend _1 Chapter 8. Chapter 8 Ex-boyfriend and current boyfriend _1 Zhou Ning seemed to take delight in Su Daiwan's misfortune on one side. In the morning, when Su had mocked him saying you faint at the sight of blood, Zhou Ning had been mortifyingly embarrassed. Now Su was rambling on, which felt like sweet revenge to Zhou Ning. The car looked ridiculously expensive though. Su Daiwan's piercing gaze had already settled on Zhao Xinli. Zhao Xinli shrank his neck and, gritting his teeth, hurriedly held the photo up to Su Daiwan's face, while he himself stayed at a safe distance. Boss, don't be hasty. I've found it. It's just hard to believe. Look, it's this Nissan GTR 2010 model. The base model without options is priced at 1.48 million yuan. With all the miscellaneous add-ons, it costs nearly 2 million on the road. It's not a Mercedes-Benz or BMW, so why is it so expensive? Others don't understand either. It's like showing off to nobody. And it's just a cramped 2-door, 4-seater with such a low chassis. Zhao Xinli rattled on and on until Su De raised his hand, and instantly he fell silent, realizing he was rambling again. Using the models of these 2 cars, retrieve surveillance footage from all angles at the overpass on the south side of the North Outer Ring. If you want to enter the North Outer Ring from the south, the overpass is the only way. Take some people and go there personally. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Tell the traffic police that I don't want to hear that it needs to be done by tomorrow. Boss, you can count on me. I'm on it, and I'll have the surveillance footage within 2 hours. Zhao Xinli stood at attention, his dress shoes clicking, then called the criminal police officers to leave in 2 cars. Su Dayuan sighed, glanced at the crime scene, and then looked at the evidence bag in Zhou Ning's hands. Did we find anything else? No. Nothing. Zhou Ning clenched the evidence bag tighter. He had planned on sending it for analysis, but according to the Level 2 Forensic Scene Analysis Manual, there were no such facilities available at this time. He had never heard of the several tests listed on it and couldn't explain their principles either. Su Dayuan raised an eyebrow, curious, and reached for the evidence bag. Zhou Ning struggled for a bit before reluctantly letting go. What's all this secrecy, kid? What's this pitch-black debris? Zhou Ning scratched his head, his mind racing for the right words to explain. This is particulate matter extracted from the skid marks of the brakes. I once heard a senior who studies chemistry talking about it. Tires are made from natural rubber, NR, polybutadiene rubber, BR, or styrene butadiene rubber, SBR, alone or in combination, along with additives like curing agents, accelerators, antioxidants, fillers, and other organic or inorganic additives. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P each brand and series, even tires from different batches or in different states of wear, will have slightly different ingredients extracted from their skid marks. Using pyrolysis gas chromatography mass spectrometry, it's possible to analyze and compare these. I thought of asking my advisor about it later to see if anyone has done this kind of analysis. It could provide us with extra evidence in identifying the murderer. Holding the evidence bag, Zhou Ning was stunned. He handed the bag back to Zhou Ning and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Dr. Zhou, having knowledge really makes a difference. I don't understand all those tests you're talking about, but I get the gist. You're saying these skid marks are like fingerprints, each one's a bit different, right? Zhou Ning nodded. No rush. I'll ask someone later. I've never heard of it, but don't worry. If no one's doing it, you work on it yourself. What? Zhou Ning was dumbfounded, and Zhou Ning waved his hand dismissively. Don't be so surprised. I happen to know a doctor at Qidong University in the city. I think he's from the chemistry department. I'll mention this to him later, and if he's interested, that would be great. Now you go home. Experiments? Papers? Doctor? As someone who had struggled academically, Zhou Ning had never dared to fantasize about such things before. He pushed up his glasses, and the countdown, that damned countdown, was now at 47:28. Zhou Ning clenched his teeth, looking towards Zhou Ning. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao Xinli was checking the surveillance, and he didn't know if there would be any findings. Perhaps they could investigate the deceased's social relations. No matter what, he had to complete this temporary mission. He had managed just fine before acquiring the forensic literature. Without being too ambitious, his level 2 certification was more than enough. If he failed to complete the task and some of his knowledge was taken back, now that would be truly uncomfortable. How could he go home? Suda, I'm not in a hurry. By the way, how's the social relationship investigation going? Seeing that Zhou Ning wasn't rushing off, Zhou Ning smiled. When I worked my first criminal case, I was just like you, too excited, practically living in the police station. I was so eager to catch the murderer, but haste is useless in a case like this. Zhou Ning was startled. Clearly, Zhou Ning had more to say and lowered his voice. Didn't the autopsy report say that the uterine walls were thin? Based on that, we did some side investigations at the medical school. The social relations of the deceased, Su Monli, are quite complex. She had several boyfriends, and it's a mess with her ex and current boyfriend. On hearing this, Zhou Ning was intrigued. It looked like they had identified the ex-boyfriend and current boyfriend. If that were the case, wouldn't checking whether they owned either of the two car models they had just discovered accelerate the investigation? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Seeing the subtle expressions on Zhou Ning's face, Zhou Ning could guess what he was thinking. Don't get excited. Listen to me first. The ex-boyfriend works as a mechanic in Su Manli's father's shop. He's uneducated but good-looking and has a muscular build. The police have brought him in for questioning. As for the current boyfriend, his background is a bit complicated. His mother is Yang Lihua, the chairwoman of Lihua Group. He took his mother's surname, named Yang Yufei. He was supposedly going to the airport to pick up someone. I've sent someone to follow him to the airport. Zhou Ning was somewhat at a loss for words. Repairman? Why would Su Monli pick a repairman for a boyfriend when her father is so rich? Zhou Ning raised an eyebrow. You haven't seen what the guy looks like. Enough with the questions, hurry home and rest, tomorrow will be busy. Zhou Ning pressed his lips together, realizing that it made no sense to follow along for now, especially since the current boyfriend hadn't been brought in yet. Su Dayuan felt it wasn't right to arrest someone directly, considering who he was. Without wasting words, Zhou Ning left. Su Dayuan had one of the detectives drive him home. As soon as he entered the yard, his grandfather stood there with a broomstick in hand. Seeing this, Zhou Ning quickly raised his hands. "What's the matter, Grandpa?" The old man, holding the broomstick, walked towards Zhou Ning. "Do you have any idea what time it is? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Your second uncle called you several times, all unable to connect. Where on earth have you been?" While speaking, the broomstick swung down towards Zhou Ning, who dodged and caught it in his hand. "Grandpa, I wasn't out playing. There was a case today, and I've been busy with it. I left my phone in my investigation kit. It probably didn't have any signal." Hearing this, the old man's grip on the broomstick loosened. Zhou Ning quickly placed the broomstick on a low wall where his grandfather couldn't reach it. "What kind of case? Did someone die?" Zhou Ning nodded. "Yes, the case isn't solved yet, and I can't discuss it due to protocol." With that, the old man didn't ask further. After all, he had been a village head and was highly conscious. "Hurry and wash your hands for dinner, and give your second uncle a call back. He's gone to your house in the city." At the mention of his second uncle, Zhou Ning quickly dialed his number, explained a few things, then hung up. The old man had already set the dishes on the small table in the yard. After washing his hands, Zhou Ning joined in and started inhaling the braised pomfret. Watching Zhou Ning's appetite, the old man peeled a couple of garlic cloves for him and sighed, "As a newcomer, you should observe and learn more. Don't think that just because you've read a few books, you know everything. Grandpa, I've been following Suda and my master's advice. After all, they have the experience. But today my master had a car accident and fractured his leg. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The old man was startled and then looked worried. "Then go see your master and pack up tonight. Stay at your city house. No need to keep running back to the old home every day. I worry about your safety with such a long commute." Zhou Ning was taken aback. He knew returning to the old house daily had been his grandfather's request previously, but it seemed his grandfather now understood his busy schedule and didn't want him to overexert himself. Considering the case and the countdown, Zhou Ning felt tempted. "All right, I'll move there tonight. This case is a bit tricky, and with my master injured, I need to be on call. Don't worry, Grandpa, I'll come back as soon as the case is finished." The old man waved his hand and continuously fanned Zhou Ning with a palmetto fan. "I can still get around and do things by myself. Besides, your second uncle is here. Hurry up and eat. Your second aunt has cooked pomfret, and I've saved a whole one for you." Zhou Ning smiled and polished off the pomfret. Just then, a car stopped at the gate, and his second uncle and aunt walked in. "Second uncle, second aunt, sorry for the worry." Zhou Ning quickly stood up to clear the dishes, but his aunt took them from him, and his uncle chuckled. "I heard from Su Dayuan that you did a good job today." Zhou Ning scratched his head as the old man gestured. "Don't just stand there, go pack your stuff. Let your second uncle take you to the city house. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning went inside to pack, which was basically taking all his books with him. The house in the city had been prepared a long time ago as his wedding home by his grandfather, who had made arrangements for him since his parents had passed away early. His second uncle worked in the County Public Security Bureau handling logistics, familiar with everyone yet without significant skills. However, he treated Zhou Ning better than his own children. Carrying his suitcase, Zhou Ning walked out of the main house. No more talking, his second uncle drove him to Yuhua residential community. He dragged his suitcase back home, took a shower, and lay down on the bed. After such a long day, he was truly exhausted. Zhou Ning fell asleep within minutes. In his dream, he sat in a room without windows, with a 7-volume set of books on the table. On it, Level 2 Forensic Scene Analysis was printed in large, eye-catching letters. The size and thickness were intimidating. No matter how much he wanted to back away and struggle, he couldn't move, so he just sat down and began to turn the pages, one by one. Case 1/P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 9 Rival in Love _1 Chapter 9. Chapter 9 Rival in Love _1 Ring, ring, ring. A phone ringing pulled Zhou Ning out of his sleep. He fumbled for his phone and upon seeing the name Suda on the caller ID, he instantly perked up and quickly sat up to answer the call. Suda, good morning. You haven't gotten up yet? Zhou Ning blurted out the truth unconsciously, but why would his boss suddenly be concerned about whether he had gotten out of bed? Wait, could it be that the case had progressed? He recalled that yesterday they had mentioned taking in the ex-boyfriend mechanic for questioning and that the rich heir, currently the boyfriend, was also cornered at the airport. Could there be a discovery? Suda, has there been progress in the case? Suda Yuan laughed. Come to the station once you're awake, there's work for you. After freshening up, Zhou Ning headed straight out the door and took a taxi to the criminal police team. Normally, he would walk, but he was genuinely anxious this time. That unease was because the moment he put on his glasses, the countdown timer sprung up before him. 35:27, the time had suddenly reduced by a quarter. According to the rules of that temporary mission, he had to find the vehicle and the driver responsible for hitting Sumonli. This was not as simple as picking option A or B in a multiple-choice question. If he made a mistake, he would lose everything he had obtained thus far. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Shortly after, Zhou Ning arrived at the criminal police team, jumped out of the taxi, and saw Su Dayuan standing in front of the building smoking and waving at him. Making money now, are you? Why take a taxi? Zhou Ning felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head as he spoke. The moment Suda mentioned progress in the case, I got anxious. I wanted to get here as soon as possible. Let me know what you need me to do. Just command me, Suda. Su Dayuan was very pleased with Zhou Ning's proactive attitude and pointed toward two cars at the corner of the yard. We found the cars. One belongs to that current boyfriend, Yang Yufei, the Nissan GTR he drives. The other is a Volkswagen CC found in Mr. Seuss Volkswagen 4S shop maintenance garage, exactly where the ex-boyfriend, Wang Fuhao, works, concealed under a car cover. I called you here to help us determine if this car was involved in the accident because, from the exterior, no traces of the accident seem to be visible, and as for that tire track testing you mentioned before, it's not feasible right now. Zhou Ning nodded, trying to contain his excitement, and looked in the direction Su Dayuan had indicated. The two cars were parked side by side in the northwest corner of the building, seemingly brand new, and especially the CC, which could be described as totally new. The sides of the tires were black as night, even the sprue from the injection molding completely intact. The more carefully he looked, the less confident Zhou Ning felt. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. This was the car involved in the accident? Don't panic. The suspects have been apprehended and questioned all night. There's gotta be something to go on, right? Suda, have neither of the suspects confessed to anything? Su Dayuan stubbed out his cigarette, clearly exhausted. Both admitted to illegal racing on the northern outer ring road, betting on who would win Sumonli. The loser would back out. Neither, however, confessed to hitting anyone. When asked what cars they drove, Yang Yufei said he drove the Nissan, but the mechanic, Wang Fuhao, said they switched cars during the race. He drove the Nissan, claiming it was fairer since neither was familiar with the car's condition. Zhou Ning was taken aback, trying to calm himself. The suspects had been caught, and the cars were found. If it came down to it, he could just get closer and feel for any clues, hoping the system might provide a prompt. With that thought, Zhou Ning looked up at Suda. According to the ex-boyfriend, Wang Fuhao, they switched cars to drive. If we find Wang Fuhao's fingerprints in the Nissan, that could prove Yang Yufei is lying. As for the CC, I need to find the traces of the impact from hitting a person, right? Suda patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder with such force it almost knocked him over. Dr. Zhou, you're onto something. I've been at a loss for an hour. If I'd known, I would have called you at 5 in the morning. Zhou Ning's face twitched so ruthless. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. But now, Zhou Ning was the one eager to find the hit-and-run car, so he ignored Su Daiwan's excitement, contemplating how to attempt completing his task. Su-da, I need a few helpers. I have to collect fingerprints from both suspects and inspect the vehicles. Oh, and bring Zhao Xinli over to help me. He knows cars better. You want people? You've got people. I'll send Mr. Zhao and the others to help you. As for the suspect's fingerprints, we already have them. They were sent to your forensics office in the middle of the night. Su Dayuan gestured and several police officers came running out, with Zhao Xinli holding 2 egg-stuffed pancakes, walking up to Zhou Ning with a grin and stuffing one of the pancakes into his hand. A blunt knife doesn't hinder the chopping of firewood. Hurry up and eat. Zhou Ning smiled. This guy really was thoughtful. He didn't hesitate to take it. Su Dayuan, just about to say something, was interrupted by the sound of a car braking urgently. Zhou Ning and the others turned their heads to see 2 cars had stopped in front of the police's small 2-story building. The first to get out was a girl in a red dress. She was petite and not particularly beautiful, but her curved, smiling eyes added much charm. Swiftly, she walked to the back door of the luxury car, assisting an exceptionally dignified middle-aged woman to step out, while a man dressed in a suit got out of the car next to them. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Seeing this middle-aged woman, Zhou Ning instantly guessed who she was, the mother of the rich second-generation, Yang Yufei, and the chairwoman of Lihua Group, Yang Lihua. It seemed his mother had brought people to their doorsteps. He quickly glanced at Su Dayuan. Su Dayuan didn't move. The girl in the red dress led Yang Lihua up to Su Dayuan, speaking first. This is Yang Yufei's mother. We would like to know when the related investigation on Yang Yufei might be concluded? Su Dayuan nodded and glanced at his watch. Please understand, family members, the deceased was Yang Yufei's girlfriend. We need to confirm some matters with Yang Yufei and get information about the deceased. However, on another note, he participated in illegal racing. We're entitled to detain him. Having him here for 24 hours for the investigation, I think, is reasonable. How can this be acceptable? The girl in the red dress, perhaps regretting having spoken out, turned her head away, but from Zhou Ning's angle, her face and the shape of her mouth were clearly visible. It looked like she muttered a curse under her breath. Yang Lihua patted the girl in the red dress and turned to Su Dayuan. Wen Xuan, don't be anxious. I've brought a lawyer. Our company is public and can't withstand such issues. After all, no one wants to affect the city's economic development, right? We do hope that the criminal police team can release him as soon as possible. As for the racing matter, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Yang Lihua smiled, and a man dressed in a suit behind her stepped forward, handing Su Dayuan a phone. Su Daiwan's brows furrowed, but he took the phone nonetheless, responding with nods and affirmatives like MHM, okay. Yang Lihua nodded slightly, smiling gracefully. Then, we'll entrust this to you, Suda. We'll be leaving first. After speaking, the girl in the red dress supported Yang Lihua and turned to leave. At that moment, Zhou Ning, with his sharp eyes, noticed a small slit near the bottom of her backpack. The edges of the slit were frayed, and there seemed to be purple-black marks at the bottom. Zhou Ning quickly looked at Su Dayuan, wanting to speak, but Su Dayuan raised his hand, stopping him. These people hurriedly got into their cars and sped away. Seeing the people leave, Su Daiwan's expression grew even more solemn. Hurry up with your actions, go check those 2 cars. We don't have much time. Someone from the city is applying pressure. By the way, Zhou Ning, what did you want to say? Check the identity of that girl in the red dress. There's a hole near the bottom of her backpack. The edges looked like they had bloodstains. Don't forget, Su Manli's cause of death was a stab wound. Su Dayuan was taken aback, grabbing Zhou Ning's hand. Did you see clearly? Are you certain? Zhou Ning shook his head. I'm not certain. But when you mentioned the deceased, she muttered to herself, and then I saw her curse under her breath. You know the saying, respect the dead, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. No matter how much she may dislike or disdain, the person is already dead, yet her reaction was so much like. Zhou Ning couldn't find the right words at the moment, and Zhao Xinli, having finished the last bite of his egg-filled pancake, interjected unclearly. A love rival. Right, a love rival. Su Deyuan fixed his gaze into Zhou Ning's eyes, as if trying to find some answer on his face. Why didn't you say sooner? Zhou Ning was speechless. How had this become his fault? However, recalling what Yang Liwa had said, he hurriedly added, Yang Liwa called that girl. Wenshuan, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 10 Hidden Bloodstains _1 Chapter 10 Hidden Bloodstains _1 Su Deyuan went to adjust the surveillance to search for people, while Zhou Ning and the others hurried to inspect the two vehicles. Touching the Volkswagen CC, Zhou Ning thought to himself and submitted a temporary mission. This is the hit-and-run vehicle. After waiting quite a while, there was no response from the system at all. It wasn't like the first time he submitted a mission, where it immediately popped up saying the mission submission was successful and proceeded to the reward draw. What on earth was the reason? Had he answered incorrectly? This thought was immediately dismissed by Zhou Ning. If he had been wrong, given the nature of this system, it would have downgraded his previous rewards long ago. Thinking it over carefully, the temporary mission seemed to have two requirements. That is to find both the vehicle and the perpetrator of the accident that injured the victim. It seems he had been too hasty. The first time he had not even thought about submitting the mission. It was just the thought that popped into his head, and the mission was considered complete. Zhou Ning's eyes flashed, which meant that his current answer was not wrong, just not standard enough, or rather, his answer was correct, but it was not comprehensive enough and lacked evidence. Beep beep, two sounds rang by his ear, and a transparent mission submission page popped up, displaying three conditions. Evidence? Driver, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. hit-and-run vehicle? Zhou Ning gritted his teeth, thinking to himself it really was just like this, a trap within a trap. If he hadn't figured it out himself, there was no way to submit the mission, especially since the submission page hadn't even opened. With a sigh, Zhou Ning looked at the detectives circling the car. Zhao Xinli had already taken down the crime scene kit, and the supplies were being distributed. Collecting fingerprints didn't involve much skill, just meticulousness. Zhou Ning didn't rush to get in the car. He carefully brushed every surface that could be touched when opening and closing the car doors, such as door handles, windows, upper edges of the doors, and center console switches, with a special powder. Several fingerprints appeared, which Zhou Ning carefully collected. Dr. Zhou, I've found a few fingerprints here too. Zhao Xinli was kneeling on the passenger side of the Nissan, with a barrier suit cushioning his knees, and sure enough, there were fingerprints and handprints on the gear stick. Zhou Ning carefully extracted them, holding the collected items and looking toward the Volkswagen CC where three people were searching. How come there was no noise now? Handing the items to Zhao Xinli, Zhou Ning walked towards the Volkswagen CC. Is there no discovery on this side? We only found some fingerprints from nylon gloves, nothing else. It looks like this car has been carefully cleaned. Even the interior smells cleaned. Zhou Ning was somewhat dumbfounded. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The car had been repaired, and the interior cleaned so thoroughly. How could he prove this car was the hit-and-run vehicle? Stepping out of the car, Zhou Ning stood in front of it, studying the vehicle closely. Mr. Zhao, making a car involved in an accident look brand new like this within 24 hours, do you think that's possible? Zhao Xinli promptly shook his head. Impossible. Impossible? Zhou Ning was taken aback, and Zhao Xinli hurriedly opened the hood, pointing inside and explaining. Don't be in a rush. If it were panel beating and painting, of course, it couldn't be done. I've looked inside. The screws on the hood and other places don't show any signs of being turned, indicating they haven't been replaced. The victim's legs were broken, which means the car, going at high speed, hit the victim's legs and sent her flying. If that's the case, the damage to the car wouldn't be severe. Just replacing the bumper and headlights would be enough, and that wouldn't leave any noticeable traces. Of course, if replacement parts were taken from the same model car, we wouldn't be able to see the difference, and as for the tires, they've been changed too. Zhou Ning pushed up his glasses. The image discovered at the first crime scene of the victim appearing on the transparent screen and rotating continuously. Zhou Ning stared at the glass shards on the victim's cheek and slowly shook his head. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. No, the victim didn't just suffer fractures to the left shin and fibula bones. There were also glass fragments on her left cheek, and there was bruising around the eye socket. This indicates that after her legs were hit, the side of her head collided with the glass. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinli leaned over a corner of the windshield, scrutinizing with a magnifying glass for a long time, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Amazing, Dr. Zhou. This windshield has indeed been replaced. Although it's the original glass, the production date is wrong. This discovery left Zhou Ning silent. With the windshield, bumper, and headlights replaced, if these removed parts were disposed of and the suspect continued to deny involvement, the car could not be identified as the hit-and-run vehicle. They could only prove that the two had participated in illegal racing. They surely overlooked something. Zhou Ning stood in front of the car, silent for several minutes. The detectives seemed to want to say something but were stopped by Zhao Xinli. He had fully grasped Dr. Zhou's temperament by now. His contemplation wasn't a bad thing. Perhaps he would come up with some good methods soon. Engrossed in thought, Zhou Ning suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he remembered the wounds between the victim's ribs and last night's lesson on crime scene sampling. Zhou Ning sprang into action, found a bottle of luminol reagent, and quickly sprayed it evenly on the hood. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p at the center of the hood. 2 columnar shapes and a large area of blue-green fluorescence appeared. This discovery greatly boosted Zhou Ning's confidence. He leaned over from the side of the car's front, spraying the luminol reagent into the crevice where the windshield met the hood, and sure enough, there was also a fluorescent reaction there. On the wiper cover, Zhou Ning found 2 purple-black blood drops and waved to Zhao Xinli. "Pass me the camera and get me the swab." Zhao Xinli hurriedly handed over the camera, then found the test tubes and swabs and approached Zhou Ning closely to watch him take pictures, asking eagerly, "What did Dr. Zhou find?" "Blood traces. I suspect this is the victim's blood, which fell on the wiper cover. It seems it wasn't discovered during cleaning, as they only wiped off the blood from the hood. Although it's not possible to sample here, the shape of these 2 columns is exactly the same as the blood traces under the right ribs of the victim. I've sampled the blood drops. Hurry and send this to the county hospital's lab for a blood type comparison with the victim. This can be done at the county hospital." Zhou Ning was speaking very fast, and his hands were moving even faster. He dipped the swab in distilled water, collected the blood sample, broke one end off, and put it in a test tube, which he handed to Zhao Xinli. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhao Xinli didn't waste any time and ran off with the tube while Zhou Ning climbed down from the car, holding the freshly collected fingerprints and palm prints, and went straight to the office on the 2nd floor. He turned on the computer with the bulky screen. Though the computer looked shabby, its performance was still decent, and it had fingerprint comparison software installed. Zhou Ning entered the fingerprints and palm prints he had just collected, as well as those marked with the names Yang Feiyu and Wang Fuhao from his desk, and then he started the comparison process. Excluding a few too damaged for comparison, several fingerprints showed a successful match. He directly clicked to print out the comparison results. Zhou Ning clenched his fist and swung it, feeling relieved. Although the VWCC had no fingerprints, fingerprints of Wang Fuhao were found on the door and gear stick of the Nissan. This indirectly proved Wang Fuhao wasn't lying, and they really had switched cars. As for who hit the victim, the answer was self-evident, but why would Wang Fuhao be so eager to get the car fixed in a hurry, helping Chen Yufei cover up these pieces of evidence? As these thoughts bubbled up in Zhou Ning's mind, he heard that familiar notification sound in his ear. Ding, congratulations, binding person, temporary mission submission successful, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p evidence. Fingerprint collection complete, blood trace extraction comparison successful. Driver, Yang Yufei. Vehicle involved in the accident, Volkswagen 2010cc countdown remaining time. 33:30 rewards are being distributed, loading time 10 minutes. Zhou Ning subconsciously sat down. Remembering the discomfort of the previous loading process, he braced himself. This time it was not as bad as the first, though the feeling of something bursting in his head came again, just not as intensely painful. This sensation lasted for quite a while. Zhou Ning even felt as if time had slowed down. As two dings sounded, all the discomfort dissipated. Zhou Ning slumped in his chair, gasping for air, and curiously sifted through the forensic field knowledge in his mind. When other comparisons showed no results, he directly flipped to the end of the section on rubber mark examination and found the paper listed there. Indeed, the last paper was from 2019, year, volume, issue 2019, 036, 008. Zhou Ning excitedly rubbed his hands together. Awesome, he had gained another 3 years of new knowledge. Taking the comparison results in hand, he had not even risen when the door to the office was pushed open and Su Dayuan strode in. Seeing the expression on Zhou Ning's face, he asked hopefully, "How'd it go? Did you find any evidence?" P.S. 1 luminol, also known as luminescence ammonia. Its chemical name is 3-aminoethyl hydrazide, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It is a yellowish powder at room temperature, a relatively stable synthetic organic compound. For blood traces that are not visible to the naked eye at crime scenes, luminol reagent can reveal extremely small blood trace patterns, latent blood reactions, and luminol is a relatively strong weak acid, which can cause irritation to the eyes, skin, and respiratory tract. Since hemoglobin contains iron, which can catalyze the decomposition of hydrogen peroxide, turning hydrogen peroxide into water and singlet oxygen, the singlet oxygen then oxidizes luminol to make it glow. Therefore, luminol is widely used in criminal investigation, bioengineering, chemical tracing, and other fields. In forensic science, luminol reaction can identify bloodstains that have been wiped and dated back a long time. In biology, luminol is used to detect the presence of copper, iron, and cyanides in cells. 2. Swab can be understood as an extended version of a cotton swab, with a head that can be broken off, generally used as a medical examination tool for collecting microorganisms, shed cells, or secretions, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 11 Is She the Killer? _1 Chapter 11. Chapter 11 Is She the Killer? _1 Zhou Ning nodded and handed the fingerprint comparison report to Su Dayuan, then picked up the camera. This is the result of the fingerprint comparison in the Volkswagen CC. A thorough interior cleaning was done, and only glove fingerprints were found. However, many fingerprints were found on the Nissan, including those of the ex-boyfriend Wang Fuhao, both fingerprints and palm prints, proving his story about switching cars for a race was true. As for the Volkswagen CC, we discovered traces of replacements on the windshield, bumper, headlights, and tires, even though the killer wiped these traces clean. However, the luminol reagent on the hood tested positive, and the pattern matches exactly with the bloodstain between the victim's ribs. Bloodstains were also found on the windshield wiper cover, and Zhao Xinli has sent it for testing, and results are expected in 3 hours. Though results are not out yet, I'm 90% sure that Yang Yufei was the one who drove the Volkswagen CC and hit the victim Su Monli. As for who stabbed Su Monli, that will need confirmation from Suda. However, it's undeniable that in the early morning with poor visibility, if the car was speeding over 150 miles per hour and a person appeared at the bridge exit, perhaps he also did not see clearly whether he hit a person or an animal. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p Suda Yuan threw down his hat, clapped Zhou Ning on the shoulder with his palms, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Zhou Ning. Dr. Zhou, you're my lucky charm. These evidences will crush them thoroughly. No one can turn things around. This boosts my confidence for the interrogation, and I will recommend you for a commendation once the case is closed. Oh, by the way, that girl named Wenxuan is on her way here, and you'll have to help check her bag later. Zhou Ning nodded. As long as the case could be solved, how to interrogate was not his concern. After all, the case seemed to be clear, but he was still intrigued by the girl, who was strong-willed and resolute, truly something else. Did you check the girl's identity? Su Dayuan laughed. You're quite a gossip, aren't you? I'll tell you, her name is Sun Wenxuan, and she's also a student at the health school, a classmate of Su Monli, and her father is in Lihua Group. As for the rest, we can guess without interrogation. Young people fighting and being jealous. She wanted to get close to young Yufei, and found Su Monli obstructive. Now, the question is whether the weapon will be so easily found. Zhou Ning blinked, thinking about the small hole on the purse. We'll talk when she arrives. In front of someone she likes, a girl always wants to maintain her image. At this moment, there was the sound of car doors slamming from outside the window. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p Zhou Ning looked down from the window. Several people were bringing Sun Wenxuan, who kept crying weakly. Why are you arresting me? What crime did I commit? Su Dayuan, holding the fingerprint comparison report, pointed Zhou Ning towards the door, then walked away. Zhou Ning exhaled deeply, spotted half a pack of cigarettes on Dr. Liu's desk, took one out and lit it. He wasn't much of a smoker, initially only smoking casually, but now he truly needed a bit of a mental break. From yesterday morning until now, 24 hours, it had been breathtaking, more eventful than his previous 26 years combined. The sound from downstairs gradually disappeared, and the office door opened again just as he finished his cigarette. Mr. Liu peeked in, waving at Zhou Ning. Dr. Zhou, Suda asked me to call you to examine the suspect's belongings. Zhou Ning nodded, put on his mask, gloves, hat, carried his inspection box and camera, and followed Mr. Liu to the interrogation room on the first floor. This was his first time coming here. The door even had a key padlock. Upon opening the door, the blue padded wall covering and the metal chair were very conspicuous. Sun Wenxuan was sitting on the chair, her chest heaving, tears not yet dry on her face, but she remained silent. Suda simply gestured with his hand, and Zhou Ning walked over to Suda's desk, where the purse was placed, its brand indicating it was expensive. Check her purse. It has been confirmed as her personal belonging. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p Zhou Ning knew this sentence was meant for Sun Wenxuan to hear, but Sun Wenxuan struggled to speak. My purse is expensive, don't mess with it. Her words were weak. Zhou Ning lifted the purse, noticed a small hole on the bottom, took an external photo of it, then opened it to see a black knitted lining inside, shining a flashlight inside to discover a damaged area. Clearly hardened, it was obvious even without guessing that this was a bloodstain. Zhou Ning took another photo, then emptied the contents of the purse, squeezing the purse from top to bottom, discovering a long trace at the bottom. Zhou Ning paused his actions, knowing by the shape that it was the weapon. He reopened the purse, tore open a zipper on the side, and a green plastic-handled flathead screwdriver appeared. The screwdriver was relatively clean, but between the handle and the metal rod, blood could be seen. One wonders whether to praise Sun Wenxuan for her cleverness or her foolishness. Taking away the murder weapon was right to stall the police investigation, but keeping such an item without disposing of it sooner, was it to save for the new year? Without needing instructions, Mr. Liu already approached with an evidence bag. Zhou Ning didn't rush, lifted fingerprints from the screwdriver handle, a very clear thumbprint. He picked up the fingerprint sample for Sun Wenxuan from Su Da's desk. No need to go through the comparison system. The fingerprints matched perfectly. Not a detail missing. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After throwing the screwdriver inside, he sampled the hole on the outside of the leather bag with a swab, then cut a piece of the corresponding knit fabric from the inside and packed them before looking at Su Dayuan. Su Da, the sample has been collected. The fingerprints on the screwdriver belong to Sun Wenxuan. The blood test is very quick. Results can come out in 3 hours. However, the length and width of the weapon match the fatal wound on Su Manli. Su Dayuan nodded, his face showing approval. For Sun Wenxuan, this statement was the final straw, as all her hopes were dashed. Yan Liwa could protect her son, but what about her? It was too late to avoid suspicion, but at least Sun Wenxuan's appearance had spared her son from a murder charge. Zhou Ning came out with his equipment and exhaled, glancing at Liu Yong. "Did you hear Su Da's instructions? Are you driving me to the county hospital?" Liu Yong nodded. "Let's go. I just got my driver's license, and there's a car at the station." The two happily got into the car and sped to the county hospital, where Zhao Xinli was already waiting at the entrance. After all, Zhou Ning was unfamiliar with the procedures here, and he had already contacted him during the drive. Seeing Zhou Ning staggering out of the car, Zhao Xinli quickly approached, grabbed Zhou Ning's arm, and took the evidence box from him. "What happened?" Mr. Liu looked embarrassed, scratching his head, and sheepishly said, "It's just /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Dr. Zhou is a bit carsick, no big deal." Zhou Ning shook his head and patted his chest to ease some of the discomfort before straightening up. "Block him, his driving is lethal. He drives fast then slow like it's a rocking boat, especially speeding up at intersections, zipping left and right. I'm someone who doesn't get seasick even in a Force 8 gale." Zhao Xinli grinned and kicked Mr. Liu. "You're tired of living, eh? Dr. Zhou is too valuable right now. If your skills aren't up to it, go practice instead of making a fool of yourself. Wait here while I go deliver the samples." Mr. Liu quickly came over to support Zhou Ning, while Zhao Xinli hurried into the east side building of the county hospital. Zhou Ning had a drink of water and patted Mr. Liu. "I'm feeling better now. Liu Yong, you can go back first. I'll wait for the results and head back with Zhao Xinli." Without any further ado, Liu Yong drove off. Zhou Ning bought some fruits and a box of milk at the supermarket in front of the county hospital. Zhao Xinli also came out, seeing what he was holding and naturally understanding his intentions. He checked his watch. "The first batch of lab results is about to come out. The technician says the blood comparison is very quick. Let's go see Dr. Liu." They both went directly to see the forensic doctor. Dr. Liu kept a straight face, although his wife was much friendlier than the last time. Given Zhou Ning always managed social niceties properly, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Dr. Liu asked about the progress of the case, surprised that they had results so soon. Although more tests were still needed, the forensic work was virtually finished. Considering it was a murder case, he was extremely thrilled. It wasn't until Zhao Xinli received a call with the lab results that they stood up to leave, with Dr. Liu's wife personally seeing them out. Having received the lab results, they quickly returned to the forensic office where Su Dayuan was waiting at his desk. On the way, Zhou Ning had already reviewed the results: the bloodstains in the Volkswagen, the screwdriver, the handbag, the lining, all belonged to Su Manli. He handed the report to Su Dayuan. Zhou Ning curiously asked, "Did Sun Wenxuan confess?" Su Dayuan nodded and sighed, blowing out a ring of smoke. Yes, she admitted that she stabbed Su Manli. Seeing Su Daiwan's demeanor, Zhao Xinli sensed something was off. "Boss, what's the matter?" The suspect confessed, isn't that good? We can close the case now. Su Dayuan glared at him. You don't understand a thing. Although Sun Wenxuan admitted to stabbing Su Monli, it was under the directions of Yang Yufei. Yang Yufei felt that Su Monli was involved with everyone, so he arranged this whole race. Zhou Ning and Zhao Xinli exchanged glances, both stunned. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, chapter 12 tip _1 chapter 12. Chapter 12 tip _1 The case was closed. Sun Wenxuan's words could not be verified. After all, she couldn't produce the relevant evidence. Zhou Ning heard from Su Dayuan that 3 days after the incident, Sun Wenxuan's father was fired by Liwa Group. Sun Wenxuan's fate was easy to guess, as she was, after all, responsible for the fatal stabbing. Su Minli's body was claimed and cremated by Mr. Su. Zhou Ning asked Su Dayuan what would happen to Yang Yufei and Wang Fuhao, and at first, Su Dayuan evaded the question, saying that it was a matter for the courts, and when did it become our turn to decide. Only after relentless pestering from Zhou Ning did Su Dayuan say that Yang Yufei insisted that he hit an animal, not a person, and even if he hadn't seen the person, the fact remained that he caused a hit and run. The crime of traffic accident couldn't be avoided, and as for the sentence, it should refer to at least 3 to 7 years. As far as Wang Fuhao is concerned, if calculated to a higher degree, that would be the crime of aiding in the destruction and forgery of evidence. The sentencing for this crime was quite broad, depending on the severity of the circumstances, punishable by up to 3 years in prison or detention. October 27, 2010 Dr. Liu still didn't come, and Zhou Ning returned to his life of idling away with books. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The only difference was that in the morning when he went to work, the detectives in the team all took the initiative to greet Zhou Ning. For the first few days, Zhou Ning wasn't used to it, but he knew it was an indirect recognition of him. Of course, at night he was still tormented by cases, especially when a wrong answer meant punishment, which felt like an electric shock. From being punished 100% of the time on the first day to 60% now, he was very content. Sipping tea, Zhou Ning finished the last page of the book in his hand. He looked up with a sense of unfinished desire and glanced at the clock on the wall. The time was pointing to 5:10, which meant another day was about to slip by. Zhou Ning stood up, stretched, and Su Dayuan pushed the door and walked in as the door made a sound. The sudden opening of the door interrupted Zhou Ning's stretching, and he tweaked his neck. He rubbed his neck and looked towards Su Dayuan with a smile. What's making Su so happy? Is there a case? Zhou Ning instinctively thought of official matters, but Su Dayuan didn't seem like it. Good news. What good news? Su Dayuan, with a mysterious face, sat down in a chair, crossed his legs, and, holding a cigarette, gestured with his chin towards Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning laughed, walked over, and lit the cigarette for him. Then Su Dayuan finally said softly, "The 9.17 case has been commended by the Municipal Bureau, and there's a personal reward for you. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, it'll take time. If it arrives by the end of the year, that would be good. After all, we are going to be withdrawing the county for reformation at the end of this month. Lots to adjust. You will need to treat us then." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning understood it was a bonus award, and he was surprised. Just me alone? Everyone's got one, but yours is special, a bit more. Thank you, leader. Su Dayuan waved his hand, seeming to indicate that wasn't the main point. In a hurry, Zhou Ning poured a cup of tea for Su Dayuan, and then sat opposite him. Suda, just say what you have to say. I'm feeling a bit nervous with the way you started this conversation. It's making me anxious. Su Dayuan laughed aloud, took his time, and sipped his tea. I've mentioned before that I have a friend at Qidong University in the city, a chemistry department doctoral candidate named Liu. Today, when I was in the city, I discussed your idea with him, and he was very interested. He wants you to write a paper, preferably including experimental steps and relevant evidence, which you can send to him. If the experiment involves any equipment, help prepare it, and even operating it is not an issue. There's just one condition: add his name as a co-author. How about it? Zhou Ning nodded. He wouldn't be able to do it by himself, and if he could publish a paper, particularly in collaboration with such a professor, the paper's value would certainly increase. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After all, there's also the issue of getting it published. That costs money. Of course, no problem. I don't have the equipment or the resources, just an idea. It's necessary to include his name. Su Dayuan nodded, took out a business card, and handed it to Zhou Ning. All right, you guys contact each other directly. I'm tired of being the middleman, especially when I don't understand what you or he is talking about. With my limited knowledge, let's finish talking business and move on to the main issue. Zhou Ning was startled, as it seemed there was a barrage of issues about to be dumped on him, but looking at Su Daiwan's expression, he felt there might be something he was overlooking. Su Dayuan, noticing Zhou Ning's expression, chuckled to himself. What are you afraid of? It's good news. Your uncle Zhou Xianghua came to me before. I know a bit about your family situation, and he really is worried about you. He asked me to set you up with someone, saying you've studied for so many years without receiving even a note, and that you're a bit clueless in this regard. Zhou Ning hurriedly responded when he heard this. Suda, my uncle is worrying for nothing. He always fears that he's not doing enough for my dad, but he's taken care of me too well. Finding a partner isn't something that just happens because you want it to. I'm healthy, just let things happen naturally. Su Dayuan waved his hand dismissively. You're not young at 26. I had a child at your age. Stop making excuses. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Your uncle is just worried you won't go, so he had me talk to you. This is a political mission, you must go. As he spoke, he sent Zhou Ning a text message with an address and a phone number. He then found a photo in his pocket and pushed it in front of Zhou Ning. A girl in a business suit appeared in the photo, very pretty and seemingly gentle. Her name is Chengli, a primary school teacher, 23 years old, just the right age for you. Her mother is a colleague of your aunt's. She's looking for a permanent position at the police station. I think you two are a good match. It's no problem to meet her. Hurry up and get ready to go. Zhou Ning glanced at his white shirt and quickly stood up. Tonight? This is too sudden. I mean, cut the chatter. Hurry up and get going. No wonder your uncle said you definitely wouldn't go if he told you himself. What, are you thinking of rebelling? Zhou Ning felt deflated when he saw Su Daiwan's approving nod. You don't need to dress up. You look fine as you are. Let's go, we shouldn't be late. Su Dayuan pushed the door open and left. Zhou Ning sighed, picked up his phone to check the location, reluctantly grabbed the photo, stuffed it into his bag, and headed out. The meeting was set for 6 o'clock at the Kaihua Western Restaurant, one of the few tasteful places in the county. He had enough time, so he walked towards the venue. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the restaurant. Feeling his thin wallet, Zhou Ning sighed again. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Greater than a waiter came over and Zhou Ning told him the reserved location. He was led to a booth by the window. The waiter brought over a glass of lemon water and said with a smile, Sir, would you like to order now? Zhou Ning glanced at the time. 17:50. I'm waiting for someone. Well, order once they're here. The waiter was nice and nodded before going off to attend to other customers. Zhou Ning watched outside. He had a clear view of the entrance from here. As time ticked by, at 18:40, the girl from the photo, Chengli, finally came in with short, quick steps. Zhou Ning's stomach growled. 40 minutes late, and not even a phone call. Where did this sense of superiority come from? He put down his wrist, just as the girl was led by the waiter to his table. At the same time, Zhou Ning assessed Chengli from head to foot. He dismissed her cold expression. Just looking at her outfit from head to toe, it was worth at least 5 figures, not to mention the bag. If it was genuine, it would be in the hundreds of thousands. With such a girl, Zhou Ning couldn't hold on, he couldn't afford her, and he felt no connection. Zhou Ning stood up, suppressed his dissatisfaction, and nodded at Chengli. Hello. Hello. Should the gentleman place an order? The waiter eased the awkwardness. Zhou Ning took the menu, passed it to Chengli, and the waiter gave him another one. As he saw the prices of each dish, Zhou Ning shivered inside. Damn, such a miscalculation. Who knew it'd be this expensive? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. He didn't rush to speak, took a sip of water and slowly flipped through the menu, stealing glances at Chengli as she ordered. She just casually pointed, and the waiter quickly took note. A cream of mushroom soup, a 5A ribeye with truffle sauce, a lemon-seared salmon, a French caviar platter, classic Mexican tacos, and a Wellington beefsteak. However, miss, you two won't be able to eat all this, will you? Zhou Ning was stunned, and as the waiter recited the order, he kept flipping through the menu, spotting the price of each dish, and his forehead began to sweat. Is she trying to eat me out of house and home? He looked at Chengli. It was just a blind date, and such ordering was truly excessive. If you don't want to come or you're not interested, just say it, don't harm each other, or rather, don't harm my wallet. The Wellington steak should be medium well, that's all. Order whatever you like for yourself. Chengli returned the menu to the waiter, and Zhou Ning waved his hand, feeling anger building up. I'm not eating. Seeing that the situation was off, the waiter quickly left, while Zhou Ning stared at Chengli and spoke directly. I think it's better if we're straightforward, since we don't know each other. Today we're just here to meet and understand each other a bit. Chengli seemed unfazed by Zhou Ning's tone, took a sip of lemon water, and nodded slightly with pursed lips. I know you're a policeman named Zhou Ning, 26 years old. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Although you're older than me, I suppose it's acceptable. Zhou Ning shook his head. That's not accurate. Chengli was taken aback and looked up at Zhou Ning, puzzled, waiting for him to explain. I'm a forensic doctor, the kind that deals with dead bodies every day. Do you still want to continue talking or keep eating? Chengli's face turned pale in an instant. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, but as Zhou Ning stood up and slightly bowed, okay, your expression has given me my answer. There's no need for us to continue talking. Enjoy your meal, you'll be leaving first. Chengli covered her mouth, seemingly gagging, but as she saw Zhou Ning heading to the exit, she hurriedly stood up, stamping her foot and shouting, Hey, where's your manners? Leaving without paying the bill? Zhou Ning had already reached the entrance. He pulled a $50 note from his wallet, begrudgingly handed it to the waiter, trying to appear as calm as possible on the outside. Sorry, I didn't order food. This is for the lemon water, or consider it a tip. With that, Zhou Ning didn't look back as he walked away, turned off his phone, and disappeared around the corner, humming a tune, ignoring Chengli's clamor at the door. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, PPS, 1 Standards for sentencing traffic offenses. According to Article 133 of the Criminal Law, 3 different grades of punishment are set for traffic offenses. Those who commit a traffic offense shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years or criminal detention. Those who flee after causing a traffic accident or have other particularly egregious circumstances shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years, but not more than 7 years. Those who cause death by fleeing shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 7 years. A minority may be sentenced to up to 15 years. In this case, if one or more persons are severely injured in an accident, if the perpetrator bears full or primary responsibility and flees the scene to avoid legal prosecution, they shall be convicted and punished as a traffic offense. 2. The crime of helping to destroy or forge evidence. According to Article 307, Paragraph 2 of the Criminal Law, those who help a party destroy or forge evidence, if the circumstances are serious. shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years or criminal detention. Judicial workers who commit the crimes specified in the preceding 2 paragraphs shall be given a heavier punishment. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p chapter 13 incoming work _1 chapter 13 incoming work _1 Thursday, October 28, 2010. Zhou Ning arrived at the office early in the morning, humming a song with his headphones on and cleaning the office in a good mood. When his mop reached the door, a leather shoe stepped on it. Following the shoe upward, Zhou Ning looked up to see Su Dayuan staring at him. Zhou Ning hurriedly took off his headphones and greeted him with a smile. After all, he had just left like that yesterday, and he guessed that Cheng-Li would probably go back and tattle. "Good morning, Su-Da." "Morning, my ass." Zhou Ning shrank his neck. Su Dayuan strode into the office, leaving several black footprints on the floor. Zhou Ning didn't dare say anything, placed the mop at the door, closed the office door, and waited for Su Dayuan's outburst. "Why didn't you turn on your phone?" Zhou Ning was taken aback, only then remembering that he had not turned it on after shutting it down last night. He quickly took out his phone to turn it on, sneakily stealing glances at Su Dayuan with a bit of a guilty conscience. Su Dayuan gave him a look. "Hurry up and grab your investigation kit. Follow me to the crime scene. We'll talk about your personal stuff later." Upon hearing that there was work, Zhou Ning immediately perked up. He grabbed his police jacket, his investigation kit and camera, then thought to pick up a large backpack. Inside was everything he had prepared anew for the crime scene investigation. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. He didn't know if it would come in handy, but it was always good to be prepared. He quickly followed Su Dayuan out of the office. If it were any other time, Zhou Ning would definitely have followed up with a question, "What case is it, Suda?" But now he didn't dare to. Rushing down to the second floor, 2 police cars were already waiting below. Zhao Xinli was sitting in the driver's seat, grinning at Zhou Ning. "Hurry up and get in the car, Dr. Zhou. Heard you went on a blind date?" Zhou Ning glanced at Su Dayuan, who was sitting in the back, and climbed into the passenger seat. He then glared and gritted his teeth at Zhao Xinli. Zhao Xinli might be a bit slow, but he was definitely not stupid. He realized he might have said something he shouldn't have. He quickly shifted gears, turned on the siren, and with the wail of the police siren, they sped off. Zhou Ning sat down obediently, and Su Dayuan coughed. This morning at 7:10, someone in Jushanga village reported finding 2 bodies at Lu Wenkai's home in the east of the village, a man and a woman. The woman was hanged from the beam, and the Taizhan police station went to check. The door was locked from the inside and they didn't dare to disturb the scene, so they contacted us immediately. Zhou Ning nodded incessantly, but after thinking for a moment, he looked up in horror. They didn't describe the male victim's condition. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Moreover, if they could tell they were dead bodies without even entering, the condition must be gruesome, or they are already highly decomposed, turned into a giant spectator. 1. Su Dayuan laughed and gave Zhou Ning a look. Early morning, a neighbor went to borrow a wheelbarrow from their house, found the yard gate ajar, and saw the door was locked. Peeking through the window, they saw the woman on the beam and the male body on the ground, and immediately called the police. The male victim was lying in a pool of blood, his head toward the door, pants not worn, his body covered with maggots and flies. You don't need to go in to know he's dead through and through, so they simply didn't pry the door open. The female victim is Lu Wenkai's wife, Zhu Meifeng, 32 years old. Lu Wenkai works on construction sites and is not home all year round. According to the neighbor who reported the incident, there were often strange men lingering at Zhu Meifeng's home, and there was a lot of gossip in the village. Zhou Ning nodded slowly, understanding that this was how things were in the village. If any family had a young widow or a woman left at home alone, especially one with a bit of a look, there was no shortage of stories about her. He knew he couldn't jump to conclusions and would need to see the investigation results first. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Alright, that's enough of the serious stuff. Now tell me, my boy, how did you manage to ditch your dinner date and leave your second aunt to be complained at all night? You've also learned to turn off your phone, haven't you? Whether you're involved or not, you're sending the money to that girl tonight. Initially caught up in the case, Zhou Ning bristled at this change in tone. Stiffening his neck, he turned in his seat to face Su Dayuan in the back and said, I'm not going. That Chung Li set me up. She's not a decent person. Otherwise, I wouldn't have run off and turned off my mobile phone. Su Dayuan was taken aback. Tell me what happened. Zhou Ning didn't hold back this time and told everything that happened the night before, from being late to the expensive outfit, even to the waiter stopping Chung Li from leaving, not missing a detail. After recounting the events, it seemed as if Zhou Ning had lost all his strength and leaned back in his seat. Zhao Xinli, who had been trying to restrain his laughter the entire time, occasionally sneaked peeks at Zhou Ning. That's the whole story. If you don't believe me, Suda, you can check the surveillance from Kaihua Western Restaurant to see if I'm lying. I did a rough calculation. Just those 6 dishes come to over 4,000, not including the service charge. I don't have the money. Su Dayuan pursed his lips tightly. The outcome had surpassed his expectations. He dialed a number and began to chat with someone on the phone. Hello, it's me. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I want to ask you something. Zhou Ning listened in for a moment, surprised to find out that the person on the line was the owner of Kaihua Western Restaurant, and it seemed that he was already aware of the situation. Su Dayuan grunted twice, hung up the phone, sent a text message, and then dialed another number. Zhou Ning didn't try to listen in this time. Since he had already proven what he had said, it was enough to listen obediently. After all, he wasn't the only one feeling indignant. After the ringing, the call connected, and to Zhou Ning's surprise, Su Dayuan was using the speakerphone. This is Su Dayuan from the criminal police squad. The other party seemed startled for a moment before a woman's voice rose, bearing a similarity to Chung Li's, especially in tone. I wondered who it was, Suda. What is it? You want to be a mediator and stick up for this young man, right? Let me tell you, we have the upper hand regardless of where we take this issue. Someone like this young man is no match for my daughter Damon. You tell him to hurry up and bring me 5,000 yuan, or else I'll report him for fraud and see if he wants to lose his iron rice bowl, the ungrateful bastard. The woman's rapid-fire tirade filled the car, and Su Daiwan's face instantly darkened. If you want to call the police, go ahead and do it now. I've already obtained the surveillance footage, and I've spoken to people from the Western Restaurant. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chung Li didn't even start introducing herself at the restaurant before she ordered dishes worth over 4,000. Zhou Ning left because he didn't want to pursue this matter, and your daughter didn't let the food be served before leaving as well. Now you demand 5,000 yuan? Are you trying to extort us? I'm telling you, this amount already constitutes the crime of extortion. It falls under the category of extorting public or private property, a substantial amount, and could result in a fixed-term imprisonment of up to 3 years, criminal detention, or public surveillance, and may also involve a fine. Su Daiwan's onslaught brought considerable satisfaction to Zhou Ning. The woman on the other end didn't expect Su Dayuan to speak so boldly. She was stunned for a good while before responding. Don't scare me. If you want prosecute, you want prosecute. I was just saying those things in anger. All right, I won't bother with you any longer. If he wants to sue me, let him. I want to see who ends up embarrassed in the end. After this, the call ended, and when Su Dayuan tried to call back, the woman had already turned off her phone. Zhou Ning quickly turned around and looked at Su Dayuan. Suda, let's not get angry with her. It's not like I ran fast and didn't get scammed. Su Dayuan gave Zhou Ning a look and then threw back his head and laughed. You sly kid, you sure ran fast. If someone like her became your mother-in-law, your second aunt would die of regret. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p anyway. It's a good thing you're not dealing with her anymore. Zhao Xinli pursed his lips hard, his shoulders shaking, and Su Dayuan slapped him on the back of the neck. Quit enjoying the show and focus on driving. You're the same age as Zhou Ning, even a few months older, but less educated than him, not as good-looking as him, though your weight is nearly twice his. What exactly gives you the right to laugh? Zhao Xinli immediately made a bitter face, looked at Zhou Ning and complained, "Why am I a casualty in Zhou Ning's matchmaking tale now?" Zhou Ning looked apologetically at Zhao Xinli, who blinked and then pressed his foot heavier on the accelerator, causing the car to speed up rapidly. 20 minutes later, they arrived outside Jushanga village. It wasn't that the road was particularly long, but the coastal road was being repaved, cutting off the direct route into the village. A large pile of dirt blocked the path. Driving into it meant pressing onto the farmland next to it. Seeing that the Taizhan police station's car was parked there as well, Zhou Ning and his group got out of the car. Su Dayuan gestured with his hand, and everyone followed him over the pile of dirt and walked into the village. He left one person behind to find the construction crew in charge of the roadwork. Without discussing anything else, at the very least, they needed to create a gap in the dirt pile as there were still 2 bodies that needed to be sent back to the autopsy room. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhao Xinli helped Zhou Ning carry the investigation kit, while Zhou Ning carried a large bag on his back and hung a camera around his neck. The group entered the village and, without needing to ask, headed toward where there was the biggest crowd, where a house with a black gate came into view. Zhou Ning followed Su Dayuan and Zhao Xinli, lifting up the cordon to enter. The rest of the people were tasked with dispersing the crowd outside. There were quite a few people in the yard. The cemented courtyard was fairly neat. Su Dayuan greeted the officers on site while gesturing to Zhou Ning with a nod of his chin. "Dr. Zhou, go check out the scene. Should we break down the door or the window?" Zhou Ning paused, not because of what Su Dayuan said, but because as he got within 3 or 4 meters of the main house, a stench wafted to his nostrils, making the hairs on his body stand on end instantly. "Damn, that's the smell of a cadaver." P.S. Frowny Face 1. Giant Cadaver Observation. Bloated cadaver/giant cadaver begins 5 to 8 days after a person's death if the body has not been treated with preservatives. The body transitions from rotting to highly decomposed, producing a large amount of putrefaction gases that inflate the soft tissues, turning it into a massive entity. Important note: do not search for images of a giant cadaver on Baidu. Do not. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 14 System Warning, _1 Chapter 14 System Warning, _1 The smell of decaying flesh, how can one describe it? That odor is akin to a blend of rotten salty fish, stinking eggs, and putrid meat, all mixed and left to ferment for 2 days in a dry latrine, an unforgettable stench once experienced. Su Dayuan and the officers from Taizhan police station all looked towards Zhou Ning, who, despite feeling extremely nauseous at that moment, could not afford to waver. After all, Su Dayuan had just fiercely scolded Chun-Li's mother, and Zhou Ning, come what may, could not let Su Dayuan lose face. Zhou Ning didn't speak, but simply nodded towards Su Dayuan, then set down the large bag he was carrying, crouched on the ground, and started taking things out. Zhao Xinli put down the investigation kit and rubbed his nose. "What's that smell?" "Decomposition." Zhao Xinli was taken aback and swallowed the rest of his sentence. "Well, I'll wait for you here." Zhou Ning had no choice but to refrain from complaining, as peers were watching. Given that he was the forensic doctor, he couldn't complain now. He found a hazmat suit and a gas mask to gear up with. Hurriedly, he walked up to the door. The wooden entrance was tightly shut, and a gentle push caused the lock with the key inserted to jiggle and resound with a crisp clang. The room was locked from the inside, so he looked back at Zhao Xinli. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, help me lift fingerprints from the door, then pry open the glass without damaging the lock. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Zhao Xinli nodded, put on his gloves, took a brush and the black powder for lifting fingerprints, and coated the lock evenly, then brushed aside the excess to reveal 7 incomplete fingerprints. After collecting them, he placed the items into the evidence bag in the investigation kit, then carefully removed the putty from the edge of the glass and took out the nails. Using tape to cover the glass and pulling, the glass pane came loose. Reaching through the hole in the glass, he turned the bronze 3-ring lock key and dropped it into an evidence bag, then gently pushed open the door. By that time, Zhou Ning was fully equipped with 3 pairs of gloves, goggles, a gas mask, and a hazmat suit. Only then did he pick up the investigation kit and walk to the main house. A closed room, a favorite of Conan's. Zhou Ning took a deep breath and cast aside his messy thoughts. A male corpse, from the waist down unclothed, intruded into Zhou Ning's view, a knife embedded in his back near the heart, a pool and splatters of blood on the ground, as well as drag marks smeared with blood, darkened by swarms of flies flitting up and down, and some pale white maggots wriggling on his body. All the hairs on Zhou Ning's body stood on end, and the disgusting feeling aggravated his sense of oxygen deprivation. However, this was not the time to falter. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Stepping inside, Su Deyuan and the others had already gathered near the door. Many pairs of eyes were fixated on Zhou Ning's actions. The old cop chatting with Su Deyuan gestured with his chin towards him. To come prepared with all these things shows he's a professional. When did you stumble upon such a treasure? Su Deyuan remained unfazed, donned his mask, and crossed his arms. Professional indeed. Dr. Zhou is formally trained. It was his credit that the suspect of the 9.27 case was caught within 24 hours. The old cop appeared surprised as they continued their discussion in hushed tones. Such praise didn't excite Zhou Ning, rather, it added pressure to him. He found a clean spot to set down the investigation kit and began to photograph the body and take measurements of the height and size of the victim's limbs. The victim's left arm was stretched toward the door, right hand curled by his head, wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt and lower body bare. Not far from the body, a pair of running shoes lay scattered, heels crushed down, and near the bedroom door, clothes were flung about, next to another bloodstain. The victim's face was turned to the right, mouth agape, tongue protruding, eyes bulging, with the face and features all swollen. A cut was visible on the neck, around which maggots had gathered, eating away parts of the skin. Zhou Ning's gaze swept over the maggots and flies as the condition of the victim was scanned and appeared on a transparent screen before him. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. At that moment, a familiar sound echoed by Zhou Ning's ear. Ding, the system has issued a mission. Please assign a task difficulty: A. Beginner task, B. Intermediate task, C. Advanced task. Zhou Ning was stunned. Is this how things were done now? The 3 difficulty levels obviously indicated the highest was the most challenging to complete, and the rewards were correspondingly greater. Although he knew his own abilities, the allure of the potential rewards left Zhou Ning tempted. Perhaps he should aim for a middle ground and select the intermediate task? As his mind weighed the options, a ding sounded in his ear, and the content on the screen changed. Participant has selected the intermediate task. The task is now being issued. Intermediate task details. 1. Based on the evidence at the scene, conduct a preliminary analysis and provide the causes of death for 2 victims within 60 minutes. 2. Find the murderer and all the evidence within 72 hours. Task reward. When only one element of the intermediate task is completed alone and the other is not, there will be no reward or punishment, and any late submissions will not count. If both tasks are completed within the allotted time, A corresponding reward will be drawn based on the quality of completion and the remaining time. Zhou Ning was completely dumbfounded, as if a million crows had flown over his head. Is this really an intermediate task? Thanks a lot. Isn't this just making me do the work of an entire police team? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, you might as well kill me. System warning. If the bound person abandons the task, all rewards previously obtained from the system will be retracted. Please confirm whether you wish to abandon the intermediate task. Zhou Ning wimped out. Grinding his teeth and taking deep breaths, he accepted the task. Beep, the countdown begins. With a beep, 2 countdown timers appeared at the top of the large screen. One read 0:59 and the other 71:59. What's with this overlapping timing? Are they even counting the hours like this? Sighing, Zhou Ning stood up, gestured to Zhao Xinli outside the door. This wouldn't do. He needed to find help. Doing the investigation himself would take more than an hour. Zhao Xinli, covering his mouth with a mask, carefully stepped around the bloodstains on the ground in his shoe covers and cautiously approached. What's up, Dr. Zhou? Zhou Ning didn't waste words, stuffing a camera into Zhao's embrace and tossing him another mask. Wear 2 layers of masks. ITLL block some of the stench. Then just follow my lead. I'll place down the markers. You take photos when I tell you. If I do this alone, I won't be done by noon. We need to investigate the scene as quickly as possible and then remove the body. Zhao Xinli wanted to refuse, but Su Dayuan coughed, causing Zhao to shiver and obediently accepted the camera and mask, getting himself equipped. All right, I'll follow your instructions. At that moment, Su Dayuan had pulled the old policeman aside. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning only caught part of what Su Dayuan said. Let's go, investigate the periphery. Call the village committee and that slightly simple-minded neighbor to ask questions. It's best to check and see if any households have surveillance installed, especially those with cars. Zhou Ning held a stack of numbered signs, arranging them around blood pools, blood droplets, swipe pattern bloodstains, and bloodied footprints surrounding the male victim's clothes and shoes. Afterward, he waved Zhao Xinli over for photography. Zhou Ning bent down to search the pockets of the clothes and shoes, finding only a shopping receipt from Lacune, which he bagged as evidence. Using tweezers, he picked up several pupae of varying sizes. Their color was light brown, and their shells not so hard. Zhou Ning looked up to see the flies buzzing around the corpse. There were common houseflies as well as Lucilia sericata. Looking at the wriggling maggots, Zhou Ning suppressed his disgust, picked out a particularly fat and strong one, and measured it with a ruler. It was 13 millimeters long. He found smaller ones and measured a few, their lengths being 10, 11, and 12 millimeters, respectively. His mind raced as he recalled the parts about insect evidence and estimation of time of death regarding crime scene investigation. Maggots appear 10 to 20 hours after death. Flies grow at a speed of 2 to 3 millimeters per day, and as for the presence of fly pupae, they are generally found 5 to 7 days afterward. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning crouched and shifted a couple of steps. The male victim's facial features were grossly distorted. He extended his hand, wanting to push the victim's head to see the full face, but the mushy touch that felt almost like it was about to melt dissuaded him from that action. However, this slight movement caused the flies on the victim's neck to burst into flight. Near the back of the ear where the hair meets the jawline, there was a mole the size of a fingertip with a few hairs on it. Zhou Ning felt a surge of excitement and looked up for Zhao Xinli. Hurry over and take a photo. P.S. 1. Flies and maggots. In forensic entomology, the various developmental stages of flies can be used to deduce the time of death of the deceased, making the maggots at the scene very important too, although they are disgusting. Maggot eggs develop into larvae in 1 day, which then feed voraciously on the corpse, turning into first instar larvae in another day, then into second instar larvae after another day of frenzied feeding, and finally into third instar larvae. They pupate after 4 to 6 days, and flies emerge from the pupae after 5 more days. According to tests, it takes 19 days for eggs to develop into adult flies at an indoor temperature of 22 degrees Celsius, and if the temperature is above 25 degrees, it takes 12 days. Thus, time of death equals time of fly egg laying plus hatching time of fly eggs plus maggot growth time, /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. The length of a maggot upon hatching is roughly 0.175 centimeters. Under the same temperature and sufficient food, when the temperature is above 25 degrees Celsius, the growth time of maggots has a correlation coefficient of approximately 85 hours per centimeter. 2. Swipe pattern bloodstains refer to bloodstains formed when an object soaked in blood directly contacts the carrier in a smearing, rubbing, touching, or scratching motion. For example, blood-stained hair rubbing against an object often forms streak-like bloodstains. Blood-stained fingers can leave patch-like when smeared, block-like when touched, dot-like when pinched, and long streak-like when dragged. Bloodstains. Bloodstains formed by writing or drawing with blood-soaked hands or other objects fall within the category of swipe pattern bloodstains, hence they are regarded as a more special type. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 15. Do you produce and sell it yourself? _1 Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Do you produce and sell it yourself? _1 Zhao Xinli hurried over and took a photo of Zhou Ning together with the adjacent scale ruler. Zhou Ning stood up and walked out of the main house. Su Dayuan, seeing him, quickly came over. Zhou Ning actually wanted to catch his breath, for although the protective mask reduced the harm of toxic substances in the putrid smell, it could not block the odor. Su Da, the male victim, has a gray-black mole behind his right ear, about the size of a fingertip with hairs on it, and he is 172 centimeters tall, Zhou Ning said. Judging by the size of his clothes, I estimate his weight to be between 130 to 140 jin. He wore size 39 shoes and went shopping at Liguan's supermarket on October 18th. Do you think this information could help us identify the victim? As he spoke, Zhou Ning showed the receipt from the evidence bag, and Su Dayuan, looking through the bag, examined it carefully. It's not practical to check the supermarket. Too many people go there. Even if we find him on surveillance, we can't identify him. However, this also indicates that the victim died after October 18th at 15:23. Have you deduced the time of death? Before Zhou Ning could reply, the veteran detective came over, put on his reading glasses, and glanced at the photos in Zhou Ning's camera. Hiss, I seem to have seen someone with that mole before. After thinking for a bit, he slapped his thigh. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I know. That's Li Delin from Yujia village next door. It seems that he started some company in the city. Wait for me, I'll go and ask around. Seeing the veteran detective leave, Su Dayuan also breathed a sigh of relief. It would be good to find the victim's information, as it would save many steps. Do you have the time of death? Zhou Ning nodded. He had just calculated that. Based on the length of the maggots, the condition of the pupae, and the state of decay of the corpse, I deduced that the male victim died between 5 to 9 days ago. The victim was injured with a chopping wound in front of the bedroom door and died crawling at the doorstep. His shoes and pants were scattered about, as if he was in a rush. That's all the information we have for now. If you have no other instructions, Su Da, I'll proceed to examine the female victim in the bedroom. Su Dayuan waved his hand, very pleased with such a proactive subordinate. Zhou Ning quickly stepped inside, checked the kitchen on the left side of the living room, and then came to the pool of blood in front of the bedroom door. Zhao Xinli followed him to the bedroom door, placed the surveying mat, and Zhou Ning entered the bedroom. The room was surprisingly clean, with almost no extra items, just a bed, a wardrobe, and 2 single sofas. There were no blankets or pillows on the bed, and not even a crease on the bedsheet, only a wooden chair lying in the center of the bedroom and a pair of red slippers, neatly arranged. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. However, there were obvious signs of incontinence on the chair and slippers, a common occurrence for hanged individuals, especially women. The house appeared to have been renovated, but the main beam was quite low and not enclosed in a false ceiling, hanging about 2 meters above the floor with a white cloth strip suspending the body. The victim was barefooted, dressed in white and black, neatly attired, with short ear-length hair obscuring part of her face, her head drooping slightly and no protrusion of the tongue. Her abdomen was flat, but post-mortem lividity was clearly visible on her hands and feet. Zhou Ning turned on the ultraviolet light, squatted down, and saw not even a strand of hair on the floor. However, hearing the sound of a bird, Zhou Ning stepped back. Only then did he notice a small window about 2 meters high on the north side of the living room, opened a crack. No wonder there were so many flies, they must have come in through there. But with such a clean room, why were there no insect screens? Zhou Ning didn't think much of it and entered the bedroom carrying the investigation kit, with Zhao Xinli following closely behind. As Zhou Ning placed number tags, Zhao Xinli followed with his camera, clicking away. After taking the photos, Zhou Ning gestured. "Call 2 people in to take down the body." Zhao Xinli called for help, and they were all impeccably suited up, even wearing shoe covers. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. They cut the white cloth strip and placed the body in a body bag on the stretcher before taking it out. Zhao Xinli then placed the white cloth in an evidence bag. Zhou Ning carefully inspected the body once more. Rigor mortis was not severe. The rectal temperature was the same as the room temperature, and the pupils were not light permeable. There was a distinct U-shaped ligature mark on the neck, and there were bruises on the right cheek. He raised his hand and compared, noting it was likely a palm print, but smaller than his hand. Only around the edges of the ligature mark, inner corners of the eyes, and behind the ears were there fly eggs. No maggots were found on the body. Lifting the victim's shirt, he saw a network of decomposing veins on the abdomen, but the abdomen was not bloated. With these findings, the estimated time of the victim's death was between 48 to 36 hours ago. Zhao Xinli kept clicking away beside him. Zhou Ning fell into deep thought, as the crime scene was closed off and the 2 victims had distinctly different times of death. No matter how you looked at it, it appeared to be a murder-suicide case. However, if it were a murder-suicide, the system wouldn't be set up this way. If there was a murderer present, why did the woman die several days after the male victim? Could it be that the murderer lived in the room with the woman and the male victim's body? But the room's interior lock was engaged, and there were security bars on the windows. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. How did the murderer leave? With that thought, enlightenment flashed before Zhou Ning's eyes. He got up and ran towards the living room. Reaching the living room, he looked up at the small window high on the north side, and indeed, there were no security bars outside that window. Approaching the window, there was a stove below, presumably for heating. The stove was an eco-friendly metal type, with tiles surrounding it, forming a large platform. When illuminated with a UV light, there was a scuff mark on the tiled wall, not a shoe print, but seemingly from a knitted material. As Zhou Ning's gaze dropped, he saw what looked like a footprint with some smeared blood traces. It wasn't a shoe print, but that of a sock, indicating someone had stepped on the stove and then climbed through the north window to escape. However, due to the height constraint, the window wasn't closed tightly. "Dr. Zhou, what did you find?" Zhao Xinli followed, his excitement matching Zhou Ning's quick actions. "Found a sock imprint with blood on it. Hand me the tape measure." Zhao Xinli dug into the investigation kit for a tape measure and handed it over to Zhou Ning who, standing at 184 centimeters tall, edged close to the window by the stove, his head just reaching the ceiling. After measuring, Zhou Ning jotted down notes on his investigation suit. When fully opened, the window's width, height, and diagonal measured 33, 25, and 41 centimeters respectively, and the gap from the stove to the window was 158 centimeters. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning stared at the window, pausing in his actions. He waved backward, and Zhao Xinli, with a puzzled expression lifting his chubby face, stepped closer and asked, "What's up, Dr. Zhou? What do you need?" "Magnifying glass, tweezers, evidence bag." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinli knew Zhou Ning had found something. He scurried to fetch the items and stood on tiptoe to pass them to Zhou Ning. Using the magnifying glass, Zhou Ning closely inspected the window and saw a row of 8 glove fingerprints at the top. Before he could feel disappointed, he noticed 2 drifting hairs with follicles on the edge of the window's felt. Zhou Ning picked them up with tweezers and placed them in an evidence bag, then handed it to Zhao Xinli. "Found hairs with follicles. Go check outside the window for any footprints or similar traces. And look for a stick or something. It wouldn't have been easy to close the window from this height." Zhao Xinli hurried off and returned shortly, shaking his head. "There's a hardened road surface behind, and the crevices between the wall and the road are full of wild grass. No footprints or the stick you mentioned. However, the household behind has a big pile of firewood and a long bench for renovations in front of their door." He nodded and continued to study the small window. Climbing up to this height with bare hands would be somewhat difficult. At least the person would need to be thin, otherwise they'd get stuck. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. There was a moment's pause, and the system provided no hints. Having analyzed so far, isn't this considered a preliminary analysis? As Zhou Ning pondered, the intermediate task content popped up. Based on the evidence at the scene, perform a preliminary analysis to state the cause of death for the 2 victims. Time limit 60 minutes. That's right, the cause of death. With a sigh, Zhou Ning jumped down. Sample the water from the mop, broom, and bucket, and if there's any trash, take it too. Photograph the kitchen thoroughly. I will go find Su Dayuan and others. Zhao Xinli didn't delay, quickly grabbing the sampling bottles and leaving. As they entered, they had seen various cleaning tools placed at the kitchen entrance on the other side of the living room. Zhou Ning didn't wait for Zhao Xinli. He stepped out of the main house, stripped off his protective suit outside the door, and discarded his gloves, hat, and gas mask into a bag. After thoroughly sanitizing and smelling his hands to confirm they were free of the scent of decomposition, he walked to the courtyard entrance where Su Dayuan and his group were standing. Seeing Zhou Ning come out, the old police officer approached eagerly, rubbing his hands, yet his tone carried a hint of condescending advice. "So, young comrade, what have you figured out? Your mentor couldn't guide you, don't worry. It's fine if you haven't found anything significant. What do you think, is this a case of self-produced, self-sold? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Su Dayuan remained silent, not revealing his stance. However, they had already conducted some investigation on the perimeter, likely at the old police officer's behest. Zhou Ning was slightly resistant. As the forensic doctor for the criminal police unit, and with his direct superior present, he looked at Su Dayuan and firmly shook his head. "After the scene investigation, I found numerous traces, but I don't think this is a self-produced, self-sold case. The murderer is someone else." The old police officer obviously didn't believe it, his facial expression turning a bit stiff. He was just about to speak when Su Dayuan raised a hand to stop him. "Don't rush, let's hear your findings. P.S. 1. Ligature mark. A ligature mark is a groove-shaped trace formed by strangulation, an important indication in determining death by strangulation. It presents as a characteristic of being tightly sealed, usually in 1 or 2 bands, width roughly corresponding to the width of the ligature used, with a consistency in depth and pattern impressions of the ligature on the surface. 2. Self-produced, self-sold. This is slang commonly used within forensic circles, implying that after committing the murder, the perpetrator commits suicide. The crime generates the murderer, and then as the murderer suicides, there is no one to incarcerate, and the case is directly closed. Hence the term self-produced, self-sold. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p for forensic experts. Such cases are the most challenging because there are no victims, eyewitnesses, or suspects to provide testimonies. The determination of the case relies entirely on criminal technology, demanding the highest standards of evidence. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 16 No signal in the village. Happy Qixi Festival. _1 Chapter 16. Chapter 16 No signal in the village. Happy Qixi Festival. _1 Zhou Ning reorganized his thoughts. Zhao Xinli had also come over and handed him the camera. Zhou Ning spoke slowly. The information I've currently gathered is not much, so let me report to both of you. The male victim, Li Delin, died approximately 5 to 9 days ago, while the female victim, Zhu Meifeng, died within the last 48 to 36 hours. That is to say, Zhu Meifeng died 3 to 6 days after Li Delin, and a sock footprint with bloodstains was found on the stovetop to the north of the living room. There were scuff marks on the wall. Hair was found on the small window above the stove, which leads me to suspect that there was a third person at the scene who escaped through this window, fabricating the scene of Zhu Meifeng's suicide. As for when the male victim Li Delin was murdered, he was fleeing from the bedroom in a panic. He was stabbed and fell in front of the bedroom door, where there were signs of struggle, until he reached the main house door, where he was stabbed in the back and died. However, the interior of the bedroom was spotless. The sheets showed no wrinkles or hair. As for the cause of Zhu Meifeng's death, we will have to wait for the autopsy to reach a final conclusion. Zhou Ning's words were like a bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, leaving the old police officer utterly astonished. Are you sure? Certain. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. While Zhou Ning spoke, his mind was racing. The countdown on the transparent large screen was still ticking, one turning to 1714, the other to 71:14. He muttered to himself, having done a thorough inspection of the scene and preliminary analysis. He had provided explanations for the deaths, so why hadn't it stopped? Could there be an error in his analysis? Or was something missing? Just then, the countdown that read 1714 on the big screen froze, and a line of small text appeared beneath it. Is the bound individual ready to submit the first part of the intermediate task? Zhou Ning was stunned. Previously, the system would automatically judge the answers he thought of, and if he was wrong, there would be no reaction. Now this prompt appeared, but what did it mean? There was no issue with the inspection of the scene, and the traces of the third person were quite clear. There was no doubt about Li Delin's cause of death. It was obvious even to a layperson. Only Zhu Meifeng's cause of death seemed so much like suicide at the scene. However, considering the significant time difference between the two deaths and the presence of a third person, why would the killer lock the door if it were a suicide? With this thought, Zhou Ning's gaze became much firmer. The task had 2 questions, and even if one answer was wrong, at least there would be no penalty. With that thought in mind, Zhou Ning silently uttered, "Submit, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak." Speak, prosody, p. In an instant, the countdown stopped, a ding sounded, and only one countdown reading 71:13 remained on the screen. Zhou Ning blinked. Damn it, can't it just give me a hint whether I'm right or wrong? What's with the system today? No signal in the village. Or is it that the result won't appear until both questions in the task are resolved? Suddenly, Zhou Ning felt a poke on his arm. Zhao Xinli was glaring at him with squinted eyes, giving him a look. Zhou Ning was puzzled. Huh? Stop daydreaming. The boss is asking if you have any direction on the killer, preferably with a profile sketch. Zhou Ning responded with an O, but now he was no longer anxious. Not because he had been forced to study crime scenes for a month, but because the large screen had already summarized all the information he had discovered. Following his recent analysis, an animation-like image appeared in the corner, showing the killer murdering Li Delin, then Zhu Meifeng, afterward cleaning the room, throwing everything into the courtyard, and finally jumping out the window and returning to the yard to take something before fleeing. After this demonstration, Zhou Ning's confidence was bolstered. Zhou Ning took the camera and found the photo of the back window, showing it to Su Dayuan. Su Da, look at this window. It's very small, only 33 by 25 centimeters, the longest diagonal being just 41 centimeters. There are only 2 strands of hair left on the window, and a faint scuff mark is present on the wall. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. In addition, the killer was able to quickly stab Li Delin, and when he attempted to flee, stabbed him again from behind, killing him. This reaction was incredibly swift. The killer controlled Zhu Meifeng and staged the suicide scene days later, avoiding leaving fingerprints, wearing socks and gloves to escape through the window and closing it from outside. Having said this, Zhou Ning put down the camera and looked into Su Daiwan's eyes. Taking all these analyses into account, my profile sketch of the killer is that he's an adult male, very lean, not very tall, certainly not taller or heavier than Li Delin, very agile, with an ability to evade detection, meticulous planning, and a certain understanding of police investigation procedures. There's one more thing. During the search of the bedroom, we found over 1,000 cash in the nightstand, placed very conspicuously, which was not taken. However, we found none of Li Delin's belongings, neither his phone nor his wallet. The old policeman stroked his chin, and Su Dayuan nodded vigorously. Okay, the hearse has already arrived, and the body is to be sent for an autopsy first. I've already informed Dr. Liu to go there and keep an eye out for you. We'll expand the investigation based on this direction. Mr. Zhao, you take Mr. Liu and follow Dr. Zhou to give a hand. Zhou Ning didn't waste words. He was the most anxious now. After all, the countdown felt like a death knell, and it made his heart flutter just looking at it. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhao Xinli busied himself with having people help load the body into the vehicle, while Zhou Ning squatted to the side, packed up his things, and then they all left in their respective cars. Su Dayuan gathered all the police officers inside and outside the courtyard, looked at them seriously, and said, "You all saw the forensic doctor take the body away. The preliminary investigation results are out, with the likelihood of a financially motivated crime being almost zero. I personally lean toward revenge murder. We have many things to investigate right now. I'm going to assign tasks now. Don't tell me you're from Taizan Police Station, not a detective. The case is in your jurisdiction, so everybody better investigate with all they have. Understood?" Everyone stood at attention and answered loudly. Understood. Good. Let's assign the tasks now. Mr. Wang, you take your people and handle the investigation of the deceased Zhu Meifeng's social relations, especially with Liu Binji's family next door since they live closest. Also, find out about Zhu Meifeng's last known whereabouts, who saw her and where and with whom. He Chunyang, lead the detectives to investigate Li Delin from Yujia village, his family background, social relations, and whom he had seen recently. Obtain Li Delin's communication records. The more detailed, the better. Someone also has to visit Li Delin's company. As for Zhu Meifeng's husband, Lu Wangkai, He Chunyang, have someone check where he is. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. All of his movements within the last 9 days, including communication records, must be thoroughly verified. Alright, with 2 people dead and no direction on the murderer, it's been a long time since our county has had such a big case. Everybody knows how serious this is, especially during this crucial period. We must not disgrace Qidong. Keep that in mind, and let's get moving. 12:22 Zhou Ning and the others rushed to the county hospital. The moment the car stopped, Dr. Liu, accompanied by Elder Cui from the morgue, was already standing at the entrance of the autopsy room. The old man was enthusiastic, showing his missing teeth while waving at Zhou Ning. Busy times, eh? Just a month apart, and Harry's a big case again. Zhou Ning smiled wryly and walked over to Dr. Lu. It had been a month, and his leg was still in a cast, using crutches instead of a wheelchair. Master, 2 bodies, 1 highly decomposed. I really need your help this time. Dr. Lu didn't refuse but nodded and shouted to Zhao Xian and the others, hurry up, everyone lend a hand. First, send the highly decomposed body to Elder Cui for a bit of freezing to reduce the stench. The female victim's body goes to the autopsy room. Everyone sprang into action and transported the bodies away. Zhou Ning's stomach conveniently grumbled twice. After all, it had been a morning full of physical labor, and his insides were rebelling. Dr. Lu glanced over and motioned towards the pavilion with a nod of his chin. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p get washed up and eat. These autopsies won't be done until evening at the earliest. Besides, after we're done, you won't have any appetite left. Zhou Ning knew Dr. Lu was right and hurried to wash his hands. When he returned to the pavilion, Zhao Xian and others were already seated, looking at the dishes in the lunchbox, and Zhao Xin's face immediately fell. Dr. Lu, this is discrimination. The last time Mr. Lu was here for autopsies with you, I heard there were 4 dishes, 3 with meat. Now this pile is all vegetables. How can my build handle this? I can't get enough to eat. Lu Yongxin tapped Zhao Xian on the head with the back of his chopsticks and bellowed with wide eyes, if you're not eating, then go. Head to the station's canteen and enjoy your big pot meals. We're about to perform an autopsy on a highly decomposed body. Having a bunch of meat will only make us unable to do our work. How about I collect some little maggots for you, stir-fry a dish of it, huh? That's high protein for you. Zhao Xian was still smiling until he heard the words little maggots, then his face whitened instantly, and he put his hands together over his head. Uncle, my mistake. Please stop talking about it. These vegetables are just fine, really good. Everyone laughed, but Zhou Ning stayed quiet and scooped up some hot and sour shredded potatoes alongside scrambled eggs with tomatoes into his rice. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Then, cradling his lunchbox, he mixed everything together before methodically spooning it into his mouth. Seeing Zhou Ning's somber mood, Dr. Lu nudged him with his elbow. What's with you, kid? Did your girlfriend dump you? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chapter 17 Master, why don't you come? _1 Chapter 17. Chapter 17 Master, why don't you come? _1 Zhao Xinli spat out his food. Luckily it just sprayed onto the ground beside him. Mr. Lu jumped away in disgust. Mr. Zhao, that was uncalled for. Dr. Lu had a face full of gossip. What happened? I haven't seen you guys for just a few days. Is there something I don't know about? Zhao Xinli was blunt, and as Zhou Ning showed no particular reaction, he started recounting the events vividly. Zhou Ning doubted whether Zhao had been using all his intelligence solely for enjoying the spectacle, as he had never before seen him with such an ability to retell stories. When he finished, Dr. Lu patted Zhou Ning. You're quick to react, young man, and you ran well. If you had delayed even a little in this matter, you wouldn't have been able to clear your name. If you had gone somewhere without surveillance, like a park, and someone accused you of indecency, you wouldn't be able to save the clothes on your back. Zhou Ning nodded. That was what he had feared as well. I'm done eating. Master, I'm going to prepare. But why start with the female corpse first? That's the thing, I praised you too soon. You should start with the body in advanced stages of decomposition. The room will stink anyway. Isn't the second one also highly decomposed? Moreover, start with the easier task before moving to the harder one, understand? Zhou Ning had a moment of realization. By this time, they had finished their meal. Mr. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Lu quickly tidied up, and even the old man in the morgue took away the leftovers without any complaints. They then proceeded towards the autopsy room. Zhou Xinli and the others stopped at the door, handing Zhou Ning the camera and forensic investigation kit from the car. "Well, wait outside. Just call us if there's anything to send for examination or if there's any message." Dr. Lu didn't object and led Zhou Ning back to the autopsy room. "Master, do we not need to wait for the family's consent this time?" Dr. Lu waved his hand dismissively. "No need, just take pictures and start working. The identities of these two victims are confirmed, and in such a severe homicide case, we can proceed straight to the autopsy." "Master, actually with this female victim, I didn't find any injuries beyond the strangulation mark at the scene. It just seems to me that if someone regrets committing murder and then commits suicide, it wouldn't take so many days." "But do we not need to wait for her family either?" Dr. Lu waved his hand again. "Don't worry, I've already discussed it with Suda. If the family causes any trouble, he'll deal with it." Receiving a definitive answer, Zhou Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. He helped Dr. Lu change into his clothing, delivered the high stool with wheels, donned his own gear, then stood by the autopsy table to start taking photographs and clearing the deceased's garments. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The external examination of the body began, starting with the cornea, checking each part one by one and voicing the findings while Dr. Lu took notes. Samples were taken from between the fingers, the mouth, and the vagina, with the instrument cart brought over in the end. Once everything was ready, he held up the scalpel in front of Dr. Lu. "What are you giving that to me for?" "You do it. The dissection of the neck on this corpse needs to be extra careful. Make the incision a bit larger. I want to see if the subcutaneous injuries correspond to the ligature mark." Zhou Ning didn't argue. Dr. Lu had taken the initiative, so of course he had no objections. After all, he needed to gain hands-on experience to build up his knowledge. It also meant he'd receive fewer electric shocks during the simulated case studies in the evening. He made his incision directly, carefully separating the skin of the neck, and after fixing it with hooks, he did not rush to deal with the chest and abdominal cavities. Holding a magnifying glass, he compared the ligature marks while examining the subcutaneous traces. Dr. Lu also picked up a magnifying glass and came over for a closer look. Suddenly, he let out a huh sound, and Zhou Ning immediately stopped his actions, honestly admitting that he hadn't seen any problems. "Look here. There's a larger contusion, though it's faint and partially overlaps with the ligature mark, it's still distinguishable. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. This is the mark of a right hand strangling the neck, short in duration but very forceful." As Dr. Lu drew a circle with his finger, Zhou Ning looked closely, and indeed, it seemed to be the case. Dr. Lu quickly took photographs to document it. "Master, shall we continue the autopsy?" "Continue." Zhou Ning moved swiftly, removing the breastbone and ribs, and discovered a subcutaneous hemorrhage on the chest that resembled a footprint. This external trauma further corroborated Zhou Ning's initial judgment. He then drew blood from the heart and took out and cut open the stomach to find it empty. This discovery startled Zhou Ning. "An empty state?" "Yes, the victim was starved for a time. There are already hemorrhagic spots on the gastric mucosa, and the mucosa is damaged." Noting this down internally, he continued the task at hand. When he reached the pelvic area, Zhou Ning noticed that the deceased's uterus was slightly enlarged. He took it out, measured its size at 12 centimeters, then cut it open and was stunned. He looked up at Dr. Lu. "Master is pregnant." Dr. Liu's clipboard clattered as he knocked it against Zhou Ning's head. "Master is pregnant? Do I have that function? Why the excitement? Take it out, weigh it, stitch it up. That wraps this one up." Zhou Ning felt awkward. His nerves had made him misspeak. He quickly reported the weight after measuring it, then organized the samples and began sewing up. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. After calling Zhao Xinli and the others over, Zhu Maifeng's body was carted away. Having completed his notes, Dr. Lu hopped on one foot towards the table, his mouth moving nonstop. Quick, 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 turn on the exhaust fans, both of them, and open all windows. Our room doesn't have an air exchange system like proper decomposition rooms. Help me get into my protective suit. Zhou Ning hesitated, realizing his own oversight, and hurried to help Dr. Liu into his suit. He too donned his own, along with goggles and a gas mask, and put on 3 layers of gloves as the door was opened. The gagging sounds from Zhao Xinli and his team came first. The morgue's old-timer was resistant to the stench as he wheeled the cart in. Seeing Dr. Liu's intense gaze, Zhao Xinli quickly walked in, took a pair of gloves and a mask from Zhou Ning, and got ready. The 4 of them strained to place the body bag onto the autopsy table. The body was still face down. Dr. Liu leaned in for a closer look at the knife and waved Zhou Ning over. Don't leave yet. After taking pictures, he'll pull the knife out. Help us flip the body over after that. My foot won't be much help. Zhou Ning moved closer to take photos. The knife had already been photographed at the scene, but he still took pictures from every angle as Dr. Liu had indicated. Dr. Liu grabbed the knife's handle and lifted it straight up. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. The blade slid out of the corpse, but with the motion, several maggots also jolted, giving a visceral stimulation that made one's stomach dance. Zhou Ning turned his head slightly to suppress the nausea, yet the repercussions of Zhao Xinli's retching were felt outside as well. Stop yapping and start moving. Don't touch the body, just pull the body bag toward you, then lift it upward. We'll push from this side. Keep up, Zhou Ning. If you mess up and it gets on you, I won't be responsible. They all nodded in agreement. Clearly, the older man had more experience. The body bag was pulled in Zhao Xinli's direction, then they stood it upright and tipped it towards Zhou Ning's side. The old-timer and Zhou Ning caught it together, finally lowering the body. Various parts fell out of the body bag, prompting Zhao Xinli to turn and run out. The old man shook his head, gathered up the body bag, and even helped clean the cart before nonchalantly taking off his gloves and calmly closing the door behind him as he left. It seemed the morgue was no easy gig. This was experience talking. All right, let's do this autopsy together to be quicker. Have the male victim's identity been confirmed? Dr. Liu, his voice somewhat muffled by his gas mask, must have been trying to speak loudly. Zhou Ning gestured an okay sign. The victim's name is Li Delin, a resident of Yujia village. He owned a company, but that's about all we know. Suda and his team have already started investigating. Dr. Liu nodded. That's good. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Otherwise, would have to take fingerprints from the victim. Even though he didn't drown, he's exhibiting giant observation. The drowning hand and foot sleeves, are already present, and gathering those really is a sensory challenge. Zhou Ning felt his hair stand on end, still remembering his sophomore year. Upperclassmen in the cafeteria had a contest to watch CSI footage of collecting fingerprints from a high-decomposition corpse while eating, and had joined in, curious. He couldn't stomach any food for a week. The memory was etched deep into his bones. Shaking his head to scatter those deeply buried images, Zhou Ning looked at Dr. Liu. Master, what are we doing now? Dr. Liu's eyes crinkled as if he was smiling, and he handed Zhou Ning a large glass jar and a spoon. He himself held a plastic scraper, the kind used for pastry dough, and gestured at the body. Let's start with a big task. I'll scrape the maggots and pupae off the surface of the body, and you collect them. Zhou Ning let out a shocked gasp as the glass jar nearly slipped from his grasp. Master, how about you do it? 1. Drowning hand and foot sleeves. One of the characteristic phenomena of water-decomposed corpses where the skin of the hands and feet swells and sloughs off like gloves due to the body soaking in water for a long time, 1 week in summer, 2 to 3 weeks in winter, and putrefactive autolysis, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. The skin of fingers and toes separate between the epidermis and underlying dermis, and nails come off, forming glove-like or sock-like peeling. Hence, it's called drowning gloves or drowning socks. Some bodies with giant observation will also display a similar state, usually when there are more maggots and a substantial amount of putrefactive fluid present. /p break time equals 300 ms// prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 18 and 1/3 palm lines _1 Chapter 18. Chapter 18 and 1/3 palm lines _1 Stop dawdling and get to work. Zhou Ning's resistance was futile. He sighed and, despite his disgust, began the cleanup. Once he got started, the cleaning went quickly. It took Zhou Ning just over 10 minutes to finish. He secured the lid on the glass jar and placed it on the lower shelf of the stainless steel cart beside him, feeling a bit more at ease. This time, Dr. Liu didn't require Zhou Ning's assistance for the autopsy and took the lead himself. He knelt on a chair with his leg encased in plaster, swiftly dissecting according to procedure, all the while instructing Zhou Ning to take notes on the autopsy findings and collect samples. The victim, Li Delin, had 7 knife wounds. The slash on his neck had cut the carotid artery, but the opening wasn't large. 5 stabs to his lower abdomen hadn't damaged any vital organs, whereas the one to his back had pierced his heart, a fatal blow. Removing the glove-like skin from the hands revealed multiple cuts. The index finger on the right hand was almost completely severed, clearly a defensive wound. The murder weapon was an ordinary stainless steel pointed watermelon knife with a brand name Zhang Xiaochu, lacking a guard and with a stainless steel handle. Zhou Ning measured it. The tip had a 75 degrees angle, the blade was 26 centimeters in total length, and the edge was 14.5 centimeters long. /p break time equals 300 ms// prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. At the very end of the handle, there was a piece of dried cucumber skin no bigger than a grain of rice, still identifiable, a clear case of using what was at hand. Li Delin's stomach was also empty. Zhou Ning quickly said, "When we found the body, there was vomit beside the pool of blood. I estimated it to be about 500 milliliters, and I've taken a sample." Dr. Liu nodded in approval. "Good job. Did you measure the maggots and pupae on the spot?" "I did. Based on those measurements, we estimated the time of death." "Oh, right. I found a shopping receipt from Li Guan's supermarket in the pocket of the deceased's trousers, dated October 18th. It included a variety of meats, eggs, vegetables, a significant amount. However, the fridge at the female victim Zhu Maifeng's home was empty, and we found no packaging or similar items in the trash can." Dr. Liu looked up at Zhou Ning. "Show me the photos of the vomit sample and the receipt." Zhou Ning peeled off a layer of latex gloves and brought up the photos on the camera, holding them before Dr. Liu, who leaned back to see them. "Kid, do you not realize old eyes aren't that good? How can I see anything if you hold it that close? Whoa, these are all high-end items, like tomahawk steak and avocados. They were gearing up for a Western meal." Zhou Ning nodded, agreeing with the assessment. "Yes, I think so too. I can't make anything out of the vomit since it's all dried up. /p break time equals 300 ms// prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. Dr. Liu glanced at the sample and shook his head as he continued. "Looks like there are carrots and some kind of meat. Well, no once it's tested. All right, the autopsy is complete. Mark it, and let's compare the DNA of the fetus from the female victim with this male victim." Zhou Ning paused. "Master, do you suspect Zhu Maifeng's child is Li Delin's?" Dr. Liu hummed affirmatively. His stitching didn't stop, and he secured the final knot before pausing. "Yes, trust a young person's sixth sense. It doesn't hurt to check. We can't do DNA testing here. It has to be sent to the city's testing center, which is slow. Get Suda to hurry them up. The results might be available by tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. Fingerprint the knife handle first, then send it for analysis and mark this. Compare the substances collected from the knife with the contents of the male victim's stomach. That way, we can confirm whether the knife was sourced on the spot by the murderer." Hearing this, Zhou Ning felt overwhelmed. He glanced at the large transparent screen subconsciously. The countdown was already at 59:49. 12 hours had passed, and they had just finished the autopsy. With the lab results not due until the next afternoon, there would be even less time left. The second part of the intermediate task was to find the killer and all the evidence. All the evidence. Isn't that setting us up for failure? Dr. Liu sat in his chair and kicked Zhou Ning's shoe with his uninjured foot. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. What are you daydreaming about? Or has hunger made you stupid? Call someone to collect the bodies. You don't think it stinks enough already? Zhou Ning responded with an "oh" and hurried to the door, kicking it open. Zhao Xinli and the others squatting in the corridor all stood up quickly. All done? The autopsy is over. Quickly, call some guys to help move the body to the morgue. Zhao Xinli and his team entered, and aside from Dr. Liu, everyone pitched in to transfer the body to the gurney and away. Back at his workstation, Zhou Ning collected fingerprints from the knife handle. After some effort, he lifted 2 complete prints and several more that belonged to the creased gloves. Next to the glove marks, he also found 1/3 of a palm print. This discovery made Zhou Ning pause and look up at Dr. Liu. Master, we found 2 fingerprints and a palm print on the knife, along with more traces of lined gloves. Since the knife handle had no guard, and given the fierce stabbing with defensive wounds on the victim, does that mean the killer's hand might also be injured? Dr. Liu had already taken off his heavy isolation suit, his hair completely stuck to his forehead, and he wiped his sweat away with a smile. No wonder Suda likes you. This inclination to think is really rare. Your analysis is very reliable. The killer's right hand might have injuries. Let's wait for the final test results. If we're lucky enough, we might extract the killer's bloodstains from the knife. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhou Ning knew that finding the killer's blood would be like hitting the jackpot. But having the wound was good, at least it could narrow down the range of suspects to search. Stop dawdling, call Suda. He has been waiting for the autopsy results. Zhou Ning dialed Su Daiwan's cell phone. It rang once and the call connected. Is the autopsy finished? Yeah, Suda, shall we report the autopsy results to you now? Time was ticking. He was more anxious than Su Daiyuan and the others. There was no need to hide it now, and Zhou Ning hurriedly shared his thoughts. You're even more impatient. Let Zhao Xinli and the others bring you back. We're at the station. Dr. Liu finished washing his hands and wiped the sweat from his face, then waved at Zhou Ning. Take the autopsy records with you. Just listen in at the case meeting and bring all the samples and the weapon too. Talk about the scent tests first. We can't wait for that. I'm heading back now. Have been standing for 9 hours. My legs are numb. Zhou Ning didn't hold him back. He was already very grateful that Dr. Liu had come along today and volunteered to work on the highly decomposed body, and being so considerate of the newcomers when he was just half a year from retirement. This master was indeed a rarity. Thanks, master. I'll leave with them now, but how will you get back? Dr. Liu waved his hand. I'll just take a taxi and go. Don't worry about these trifles. Hurry up and leave. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Suda is an impatient man, the kind who wants to be a father the day after getting married. Keep up with his pace to avoid getting scolded. Got it? Okay then, I'm off. Zhou Ning quickly cleaned up and packed all the evidence bags into boxes, took the 2 autopsy records and the camera, and left straight away. Zhao Xinli was on the phone at the door and beckoned to Zhou Ning as he saw him. Okay, Chief, we'll head back to the station right away. The group got into the car and sped off toward the criminal police team's headquarters. Dr. Liu limped out of the autopsy room. The old man from the morgue came over and took the pack of cigarettes from Dr. Liu, pulled one out and very naturally pocketed the rest. They lit their cigarettes and started chatting casually, puffing out clouds of smoke. This young man doesn't seem too bad, but your leg has just gotten better. Why is it in a cast again? Dr. Liu glared at him. If I didn't pretend to be injured, I wouldn't have bothered coming to the scene today. How else to train him? The difference between theoretical learning and actual practice is huge. The apprentice I had before was quite capable too, but ran away after less than 2 months, so this time I had to use some tactics. Elder Cui laughed, shook his head, and humming a tune, walked back toward the morgue. October 27th, 2137 Qidong County Criminal Police Team Meeting Room. As Zhou Ning opened the door, Su Dayuan and the others looked over. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Seeing the boxes in Zhou Ning's hands, they quickly motioned him over. Chunyang, hurry and send someone to take the samples to the forensic lab's testing department in the city. I've called ahead. They've got people ready to work overtime for us. Zhou Ning exhaled, put the list written on the way on top of the box, and handed it over to He Chunyang. Mr. He, this is the list of things that need testing, corresponding to the sampling numbers. There's one that needs DNA comparison, and that should be done first. It's best to have someone wait for the test results to come out and email them to me immediately. He Chunyang smiled and nodded, taking the box to make arrangements as Su Dayuan gestured for Zhou Ning to sit down. Sit, tell us the results of the autopsy. Has the estimation of the victim's time of death changed at all? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 19 Special Project Meeting _1 Chapter 19. Chapter 19 Special Project Meeting _1 This was purely to give Zhou Ning an opportunity to speak up, as after all Su Dayuan set out to search within the time frame provided by Zhou Ning. The implied message was, if there's any change on your end, speak now. Zhou Ning collected his thoughts, noticing that He Chunyang, who had left earlier, had also returned, and then began. No changes. Let me share the autopsy results, since the final autopsy report still needs to be compiled. Zhou Ning connected the camera to the computer with a USB cable, and numerous crime scene photos appeared on the projector. He clicked through them on the computer until he found the relevant ones before speaking earnestly. Female victim, Zhu Meifeng, was found during the autopsy to have an empty stomach with mucosal damage and bleeding points, indicating starvation for over 48 hours before death. There were subcutaneous hemorrhages on her chest that resembled shoe prints. Additionally, it was discovered that Zhu Meifeng was approximately 3 months pregnant. Tissue samples have been taken from the fetus for comparison with Li Delin's DNA. Male victim, Li Delin, was found during the autopsy to have suffered 7 stab wounds, 1 cut to the neck that severed the carotid artery, and 5 abdominal wounds. The fatal injury was a stab wound to the back that pierced the heart, causing hemorrhagic death. He had defensive wounds on his hands. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Although the perpetrator attacked suddenly with a weapon, they were not as physically strong as Li Delin. Vomit samples have already been taken from Li Delin and will be compared to the food items listed on the shopping receipt. As for the time of death, Zhu Meifeng's would be between 48 to 72 hours ago, which is between October 24th and 25th. Li Delin's time of death is 5 to 9 days ago, which would be between the evening of October 18th and October 22nd. Having finished, Zhou Ning looked up at Su Dayuan. Okay, you've heard all that Dr. Zhou had to say. Continue with your reports. Where did Mr. Wang leave off just now? Mr. Wang, whom Zhou Ning had met in the morning, was the chief of the Taishan police station. With a head full of gray hair, he certainly wasn't young. He set down his pen and, glancing at the notebook in front of him, said, Lu Wangkai, 37 years old, once served as an auxiliary police officer in Linhai for a year and also worked as a clerk in the village for 2 years. He was dismissed due to unclear accounts without further pursuit of responsibilities. He was idle for a few years, and since 2005, he has been working odd jobs. Lu Bingyi, his neighbor, reported that Lu Wangkai is a reticent person. He only comes home for about 10 days during the new year and not even for the wheat harvest. Zhu Meifeng managed everything at home, and this guy's intelligence is about that of an older child, but he never lies. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Lu Wangkai and Zhu Meifeng have a 12-year-old son named Lu Tianlong who attends the county experimental primary school as a boarding student, returning home once every half-month. Their family had no known feuds with other villagers. Lu Bingyi's wife Wang Chuan said that on the morning of October 21st, she saw Yu Meifeng heading to the market and even chatted briefly. Zhu Meifeng mentioned that she was going to visit her elder brother during the slack farming season. Afterwards, she never saw Zhu Meifeng again, nor did she see Li Delin visit her house that day. On the morning of the 27th, Wang Chengwan went to borrow a wheelbarrow from Zhu Meifeng's house and discovered something amiss. She went home to tell Lu Bingyi, and then they called the police. According to her, at the beginning of February this year, Lu Wankai came home and fought with Zhu Meifeng, scolding her harshly and calling her a slut who always flirts around. They even went to break it up, and Zhu Meifeng's face was slapped until it swelled. Regarding the villagers, there were many gossips, but when we went to investigate and asked if anyone saw Zhu Meifeng with someone, no one could provide details. Before leaving, Wang Chengwan approached me and mentioned she had seen Li Delin visiting Zhu Meifeng. However, he usually came over in the afternoon for a meal and left by 7 or 8 o'clock, occasionally helping to pick up the boarding child. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhu Meifeng has only one brother left at her parental home. Her parents passed away last year. Her brother said that when Zhu Meifeng was in high school, she and Li Delin were classmates, but at that time Li Delin's family was poor, with 4 younger siblings to support, and his parents did not approve. Mr. Wang rambled on, without much useful information, but it confirmed that Zhu Meifeng and Li Delin did indeed know each other, and may have been childhood sweethearts with a good relationship. Su Daiyuan nodded and gestured with a nod to He Chunyang. Chunyang, continue. Li Delin owned a company in the city, with 2 storefronts selling plumbing parts and energy-saving stoves, and he even represented several brands. He had a successful business and rarely went to the company. According to our investigation, the last time the company's finance department called him was at 1622 on October 21st, concerning a payment that needed to be made after consulting Li Delin. Subsequent calls made on October 25th failed to connect. Li Delin divorced 5 years ago, and his ex-wife and son moved to Malin City in Lusi Province, mainly due to mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts. We checked with her. Li Delin would pick up the child during the winter and summer vacations and regularly called and paid child support punctually. The ex-wife also revealed that the last time Li Delin called in September, he hinted at preparing for marriage. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. From the tone of the conversation, he seemed to have a rather amicable relationship with his ex-wife. The call record for Li Delin stops at 1622 on October 21st, and there are none thereafter. Lu Wenkai's call record, however, shows 1 or 2 calls each day, but all within the provincial city. This afternoon, we reached out to Lu Wankai and asked him to hurry back to Qidong. He said the earliest he could return by bus would be this evening, as he had worked half a day and the construction site did not grant him leave immediately. What time will he arrive in Qidong? Have you arranged for someone to wait at the bus station? He Chunyang nodded and glanced at his watch. Someone has already been dispatched to wait at the train station. He's on the 6281 train, boarding at Ludong City at 1816 and arriving at Qidong County at 2337. Zhou Ning paused. His wife had died, and he was still taking a slow train back, not in a hurry. Su Daiyuan didn't say anything else, but wrote something in his notebook before putting down his pen and looking around. So to sum up, based on the current investigation, Lu Wankai and Zhu Meifeng don't have any known enemies, their marital relationship was poor, Lu Wankai rarely came home, and Zhu Meifeng is suspected of having an affair. Moreover, Li Delin and Zhu Meifeng knew each other for a long time, and the child she was carrying might also be Li Delin's, so that being said, Lu Wenkai's suspicions just increased. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su Daiwan's statement made everyone raise their heads, with Zhou Ning staring excitedly at him, as this was also his suspicion, but according to He Chunyang's investigation, Lu Wankai seemed not to have had the opportunity to commit the crime, right? He Chunyang quickly spoke up. Boss, I thought that too at first, so after I hung up with Lu Wankai, I contacted our colleagues in Qidong City and specifically went to the construction site to ask around. Lu Wangkai has been at the construction site these past few days. Someone can vouch for him. After all, they fingerprint clock in every morning. Su Daiwan's face darkened. Why didn't you say that just now? He Chunyang's face showed embarrassment. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. Su Daiwan's brows were tightly knit, and he glanced at the clock on the wall. The 10.27 case is very serious. I know everyone is working hard, but a case is of utmost importance. Don't complain to me. As soon as Lu Wangkai gets off the train, take him directly to the station for interrogation. Then, Lu Changhai should take a team to the provincial city, drive overnight. Those punch clocks don't count for anything, as numbers could be entered with someone else's help to get through the checkpoint. So I want to see surveillance, if not. Then check with all his coworkers. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p from October 20th to October 26th. I want the most concrete evidence from the convenience stores around the area, the people who get food from the canteen. And not to forget the surveillance footage from the Qidong train station ticketing window. Send someone to verify each one. He Chunyang and that Lu Changhai both nodded vigorously. Rest assured, boss, we'll get right on it. Su Dayuan waved his hand. All right, meeting's over. Everyone go home and rest. Those who aren't assigned tasks aren't off the hook. There's even more to do tomorrow. Zhou Ning, stay back. At his command, everyone began to move. Zhou Ning wasn't sure why he was asked to stay, and just sat there obediently, but Mr. Wang disagreed. I say, Suda, you haven't assigned us any tasks. The case is in our jurisdiction. How can we sleep peacefully without being involved? Su Dayuan smiled. Don't worry, old brother, you won't be left idle. I've saved a good job for you, which I couldn't discuss in detail during the meeting. Mr. Wang put away his glasses and leaned in close to Su Dayuan, lowering his voice to ask, Tell me more, what's the good job? Su Daiwan's smile faded as he rubbed his nose. Take Wang Chuan to your station and interrogate her, scare her if you must. It would be best to go at night, with the police lights and sirens blaring so that the whole village can come out to see, especially when it's deep into the night. Mr. Wang was stunned, his face full of confusion. Why, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 20 don't touch me, _1 chapter 20, chapter 20 don't touch me, _1 until Mr. Wang left. Su Dayuan didn't explain why, simply telling him to just do as instructed, leaving Mr. Wang without a temper. When everyone had left, only Su Dayuan and Zhou Ning remained in the meeting room. Zhou Ning now desperately wished to follow them to the train station to keep watch, as waiting there wouldn't be as nerve-wracking. But Zhou Ning couldn't figure out why Su Dayuan had kept him there. Tell me, do you know why I asked Mr. Wang to go to Lu Binji's wife last night to learn about the situation? Zhou Ning was startled. Leaders are leaders. Their words are watertight. How could I guess your thoughts? Isn't this asking too much of someone? You call this learning about the situation? However, Zhou Ning suddenly thought of something and answered seriously. The one spreading these idle rumors in the village is Wang Chengwan. I think if these two victims had an affair, they would surely find a secluded place, so as not to leave gossip behind. In the morning, when we arrived at the scene, Wang Chengwan was the one Mr. Wang was talking about, wasn't she? 2 people had died, and there was a highly decomposed body, yet she wasn't scared at all and kept watching my every move. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p so. Suda thinks she is hiding something or knows more than what she lets on. A little intimidation, no, that's not right. A revisit to the village might scare Wang Chengwan, and perhaps she might disclose something useful. Su Dayuan laughed, and the smile was somewhat frightening. Dr. Zhou, you're quite something. This observational ability and sensitivity of yours are better than many in criminal investigation. Zhou Ning rubbed his nose. I'm guessing here while Suda is strategizing. Without your conversation with Mr. Wang, I wouldn't have thought of this much. Aren't you just praising yourself? Su Dayuan laughed even more joyfully, as if the previous gloom had been swept away. You have a way with words, always so appropriate no matter what. Alright, get some rest now, and based on the interrogation, you'll need to come over early to compare fingerprints. If necessary, you might have to revisit the scene. Zhou Ning stood up. No matter how anxious he was, he couldn't just sit here and wait. With insufficient rest, his mind wouldn't be sharp enough. Suda, I'll be leaving first. The next morning, Zhou Ning hurried to the small second floor of the detective squad. Before entering, he saw Zhao Xinli standing at the door, looking around. Upon seeing Zhou Ning, Zhao Xinli waved vigorously, and Zhou Ning approached. What's up? The boss told me to wait for you. Lu Wenkai's fingerprints have already been collected, and he wanted you to compare them as soon as you arrived. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning nodded, knowing without a guess that these people must have been busy all night. Okay, I'll start the comparison now. By the way, does Lu Wenkai have any injuries on his hands? He does, on both hands. He said he got them at the construction site when some rebar slipped and injured him. Zhou Ning paused. What convenient timing for the injury. I'll start the comparison first, and then I'll have a look at his wounds. Zhao Xinli grinned. The boss said the same thing. Zhou Ning didn't delay and went straight upstairs to the office. On the desk lay a collection form marked with Lu Wenkai's name and the fingerprints of both hands. However, the thumbprint of the right hand was covered with a dark black ink, which seemed to be the mark of a gauze wrap. Zhou Ning knit his brows tightly, scanned the fingerprints, then logged into the fingerprint comparison system to compare them with those found at the crime scene. This method, more accurate than visual observation, can analyze based on the characteristics of the local sample. After waiting a minute, the comparison system flashed with a red search fail signal, indicating that Lu Wenkai's fingerprints did not match any of those found at the scene. This result made Zhou Ning somewhat incredulous. Could it be that my analysis was wrong and Lu Wenkai isn't the murderer? But according to this investigation, the person most likely to have killed Li Delin and Zhu Meifeng is Lu Wenkai. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Otherwise, who would kill these two people at the same time? Could it be Zhu Meifeng's brother? Impossible. Even if he knew that his sister was cheating, no matter how disgraceful, she was still his sister. At most, he would give Li Delin a lesson. Zhou Ning's thoughts continuously appeared on the transparent big screen. Looking at the various information he had gathered earlier, Zhou Ning stood up, grabbed his camera and the inspection kit, and walked out the door. As soon as he reached the staircase, he saw Su Dayuan coming up. Mr. Su, I was just about to find you. The fingerprint comparison results are out. Lu Wenkai's fingerprints weren't found at the scene. I want to check the wound on Lu Wenkai's hand. The timing of his injury is too coincidental. Did the people who entered the provincial city verify it? Su Dayuan sighed. I told them last night to ask the workers if anyone saw Lu Wenkai get injured. Someone replied this morning saying that on the 26th at noon, there was a scream when a steel bar slid down from above. No major harm was done, just that both hands were bloody. He even went to the nearby clinic for bandaging. Zhou Ning was not discouraged and looked at Su Dayuan with determination. Mr. Su, let's have a look first. There's a difference between a scrape and a cut. Even if he is ruthless and fakes his wounds, he's not a professional. He doesn't understand the differences. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Hearing Zhou Ning's words, Su Dayuan laughed, patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder, and they both headed downstairs. I was waiting for you to say that. I won't hide it from you, in the most suspicious of Lu Wenkai. Last night, after being taken to Taishan police station, Wang Chuan confessed. Stuttering 2 years ago, Lu Wenkai has been giving her 3,000 a year to inform him whenever Li Delin visited their home. After Lu Wenkai left for the Spring Festival this year, Li Delin would visit once every half-month, and she reported on time to Lu Wenkai, including Li Delin's car number, company name, and places the two planned to go. She even followed them twice, seeing Li Delin taking Zhu Meifeng to the seaside at Lan Taizi and even staying there. As for Zhu Meifeng, who seemed to stay at home quietly, in fact in the past 6 months, she was rarely at home except when her child was about to return. The most recent call Lu Wangkai made to Wang Chengwan was on the 20th. However, the phone number was new. Yesterday after we left, Wang Chengwan, scared, called Lu Wangkai, and this new number was switched off. Knowing his wife's affair, he would usually scold or beat her, but with evidence this time, how could he keep calm? Therefore, I'm highly suspicious of Lu Wangkai. The more he has alibis, the more the call records don't show up, the more I feel something is off. So much information overwhelmed Zhou Ning, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Why had Lu Wangkai hired someone to spy on his wife for 2 years, but not before? A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Mr. Su, can you ask someone to check at the court and see if Zhu Meifeng has filed for divorce? I remember there's a rule. If the initial divorce filing fails, and after an interval of more than 6 months it is filed again, with evidence of domestic abuse or separation for over a year, the court will usually grant the divorce immediately. I recall during this special case meeting, Mr. He mentioned that Li Delin's ex-wife said that Li Delin was preparing for a wedding, and Zhu Meifeng was 3 months pregnant. This all connected. Zhou Ning didn't finish his sentence. Su Dayuan was quick to catch on and immediately made a phone call. The person on the other end complained for a while, as it was just past 7 o'clock and not yet working hours, but Su Dayuan urged them and hung up. I'll know as soon as they check. You're something, aren't you, kid? How do you know how divorces are adjudicated? Zhou Ning smacked his lips, wearing a helpless expression. There's a senior in my club who studies law. He talks about this stuff all the time. It's hard not to know about it. By the way, Mr. Su, what place is Lan Taizi? Their village is by the sea. The villagers used to build some stone houses on the rocks. The roofs are painted blue and they fly the national flag. But now everyone's working at the docks, so it's just preserved there. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhou Ning paused, suddenly thinking of the fact that Zhu Meifeng had been starved for 2 or 3 days. Could it be possible that she was held there before her death? What's up? Lost in thought. Mr. Su looked at Zhou Ning, and Zhou Ning realized they had already reached the interrogation room downstairs. It's nothing. Let's first look at Lu Wangkai's hand injuries. Su Dayuan waved his hand, and a police officer came over to open the door. Sitting on the interrogation chair was a thin man with a small stature. Even seated, one could tell he was short. His hair was unkempt, beard shaggy, hands wrapped in grimy bandages, not handcuffed, looking almost like a beggar. With his height, climbing through the back window seemed difficult. Zhou Ning pursed his lips while Su Dayuan signaled to the person conducting the interrogation inside the room. Stop for a moment and let Dr. Zhou inspect the suspect's wounds. Upon hearing this, Lu Wangkai exploded, clenched his fists and started to struggle against the iron chair. My wife is dead, but I'm not the perpetrator. Haven't you done enough? Why don't you find the real killer instead of bothering me? Don't touch me. Don't touch me. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 21 The bloodstains on the door _1 Chapter 21 The bloodstains on the door _1 Lu Wangkai's reaction was intense. Zhou Ning, as if he hadn't seen, hung the camera around his neck, found scissors from the investigation box, and stood beside the chair. Su Dayuan waved his hand, and 2 policemen stepped forward, each grabbing one of Lu Wangkai's hands and directly cuffing them before pressing down hard on his wrists. Zhou Ning leaned in close, and with 2 snips of the scissors, the gauze on the back of the hand was cut open. Lu Wangkai clenched his fist, the gauze caught in his palm, which meant that even if the gauze was pulled out, the wound might get damaged. Zhou Ning looked up at Lu Wangkai, who was squirming like a maggot. Your current actions are being recorded by surveillance. Such a reaction, does it mean you're feeling guilty? We can only prove your innocence by checking the wound, so don't struggle in vain. It will only make you look more suspicious, Zhou Ning said. His voice was neither loud nor fast, but Lu Wankai suddenly stopped moving as if he found Zhou Ning's words reasonable. Only when he stopped struggling did the two policemen let go of him, both panting as they stepped back. From the state of the two policemen, it was clear that Lu Wankai was very strong, which didn't match his physique. Zhou Ning wasn't in a rush. With his hands released, Lu Wankai slowly unclenched his fist holding the gauze. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Su Dayuan shot a look of admiration at Zhou Ning and waved off the two policemen. Only the three of them were left in the interrogation room. Zhou Ning gently pulled the gauze, which, because of the force Lu Wankai had just applied, caused the wound to bleed again. The gauze, now less clingy to the sticky wound, was lifted easily with tweezers, revealing the injury. On Lu Wankai's palms were extensive abrasions, but on the inner side of the right thumb, a deep cut was visible, not obscured by the grazed and broken skin. The cut was very deep, and Zhou Ning lifted the camera to take a photo. On the left palm, he discovered a small piece of scab hidden within the jagged abrasions. Zhou Ning handed the camera to Su Dayuan and grasped the scab with tweezers, directly placing it into an evidence bag. His movements were fluid, leaving Lu Wankai somewhat dazed. Mr. Zhao, I'm going to compare this. I'll come down and report to you later. Su Dayuan nodded, and Zhou Ning took his things and left. He strode up to the second floor, entered the photos into the comparison software, and didn't wait long this time before a click indicated a comparison result. The palm print collected from the handle of the murder weapon had an 80% overlap with Lu Wankai's palm print. Zhou Ning swung his fist with force. While the abrasions looked severe, as long as they weren't deep, they wouldn't affect the palm print. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P, an 80% overlap, especially near the area where thumb and forefinger meet, could establish that Lu Wankai was the murderer. However, whether the court would accept this evidence was uncertain. Without additional supporting evidence, the dossier might be returned. If other evidence could be paired with this, the case would be more perfect. Zhou Ning sent a message to Su Dayuan, who entered shortly afterward. Did it match? Zhou Ning nodded vigorously. There's an 80% overlap in the palm prints. This evidence isn't solid enough. Mr. Su, I would like to check the primary crime scene and Lantanzi. Lantanzi? What do you want to go there for? It's like this, Mr. Su. The female victim, Zhu Meifeng, was starved for over 48 hours before her death, and there were no binding injuries found on her body. So, I believe she must have been confined somewhere. Since Lu Wankai knew they had gone to Lantanzi, he might have gone there too. Furthermore, considering Lu Wankai thought to use an unfamiliar number to make contact, I suspect he might have taken up residence nearby. Lantanzi, as you said, is not far from the village and is discreetly located. It's very suitable for hiding out, so we could give it a look. Su Dayuan smiled and patted Zhou Ning on the back. All right, let's go take a look. We don't want to miss any possibilities. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. It would be great to find something. If not, well, wait for news from Ludong City and the reports sent for examination yesterday, as both are expected in the afternoon. Mr. Su, rest assured. If I find anything, I'll call you immediately. An hour later. Zhou Ning was sitting with his eyes closed in the back seat, Zhao Xinla's car speeding along. Mr. Liu, sitting in the passenger seat, dared not move at all. Suda had said to let Zhou Ning rest well on the road, for his mind was precious. Perhaps it could lead to a breakthrough in the case. But Zhou Ning wasn't sleeping. As soon as he closed his eyes, the transparent screen lit up before him, its countdown at 48:00 hours, flickering for a while with what seemed like pleasure. The brightness and size were at a different level altogether. At this rate, when there's only 24 hours left, won't it blind our eyes? Zhou Ning was somewhat speechless. Today, he took the initiative to talk to Su Dayuan mainly because of this countdown. It was disheartening to watch, and as the car stopped with a jolt of the brakes, Zhou Ning's eyes also opened. Outside the window was a stretch of reef rocks, not a beach. On the reef stood a row of stone houses, actually built from stones taken from the local area, topped with blue steel tiles. Zhou Ning got out of the car, with Zhao Xinli and Mr. Liu, one carrying a camera and the other holding a survey box. The reef required a climb up and was not easy to traverse. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. When the three of them reached the top, they found the area offered a broad view, perfectly capturing the entire village. Zhou Ning stood at a high point, not rushing to examine the stone houses on the orchid platforms, but stood at the edge of the stone steps they had climbed, observing carefully. There seems to be a black spot in the crack, do you see it? Zhao Xinli and Mr. Liu shook their heads together. Dr. Zhou, these reefs are just dark. How can we distinguish that? I didn't see the black spot you mentioned. It all looks black to me. Zhao Xinli slapped the back of Mr. Liu's neck with a heavy hand, leaving Mr. Liu completely dumbfounded. Mr. Zhao, why did you hit me? A slap is letting you off easy. Do what you're told and cut the chatter. If Dr. Zhou has found something, then we just follow instructions. Who's the professional here, you or him? Mr. Liu deflated. Zhou Ning waved a hand and sprayed some luminol reagent, but with no fluorescent reaction, he stood up. I was mistaken. Help me observe carefully. Although the reef is black, the blackness of the rocks comes with a hint of gray. If there's blood, it's a purplish-black color. If we go by my previous deduction that after the murderer killed Li Delin, he took Zhu Meifeng and hid here, then his injuries would definitely have left traces in this place. Zhao Xinli was taken aback. How did you know the murderer was injured? Su De didn't mention that. Mr. Liu pouted, disgruntled but not daring to dissent. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning was under special protection. Liu could neither fight nor match Zhao Xinli's seniority, so he could only mutter a complaint. Isn't that a question? Zhao Xinli gave a disdainful look. Cut it out. I'm just asking because I don't understand. Next time, I will know. Didn't you see I keep a notebook on my car door? I'm getting experience from all the cases I follow. Zhou Ning glanced at Zhao Xinli somewhat surprised, noting Zhao Xinli's simple, round face. It turned out he was the astute one, truly. Indeed, if he asked Zhou Ning something, Zhou Ning would surely answer, even willing to explain. Thinking of what Suda and his grandfather had mentioned about the county changing to a district, would the forensic department need to expand too? Zhao Xinli didn't realize Zhou Ning was considering him for a role, and smiled obsequiously at Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning couldn't help but smile back. Don't worry, if you ask, I will tell. Here, take a bottle each of this luminol reagent. I've looked at the houses on the orchid platforms. They all have wooden doors, some tied with wire, others locked with chains. Spray the doorknobs with luminol reagent, and let's see who finds the door with a fluorescent reaction first. Zhao Xinli and Mr. Liu were quite happy. They were young and usually just observed during investigations, seldom getting hands-on either standing guard or carrying things around. Spraying this would be quite interesting for them. Got it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Having said this, the three split up, each taking a row, and began searching over the reef. Zhou Ning watched as the two ran off and walked alone to the front door of the first stone house in the middle row. This stone house had no door or roof, everything was rotted away. Zhou Ning glanced at it and moved on without pausing, heading straight towards the second house. The second house looked quite new, its door secured with a bright red chain lock that was so fresh it lacked even a speck of rust. Zhou Ning halted, observing how tightly the door fitted. Near the edge, about 1 meter and 70 centimeters up, there was a small window 10 centimeters high and 40 centimeters long, concealed from the outside by an overhang. Zhou Ning raised the luminol reagent in his hand, and before spraying, he saw a smear of red on the inside of the doorknob. His hand touched the pull, causing the chain to sway slightly, revealing a vertical streak of blood under the chain lock on the door handle. Zhou Ning took a deep breath and called out loudly, "Come quickly. I found the bloodstains. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 22 green grasslands _1 chapter 22. Chapter 22 green grasslands _1 with a shout. The two men quickened their pace and, seeing the chain lock, Mr. Liu dashed down without Zhao Xinli having to gesture. Moments later, he returned with a large pair of pliers and snapped the chain. Zhao Xinli placed the chain into an evidence bag and stared with small, tense, yet excited eyes at Zhou Ning. "Shall we go in?" Zhou Ning nodded. "Mr. Liu, hold the high-powered flashlight at the door to light it up. Zhao Xinli, hand me the camera. I'll go in first to take a look, since the house isn't very big." With the camera in hand, as he approached the room, a foul, rank odor assaulted his nostrils as soon as he entered. Holding his breath, Zhou Ning's high-powered flashlight continuously swept across the room. The room wasn't large, only about 11 or 12 square meters. It lacked ventilation due to a single slit-like window. In the far corner of the room, there was a single straw mat, beside which stood an empty dirty water bucket, the source of the foul smell. Near the door and under the window, there was a relatively cleaner red plastic bucket, half filled with water, along with a plastic dipper. Zhou Ning gently moved the bucket aside. Two crumpled pieces of toilet paper were wedged between it and the wall, bearing conspicuous bloodstains. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning observed the area around the red bucket, and according to the water stains, something like a trash bag might have been placed there, leaving flowing traces. Straw mat, cleaning water, toilet, trash, bloodstains, toilet paper, these all hinted at something, which, even without Zhou Ning's explanation, Zhao Xinli had realized. Someone has lived here, or rather, the killer lived here. The stinking smell would have bred God knows what kind of flies if this rock area wasn't so vast. Zhou Ning nodded, took photos, and then sampled the blood-stained toilet paper. The straw mat was also rolled up and placed in an evidence bag. Only then did he straighten up. "Let's keep looking to see if we can find something else." This time, the two men were more enthusiastic, but after half an hour of checking every stone house on the terrace, without finding any other recent signs of human activity, they returned to the car. "Dr. Zhou, are we still going to the village?" "Yes." Zhou Ning nodded. Before he went to sleep last night, he had thought through the day's investigation and autopsy processes and felt something was missing, but he couldn't figure out exactly what it was. Up to this point in the case, it was already possible to determine that Lu Wangkai was the murderer. Although Lu Wangkai was meticulous and had even been an auxiliary policeman, thus understanding internal procedures, Zhou Ning did not believe in the perfect crime. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhao Xinli moved swiftly, driving quickly to Jushanga village. Coming from the sea, they didn't need to take the newly built road, a much easier route. The police car stopped in front of Lu Wenkai's house, and instantly people began peering around curiously. Zhou Ning got out of the car and carefully observed the Lu family's front gate. At that moment, a noise came from the door of the sole neighbor next door, Lu Binji's house. Zhou Ning looked over to see an eye peering through the lock hole. When Zhou Ning's gaze met the eye, the person quickly withdrew. Zhou Ning glanced at Zhao Xinli, who immediately understood Zhou Ning's intention, swaggered over and pushed the door open. Zhou Ning and Mr. Liu followed to the door. Next door to a homicide, tipping off the murderer, interrogated by the police in the middle of the night, and after all the trouble, not even having the sense to stay away for a while. As soon as the police car arrived, she had been peering through the door. This person definitely had a secret. After all, prior interrogations had been done by the Taizan police station, and Mr. Wang, upon meeting, had primarily driven the self-sufficient narrative, which, while seemingly experienced, was also a bit presumptuous and assumptive. As Zhao Xinli pushed the door open, Wang Qiwan, clad in a floral shirt, had already backed into the center of the courtyard, clutching 2 ears of corn and trying to suppress her trembling lips. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, her eyes were bruised and the left side of her cheek was swollen, clearly from a beating. What do you want? I don't know anything anymore. If the police ask me again, my husband will kick me out. Please just go, I beg you. By the end, Wang Chengjuan's voice was choked with sobs. Zhou Ning didn't look at her, his gaze continuously sweeping across their courtyard. Although about the same size as Lu Wenkai's home, this yard was considerably more cluttered, with toys, wash basins, electric tricycles, tables, chairs, chopped wood, and a corner piled with lots of cardboard. Seeing Zhou Ning looking over and then turning to head that way, Wang Chengwan rushed over and blocked Zhou Ning, grabbing his arm. You know, if you have any questions, let's talk inside the house. Otherwise, if someone hears us as they come and go, it'll get beaten again. Zhou Ning raised his hand and dodged Wang Chengjuan's grasp. Zhao Xinli grabbed Wang Chengwan by the collar, shaking his head with an unfriendly tone. Weren't you called to Taizan Station yesterday? How come you still don't know the procedure? We don't need your direction in our investigation. Stand back immediately. Wang Chengwan shrank her neck and obediently stood aside. In fact, inside their yard, there was still a faint smell of a corpse. Even though the windows and doors in the front of Lu Wenkai's house were closed tight, the north window had a crack, and the smell of death could penetrate anywhere. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning didn't believe she couldn't smell it. Zhou Ning turned sideways, looking at the pile of cardboard he had just been eyeing. This seemed to be the neatest spot in the entire yard. What could be hidden inside? As he thought this, Zhou Ning's steps didn't halt. He walked up to the pile of cardboard, each bundle tied with cloth strips, and something round protruded from a gap on the side, looking like a wooden handle. Zhou Ning reached out to touch it, then immediately turned to look at Wang Chengwan, who was already biting her lip, her face turning pale, her legs giving way as she knelt on the ground, bringing her hands together in a pleading gesture before Zhou Ning. Don't touch that, please. Zhou Ning applied some force to the wood handle and pulled it out partway, then couldn't pull any further. Mr. Liu stepped forward, picked up Wang Chengwan, and then handcuffed one of her hands, fastening the other cuff to his own hand. Zhao Xinli came over and forcefully toppled the stacks of cardboard towards the door, revealing a fork with a wooden handle in Zhou Ning's hand, bearing 2 dark purple-stained handprints. Control your emotions, okay? What is your relationship with Lu Wenkai? If you don't speak now, you'll really lose your chance. Wang Chengwan kept waving her hands, with tears and snot running down her face, wiping it with her sleeve. She knew her crying was of no use to the handsome policeman in front of her. In fact, it seemed to produce extreme aversion. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. She finally stood up with Lu Yong's support to contain her emotions. I'll tell the truth. The pitchfork is ours. Lu Wenkai came in and took it himself. I heard the noise and came out just in time to see him returning it. He even threatened me to burn it. Zhou Ning squatted down and took photos of the pitchfork, then of the 2 handprints. The handprints were left in the middle of the fork, 67 centimeters from the fork's head. Given that Lu Wenkai's height is 160 centimeters, and with his hands raised, about 180 centimeters or so, he could reach the north window. Moreover, the state of these handprints was very well preserved, with the fingerprints exceptionally clear. Opening the camera, Zhou Ning found the photos of Lu Wenkai's fingerprints, compared them for a while, and knew without using the comparison equipment that these were Lu Wenkai's fingerprints. However, Lu Wenkai was such a meticulous person. Why would he trust Wang Chengwan, who obviously wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed? Throughout the entire crime scene, not a single fingerprint of Lu Wenkai was found, not even on the murder weapon except for a residual palm print. But if Lu Wenkai were smart and claimed that the knife belonged to their family, then this palm print would also become invalid evidence. Zhou Ning squatted there, looking at Wang Chengwan. Tell me, What is your relationship with Lu Wankai? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Don't tell me that you're just neighbors, and don't try to fob me off with some story about being hired for 3,000 yuan to keep an eye on Jumei Feng. At this moment, Zhao Xian stood by the window, apparently seeing something. He pushed open the door and entered Wang Chengjuan's house. Soon after, he came out holding a photo frame, with a smirk on his face as he handed it to Zhou Ning. Take a look. I really don't know if her man is blind or just pretending to be. Zhou Ning took the photo, which was a family portrait of Lu Bingyi, who they had seen yesterday, was a hunchbacked man, looking honest and in his 40s with a wide eye distance, thick lips, and his hands and feet twisted into an odd posture, a typical appearance of cerebral palsy, though his case seemed mild. The two boys looked strikingly like Lu Wankai at first glance. Their features almost seemed to have been peeled off from Lu Wankai's face. Zhou Ning looked up, and Zhao Xian raised an eyebrow. Hee, it's a vast grassland out there. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 23. Extract reward _1 Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Extract reward _1 Zhou Ning looked at Wang Chengjuan, who had already closed her eyes, seemingly resigned to her fate. Are both children Lu Wankai's? Wang Chengjuan nodded her head. Lu Bingyi knew about it. It's common knowledge in the village that he is impotent, and it's no secret. After all, they're all brothers within 5 degrees of kinship. There's not much difference in bloodline. His uncles all agreed to it. This answer stunned Zhou Ning. Everyone in the village knew that her husband had been cuckolded, and it was a deliberate act, which the villagers even seemed to endorse. What kind of reasoning was that? Don't just respond when I ask. Speaking here and at the criminal police brigade are 2 different concepts. If you are taken by us, you won't be going to the police station to participate in the investigation. Do you understand? Wang Chengjuan nodded again, wiping her nose with her sleeve, an action that caused Lu Yong to also lift his hand, reflecting his reluctance. How would I know anything if you don't ask me? Zhou Ning was taken aback. Fine, then answer me. After October 18th, on which days did you see Lu Wankai? I saw Jumei Feng heading to the market on the morning of the 21st, and I knew she was going to go out with Li Delin. I called Lu Wankai, and he came to my place at noon. He wanted to follow and see what was happening. I made pancakes and prepared roasted meat for him, and then he left. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The next time I saw him was in the late night of the 24th, before dawn. I heard clanging noises, kicked Lu Bingyi twice, but the man slept like a dead pig. So, I took a flashlight and went out to see. Just as I reached the front gate, I heard noise from the straw stack. Lu Wankai crawled out from inside, his shoes hanging around his neck, and he shoved a hay fork into a pile of cardboard boxes. He told me to sell the cardboard quickly and to burn the fork without leaving any traces. He gave me 500 yuan to buy some food for the children, then told me that he had done something big and needed to lay low for a while. He asked me to find an excuse to visit his place on the 27th and to call the police if I saw anything. I was terrified at the time, knowing for sure that something had happened, but no matter how I asked, Lu Wankai wouldn't say. I prepared some food for him, and he left in the middle of the night. Oh, right, it seemed he also rode my tricycle. Zhou Ning glanced at the electric tricycle in the courtyard. It was clear from such a clumsy person's detection that Lu Wankai had touched it, probably finding bloodstains on it. He fetched the luminol reagent, sprayed it over the tricycle's handles, and sure enough, there was a fluorescent reaction. Zhao Xinli gleefully went up to help Zhou Ning sample. He had seen it done enough times to pick up some techniques, and did not forget to take the luminol reagent and spray it inside the cargo box as well. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Just then, Zhou Ning's phone rang. Seeing that it was Su Daiwan's number, Zhou Ning quickly answered and stepped out of Lu Bingyi's yard. Su to Dr. Zhou, the court has sent news. You guessed right. Zhu Maifeng's divorce petition filed last Spring Festival was rejected. This May, she submitted evidence of domestic violence and was granted a divorce. However, Lu Wangkai didn't want to give up custody of the children, and they couldn't come to an agreement. Later, someone advised Lu Wangkai, and he made a request to maintain the status for a year, allowing Zhu Meifeng to divorce without leaving home, and to raise the matter with her after the children finished elementary school. He wouldn't come back if there wasn't an issue, and they even signed a contract for it. Zhou Ning suddenly realized that everything made sense if that was the case. That's great, Suda. We found blood-stained paper at Lantaizi and evidence of dwelling. Samples have been taken and will be tested later. I suspect that's where Lu Wangkai stayed and where Zhu Meifeng was held captive. Additionally, there are several other findings. In Zhou Ning's mind, he organized the information, and one by one, the pieces of evidence appeared on the transparent display screen. Then a beep interrupted Zhou Ning, halting his actions and locking the words in his mouth. Beep, congratulations on the binding person's completion of the intermediate task. Please submit the task now and verify the completion status. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, convert the remaining time for your reward. Would you like to receive the reward now or later? Without hesitation, Zhou Ning chose to wait, thinking it was no time to interrupt a call with his superior. Was he courting death? On the other end of the phone, Su Deyuan waited for a moment. Upon hearing nothing from Zhou Ning, he smiled and cursed, "You little rascal, what's with the suspense? If you've got something to say, just say it." That's right, the two children from Lu Binji's family next door, by the look of their faces, seemed to be Lu Wangkai's. We pressed Wang Chengwan, and she admitted it. Moreover, we found a pitchfork in their house, with Lu Wangkai's bloody handprint on it, and I have already compared the fingerprints. We asked Wang Chengwan a few questions, and unexpectedly, she confessed directly. So, that's what happened. We're bringing the person back now, but as for the physical evidence, I'm afraid we'll need to take another trip to the city for the examination. Su Dayuan looked up and laughed, a sound completely unlike someone who had been tormented for a full day and night. Good job, Dr. Zhou. You just went for a secondary crime scene investigation and managed to find such crucial evidence. You guys hurry back. I'll have someone send the evidence for examination later. Zhou Ning thought for a moment. Since the system could confirm this piece of evidence, that meant there must still be traces of the pitchfork on the window, only he hadn't noticed them. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, either way, he had to find that trace. Suda, well, head back soon. I want to take a look at the north window. If I find traces of the pitchfork, all the evidence will be rock solid. All right. Su Dayuan hung up the phone, satisfied. Zhou Ning turned around and saw Zhao Xinli standing behind him, holding an aluminum telescopic ladder and gesturing to Zhou Ning. Let's go. It's my fate to be a grunt, same old rules, I'll hold it steady for you, and you look for evidence. Zhou Ning smiled. The ladder was still in its packaging, clearly something Zhao Xinli had requested to be added to the vehicle after the last case, and, unexpectedly, it was being used today. The two went to the back of the house. Zhou Ning, familiar with the procedure, found the window. Zhao Xinli extended the ladder, and Zhou Ning climbed up, standing firm and immediately noticing two small pits on the side of the window. Measuring the distance, Zhou Ning was sure these were the marks of the pitchfork. He took photos, collected samples, and finished the set before climbing down. Zhou Ning let out a breath. That's it. We can head back to the station now. Mr. Liu was escorting Wang Chengwan in the back. Zhou Ning sat in the passenger seat, and Zhao Xinli started the car, driving along the seaside towards the small road they had found earlier. Zhou Ning closed his eyes. He really felt tired, but now was the best time to sleep and reap the rewards. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The recent task submission had been too abrupt. He didn't feel he had summarized everything comprehensively. How could it have been submitted already? Moreover, those samples sent for examination hadn't returned results yet, had they? Looking at the information organized on the large screen, he suddenly opened his eyes. reached for the new phone Zhao Xian had replaced for him, no longer caring about data usage, and logged into the forensic department's work email directly. Sure enough, he had received several emails. He clicked to open one and realized that while he was on the phone, the lab results had come in. 1. DNA results. Fetal sample is biologically related to the male sample as father and son. 2. Grease collected from the edge of the weapon is rich in content, containing beef, pork, chicken, and various vegetables. The lab inferred that this grease had accumulated in the gap between the handle and the blade of the knife and had been squeezed out due to the force used to stab. 3. Among the 124 blood samples, in sample 34, marked as bloodstain sample extracted from the weapon, DNA of 2 males was found, one from the male victim and the other from suspect number 1, who was sent for examination in the early hours. 4. Vomit sample contained components of beef, broccoli, carrots, and red wine. 5. Alcohol content in the dead man's heart blood was 140 milligrams per 100 milliliters. Zhou Ning was extremely excited upon seeing these results. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Finding the blood traces of the victim and the suspect Lu Wangkai in sample 34 was nothing short of a miracle. Considering the bloodshed all over the scene, to have taken 124 samples and to find one from the killer was more thrilling than winning the lottery. Seeing Zhou Ning's actions, Zhao Xinli knew it must be good news, but with Wang Chengwan present, saying too much would alert her. He still understood these principles. Dr. Zhou, you rest for a bit. Yours is the kind of work that strains the mind. I'll call you when we arrive. Afterwards, we'll have a joyous celebration with Suda. Zhou Ning nodded and continued to shut his eyes without speaking. With such news, Zhou Ning could hardly contain his excitement. This was definitive evidence. If the blood traces found on the pitchfork and the blotter also matched, that would establish multiple pieces of evidence. Zhou Ning wasn't worried about this. After all, the fingerprints matched, and the system recognized that as well. Zhou Ning took a deep breath and clicked to collect his reward. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 24 Portrait Restoration Technology _1 Chapter 24. Chapter 24 Portrait Restoration Technology _1 For a moment, the transparent large screen changed scenes, no longer displaying any transparent green text. An animated portrait of Zhou Ning appeared, with some information below it. Bound person Zhou Ning, congratulations on completing the intermediate task. The reward drawn for you by the system is Portrait Restoration Technology, Level 2 Access. You may choose to obtain it immediately, or complete the learning process gradually over 15 days. 2 options were presented before him. Zhou Ning was stunned. Portrait Restoration Technology? Isn't that just drawing? After 2 days of anxiety, this was the reward he got? What kind of reward was this? However, thinking about the 8 tigers of criminal investigation, there was one extraordinary expert who could accurately draw the criminal's portrait based on descriptions. That seemed not bad, although it was somewhat less related to a forensic doctor's work. After hesitating for a moment, he directly clicked to complete the learning process gradually over 15 days. After all, he had no background in drawing, and it seemed daunting to obtain it directly. Besides, Zhou Ning had figured out the working method of the system. When a case arose, touching the corpse would trigger a system task that threatened him and wanted to take something back once it was initiated. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. But the nature of the threat had significantly changed from the beginning to now. Originally, it was the direct acquisition of Level 2 access, which was totally crammed in. Since there was an option to learn slowly, he decided to take his time. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. Having realized this, Zhou Ning directly clicked to complete the learning process gradually over 15 days. Immediately, the screen changed and asked the bound person to wait. The download would be complete in 2 minutes. This time, there was no headache, only a slight sensation of eye strain. However, key points flashed before his eyes, including the cover of a book and its publication date, which was in 2021. This discovery surprised Zhou Ning. The knowledge was from 11 years in the future. It was known that the knowledge that made it into schools was often outdated, or nearly so. After all, the subjects being taught had been methods and standards from years ago, whereas medical science was advancing particularly fast, changing day by day. Upon a brief examination, he realized he had been too simplistic in his thinking. The content was not just as simple as drawing a criminal's portrait based on descriptions, but it involved restoring appearances based on the skull, according to the deceased's age, height, weight, and gender. It looked to be pretty impressive. Zhou Ning swallowed hard. With a beep, a very thick album of portrait restoration technology appeared before him. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhou Ning flipped through a few pages, and indeed the content was extremely detailed. Even without any drawing experience, he could understand the introductions. Zhou Ning no longer felt the drowsiness he used to get from looking at books when he was a student. He started to read carefully. After an unknown amount of time, the car jerked, and Zhou Ning immediately opened his eyes. Su Dayuan was already standing in the yard, waving behind him as someone came forward to take Wang Chengwan away. As for the samples that Zhou Ning had just collected, they were only for blood comparison and did not need to be sent to the city. Su Dayuan had them directly taken to the county hospital. Su Dayuan raised his arm and clasped Zhou Ning's shoulder. Such a capable young man made Su Dayuan immensely gratified. Dr. Zhou, you're impressive. I said you were my lucky star, and you've been full of surprises. I set you a target of 5, and you delivered results worth 10. This ability and your earnest attitude, everyone should learn a bit from you. He Chunyang and the others laughed by the side. No one made any sarcastic comments. They were genuinely happy, as the case had been solved in less than 48 hours, which was the best proof of their work. Zhou Ning felt somewhat shy with so many people watching. Suda, you're giving me too much credit. We were just luckier. However, Wang Chengjuan's testimony needs to be well organized. She has a habit of lying. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. I've recorded the conversation I just had with her and will send it to Suda later. Su Dayuan nodded emphatically. All right, He Chunyang, go and conduct the interrogation. With the evidence of hiding the murder weapon and Lu Wenkai's whereabouts, we've got enough to lock her up. Explain the policies to her well, and of course, make clear the benefits of making a meritorious service. He Chunyang walked away happily. An interrogation with such solid evidence was straightforward and lacked technical difficulty. Zhao Xinli went to deliver the test samples, while Zhou Ning returned to the office to start organizing the autopsy report. He had made notes before, but a comprehensive autopsy report required attaching all the lab reports and comparison results, all of which he needed to write up as soon as possible. That day, just before closing time, Zhao Xinli entered Zhou Ning's office with a smile on his face, leaned in close to Zhou Ning, and lifted his chin in his direction as he looked at him printing a report. Hey, aren't you interested in the trial results? How can you remain so focused on writing your report here? Zhou Ning gave him a look that said it all. Just say what you want to say. I need to finish these reports quickly. I can't let my work affect the submission of this case. Suda and the others are in a hurry after all. During such a critical period, the county prioritizes stability above everything else. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhao Xinli immediately lost his enthusiasm, plopped down beside Zhou Ning, and scanned through the reports. Talking to smart people like you is really no fun. Suda sent me to check if you finished the reports. The case needs to be submitted to the prosecutorial authorities urgently, just like you said earlier. Zhou Ning checked the reports one last time, ensuring the newly retrieved bloodstain tests from Zhao Xinli were included, and found no omissions before handing everything over to Zhao Xinli. So, spill it. Did Lu Wenkai and Wang Chengwan confess? Zhao Xinla's smile returned as he propped his elbow on the table and spoke mysteriously. I have to admit, you guessed right. Lu Wankai, although he had divorced, harbored strong feelings about it. He hadn't mentioned the divorce to the villagers and still had Wang Chengwan keeping tabs on Zhu Meifeng. On the 21st, after Zhu Meifeng called Lu Wankai, he took the high-speed train back, not even using his own identity information to purchase the ticket, so Mr. He and his team didn't find out. Lu Wankai, in disguise, met with Wang Chengwan at noon, who had prepared food for him, and he hid in Lanai village. At 10 p.m., Lu Wankai snuck back home, not through the main entrance, but by climbing over the wall. He caught Li Delin and Zhu Meifeng asleep at home. Li Delin was drunk, and it was too late for Zhu Meifeng to wake him. Lu Wankai rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and slashed Li Delin's neck. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Li Delin tried to run while grabbing his clothes, but Lu Wankai stabbed him 5 times. When Zhu Meifeng tried to stop him, he knocked her out with a kick, chased after Li Delin, and delivered a final blow to his back near the door, leaving him motionless. Then Lu Wankai cleaned up the room, bandaged his hand, and seeing Zhu Meifeng still unconscious, wrapped her in a bedsheet, carried her to Lanai village, and detained her there while he pondered his next move to clear himself of suspicion. Around 11 p.m. that night, Wang Chengwan heard noises from Lu Wankai's house, but after calling out a couple of times and getting no response, she did not go to check. She believed Lu Wankai must have had a confrontation with Zhu Meifeng. After all, she had always been jealous of Zhu Meifeng, who despite being married and having children, still had people treat her so well. How could that not make her envious? On the night of the 24th, Lu Wankai, carrying the unconscious Zhu Meifeng, returned to his home. He hung her from the roof beam to make it look like a suicide and made a further inspection of the scene. Having been an auxiliary police officer for a year, he had some experience with crime scenes, which made things look like a clear-cut case of suicide. He climbed out through the rear window into Wang Chengjuan's house, found a pitchfork to close the window, but because it was so dark, he failed to notice that the window had not been properly closed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. After returning the pitchfork to Wang Chengjuan's house, she discovered him. He gave Wang Chengwan money and asked her to go to his house on the 27th morning. Wang Chengwan pressed him about what had happened, but Lu Wankai threatened her, saying that if she wanted to stay alive, she'd better not know too much, or she would end up like Zhu Meifeng. Scared, Wang Chengwan kept quiet, then he returned to Ludong City overnight, discarding the gloves and his clothes in a trash bin at the train station. Listening to Zhao Xinla's narration, Zhou Ning nodded repeatedly until he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Chengwan is dumb enough to escape death. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived Lu Wankai's blind rage. He managed to stage a crime scene that looked like a suicide. This was not a crime of passion, but one that had been premeditated. Yeah, the boss said the same thing. Lu Wankai can't escape the death penalty, but it remains to be seen how the judge will sentence Wang Chengwan. It's hard to delineate. All right, I better hurry and deliver these materials before we close. My life is hard. I can never rest. Zhou Ning chuckled and patted the reports on Zhao Xinla's back. Quit your complaining and hurry up. After seeing off Zhao Xinli, Zhou Ning truly relaxed. The culprits in this case weren't hard to find, but the evidence was not easy to uncover. If it hadn't been for a second visit to the scene, this case would have remained at a standstill. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Shaking his head, Zhou Ning began to shut down the computer connected to the bulky monitor. Just then, his phone rang, flashing the words "second uncle." Zhou Ning paused, suddenly recalling the previous weekend when he went back home. His grandfather had twisted his ankle. Could it still be bothering him? 1. Facial reconstruction technology. Proposed as early as 1958 by Soviet anthropologist Professor Grasimov, this technique rests on the belief that, based on the skull of the deceased, it is possible to conduct a three-dimensional scan using a computer. Then, through a scientific measurement of soft tissue thickness, one can proceed with a three-dimensional reconstruction that accurately reproduces the person's appearance when they were alive. What's even more amazing is that this technique can even precisely measure the person's hair quantity, which is truly astonishing. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 25 Mr. Xia _1 Chapter 25. Chapter 25 Mr. Xia _1 With worry, he quickly answered the call. Why are you calling, uncle? Is grandpa still not feeling well? Nonsense, can't you think positive? Your grandpa's foot is fine now, completely healed from the swelling, and he's just finished eating and gone for a walk. I called for something else. Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was closest to just a few people. It's best when nothing's wrong. But thinking about the match suggested by his aunt, Zhou Ning couldn't help but feel nervous. Oh, that's good, uncle, what's up? Zhou Xianghua sighed. I heard you've had a case these past 2 days, so I waited until you were done before calling. I wanted to apologize on behalf of your aunt. No one expected Chengli to be like that. Suda said not to worry about giving her money. It's extortion, and we have evidence, so there's nothing to fear. Uncle, what are you talking about? Aunt is just worried about me. She's family, why would I be upset? After finishing up with the case, I'll visit this weekend. Don't interrupt me, I'm not done. It's been genuinely busy lately, with inspections every day. I'm tied up here, but we can't let this matchmaking get delayed because of this incident. After New Year's, you'll be 27 by Chinese reckoning. With your parents gone, Zhou Ning took the phone away slightly and shook his head helplessly. His uncle and aunt truly cared for him, but he wasn't in a rush to find a partner. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Previously, when the system hadn't been fully loaded, he felt no pressure. Now it was different. He was being relentlessly trained by the system every night, leaving no time for such matters. On the other end of the line, Zhou Xianghua seemed to have finished his nagging and added one last thing. Are you listening to me? I'm listening, uncle. Don't worry, I'm not in a rush to find someone. It's important to meet someone who clicks, right? Do you want me to just find some random woman? Zhou Xianghua remained silent, and Zhou Ning quickly said, There's something I need help with. Could Aunt find me a painting teacher? Painting? Why are you thinking about learning to paint? Zhou Ning blinked. With his skills, he was at a kindergarten coloring level. Relying solely on the system's training made it honestly tough to keep up without a professional's guidance. I want to improve my professional skills, and one aspect involves painting, specifically portraits. Have you seen those skull paintings? I'm looking for a teacher with similar expertise. If you know anyone, could you help introduce one? Zhou Xianghua pondered briefly and suddenly made a slapping sound, as if hitting his thigh. Wait, I'll let you know tonight. I remember at your aunt's school, they recently hired a new art teacher. She graduated from the Central Academy of Fine Arts and has won awards in many places. She even has a studio at the Youth Palace. Zhou Ning was startled. Are teachers really this competitive now? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Is a high degree necessary for a primary school art teacher? Maybe find someone with a lower level. Having her teach me seems a bit overqualified. Don't worry about it, I'll handle it. By the way, no need to visit home if you're free this weekend. Your grandpa said he'll come to the city when it gets colder, and we'll all live in the same community. Your work is more important, so let's leave it at that. I'll update you once I've arranged everything. Clap, the call ended. Zhou Ning looked dumbfounded, wondering when his uncle had become so impatient. He felt like he might have overlooked something. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. His brain cells had been heavily depleted in the past couple of days. He packed his things and went home to sleep. Saturday, October 30th, 2010. The phone charging on the bedside table dinged. Zhou Ning opened his eyes, pulled out of his training by the sound, took a deep breath, and sat up straight. Damn, he used to just analyze cases, find causes of death given the conditions, and follow the established procedures. He could answer some questions with about a 60% accuracy, avoiding constant electric shock punishment. Learning this facial reconstruction technique was something else. Starting with skulls or severely disfigured bodies, Zhou Ning had to match them with corresponding portraits from over 100 photos, which was completely baffling. Relying on guesswork, he didn't get a single one right, getting shocked repeatedly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He felt like his entire body smelled scorched. He grabbed the phone, grateful for the sound, otherwise not knowing how long the torment would last. As he looked at it, he saw it was a message from Uncle Zhou Xianghua. Zhou Xianghua, the teacher's name is Xia Momo. Phone number 1390542 *******. QQ. I explained what you need to learn, and Mr. Xia is very interested. You're meeting at 10 o'clock this morning in the Xuxin studio on the second floor of the Cultural Palace. Dress well and don't be late. Remember. Zhou Ning replied with 2 words, got it. Then he climbed out of bed, quickly took a shower, and after getting cleaned up, he felt the scorched smell on him had slightly reduced. It was already 9 o'clock. He quickly cooked a pack of noodles, devoured them, changed into a clean jacket, and headed straight out. He left Yuhua Residential Community and headed directly to the Cultural Palace. It wasn't far, just a walk through the park, and he reached his destination. Zhou Ning was surprised to find that it had been renovated, with beautifully classic bracket designs. Entering the Cultural Palace, he followed the signs directly to the Xuxin studio on the second floor. The sound of piano music came from upstairs, likely many kids taking extracurricular lessons on the weekend. He knocked on the door, and from inside the studio came a pleasant voice. Come in. Zhou Ning pushed open the door. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than a girl in a long dress stood in the studio, slightly tilting her head to look at Zhou Ning. Her long hair was loosely twisted into a bun with a paintbrush, with some strands hanging down. The girl didn't wear makeup, but with her looks, she didn't need any. Her beautiful eyes looked at Zhou Ning, a smile hanging at her lips, dimples appearing at her corners. Zhou Ning's heart trembled, so nervous that he didn't know what to say. You're Zhou Ning, right? Come on in. Zhou Ning nodded, closed the door quickly. The girl walked over. The studio was large, with 7 or 8 kids around 15 or 16, all engrossed in painting. On the table in the center were bottles, jars, and some fruit. Xia Momo, just wait a little. I have 5 minutes left in the class. You can look around and get familiar with the environment. Such considerate arrangement dispelled the awkwardness in Zhou Ning's heart instantly, and he quickly nodded with a smile. He was startled, thinking he had to study with these professional art students, which would be really embarrassing. The stuff on the table, he had only seen people painting them on TV. Zhou Ning dared not make a sound, walked behind a boy and saw his drawing board. Zhou Ning's face twitched involuntarily. Seriously? How could it be so lifelike, almost like a human printer? Even the ones slightly worse nearby still had watercolor brushes flying up and down, continuously dancing on paper. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Although he didn't know what details they were adjusting, Xia Momo nodded with a smile, seemingly pleased with their work. At this moment, Xia Momo walked to the middle table and clapped her hands. Okay, that's the end of today's class. No being late tomorrow. You don't have many days left before your art exams. Make sure to use every weekend for practice. These youngsters quickly packed up their things, shook their necks, put away their drawing boards, and left after greeting Xia Momo. Of course, they didn't forget to glance at Zhou Ning a few times with mysterious smiles, as if they'd discovered something incredible. Xia Momo glanced at her watch, her face showing a hint of apology. I'm a little over time here. Made you wait longer, sorry. Zhou Ning waved his hand. Mr. Xia, you're too polite. Watching was quite nice. Xia Momo gestured for Zhou Ning to sit opposite her. Zhou Ning sat on a small stool, his long legs curled up, feeling a bit like a teacher's home visit. I heard from Mr. Chin that you're a forensic doctor and want to learn drawing from me. I didn't know forensic doctors needed drawing skills. Xia Momo's eyes seemed to sparkle like stars, her brows making it hard for people to look away. Zhou Ning took a deep breath to calm himself down. I want to learn some techniques and knowledge on facial reconstruction, but this requires high skills in drawing and sculpture. I'm zero basics in that area, to be honest, Mr. Xia. My skill is at best kindergarten coloring level, /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. Xia Momo laughed, her dimples appearing again. Actually, having a foundation doesn't matter. Adult learning in art mainly relies on your determination. But what you mentioned about facial reconstruction interests me greatly. Is it like restoring features by adding muscles and skin to a skull? Zhou Ning nodded, thinking this girl was really smart. Yes, that's part of it. Of course, there's also sketching the suspect based on the victim's description. Xia Momo's eyes widened. I've seen this in suspense movies. It's truly amazing because descriptions and comprehension are hard to unify, presenting great challenges to the artist. Yes, so I've made up my mind to have my aunt help me find a teacher to start learning from scratch. Xia Momo stood up, walked to a cabinet, pulled out some plaster casts, and rearranged them on the table. A sphere, a cone, a cube. She brought a pencil bag and an easel over to Zhou Ning. Since you're determined, let's start with the beginner lessons. Today we'll have the first class, the distinction between light and shadow. 2 hours of study passed. Zhou Ning felt his hand and wrist didn't even belong to him anymore. However, looking at the patch of black he created on the easel, Zhou Ning's face flushed with embarrassment, sheepishly shaking his head at Xia Momo. My eyes learned it, but my hands didn't seem to obey me. I'm sorry, Mr. Xia. Xia Momo looked at Zhou Ning's drawing, still smiling gently. Sketching tests perceptual ability most, /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. Today, we've just learned the fundamentals of pencil technique and the expression of light and shadow. As long as you practice diligently, you'll improve. Zhou Ning exhaled, stood up. It was already 12 o'clock. After a slight hesitation, he turned back to Xia Momo. Mr. Xia, how about I treat you to lunch? We can chat about the timing for the next class, /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 26. What's that? How much does it cost? _1 Chapter 26. Chapter 26. What's that? How much does it cost? _1 December 3rd. Zhou Ning, wrapped in a down jacket, stepped briskly towards the office. He stamped his feet vigorously, shaking off a layer of snowflakes. Dr. Liu sat beside the heater, humming an obscure peaking opera tune, smiling at Zhou Ning. Cold, isn't it? Zhou Ning nodded, rubbed his hands together, took off his down jacket, and quickly started to mop the floor. The office was small, so it didn't take long to clean. After washing his hands, he returned to the office, poured himself some hot water, and moved close to Dr. Liu. He grabbed a pinch of red tea from Dr. Liu's stash and tossed it into his cup before dashing away. Dr. Liu pretended to reach out, laughing as he scolded, "You little miser, you're always stealing my tea leaves. I took off 2 months and 4 tins of tea leaves have vanished. You don't even think of showing some filial respect to your master. Everyone else drives to work in this big snow, and you, holding a driver's license, walk. Get a car. I could bask in your reflected glory and hitch a ride." Zhou Ning shook his head like a rattle drum, blew on the foam in his cup, and took a sip. The scalding tea instantly traveled down his throat to his stomach, dispelling the chill. In fact, many of his colleagues in the squad, as well as classmates, owned cars. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. He wasn't opposed to the idea, but with a monthly income of just over 3,000, and although their district hadn't implemented transparent salary policies, what was he supposed to ask his uncle or grandpa for money? They had paid for his education and bought him a house. Zhou Ning was aware of that. He couldn't take everything for himself, especially since his uncle had a son and a daughter, almost his age. I don't buy one because I can't afford it. Dr. Liu shook his head. The bonus has been handed out. You know you should take your master out for a meal, right? Zhou Ning laughed. That's no problem, as long as it's under 200, you can pick any restaurant. What a sin. I have been stingy all my life, only to find I've trained a disciple who is even worse. Lu Yongxin raised his hand and gave a resigned look as he lamented. I learned it from you. Dr. Liu was somewhat speechless, and as the two chatted off and on, the door suddenly opened and a white-haired old man peeked in, glancing at Dr. Liu, then fixing his gaze on Zhou Ning. Are you Dr. Zhou Ning? The old man seemed to have a cold, his voice was hoarse. Zhou Ning quickly got up, a bit puzzled, and nodded. Yes, I am Zhou Ning. May I ask who you are? The white-haired old man smiled, entered the room, and excitedly rushed over to Zhou Ning, grabbing his hand and shaking it vigorously. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. You probably didn't recognize my voice because my throat is hoarse, but I am Lu Chengxian, from the chemistry department at Qidong University. We spoke on the phone before, do you remember? Zhou Ning suddenly understood. Dr. Liu, what brings you here? Dr. Liu came closer, still with a little limp, and smacked Zhou Ning on the back. What are you standing around for? Get Dr. Liu a seat. Oh, why don't you two use the meeting room for your discussion? Dr. Liu waved his hand, not minding Zhou Ning's awkwardness. He found a chair for himself, tossed down his coat, and put a briefcase on the desk, taking out a laptop. We can talk here. I was in such a rush I didn't inform Zhou Ning in advance, which might have perplexed him a bit, but I understand that. Please don't blame him. Dr. Liu rubbed his nose, appearing to understand that the focus of scholars was really on their work. He knew about Mr. Su arranging a meeting with the professor, and clearly Dr. Liu's visit was related to this. Indeed, Dr. Liu opened a file marked in English, alternating between English and Chinese segments. Zhou Ning was pulled by Dr. Liu to sit next to him, staring at the Chinese part, and read it through. It was Zhou Ning's previous paper he had sent to Dr. Liu, but now it included detailed experimental procedures and data, with some journals listed at the bottom Zhou Ning didn't recognize. Dr. Liu, has this paper been published? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Dr. Liu nodded, taking a deep breath, trying to suppress the tension within him. A month ago, after we finalized our paper and combined it with the experiment records, I sent it to a friend. Unexpectedly, it got published in the Forensic Medicine Journal a week later. I've been through a series of checks and had minor surgery, so I didn't turn on my computer. Yesterday, when I returned to the office and checked my email, I found a message from the Journal of Forensic Science International wanting to reprint the paper, and I wanted to ask if you agree. Zhou Ning was taken aback. Journal of Forensic Science International? Dr. Liu's hand rested on Zhou Ning's shoulder, revealing a slight smile. Hold on, could you explain that in a way that I can understand? Zhou Ning quickly explained. It's an international forensic science journal, currently the most authoritative forensic journal internationally. It often reprints cutting-edge research and discoveries from various countries. But as far as I know, foreign research on skid marks is much more advanced than ours. Why would they reprint this? In truth, Zhou Ning felt very uncertain, considering that the content of this paper was largely based on a portion of a forensic science textbook he had read, including the experimental steps, possible findings during the experiment, and the comparison methods. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. This thing could directly bring money or honor. But if some big shot were to whimsically invite him to give a talk, wouldn't that be a social suicide live on stage? Dr. Liu looked at Zhou Ning, who, instead of looking excited, seemed worried and troubled. This caught Dr. Liu off guard and dampened his excitement considerably. However, after a moment's thought, Dr. Liu realized something. A young forensic doctor who could come up with such research didn't want his life disrupted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the peace of mind to continue his research. Got it, don't worry. From now on, I'll email you in advance about these matters to avoid causing you any trouble. If someone wants to interview you, we can do a phone interview or an online video interview. How about that? But Dr. Zhou, there's one thing we need to agree on. If you have papers in this field in the future, they don't have to be related to chemistry. Anything related to your forensic expertise is fine. You can contact me. It'll help you find a lab, and we can conveniently carry out the project. Of course, if it's very specialized or even requires purchasing large experimental equipment, I will coordinate everything. We can discuss it all. Under Dr. Lu's rapid-fire approach, Zhou Ning was stunned, his mouth slightly open and eyes wide, exactly with that expression. Clearly, Dr. Lu had misunderstood him. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He probably thought Zhou Ning wouldn't agree, so he was going all out to woo him, hoping for future collaboration. After all, people often reach a bottleneck in their scientific research at a certain age and need new directions. Zhou Ning rubbed at his thin wallet. He had heard that publishing papers could be expensive, and when he heard Su Dayuan agree so readily earlier, he thought he could avoid the cost. But now Dr. Lu himself had come, bringing such good news. If he didn't take the initiative to say something, it might seem ungrateful. This paper is co-authored by us. Dr. Lu doesn't need to ask for my opinion. I agree to the reprint, and as for the expenses. Dr. Lu raised his hand and stood up. Dr. Lu, who was watching, was completely confused, glancing back and forth between the two and rubbing his chin. Just then, the door was pushed open, and a tall figure entered from outside, stomping his feet and looking up to see Dr. Lu. His face showed surprise, and he quickly went forward to shake hands. Dr. Lu, how come you're at our police department? Captain Su, this Dr. Zhou you introduced to me is really impressive. Dr. Lu repeated what he had just said, with a face full of self-blame. He felt that if he hadn't been hospitalized during this time, the paper would have already been published. Such an honor was not something that could be achieved by merely publishing a paper domestically. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su Dayuan wanted to interrupt, but Dr. Lu slapped his hand away and continued, you don't understand. In terms of these technologies, we're all playing catch-up. Being proactively contacted by such a journal and negotiating a reprint is a sign of how much they value us. For our country, this is a big deal. Zhou Ning was numb. If initially it was just from the ankles down that he couldn't feel, now he was numb from the neck down. Damn it, I'm screwed. Somebody save me. Isn't this just making trouble for myself? I never intended to do all this. I was just hoping to get a paper published for free, so I could use it when applying for a professional title in the future. Now, all of a sudden, things have escalated beyond my control. Su Dayuan, Lu Yongxin, and Dr. Lu all looked at Zhou Ning, who knew there was no use hiding. He couldn't back down now, they had obviously read it, and he couldn't give less than what was due. Dr. Lu, I have a question. How much does it cost to publish papers in Forensic Medicine Journal and Journal of Forensic Science International? I'll go to the bank and transfer it to you right away. Dr. Lu was stunned. Dr. Liu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Zhou Ning, his face nearly plastered with question marks. You're not on the same page. I understand everything now. You agree and they publish it, and you probably even get a royalty fee. Zhou Ning's eyes lit up, and his signal strength surged to full. Wait, royalty fee? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. How much money will they give? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chapter 27. Someone jumped off a building _1 Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Someone jumped off a building _1. Dr. Lu blinked, his mouth moving slightly, unsure how to respond at the moment. It seemed nobody shared his current joy. leaving him stuck in an awkward limbo, like having prepared for an entire month to pay his dues, only to find at the doorstep. He had spilled everything without a single satisfied person around. However, he rebounded quickly. The Dr. Zhou he faced was in his 20s, a rookie who had just started working a few months ago. Having such thoughts showed he was genuine, and there was nothing wrong with that. Su Dayuan wanted to chime in, but Dr. Liu, with a smile on his face, took an envelope from his briefcase and pushed it towards Zhou Ning. The fee for that reprint is higher. I'll let you know the amount the moment I know. This is the manuscript fee from the Forensic Medicine Journal. I originally paid an 800 layout fee, but to my surprise, after they refunded it, they gave an extra 8,000. Zhou Ning felt somewhat embarrassed. If it had been just him and Dr. Liu, he would have just taken it, but now, with Su Dayuan and his mentor present to take it. Giving it all to me doesn't seem right, since Dr. Liu did the experiment. Let's split it half and half. Dr. Liu waved his hands, his smile as awkward as it could be. Just being granted the second author's position is enough to make me secretly happy. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Alright, I won't stay any longer. I need to go back and reply to some emails. If you, Dr. Zhou, have any ideas, feel free to contact me anytime. Su Dayuan wanted to see him out, but he didn't even let him go downstairs, pointing instead to the car below. No need for anyone to send me off. The Institute sent a car for me. I'll report back to the Institute later, and if there's relevant research, they will set up a dedicated lab and even expand this discipline. But of course, that's all for later discussion. We still need to continue working hard. Standing at the entrance of the small 2-story building, Zhou Ning still felt it wasn't real, even though the feel of the banknotes in his hands was quite nice. It seemed Su Dayuan had things to do, as he left soon after without much delay. Dr. Liu pulled at his sleeve, dragging Zhou Ning back into the room. Watching Zhou Ning, who looked dazed, Dr. Liu poked his head with a finger, a look of tough love on his face. You're normally so sharp and alert. What's gotten into you today? Getting obsessed with the manuscript fee? We're at the County Criminal Police Team's forensic office. Dr. Liu is from Qidong University. If you want to get to know colleagues in the city, you could easily find someone else. Why come to you? It's because your selected topics and research directions overlap with his, and they're after the recognition. Getting fixated on the manuscript fee, why don't you just move into a money pit? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning, holding the envelope, couldn't help but smile more and more without paying attention to Dr. Liu's nagging. He knew his mentor meant well. Don't worry, master, it won't happen again. I'll work diligently and prepare a good paper for Dr. Liu when a good subject comes along. Lu Yongxin finally breathed a sigh of relief, patting Zhou Ning's shoulder. Young people should have higher standards for themselves. Unlike me, I'll retire in a few months and go home to be with my grandchildren. All right. Think it through on your own. I'm off to the hospital for a prescription. If anyone looks for me, give them my phone number. Zhou Ning nodded, and after watching Lu Yongxin leave, he finally put the envelope in his drawer. Who would have thought a casual remark made to Su Dayuan would lead to such an outcome? Glancing at the monitor displaying bone age identification, Chinese adolescent skeletal X-ray atlas, Zhou Ning opened the book. He had already finished the grave robbery note, and recently he was following a new book by Higa Shinokigo. Although the suspense was thrilling, there was almost no coverage of forensic science. Suddenly, an idea appeared before Zhou Ning's eyes. If he were to write a book on forensic criminal investigation, naturally it would be more professional than these authors, and perhaps the manuscript fee would be more generous? With this thought, Zhou Ning became restless. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He was extremely busy with his job at times, but when things slowed down, he often had nothing to do for extended periods. In his spare time, apart from learning painting with Mr. Xia, he was just sleeping at home. Of course, the system's abuse during sleep could be disregarded. With that in mind, Zhou Ning opened a blank document on his computer and stared blankly for a while as a phrase drifted through his mind. Speak for the living and speak for the dead. In an instant, the faces of Su Monli, Sun Wenxuan, Li Delin, Zhu Meifeng, Wang Qinwan, and others appeared before Zhou Ning's eyes. Some were crying, some screaming, some continuously recounting their grievances. Zhou Ning felt as if something was stuck in his chest. His fingers danced across the keyboard, and lines of text began to leap forth. After who knows how long, a wave of hunger interrupted his train of thought. Only then did Zhou Ning realize he had written nearly 10,000 words. He glanced at the time, and it was almost 5:30. He quickly saved the document. No wonder he was hungry. He had skipped lunch and been typing for hours, but the feeling of pressure in his chest had lessened somewhat. It seemed this method was not bad. It at least kept him from being emotionally affected by the cases. He remembered what his psychology professor said in college. A good forensic doctor must learn to soothe their own emotions because the more cases they encounter, the more negative emotions they accumulate. /p break time equals 300 ms. //prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. If not relieved over time, this can affect one's psyche. Zhou Ning stood up, stretching his limbs, when suddenly his phone started ringing. He grabbed the phone and Mr. Xia's name flashed on the screen. Zhou Ning looked confused. Today was Friday, and he hadn't arranged a class with Mr. Xia, had he? With the confusion in mind, he quickly answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Xia? The voice of Xia Momo on the other end of the line was trembling and frantic as she spoke at a rapid pace. Zhou Ning, come quickly. I have a student who's about to jump off a building. He's climbed up to the rooftop of the Cultural Palace. Zhou Ning was taken aback. He knew Xia Momo was panicked, and at this time it would be pointless to tell her he was a forensic doctor. This situation required a call to 110, and that would only panic Xia Momo even more. Don't worry, I'm contacting my colleagues to come over now and make sure that the teachers and students around don't provoke him. We'll be there in 5 minutes. Xia Momo made 2 sounds of acknowledgement. Hurry over. Then the line went dead and Zhou Ning dialed Su Daiwan's mobile phone, which was promptly answered. What's up, Dr. Zhou? Not sneaking off early on a Friday, are you? Suda. There's a kid who's going to jump off a building at the Cultural Palace. His teacher's my friend. She just called me. She must have panicked and didn't call 110. Can you send someone over to have a look? /p break time equals 300 ms /prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. There was a noise of a chair moving, audible through the receiver. Get downstairs and let Zhao Xinli drive you to the scene. I'm calling the command center now. We can get there before you from the station. After hanging up, Zhou Ning grabbed his down jacket and dashed out of the office. As he reached the ground floor, he saw Zhao Xinli answering his phone, opening the car door, and Zhou Ning promptly sat in the front passenger seat, with Lu Yong seated in the back. Zhao Xinli ended the call, put the car in gear, and sped off. What exactly is going on? The boss said someone's jumping off a building, but that's not our department, is it? Zhou Ning quickly explained the situation and Lu Yong leaned forward from the back. Is this teacher Xia pretty? Zhao Xinli spat in disgust. Are you in heat, kid? Stop spouting nonsense. Don't you see Dr. Zhou is on pins and needles here? Right, call the fire brigade. If the boss has contacted them, even better. If not, we'll help make the contact. They might have some kind of rescue cushion or something. Lu Yong hurriedly made the call, and Zhou Ning finally let out a sigh of relief. Despite Zhao Xinli appearing foolhardy at times, he was calm and collected when it mattered. The car had now pulled up in front of the Cultural Palace, and without it coming to a complete stop, Zhou Ning bolted out. Su Dayuan was already there with a number of people, holding a megaphone and continually speaking to the youth, trying his best to counsel him. /p break time equals 300 ms /prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. There were quite a few onlookers gathered, all pointing and looking upward. Zhou Ning looked up to see a 17 or 18-year-old boy sitting on the edge of the beautiful glazed tile roofing of the cultural palace, expressionless, holding a notebook from which he kept tearing pages, shredding them, and tossing the pieces down. Xia Momo was held back at the caution tape, but upon seeing Zhou Ning, she immediately grabbed his hand, her face filled with panic. Zhou Ning, quickly think of something. This student, Zhang Guolin, is a repeat student. His family is very wealthy, his father took a mistress, and his mother was kicked out of the house. The police are already here and have been trying to talk him down, but Zhang Guolin seems completely unreceptive and even more agitated. It looks like he could jump at any moment. Zhou Ning patted Xia Momo's back. Her hands were cold and trembling. Clearly, she was terrified by the situation. The sound of a fire engine siren reached them, and Zhou Ning turned to see the fire brigade had arrived and started setting up the rescue air cushion from a distance. He had seen it on the news many times. It took a long time to inflate such a device, and if the counseling on the other end didn't buy enough time, it was all going to be too late. From the height of the 5-story building, a fall would mean certain death or injury that would leave someone disabled for life. Don't panic, I'll think of something. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Though he said that, Zhou Ning began to survey the area in front of the entrance to the cultural palace. There were numerous electric bikes and motorcycles parked, mostly moved aside, except for a brand-new BMW F650 GS motorcycle parked right there. Pointing at the motorcycle, Zhou Ning asked, "Whose bike is that?" Xia Momo glanced at it. "It's Zhang Guolin's." On hearing this, Zhou Ning strode over to Su Daiwan's side, snatched the megaphone, and shouted loud enough for everyone around to hear, "Who does this motorcycle belong to? Move it quickly, don't you see the fire truck needs to get through? Do you want your bike impounded?" Su Dayuan was startled, quickly gripping the megaphone and giving Zhou Ning a fierce look, as though he thought Zhou Ning was messing around and ready to devour him. Zhou Ning shuddered and backed away behind the caution tape. But before he could be rebuked, Zhang Guolin, who was standing on the rooftop, had already got up, retreated to the top of the building, and desperately shouted, "Mine, it's my bike. Please, officer, don't impound it. I'll come down and move it right away." /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 28. Police family _1 Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Police family _1. After saying that, Zhang Guolin turned and ran towards the interior of the platform. Over Su Daiwan's walkie-talkie, the voice of the police at the stairwell could be heard shouting, "He's coming down! He's coming down!" Su Dayuan glanced at Zhou Ning and tossed the walkie-talkie to someone beside him, who, judging by the insignia, seemed to be on the same level as Su Dayuan. That person hurriedly said, "No need to make such a fuss. It's good that he's coming down. Don't block him, he's already on his way to the door." Su Dayuan gestured to Zhou Ning, who hesitated for a moment before lifting the cordon and walking up to where Su Dayuan and the others were standing, speaking somewhat guiltily. "What's the matter, Suda? What's the matter? What were you just up to?" "Saving someone. Cut the act with me. Why did that line work so well?" Zhou Ning nodded towards the motorcycle. "Mr. Xia said that the bike belongs to Zhang Guolin. Even though it's just a motorcycle, most cars don't even cost as much as that one. Mr. Xia mentioned his father had an affair and kicked him and his mother out, so that bike became one of their few remaining assets. How could he not care about it?" Su Dayuan blinked, taking in the rationale, which seemed to hold some water, but he still couldn't connect it to the act of saving someone. The leader beside Su Dayuan was already smiling from ear to ear. "Don't glare at me. One sentence solved the problem. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. We are in a period of maintaining stability, crucial for the transition from Qidong County to district. If a student commits suicide at this time, it's trouble for all of us. Isn't it better this way? Right, this young man looks decent. If you don't want him, I'll take him." Su Dayuan rolled his eyes. "Go on, you're everywhere." You've got an eye for every young person you see. He's Dr. Zhou. What do you need him for? While they were speaking, Zhang Guolin ran downstairs, unlocked the motorcycle, and pushed it to a parking space to the side. Only then did he look nervously at Zhou Ning. He had seen clearly from up above. It was this man who had shouted out, "Officer, I've moved it. Please don't give me a ticket or tow it." Su Dayuan and everyone else at the scene looked at Zhou Ning. To say at this time that he was a forensic doctor looking for them would truly spoil the situation. Zhou Ning didn't rush, his smile fading as he placed one hand behind his back. "How old are you?" 18. "Got a driver's license?" Zhang Guolin nodded vigorously and took out his driver's license from his pocket. Zhou Ning looked at it briefly, considering Xia Momo's words. It wasn't surprising that this art student, who was repeating a grade, had a driver's license. Tossing back the driver's license to Zhang Guolin, he pointed at the bike and said, "I thought you were underage. Now that you're an adult, act like one. I've heard about your situation from Mr. Xia/P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P running upstairs to seek death at the slightest issue is a child's tactic. If you died, what would your mother do? Oh, you're old enough to be kicked out but not to fight for justice for her? You use the threat of suicide to intimidate your father. Do you think he cares about abandoning you and your mother? Don't you know to think before you act?" Zhang Guolin pursed his lips, his hands clasped together, head slightly lowered, listening intently to what Zhou Ning said. In the midst of it, he glanced at Xia Momo, not refuting Zhou Ning's words. "Are you listening to me?" Zhang Guolin nodded. "I know you're Mr. Xiao's boyfriend. I believe what you said, but I really can't help right now. My cards have been frozen, and my mom has been kicked out with nothing. Apart from this bike, we don't have a penny. My mom and I are living at my grandmother's, enduring contempt every day." As he spoke, Zhang Guolin's eyes reddened, as if he were about to cry the next moment. Zhou Ning kicked his shoe, and Zhang Guolin looked up at him, startled. "What now? Did your parents go through a consensual divorce, or was it a court lawsuit?" Zhang Guolin looked puzzled. "My mom can't read much, so my dad tricked her into signing a divorce agreement. The next day, the divorce certificate was delivered. My dad said that he earned every penny of our family's wealth and we were just leeches off him. Since I was of age, I didn't need to depend on him anymore, and he kicked us out." Zhou Ning exhaled. "/P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P." Such an agreement sounded dubious right off the bat. How could a divorce be arranged without one's presence? Unless it involved forging a power of attorney and having a lawyer represent the parties, but that's something ordinary people wouldn't dare do. It's a criminal act. You're 18 now, and you don't think to solve problems through legal means. Things haven't reached a dead end yet. Get a lawyer to check who processed the divorce at the registry office and proceed with a direct lawsuit. When a party is unaware, such a divorce agreement isn't recognized by the court. Plus, your father's assets acquired after marriage are their joint property. If a divorce is desired, asset division can be pursued, and as for infidelity during the marriage, if the evidence is conclusive, the judge will compensate your mother with a portion of the assets, but it won't be a significant amount. Zhang Guolin's eyes widened. "Really? Why don't you ask a professional lawyer and find out?" Zhou Ning cocked her head, looking pleadingly at Su Dayuan, who poked the policeman beside him. "Mr. Liang, don't play dead. Quickly introduce us to a reliable lawyer, and as for the fees, we can pay them after securing the assets." Su Daiwan's voice was not quiet, and the policeman called Mr. Liang by his side had already walked over with a smile and dialed a number, putting the call on speakerphone. "In Lianghonggang, introducing a case to you, and the situation is like this. How confident are you? /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. Lianghonggang provided a comprehensive description, almost repeating their entire conversation again. "I'll check on it and get back to you in 10 minutes. With a click, the other party hung up the call, and by this time, Su Dayuan had arranged for the surrounding police force to withdraw. After all, the person had come down, the danger was resolved, and he could leave too once the follow-up was handled. Before long, Liang Honggang's phone rang. "All right, I'll take the case. I can't say there's a 100% certainty, but 99% confidence is possible. Oh, and I need the contact information of the parties involved." Just a moment. Zhang Guolin was handed the phone, and he gave out his mobile number. They also added each other as friends on QQ. Seeing Zhang Guolin put away his phone, Liang Honggang then folded his arms and stared at Zhang Guolin. "Okay, considering you're young, I'll let you off this time. Do you know that it's called disturbing public order?" Zhang Guolin shrank his neck, and Xia Momo stepped forward, standing in front of Zhang Guolin. He was just desperate. "I'll talk to his mother about it. We're truly sorry for the inconvenience today, and thank you for your help." Liang Honggang waved his hand, glancing at Zhou Ning. "Forget it, seeing as you're also a police family, well, leave it at that. However, he still needs to see a psychologist and get what's it called, right, psychological counseling." Xia Momo kept nodding. Zhou Ning coughed, and Su Dayuan nudged Liang Honggang. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. All right, that's enough. The incident was caused by my people. You can stop showing off now. The two traded barbs for a bit, and after Zhou Ning comforted Xia Momo and Zhang Guolin's mother arrived, Zhou Ning left as well. Xia Momo stared at the car Zhou Ning was in for a long time. Though they had known each other for just over a month, Zhou Ning gave her a completely different impression today, standing protectively in front of her, bringing calm to her panicked heart. It was only when Zhang Guolin's mother took her hand that Xia Momo withdrew her gaze. December 10th, 2 days ago, the news that Qidong County would be reorganized into a district was published, and housing prices skyrocketed instantly. The price of homes originally at 3,000 per square meter shot up to over 9,000, and there wasn't even a market for them. Buying a house now would be foolish. Dr. Liu held a housing sales brochure, constantly reviewing and comparing it, letting out repeated sighs of regret for not having made a move earlier. Having hung up the phone with Xia Momo, Zhou Ning hummed a tune while tapping away at the keyboard. Lu Yongxin glanced at Zhou Ning, threw aside his reading glasses, and gave up looking at the property sales brochure. "Did you strike it rich or something? Why are you so happy?" Zhou Ning smiled. In fact, these past few days felt almost like finding a gold nugget. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Dr. Liu had already sent over the follow-up payment for his manuscript, $3,000, which converted to 20,000 yuan, the most money he had ever seen since graduating. But even this paled in comparison to the phone call he just received, which made him so happy. To change someone's fate with just a few words, what a great feeling that was. The kid who was about to jump off the building, they're prepared to sue. When his dad heard the news, he wanted to settle out of court and even offered more money. Dr. Liu nodded. He had heard about the incident later. His apprentice had really made a name for himself in the department. But as for the young people's understanding of these matters, they really couldn't keep up with the pace. An out-of-court settlement won't work, as it involves them falsifying evidence. But you sure know a lot about legal matters. Knowing they hoodwinked him into signing, you could think of a forged power of attorney. That's really impressive. Before Zhou Ning could boast, the office door was pushed open forcefully, and Su Dayuan poked his head in. "Everyone's here. Good timing. I've got a new case. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chapter 29 Someone under the bed _1 Chapter 29. Chapter 29 Someone under the bed _1 As soon as they got into the car, Zhou Ning and Dr. Liu both turned to look at Su Dayuan. Seeing the master and apprentice make the same gesture, Su Dayuan tugged at the corner of his mouth and clicked his tongue. "Stop looking at me like that, I don't have much information." The police from the port station called to say they'd found a body. It's a bit far, in the Baihailan Tian Garden, which is at the very southern edge of the development zone, right next to Qingdao Port. The occupancy rate of the compound where the incident occurred is very high. After all, It's the closest location to Qingdao City District in Qidong, and there are hospitals and schools nearby, 2 universities, and it's also by the seaside. The reporters are 2 men who said they have been working overtime a lot recently and decided to just stay at a friend's house who was away. This morning, they accidentally discovered someone under the bed. Dr. Liu listened and nodded continuously, and when Su Dayuan paused, he opened his eyes wide and spread his hands. That's it? That's it. The folks at the port police station just took a look and confirmed it was a body, then they immediately contacted me. The 2 who reported the case were also kept there. Zhou Ning didn't speak. The car's air conditioning was not very good. It seemed to be leaking air everywhere. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Zhou Ning pulled his hat down and hugged his arms, closing his eyes to sleep, with the intermittent sounds of Dr. Liu and Su Daiwan's conversation in his ears. Half an hour later, the car jerked a few times, seeming to go over a speed bump. Zhou Ning lifted his hat, and indeed, they had arrived at the scene. After donning his mask, Zhou Ning hopped out of the car and took his investigation kit, following behind Dr. Liu. He didn't plan on taking the initiative today, but to follow his master's arrangements, since this was his first time attending a scene with Dr. Liu. As they were getting ready, several policemen came over, shaking hands and greeting Su Dayuan warmly. The chubby tall guy was Chief Zhu. Seeing Dr. Liu, he continuously nodded and, halfway through extending his hand, he turned it toward the building behind, and Liu Yongxin slowly lowered his half-raised hand without showing any displeasure, just smiling. Zhou Ning wasn't surprised by this treatment, but still felt uncomfortable when he actually saw it. Chief Zhu didn't seem to notice and continued with his briefing. The body was found in room 102 of Unit 3, Building 6. The 2 who reported the case both work at Qingdao Port. One is named Song Luqing, a crane operator, and the other is named Wang Yi, a dispatcher. The port has been busy recently with a lot of overtime. They've been staying here for these 8 or 9 days. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, PO. The owner of this apartment is Feng Suiqin, a 74-year-old aunt with poor leg mobility. She lives in Donghai District and owns quite a few properties. She has 3 apartments in this compound alone. This apartment, room 102, was rented to Yu Jingwei in June this year. It was arranged through an agency, and they even paid a 500 yuan agency fee. As for information about this Yu Jingwei, I was still checking when you arrived. Chief Zhu repeated the contents he had on his phone, apparently already familiar with the basics, and Su Dayuan nodded. All right, you've worked hard. We need some assistance maintaining order here. I'll let the forensic doctor have a look first, and after that, we'll determine the direction of the investigation. But call those 2 reporters over for me to have a word with them. Chief Zhu wiped his hands and glanced at Dr. Liu and Zhou Ning. When dealing with such a vicious case without any leads, I feel we are still lacking. How about we talk to the city's forensic office and ask them to send someone over? Su Dayuan laughed, not just with an expression, but with a genuine laugh, as if he had heard an amusing joke. He gestured behind him. Okay, pal, I'll take it as you're concerned for the case. Well, take it from here. You guys can leave. What are you waiting for? The meal to be served. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. As Su Dayuan finished speaking, the criminal investigation team sprang into action, taking over the police cordon, dispersing onlookers, and officially taking custody of the 2 reporters. Su Dayuan didn't give any orders, and Zhou Ning wasn't in a hurry. He Chunyang went to take a statement from the elderly lady, and the 2 reporters were brought forward. Chief Zhu left without further ado, leading his men away. Dr. Liu spoke softly. There has been a rumor recently that Qingdao Port area might be transferred to Qidong District. I guess Chief Zhu has his own thoughts on that. Just don't add to the chaos, and that will be fine. Zhou Ning nodded, understanding the rationale. I got it, master. I'll go to the scene as soon as Su De instructs. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you. Liu Yongxin smiled, leisurely taking out a cigarette and lighting it up. As the reporters were brought before them, Zhou Ning looked at the two men who both seemed rather pale, as if they'd been scared witless. Talk about it. How did you discover the body? Don't leave out any details. I'll handle the analysis. Don't worry about being verbose. The more detailed, the better. The younger one, Song Luqing, looked nervously at the taller Wang Yi beside him. My name is Song Luqing. In the last 8 or 9 days, our unit has been working overtime until midnight every day. Wang Go, brother Wang, and I were temporarily staying at his friend's rented apartment, this room 102, because it's closer to our workplace. /p break time equals 300 ms// prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. This morning, when I got up, I realized I didn't have any cigarettes left, so I asked brother Wang for some. Brother Wang teased me for always mooching off his cigarettes and hid them, saying if I could find them, I could smoke them, otherwise I'd have to go out and buy my own. So I started looking around. As I was searching, I noticed something under the bed in the north guest room. I peered under the bed for a long while but couldn't make it out clearly, just a dark heap of something, not knowing what it was. So I lifted the mattress, and through a gap in the bed slats, I saw a hand. At this point, Song Luqing retched twice, tears almost spilling out. That kind of fright made him feel as if he were reliving the experience again. To the side, Wang Yi continued, "Let me continue. I was using the restroom when I heard Song Luqing shout. I hurriedly pulled up my pants and ran out to look. The hand was blue and black, definitely not that of a living person, so I immediately called the police. We didn't touch anything and just waited downstairs for the police to arrive. Afterward, Chief Zhu came over and looked before contacting you guys. Neither of us was allowed to leave. Could we make a call to our work to ask for leave?" Wang Yi, being older, managed to control his emotions fairly well, but the hand holding his phone still trembled slightly. It's a normal reaction for people not accustomed to this sort of thing, and Su Dayuan nodded his head. /p break time equals 300 ms// prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. Wait a moment. You can make a call to ask for leave, but we still need you to help make a statement. If there are no issues, you can go back to work. It won't take long. Relieved at hearing this, the two of them relaxed. Su Dayuan then asked, "Tell me, why are you staying in this house? As far as I know, your company provides dormitories, and if you work overtime, you can stay there, right?" Seeing Song Luqing still crouching on the ground, Wang Yi quickly said, "Yes, we have dorms, but this apartment is rented by my classmate Yu Jingwei. He went on a trip with his daughter for half a month. He has a dog at home that needs looking after. He asked me for a favor, so I agreed, and that's why I'm temporarily staying here." "A trip? How long have they been gone?" Wang Yi seemed to consider for a moment before the still crouching Song Luqing eagerly raised his hand. "They left on the 29th of last month. I was on the day shift then, and I was the one who came to feed the dog." "Did they leave you the keys?" Wang Yi waved his hand. "It's a code lock. You can open it with a fingerprint or a code, no key needed." Su Dayuan nodded and pointed at the police officer beside him. "All right, leave your contact information, make your calls to ask for leave, then follow our officer to the security station to make a statement, and after that, you can leave. We will contact you if we need anything. Don't go out in the meantime." The two nodded happily, visibly relieved. /p break time equals 300 ms// prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p. Su Dayuan turned to Zhou Ning and Dr. Liu, noticing Dr. Liu was still smoking, seemingly not in any rush to go up. "Dr. Zhou, take Zhao Xinli to check the scene. Dr. Liu and his team also need to collect samples, right?" "I'll collect samples." Dr. Liu, carrying a bag, walked in the direction where Song Luqing and Wang Yi had left. Zhou Ning gestured to Zhao Xinli, who, having heard the conversation, came over to help carry the investigation kit, eagerly following Zhou Ning into the apartment. Arriving in front of door 102, the door stood open with no signs of forced entry. Zhao Xinli, very conscientiously, took out fingerprint powder and a brush and began searching for prints on the door. Zhou Ning set down the backpack and looked past the entrance door. Directly opposite was the bathroom, To the south was the living room and a bedroom, and to the north were the dining room, an open kitchen, and the guest room. The room was fairly clean, mainly because there wasn't much furniture. There was just a long sofa in the living room, a flat-screen TV on the wall, and the dining table and cabinets were complete. You could tell no cooking was done based on the absence of any cooking utensils and condiments, and the surfaces were all dusty. Zhou Ning stepped into the living room, and at that moment, barking erupted from the balcony of the living room. A black Labrador was scrabbling at its cage. Although it was barking loudly, its tail was wagging. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p standing between the living room and the dining room. An offensive odor hit Zhou Ning's nose. Zhou Ning furrowed his brows slightly. Can a dog really smell that bad? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p chapter 30 can it be done like this? _1 chapter 30. Chapter 30 can it be done like this? _1 pressing down on the metal strip of his mask, Zhou Ning walked towards the smaller bedroom to the north. In this room, 2 people had been living for the past few days. Moreover, the officers from the port police station had also been inside, so collecting fingerprints and footprints would not be very meaningful. It was still best to look at the body first. The northern bedroom wasn't large, with just a 1.5-meter wide double bed and a bedside table. There was no wardrobe or anything else. By the door, there was a small plastic bag with a few clothes in it, presumably belonging to Song Luqing. At this moment, the mattress on the bed had been pulled aside and was standing against the wall. There were old stains of urine on the mattress, several patches like maps of varying sizes, emitting a strong odor. All 4 corners were frayed. Considering this was a rental property, he guessed it was provided by the landlord. The bed's wooden slats were of the ribbed type, with gaps in between. Through these gaps, he could see something stuffed close to the foot of the bed, wrapped in a green bedsheet with large patterns. An arm slipped out of the bedsheet, its exposed hand was purplish-black, and the crevices of the nails were pitch-black. Zhao Xinli now came over, peeking past Zhou Ning. Having seen the previous giant body, he was unfazed by the state of this corpse. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p wow, so it was really stuffed under the bed, huh? The person wasn't very tall, right? Zhou Ning shook his head. He understood Zhao Xinli's point. A bed 1.5 meters wide, with a body wrapped and placed crosswise, wouldn't show any protruding parts. Judging by the shape, the person was curled up and packed. Help me move the slats aside and remove the 4 frames at the sides of the bed? Zhao Xinli slapped his chest. I'll find someone for the physical work. You just wait. You won't need to lift a finger. He turned around and left, shortly summoning 2 officers inside to gently lift the bed slats and then remove the bed frame, leaving the head of the bed untouched. Forensic Doctor Liu walked in at this point, glanced at the bundle by the north wall from the doorway, and went straight over to it. Stop looking, get to work taking pictures and securing the scene. Zhou Ning hustled over. With Dr. Liu present, he felt neither panic nor haste. Following Dr. Liu's finger positioning, he quickly helped with the photography. Upon observation, the sheet wrapped around the corpse was tied in 3 places with rope. It was between the first and second knots that the arm had slipped out. Dr. Liu nudged the deceased's arm. It wasn't stiff and moved slightly. That's when he waved his hand. Prepare the body bag. Well, lift the body into it shortly. I'm going to cut one of the ropes first to see the victim's face. Soon, the body bag arrived on a gurney. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p Zhao Xinli squeezed past, assisting Zhou Ning in lifting the body into the bag. During the lifting, there was a tearing sound near the head. Zhou Ning laid down the body and looked down at the source of the sound. A fist-sized, dried bloodstain appeared on the floor, not very big. This discovery caused Dr. Liu to pause. I was careless. I wanted to preserve the complete state to examine in the autopsy room later. All right, Zhou Ning, grab scissors and cut the ropes. Be careful to avoid the knots. Zhou Ning picked up the scissors, straining to cut the rope around the neck. This green nylon rope seemed thin but was tough to cut, illustrating its durability. When the rope was loosened, the bedsheet it wrapped was still fixed in its shape. He gently lifted a corner. The sheet was wound tightly. Dr. Lu took the scissors and cut through several layers of the fabric. As they peeled it aside, the scene beneath the bedsheet was revealed to them. Zhou Ning inhaled sharply, and Dr. Lu shivered. That intense, huh? Under the sheet was a plastic bag, the kind from a supermarket. He could see several layers, with newspapers as padding. However, blood had soaked through and was seeping from the crevices, giving Zhou Ning a bad feeling. Dr. Lu paused for a moment, considering Su Daiwan's urgency. It was important to give some direction after completing the scene survey to advance the investigation. Continue to cut the bag open, but be careful. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. With scissors in hand, Zhou Ning began to cut along the edge, slicing through the 3 layers at once. He stopped when he reached the top. Dr. Lu and Zhou Ning each grabbed a side and gently lifted it to reveal a bloodied, mutilated face marred with hacking wounds. The victim's lips were missing a third. The left teeth were exposed, showing the first and second molars on the lower left as metallic silver dental crowns, the spaces between the teeth stained brown with nicotine or tea. There were 3 loops of the green nylon rope around the neck, deeply embedded into the flesh, leaving a distinct, dark brown, leather-like ridge. The face is destroyed. The wounds appear to be caused by multiple knife cuts. The perpetrator must be either an acquaintance or someone with deep animosity. Zhou Ning didn't say anything, closely examining the victim's crown. The hair was salt and pepper, with few strands in the center and longer hair around the sides. Several brown spots were near the ears and neck, the skin rough and peeling, very dark. The area underneath the collar was much lighter. Could the victim have worked outdoors? As he was looking, the transparent display screen in front of him suddenly came alive. Zhou Ning knew that whenever there was a case, the system would become busy. Sure enough, a familiar multiple-choice question appeared on the screen. Beep. The system issues a task. Please, bound person, choose the task difficulty. A. Basic task. B. Intermediate tasks. C/P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Advanced tasks. Zhou Ning paid no mind, his thoughts wholly occupied by the corpse as he planned to make his choice later on. Just then, Dr. Lu spoke up. What are you staring for? Measure the body length, mind the bent legs. Just get an approximate figure. Once done, hurry and transport the body. This state is unfit for an external examination here. Zhou Ning nodded and quickly measured the victim's body length, roughly 170 centimeters. Dr. Lu made the record and then gestured with his hands. All right, that's it, let's clear out. Zhou Ning covered the victim's bloodied and indistinct face with a plastic bag, zipped up the body bag, and Zhao Xinli wheeled the cart away. Just as Zhou Ning was about to turn around, the system alarm started blaring. Beep, warning. Beep, warning. Beep, warning. The bound person did not make a selection within the allotted time. The system defaults to the highest level task mode. Zhou Ning paused. Damn it, what a dirty trick. Can it even do this? The last intermediate task was already difficult enough, and now an advanced task? Are they trying to kill me? I'm just a rookie forensic doctor. The system default, the bound person has selected an advanced task. Task release in progress. Advanced task content. 1. Ascertain the cause of the victim's death. Time allocated 6 hours. 2. Identify the victim's identity. Time allocated 48 hours. 3. Find the murderer and determine the motive. Time allocated 10 days. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning was speechless. He didn't even have the energy to curse. Given that the last tough case allowed a timeline of 72 hours, and this time a straight 10 days were provided, it was evident that this case was more challenging. As he pondered, a pain shot through his foot, and Dr. Liu glared at him. "What are you dazing about for? This isn't the primary crime scene. Other than the little bloodstains that seeped out, there's no other trace. Let's go back for an autopsy." With the victim's face hacked up like this, it's going to be hard to identify them. Zhou Ning nodded, picked up the investigation kit, and stepped out of the apartment building, just as Su Dayuan also happened by. "What's up? Any discovery from the external examination?" Zhou Ning shook his head, frowning deeply. The victim's face has been deliberately mutilated, rendering their features unrecognizable. "We have very little information at present." The victim had some balding and graying hair, age spots behind the ears and on the neck, and was about 170 centimeters tall. "I estimate the age to be over 50. As he said this, Dr. Liu walked over, tearing off his gloves and mask, and gestured for Zhou Ning to open the camera. Zhou Ning knew what Liu Yongxin meant. He wanted Su Dayuan to see the victim's skin color and fingers because the colors were very indicative. "Find the photos of the neck and hands. Yes, this one. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The skin color of the victim's face, neck, and arms is very dark, hinting at the traces of being commonly exposed to the sun over the years. The nails are also very dark, and it seems like there's dirt in the crevices of the fingerprints. Detailed sample analysis needs to be done back in the autopsy room, but I conjecture that the victim might have been a construction site worker. The deceased's lower left first and second molars were capped with metal, something that's rare these days, as it's not as safe as porcelain, but it is much cheaper. That's about all we can analyze for now. Let's head back and prepare for the autopsy. Identifying the victim won't be easy." Su Dayuan nodded, placing a hand on Dr. Liu's shoulder. "You guys go ahead. Get me the autopsy details as soon as you can. I've got absolutely no leads here." The community's surveillance footage has been copied, but the northern wall of this complex isn't sealed off, and the video quality isn't clear. "I've asked people to check the surrounding construction sites." Dr. Liu sighed. "Troublesome indeed. Let's take one step at a time." 1. Parchment-like transformation. During life, every organ and tissue in the human body contains a certain amount of water. After death, the body loses its moisture intake capacity, blood circulation stops, and water lost through evaporation no longer gets replenished. Water quickly evaporates from thinner areas of the corpse's skin and where the epidermis is peeling, leading to local drying. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The affected areas become wax yellow, tan, or dark brown in color, and the tissue hardens, resulting in what is called parchment-like transformation, also known as local desiccation. Parchment-like transformation can make abrasions more noticeable. Wounds, grooves, and epidermal peels that occurred before death can dry out shortly after death, making them appear clearer. Similar dehydration can occur post-mortem, but parchment-like transformations that appear after death are lighter in color, lacking the hemorrhage and other signs of life. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 31. What do you want the skull for? _1 Chapter 31. Chapter 31. What do you want the skull for? _1 40 minutes later, in the autopsy room. The X-ray was already taken, and the person ran as fast as if chased by a dog. Zhou Ning and Dr. Liu, dressed neatly, stood on either side of the autopsy table. By this time, the wrappings on the corpse had been removed, and the rope around the neck had been cut, revealing the full view of the body. The upper body was clad in a dark blue, white-striped, V-neck sweater with a matching shirt, and below were fleece-lined sweatpants and sneakers. Zhou Ning removed all the clothing and placed them on a cart nearby. The attire was somewhat odd, formal on top and overly casual below. But if you said he was a construction worker, that didn't quite fit either. Yet, what specifically was amiss, Zhou Ning couldn't articulate. Upon careful examination, the brands of all the clothes were unfamiliar. The shirt was of the highest quality, but the label at the collar had been cut off. On the chest pocket, There was an embroidered logo, a golden key standing upright from ancient times, which Zhou Ning had never seen before. Dr. Liu began examining the external aspects of the body, intermittently mentioning his findings, while Zhou Ning took corresponding notes. The neck presented a leather-like furrow with abrasions where green nylon fibers from the rope could be identified. The furrow encircled the neck in 3 loops. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p above the Adam's apple to below the ear. There was a U-shaped ligature mark. The body was limp. No signs of defensive injuries or subcutaneous hemorrhages were found. When discovered, the body was lying on its right side with knees drawn up, but livor mortis was concentrated on the back, indicating the body had been moved to the scene more than 36 hours after death. As for the time of death, it was between 7 to 10 days. Zhou Ning scribbled furiously, annotating the external examination chart according to Liu Yongxin's comments. "All right, your turn to perform the autopsy." Zhou Ning hesitated. Liu Yongxin had followed him all day, and he expected the senior to continue with the operation. However, since he was given the task, Zhou Ning wasn't about to shy away. After all, there were no shortcuts in this line of work. It was entirely reliant on accumulated experience. The more he did, the better. Without further ado, Zhou Ning put on another pair of gloves and began the dissection. This was an autopsy they were all clear about. The first step was to examine the neck of the deceased. Zhou Ning cut decisively, but slicing through the leather-like skin felt completely different, akin to scratching glass with a cat's claw. Separating each layer methodically, Liu Yongxin took photos on the side. After more than 2 hours, they had completed all the work. Zhou Ning exhaled deeply, and Liu Yongxin tipped his head. "You report as I did just now. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p." Collecting his thoughts, Zhou Ning knew Liu Yongxin was training him and promptly said, "Notable congestion and focal hemorrhages could be seen in the deceased's thyroid, laryngeal mucosa, pharyngeal mucosa, tonsils, and the base of the tongue." The U-shaped ligature mark was high on the neck, and the greater horn of the hyoid bone was fractured. The 3 ligature marks below indicated fractures in the cartilage of the organs due to violent force. Combined with the X-ray, the 3rd and 4th cervical vertebrae showed evidence of fractures, indicating a large amount of force by the killer. The victim's facial lacerations were severe, with a defect stretching from the left lip to the cheek. The lacerations overlapped in 32 places, and the nasal cartilage fracture showed signs of healing, suggesting the victim had experienced trauma about a month before death. The left ventricle was dilated, with wall thickness about 1.5 centimeters. No valve abnormalities were observed. Under microscopic examination, a few spindle-shaped scars could be seen near the myocardial interstitial vessels. Fluid exudation was present in the alveolar cavities of both lungs. The deceased had rheumatic myocarditis, accompanied by left heart failure. During the autopsy, no traumatic injuries were found on any internal organs. As for the inside of the skull, Master, I haven't done this part before. Dr. Liu set down the camera and impassively handed over a scalpel. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. The identity of the victim is unknown, and with such a brutal death, a craniotomy is necessary. Come on, as a forensic doctor, shaving is the most basic work. Everyone has their first time. Zhou Ning took the scalpel without any aversion and quickly shaved the scalp. He was confident in this task. After all, he had been the one shaving his grandfather's hair, and the old man, having no other hobbies, preferred a bald head. Watching Zhou Ning's action, Liu Yongxin burst into laughter. "You've got some skill, kid. If I'd known, I would have had you shave the giant from last time." Zhou Ning shuddered. The sensation was truly unforgettable. He had heard that shaving a giant was like scraping hair off tender tofu, a slight error, and Liu Yongxin's face held a mischievous smile, and seeing Zhou Ning's expression, he was very pleased. "Don't dawdle, cut and peel quickly. I'll mark the spot for you. You cut the skull." Zhou Ning didn't hesitate. At times like this, You had to satisfy the intuition of the person teaching you. Appearing timid when necessary was part of the process. Lack of reaction wouldn't please a teacher. This insight was something Zhou Ning had seen on Weibo just a few days prior. The smile Lu Yongxin had just given him proved the point was spot on. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. As the dust from the electric saw sprinkled down, Zhou Ning carried out the craniotomy, cleaned off the surface, and the two examined the interior of the skull, observing a hemorrhage on the left side without the need to manipulate it further. The blood volume, around 80 milliliters, was sufficient to cause death. Lu Yongxin, satisfied, removed his gloves and sighed deeply, motioning to Zhou Ning. All right, stitch it up quickly, then prepare samples for testing. There's a lot to do. Handle it slowly. I'm leaving first. Zhou Ning wore a puzzled expression. Master, where are you going? I'm off to write the autopsy report. The cause of death is mechanical asphyxiation. Having said that, Lu Yongxin changed his clothes and left. As these final words were spoken, a transparent display screen before Zhou Ning presented the first question regarding the submission of an advanced task. Submit? Zhou Ning was not surprised. He clicked submit, and there was no other response but the countdown stopping at 2:12. It had taken him only 40 minutes to get there, and Zhou Ning was quite satisfied with his speed. After dealing with the last injection and cleaning the bodice surface, he looked at the chop wounds on the face of the deceased. This area could not be restored for the time being. However, thinking about the restoration techniques he had been diligently practicing lately, Zhou Ning paused. If there was no clue, why not give it a try? But how to acquire the skull? /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning washed his hands and walked straight out of the autopsy room. Zhao Xinli was waiting at the door. He hurried over when he saw Zhou Ning, thinking he wanted to ask about the delivery for inspection. Xiao Lu drove to the city. I heard that the lab results can be very slow. With the year-end close by and the backlog of cases to review, the city is busy too. Shall I drive you back to the precinct? Zhou Ning glanced at the time. It was already past 1 o'clock. Without wasting words, he got into the car. On the passenger seat was a box lunch wrapped in a police coat. Zhou Ning smiled. Thanks, you even saved some food for me. No need to thank me. In our line of work, you need a full stomach for strength. Hold on to your box lunch and let's head back to eat. With that, he started the car. Back at the office, Zhou Ning saw Lu Yongxin sitting in front of the computer, slowly pecking at the keyboard with his index fingers. At this pace, typing 300 words before the end of the shift would be considered speeding. Master, let me do the typing. Lu Yongxin waved his hand. You eat first, I'll treat this as practice. Zhou Ning wolfed down the boxed meal. As per the old rule, it was all vegetarian, but since it was past mealtime, it was quite comforting to pacify his hunger this way. After washing up and rinsing his mouth, Zhou Ning approached Lu Yongxin, who didn't hesitate this time and moved aside, tossing his glasses to one side and rubbing his nose. All right, your turn. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Finding the letters is too much trouble for me. Zhou Ning took over. As Lu Yongxin spoke, his fingers flew across the keyboard, and in less than half an hour, the entire report was organized and printed out. After Lu Yongxin reviewed it, he allowed Zhou Ning to upload and send it to Su Daiyuan. No sooner had he sent it than Su Daiyuan's call came through. Dr. Lu, do you have any intuitive findings, or can you offer a profile of the crime suspect based on the autopsy? Zhou Ning remained silent, listening carefully. Dr. Lu sat down heavily, speaking slowly. Although the autopsy is complete, please don't be too demanding, Suda. We must wait for the lab results. There isn't much we can deduce at the moment. As for the direction to track the suspect, I can offer 2 points. First, the killer is very strong, right-handed, and used a nylon rope to strangle the neck. It's not just that the hyoid bone and the thyroid cartilage are fractured. There are also signs of fractured spinous processes of the vertebrae. Second, I suspect that the killer knew the victim and harbored deep hatred. The victim's face had 32 chop wounds, with tissue missing from the left cheek, which was continuously hacked with a knife. Third, about the identity of the victim, I still suspect that the victim worked outdoors. As for the precise details, we'll have to wait for the lab results. Su Daiyuan said nothing else and hung up. Zhou Ning hesitated for a long time before looking at Lu Yongxin. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p master, we have no leads on the victim's identity, but I have an idea. However, I need the victim's skull. Lu Yongxin was taken aback. Why do you need the skull? P.S. Frowny face 1 3 turns. 1 turn represents a complete circuit around an object. 2. Livor mortis. Livor mortis forms when, after death, blood circulation stops and blood loses the force to move, settling in the lower parts of the body due to gravity. As blood vessels in higher parts of the body become empty and those in the lower parts become engorged, the small veins and capillaries in the lower regions fill with blood, creating dark red to purple-red spots visible through the skin. Starting as misty, stripe-like formations, they gradually become patchy, constituting the livor mortis. Livor mortis is one of the earlier post-mortem phenomena, usually appearing 2 to 4 hours after death, peaking at about 12 to 14 hours, becoming fixed and no longer shifting after 24 to 36 hours, and lasting until the body decomposes. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 32 deadlock_1 chapter 32. Chapter 32 deadlock_1 What do you want the skull for? Zhou Ning found a sketchbook on the table and handed it to Lu Yongxin. Master, you know I've been learning painting from Mr. Xia, not just to cultivate my interests, but mainly to study the cranial structure and the pattern of the muscles. I've read an article before about a really impressive criminal investigator who could reconstruct a victim's face based on a witness description or from the skull. Lu Yongxin understood and, after falling silent for a long time, just when Zhou Ning thought Lu Yongxin would refuse, he looked up. What are you dazing off for? We've got nothing better to do. The case is at a standstill. Su Da wouldn't be calling again and again if they had found something on their end. Might as well use the dead horse as if it's a living one. Let's go skeleton stripping. Zhou Ning shuddered. Strip? Lu Yongxin chuckled, very satisfied with the reaction. Don't chicken out. Weren't you just speaking so knowledgeably? You want the skull, but you're waiting for someone else to do the grunt work? By the way, do you know how to make a mold? Zhou Ning honestly shook his head. What's a mold? Lu Yongxin rolled his eyes. Are you really that naive or just pretending? We can't just use the real skull for reconstruction before the victim's identity is confirmed. Of course, we must make a 1:1 plaster model. Zhou Ning rubbed his nose. Aren't you my mentor? /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. When I have a problem, I should turn to you. And if this really works out, wouldn't it make you proud? Lu Yongxin sighed. Stop it. I always feel like you're selling me out and then expect me to count the money for you. Enough talk, let's move. The two headed downstairs, dragging the free chauffeur, Zhao Xinli, and went straight to the county hospital. After busying themselves until past 6 o'clock, they finally saw the fruits of their labor. Naturally, the victim's skull and the peeled-off skin were also sent back. Lu Yongxin wiped away sweat and pushed the plaster model toward Zhou Ning. You've got enough time now, take it. Zhou Ning gave Lu Yongxin a thumbs up. Master, you're amazing. You can do everything. This was truly unexpected. Lu Yongxin waved his hand dismissively. Enough of that, take it and let me go home. Zhou Ning pulled Lu Yongxin into a taxi to send him home, then returned to his own place with the plaster model. On the way, he sent a text to Xia Momo, explaining the reason he wanted to learn painting and hoping Xia Momo would help him with the reconstruction, using the model. Just as he entered his home, his phone rang. It was Xia Momo. Hello, Mr. Xia. Dr. Zhou, I'm at the studio now. Bring the model over. My students have just left, and fortunately, we have the entire weekend ahead of us. Great, don't start dinner without me. He bought some food and, carrying it along with the plaster model, rushed to the cultural center. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As the streetlights began to glow and he tread lightly on the thin layer of snow, Zhou Ning headed straight to the studio. Xia Momo was brewing coffee, holding 2 cups and smiling at Zhou Ning as he arrived. You're here. I am, and I've brought you some work to do today. Xia Momo simply smiled without a word, handed Zhou Ning a cup of coffee, and Zhou Ning set down the food, and, naturally, the skull model. Is this the skull you mentioned? With coffee in hand, Zhou Ning began to explain. Right, the victim's face was destroyed, and the demise was horrible, so I won't show you the photos. After our autopsy analysis, we concluded that this is an elderly person around 60 years old. My master thinks he was a construction worker, but I don't see it that way. Though the exposed skin is darkened and has liver spots, there are no old wounds on the body, and the bones are healthy compared to others his age, except for some heart issues. Xia Momo placed the plaster skull on a stand nearby, where there was some clay, and Zhou Ning continued, my painting skills from the short time I've studied with you are still limited, and sending it to the municipal bureau would mean an unknown waiting period. We have no leads anyway, so I want to give it a shot, which means they'll be troubling you. There's no need for courtesy. When my student was about to jump off a building, I also looked for you first thing. I even got scolded by my father when I got home. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I know this isn't your department's responsibility, so I'm truly touched that you came so quickly. As she said this, Xia Momo paused, her face flushing with embarrassment, feeling that her words carried some ambiguity. She quickly changed the subject. As for your drawing ability, in just 1 month, you've gone from 0 basic to being able to sketch cranial bones. What more could I ask for in terms of praise? Zhou Ning smiled. After all, being trained by the system every night, even a worthless person like him would have been honed. However, Xia Momo's words gave him a bit of confidence. Let's not be polite to each other. I've seen part of the deceased's face. Let's eat first, and then start the reconstruction. Xia Momo didn't add anything more. The two of them ate something and began filling in the cranial model with modeling clay, Zhou Ning continuously sharing his mental impressions. With the transparent screen right before his eyes, they compared, adjusted, and revised without stop. Time ticked away. Xia Momo yawned, and Zhou Ning knew she was tired. Looking at the finished reconstruction of the victim's head in front of him, he felt a profound sense of achievement. He looked at his phone and found it had run out of power and shut down automatically. Raising his head to look at the wall clock, Zhou Ning realized it was almost 9 o'clock. They'd been at it for more than 10 hours. He looked at Xia Momo apologetically. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I didn't expect to keep you up all night with me, but I think this is our victim. Xia Momo waved her hand dismissively. It's okay. I'm happy to help you. Hurry up with your work. Zhou Ning stood up and, without another word, took his things and left. He didn't go home, but headed straight for the criminal police team office. As soon as he arrived, he noticed Lu Yongxin wasn't there. After a quick wash-up, Lu Yongxin walked in before he even had the chance to dry his face and raised his eyebrows in disbelief at the sight of Zhou Ning's bloodshot eyes. Why is your phone off, you stinker? Don't tell me you and little Mr. Xia were busy all night. Zhou Ning bristled, ruffling his disheveled hair. What do you mean busy all night? We were occupied with the reconstruction of the victim's appearance, and I didn't notice my phone had shut off. You finished? Lu Yongxin moved closer to Zhou Ning, who dried his face and walked over to his desk to open his bag. Looking at the modeling clay model of the victim's head, Lu Yongxin's eyes lit up. He had seen the victim's face after the murder. Despite the face being slashed, some features, such as the large eye bags and half an eyebrow, were still recognizable. It's lifelike. This is so accurate. I've only seen similar sculptures in journals. I didn't expect you two would nail it in just one night. Good job, kid. Zhou Ning just smiled without saying anything as Lu Yongxin picked up the model. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p no more chit-chat, follow me. I almost forgot with all this commotion. Suda is losing it in the conference room. No progress on the case. A day and night of canvassing the vicinity yielded no one moving a body, or even pulling a suitcase, and no discoveries regarding the missing persons or the construction site. Zhou Ning nodded and followed Lu Yongxin to the conference room. He thought he had entered the wrong room. The conference room was filled with smoke, like a fairyland, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Lu Yongxin coughed twice and kicked Zhao Zinli's leg. Open a window. You guys smoke too much. Suda, take a look at what my apprentice has come up with. Zhao Xinli hurried to open a window, and all eyes turned to Zhou Ning. Suda Yuan, after several collaborations, had great confidence in Zhou Ning's abilities. Seeing Lu Yongxin so excited, almost strutting around, it was apparent he had some new discovery, which instantly energized him. What has Dr. Zhou found? Go on, tell us. Lu Yongxin placed the bag on the conference table, opened it, and brought out the plaster model from inside, poking Zhou Ning's arm. All right, it's your turn to explain, kid. I'm going to find the relevant photos. With that, Lu Yongxin turned on the computer, enlarged several front-facing photos of the victim, and displayed them on the large screen. Zhou Ning cleared his throat, not out of nervousness, but because he was genuinely choked up. He then began to narrate, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, hey race the thing. With the completion of the facial reconstruction, I've had some new thoughts. We previously assumed the victim was a construction worker, since his nails were blackened with some black substance, though we hadn't confirmed it with a lab test. But after much thought last night, if someone works on a construction site, you'd expect he would have old injuries, cuts and scrapes wouldn't be uncommon, yet the victim had none. His bones were healthier than those of a typical elderly person. Then it occurred to me, who else would have such tan skin and be so robust? I think we should focus our investigation on local retirees who enjoy fishing, flying kites, outdoor biking, etc. Also, they must live alone. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense that someone could go missing for several days without anyone noticing. Zhou Ning spoke confidently, but the room went silent after he finished speaking, filling him with a bit of embarrassment. Had he been too talkative? Or was his analysis off the mark? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, chapter 33 The Old Black Man Who Always Changes His Wife _1 Chapter 33. Chapter 33 The Old Black Man Who Always Changes His Wife _1 The stillness in the conference room lasted for more than 10 seconds. Su Dayuan looked at Zhou Ning in surprise. This analysis almost overturned the previous reasoning, but the more he pondered over it, the more it seemed that Zhou Ning was making sense. As for the restored portrait of the victim, this was completely beyond Su Daiwan's understanding. It was not that he didn't believe, but that he simply dared not believe that a new forensic doctor could actually produce such a thing. Dr. Zhou has made good points, very sensible, someone said. Right now, we have no results from the lab tests, and there's nothing we can do about that. However, since the current direction of the investigation isn't yielding progress, let's follow this analysis and check it out. About this reconstructed portrait, Dr. Liu, do you think it resembles the victim? Dr. Liu nodded and pointed at the photo as he spoke. There's no doubt about the shape of the face. The bones determine the contour of the face. Although the victim's facial features were badly mutilated, when Zhou Ning and I conducted the autopsy, we tried our best to push the facial features back to their original positions. The rough appearance is still recognizable. Look, the victim had very pronounced bags under his eyes, loose eyelids, and hidden double eyelids. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. There's also half of an eyebrow and thin lips left. These significant features match entirely, so I thought it looked very much like the victim at first glance. Zhou Ning slammed his notebook on the table, as if to make a decision. Take photos, and use this model to start the search. Take frontal and profile pictures, and begin at the residential area where the victim was found. Start asking around in every community within a 5-kilometer radius, especially the aunties who watch children and the residential security guards. Have them look carefully at the pictures. Let's get moving. Qidong leaned forward, his voice not very loud as he asked, Captain, should we call Chief Zhu to coordinate a joint investigation? We don't have many hands. If we spread out, we won't be very fast. I'm worried about delays causing complications. Zhou Ning nodded. I'll get in touch with him. Dr. Zhou, go take the photos and then have Mr. Wang print out the pictures and distribute them to everyone. Let's move. Qidong, stay here. Zhou Ning followed Lu Yongxin out, carrying the model. Zhou Ning discussed with Qidong about Yu Jingwei, who had rented the apartment, as if trying to figure out how to bring him back. Zhou Ning didn't hear much since he had the next steps of his work awaiting him. He quickly returned to the forensics office. After all, he was curious to listen in, especially since the high-priority task involved 3 issues, and the 10-day deadline was creating immense pressure. /p break time equals 300 ms. / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p with the black cloth in place. Zhou Ning took good photos from all angles and sent the images to Mr. Wang. After being busy with all these things, Dr. Lu patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder. Take a break for a while. You didn't sleep all night, you're young, but you can't treat your body like this, it can't take it. Zhou Ning shook his head. As if to remind him, the 48-hour countdown blinked twice and suddenly turned red, showing 2,400 hours. Zhou Ning clenched his teeth in frustration. Now, he truly had troubles he couldn't speak of. Master, I'd like to follow and check the victim information. If we see the victim's photo, we might recognize him, right? Lu Yongxin glanced sidelong at him. Not me. I just got a message from Mr. Liu. The lab results from the city bureau will be out in half an hour. I told him to take a photo first and send it to me to look at, that's more urgent. Zhou Ning looked dejected. This was something he wanted to know too. After all, if DNA was found on the nylon rope, it could be entered into the database for comparison and screening. Then Lu Yongxin waved his hand, thinking Zhou Ning was just a curious young man wanting to follow and see if his model would help identify information. He understood this very well. Go ahead. I've still got several partial fingerprints to compare. There were many fingerprints extracted from the entrance door at the scene. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. We've narrowed it down to 3 people, a tenant, Yu Jingwei, and 2 others who were staying there, Song Luqing and Wang Yi. It's expected to find their fingerprints there. As for others, we haven't matched anything yet. Zhou Ning was somewhat surprised that they could confirm Yu Jingwei's fingerprints. Based on what Zhou Ning had just said, this person hadn't returned and was traveling in another province. Yu Jingwei's fingerprints? In 2008, he got a new ID card, which included fingerprint information. So, Yu Jingwei's fingerprints are on file. His family situation is a bit special. His wife was imprisoned for fraud 3 years ago. He has been living with his child alone since then. His house and car have been seized by the courts. A misfortune of marriage, indeed. Zhou Ning was taken aback. With this information, Yu Jingwei suddenly became a much more significant suspect. Does he have any known disputes with anyone? Lu Yongxin shook his head. How should I know? I've only heard bits and pieces from their previous conversations. We'll have to wait until he comes back. Then, Master, I'll go and take a look. If there's a discovery, we can confirm it earlier. Lu Yongxin gestured dismissively. Go on, go take a look. It's good to maintain that enthusiasm. It's not a bad thing. 2 hours later. It was now approaching noon. Zhao Xinli had taken Zhou Ning to several communities to carry out the search. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Many copies of the reconstructed face had been distributed, but there had been no feedback so far. Let's head to Bai Hailon Tian Garden. We're going again? Didn't they say discard far, bury near? Let's have another look. I have this feeling that the killer's act of disposing the body wasn't his final move. I think those two people checked in temporarily and disrupted his next step. I believe that discard far, bury near doesn't apply in this case. Zhou Xinli didn't argue. He made a U-turn and headed straight for Bai Hailon Tian Garden. As they entered the neighborhood, they saw several elderly ladies gathered in the central square, playing with some children. Zhou Ning got out of the car and approached the ladies directly. These folks were like the community's living encyclopedias. They knew about everyone's business, from weddings and funerals to the inconsequential details of daily life. They even knew who was pregnant, and whether it's a boy or a girl, they could give you their predictions. Seeing Zhou Ning approach, they all looked over. This was when being handsome came in handy. An amiable, plump old lady came over and gave Zhou Ning a thorough once-over. This young man is so fair and tall, quite handsome. How old are you? Have you got someone special? Zhou Ning paused, somewhat flustered by this opening remark, and quickly waved his hands. I don't have anyone. With these 4 words, the old ladies all drew closer, and Zhou Ning knew trouble was brewing. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He decided to take the initiative and asked, Auntie, do you all usually spend your days here? The cheerful plump old lady replied while smiling. Well, after 10 in the morning. Once the sun's out, we come out to the yard, walk the kids around. Until the evening, around the end of the workday. Unless it's cold, we're here, otherwise, we head home for lunch and a nap. But generally, we're outside. The old ladies added their bits and pieces to the conversation, and it sounded like they had just missed the people who had come asking around earlier. Next, the old ladies started inquiring about Zhou Ning's personal information. Zhou Ning pressed his hands down and tried his best to produce a smile. Aunties, I'm a police officer, and I need to ask you a few questions. After we discuss this matter, I'll answer any questions you have, okay? The plump old lady handed off the child she was holding and shuffled toward Zhou Ning, patting the stone bench beside her. Enough with your nagging, ladies. Come on, young man, tell your auntie what you want to ask. I'm quite familiar with everyone in this community. Hearing that, Zhou Ning took out the 2 pieces of paper and handed them to the auntie. We're looking for someone, but we don't know their name. Auntie, can you take a look and tell me if you've seen this person? The old ladies passed the 2 pieces of paper around, but perhaps because they were only clay portraits, they all shook their heads. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Only the plump old lady seemed to be pondering something. Zhou Ning's heart stirred. Auntie, have you seen this person? I can't be sure, but the eyes and brows look like an old man from Building 18. He's very dark, always wears a hat and rides a motorcycle with big and small bags hanging off it. What's his last name? I saw him going to the property management office the other day. Zhou Xinli had come over by this point and crouched down just in time to catch the old lattice words. He quickly asked, Auntie, take your time but think carefully. Do you know which unit he's in Building 18? A lean old lady poked the plump one. Are you talking about that dark-skinned old man who keeps changing wives? The plump old lady slapped her thigh. Right, that's him. 202 unit of Building 18, the very first one to the east. He's a retired official, from which unit exactly, we don't know. From last summer to this one, he's switched partners 4 times. The longest one only lasted 3 or 4 months. They would often argue. The old man has a bad temper, and no one in the community really socializes with him. Zhou Ning was thrilled, quickly nudging Zhou Xinli beside him. Get in touch with the others. Check with property management now. Zhao Xinli's call was already dialing out, giving a couple of brief instructions. Then, he broke into a run towards the entrance of the complex. When they had arrived, he had seen it. The property management office was right next to the gatehouse. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The plump old lady grabbed the sleeve of Zhou Ning's down jacket and, with a mysterious air, leaned in close. What's the matter, young man? I saw the police cars here yesterday, carting things away and asking questions. What exactly is going on? P.S. Discard far. Very near refers to an important characteristic in cases of dismemberment, including complete body disposal. The investigation's emphasis on finding severed body parts, identifying the victim, and the primary crime scene. If the remains have been buried, the crime scene where the parts are found is typically relatively close to the primary crime scene. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, P. Chapter 34 First Scene _1 Chapter 34 First Scene _1 Zhou Ning finally managed to extricate himself from the onslaught of several old ladies, and he too began to walk towards the direction of the gatehouse. After all, Zhao Xinli had gone for quite a while and had not come back. Just as he approached the property management office entrance, he ran into Zhao Xinli head-on. Zhao Xinli's face was filled with joy as he held up his mobile phone to Zhou Ning. Dr. Zhou, take a look at this. Is this the deceased? Zhou Ning took it and saw that it was an ID photo, very high in definition, and the person looked a few years younger than the restored image of the deceased. However, the fact that they had found a photo meant that they had already verified the identity. It's the deceased. Zhao Xinli slapped his own face. Right, it does look like the deceased. We've identified him and contacted his workplace to retrieve relevant evidence. The boss is on his way, and we'll go to his house to take a look soon. His name is Chen Zhenya, 61 years old, retired for 3 years. He used to be a section chief at the finance bureau. His daughter lives abroad, and his spouse has been dead for nearly 20 years. The folks at the finance bureau said that this guy was forced into retirement due to health reasons because he harassed a female colleague. Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. To confirm that the deceased was Chen Zhenya, these clues alone weren't enough. A DNA comparison would be needed, and he wasn't sure if there was enough time. After waiting for 10 minutes, a police car with its siren blaring stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood. Zhou Ning and the others quickly walked out. Su Daiwan's eyes sparkled with excitement when he saw Zhou Ning, his smile impossible to conceal. You've done well. I didn't expect that the restored model would be so powerful in leading us directly to a clue. Zhou Ning didn't dare to take full credit, as nothing was conclusive yet. It's still not certain, but we're going to check out the deceased's home. Su Daiyuan nodded. That's necessary. Let's go take a look. I've brought the lockpicker. Everyone got into the car and headed straight for Building 18. Upon reaching Unit 202 of the first block, Zhou Ning moved to the front of the door and noticed a dark purple smear on the inside of the fingerprint lock handle, which made him happy. He quickly took out his camera to take photos and then collected samples. Zhao Xinli came over and carefully collected fingerprints from the lock on the door, but as the brush swept over it, the presence of some linear traces made Zhou Ning's heart rise with concern again. Wipe marks indicated that someone had deliberately cleaned up the area. However, 2 remaining fingerprints were still found on the fingerprint lock. Only then did Su Daiyuan gesture for the lockpicker to step forward. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, P. The door wasn't forced open as one might imagine, but after fiddling with it for 10 seconds, there was a click, and the lock opened. As the door opened, a strong smell of blood rushed to their noses. Zhou Ning was the first to enter the room. Wearing gloves and a mask, he carefully observed the ground in front of the door. There were 2 traces, evenly spaced, coming from the direction of the bedroom and ending at the doorway. These were either luggage or a 2-wheeled cart, measured to be 46 centimeters apart. Zhou Ning turned back to look at Su Daiyuan. Search the web for this 46 centimeter spacing. Is it a suitcase or a 2-wheeled cart? Without waiting for Su Daiyuan to give the order, Zhao Xinli began the search. On the market, 26-inch and 28-inch suitcases are the closest to this measurement, but their wheel spacing is either 42 or 49 centimeters, so this isn't a suitcase. Zhou Ning nodded. The deceased wasn't thin, and shoving a body wrapped in bed linen into a suitcase would indeed be laborious. It seemed like a small two-wheeled cart, something often favored by the elderly. He continued going forward, placing number plates and heading towards the master bedroom. The layout of this room was exactly the same as that of 102, where they had found the body. Standing in front of the bedroom door, Zhou Ning's hair stood on end. The bed was in complete disarray. A kitchen knife lay on the bedside table, and the wall near the head of the bed was covered with bloodstains. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. These were not the kind of splattered droplets, but rather trailing splatter marks with clear trajectories. The murderer had chopped up the victim's face right there. The act was carried out immediately after death, showing how much the killer hated the victim. The wardrobe doors were open with many sheets and covers strewn across the floor, among which lay a two-wheeled trolley. Zhou Ning took a deep breath, hurriedly took photographs to secure the scene, and then collected blood samples. As he kneeled down, a row of characters suddenly appeared on the transparent screen in front of him. Is the bound person submitting the second item of the advanced mission? Zhou Ning quickly chose to submit. Although no blood type analysis had been performed, as long as the evidence chain was intact, the system would recognize it. Zhou Ning was satisfied with this, as it at least saved him time. Indeed, after submitting the task, the time above immediately froze at 21:02. Then this number settled into the top right corner, leaving only a 213:02 in the middle of the screen, still ticking away. Zhou Ning let out a small sigh of relief, put the kitchen knife into an evidence bag, picked up the investigation box, and walked out. Suda, the scene has been sampled. We need to do blood type analysis and comparison, which can be done at the county hospital. If there's a match, we can confirm this as the primary crime scene. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. As for this knife, it has a rolled edge. It'll go back to extract fingerprints and then do the comparison. The stress instantly left Su Daiwan's face. Identifying the victim was the most pressing issue, as it would be a major breakthrough for the next steps in the investigation. The round trip is too far. Try extracting fingerprints here. If we need to enter them into the system for comparison, then go to the port police station. Zhou Ning didn't waste any words. On the living room table, with an evidence bag as a liner, he placed the kitchen knife on top. Zhao Xinli, already wearing gloves, leaned over to help Zhou Ning start the fingerprint extraction. Fingerprints were found on the blade and handle, 2 of them complete, 2 blood fingerprints on latex gloves. This discovery gave him an ominous feeling. After all, these fingerprints were on top of others, clearly indicating that the murderer had worn gloves. They were arranged in order on the table, comparing them with the previously extracted fingerprints of the victim. Zhou Ning observed them for a while, becoming increasingly discouraged. The 2 complete fingerprints were both the victim's, Qin Zhenya's. Zhou Ning stood up and shook his head slightly. The 2 complete fingerprints belong to the victim, and the other 2 are from latex gloves. It seems the murderer had thought of this. After all, the door outside has been meticulously cleaned. Su Dayuan nodded. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. No rush. Finding the primary crime scene and identifying the victim are big steps. Who did Dr. Zhou speak to in the community to identify the victim? A chubby auntie on the community square, holding a boy about 1 year old. These aunties were all busily introducing the victim, Qin Zhenya, who had found 4 partners in the past year, none lasting long. Su Dayuan paused. 4 partners in a year? Apparently the longest lasted 3 or 4 months, and he was medically retired from the finance bureau. It said he harassed female colleagues. Mr. He, shouldn't we go to the finance bureau for some inquiries? I think we'll find something. Zhao Xinli chimed in one after another. He Chunyang, take people to the finance bureau, investigate this Qin Zhenya. I want the real story. Don't bring me back a simple biography, understand? Mr. He responded from the doorway and hurried off with his team. Su Dayuan rubbed his chin, looking at Zhou Ning and Zhao Xinli. You two, dressed in plain clothes, are less intimidating. Besides, those old ladies are already familiar with you. You two go and have a chat with them. Keep the earpiece on. We can communicate at any time. Zhao Xinli was visibly excited. Such active fieldwork was rare for him within the team. He grinned and grabbed Zhou Ning's hand. Dr. Zhou, hurry up and come with me. With you around, it's like winning the lottery every time. If we're slow, those aunties will have gone home to put the kids to sleep. Zhou Ning did not refuse. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After all, he was also eager. If he finished earlier, the reward for the task exchange would correspondingly increase, like the facial reconstruction technology he had acquired last time, which had been put to use in this case. The two went downstairs and made a round, but didn't see the aunties. Glancing at the time, Zhao Xinli sighed. Oh well, let's wait. It's almost 12, they must have gone home. Who knows what time they'll come out in the afternoon with the kids. The pair headed towards the security guard, and Su Dayuan was there gesturing to them, so they approached. It's fine if they're not here. I've already left people at the east and south gates to check surveillance. We'll switch shifts to have lunch and then go door to door for the investigation. Given the time of the victim's death, there's an overwhelming amount of surveillance footage to sift through. Zhao Xinli was somewhat apprehensive. Boss, aren't you afraid that our high-profile investigation will alert the murderer? Su Dayuan shook his head. I want to scare the snake by beating the grass. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 35. The two DNAs on the nylon rope. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. The two DNAs on the nylon rope. December 11th, 1430. The investigation officially began, and information for each building had been distributed. Due to the vast amount of work required, personnel from the port police station were called in, and, after a meeting to allocate tasks, they started their action. Zhou Ning was paired with Zhao Xinli, and they weren't assigned a particular building number, but instead stood in the plaza waiting. After all, it was Saturday, and so many police had arrived in the community that many onlookers, mostly elderly men and women, came down to see the commotion. Zhao Xinli, with his keen eyes, spotted the plump old lady from the morning amidst the crowd and quickly pulled Zhou Ning over to her. Auntie, do you remember me? The plump old lady looked surprised but then smiled. Remember, young man, what are you all up to? Didn't you find that old man with the surname Chen? The plump old lady was addressing Zhou Ning. Being good-looking has its advantages, and regardless of age, facing such a handsome face, people tend to be 3 times more friendly. Zhou Ning gestured for the few people to move to the stone tables in the plaza, and the 3 of them sat down before Zhou Ning finally asked, Auntie, you've been in this community for a long time. Could you tell me in detail about this Qingzhenya? Qingzhenya? You mean old Chen's head? Zhou Ning nodded. Yes, that's him. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. We would like to understand the situation from you. Who is Qingzhenya usually close to in the community, or who has a particularly bad relationship with him, even if it involves arguments? Anything you know, please tell us. The plump old lady was no longer smiling, her face now carrying a hint of caution. Young man, tell your auntie what this man did wrong. Why are so many police investigating? Zhou Ning paused. The details of the case had not yet been finalized, and it would not be appropriate to disclose them. But Zhao Xinli, not having thought so much, leaned in close to the plump old lady, lowering his voice as he spoke. Auntie, I can only reveal a little to you. Qingzhenya was murdered, and we haven't found the murderer yet. We want to understand more so we can catch the murderer sooner. You'll feel safer living here too, won't you? Zhou Ning was taken aback, glancing at Zhao Xinli, who winked at him. As expected, the old lady displayed a knowing look and slapped her thigh. I guessed right. That stubborn old man was so odd. It was only a matter of time before he caused trouble. Zhao Xinli crouched on the ground, leaning close to the plump old lady as if gossiping, and asked with great curiosity, "Auntie, tell us. We are not making official records, just chatting casually. Tell me what you've seen or heard, but don't worry, we will investigate further, and it won't involve you at all. Aren't we all just looking out for the safety of our children and families? /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. If the murderer lives in the same community, you wouldn't be able to sleep either, right? Zhou Ning didn't speak, as Zhao Xinli was good at making conversation, and his words had struck a chord with the plump old lady. This chubby kid makes sense. Then, Il Babylon. I've mentioned it before to my son and daughter-in-law, and they told me not to meddle in other people's business. But old Chen's character is not good. We all steer clear of him. What do you mean by bad character? I thought you said earlier that this old man kept looking for a partner. Is there something else? The plump old lady leaned forward, scanning around, and whispered in a mysterious tone, "Such nasty business. Who would openly talk about it?" During the summer this year, a little girl from Building 3 went missing. We all helped look for her, and eventually found her at a pavilion outside the community, terrified. After soothing her for a while, she finally said that an old grandfather had taken her to the pavilion and had touched her all over. Even her underpants had been taken off. When the parents heard this, they immediately asked which grandfather, and the girl pointed to old Chin, saying it was this black grandfather. The parents argued with old Chin, almost coming to blows. Old Chin, holding a stick, ranted that you couldn't trust the word of a 4- or 5-year-old, claiming he was just fishing by the pond near the pavilion and suggested calling the police. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. The argument lasted for a long time, but eventually the family, worrying about their reputation, took their child and left without calling the police or anything, as there were no surveillance cameras or evidence. They couldn't just rely on the child's narrative, but we all warned the kids not to approach old Chen alone. Hearing this, Zhou Ning was stunned. The old man was indeed depraved. Suddenly, he thought of Yu Jingwei, who had gone on a trip with his daughter. Could it be? Ao Xinli's eyes widened, disbelief etched on his face. Really? With his age, could he do such a thing? The plump old lady's face was serious as she tilted her head and said, "Even though there was no police report, I believe the child wouldn't lie about such matters. That family lives in Unit 601 of Building 3, Number 2. You can ask them if you don't believe me, but I should tell you, the parents are tight-lipped, and they may not say much, perhaps to protect their child." Zhou Ning gave Zhao Xinli a look and showed him a few words on his phone, prompting Zhao Xinli to stand up and make a phone call. This matter had to be verified. If it was true, then it could very well be a case of revenge. "Auntie, the times he was discovered, was it just this once?" The fat old lady nodded her head. "I only know about this one time, and it's not exactly something to be proud of. Who would broadcast such things if they happened in their own family? /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. It's only because the child went missing and everyone helped to look for them that I came to know a bit about it, but hardly anyone in the neighborhood knows the details." Zhou Ning flipped through the photos on his phone. He had saved Yu Jingwei's picture from the earlier case meeting and showed it to the fat old lady. "Aunt, take a look. Do you recognize this person?" The fat old lady looked closely, then seemed to realize something. "Isn't this the tenant from the house the police visited yesterday? Does he associate with this Qingzhenya? Or have they had any conflicts? I understand he also has a daughter." The fat old lady shook her head. "I'm not very familiar with him. He didn't actually live in the place he rented much. It was always a tall young man who came to stay. Oh, and he had a daughter too. Seems like she goes to Haigang Primary School next to the neighborhood." "Tall young man?" The fat old lady looked Zhou Ning up and down. "Yeah, just a few inches shorter than you, still around 6 feet. But he's stockier than you. I've seen him but never talked to him, not sure of his name." Zhou Ning recalled for a moment, seeming to refer to that Wang Yi, a very tall individual. He remembered Wang Yi mentioned that he and Yu Jingwei were classmates and that Yu Jingwei had left his dog with him when he went on a trip. Just then, a man hurried over to the fat old lady's side and quickly pulled her up from her chair, his face a mix of anxiety and caution. "Mom, why did you come out? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. The kid is crying at home. Let's go back quickly." The fat old lady stood up, being pulled by her son, and slapped his arm hard. "What are you pulling me for? I need to make things clear to the police. What are you rushing for? You can't keep your mouth shut, just head home quickly." The man spoke with urgency, tugging at the fat old lady. Zhou Ning could understand the man's reaction. After all, in society, it's less trouble to avoid meddling, especially in homicide cases where many don't want to be witnesses, fearing retaliation from viciously dangerous individuals, which ordinary citizens can't handle. Zhou Ning stood up and nodded slightly to the fat old lady. "Thank you for your help, Aunt. Rest assured, we won't disturb your normal life." The man didn't say anything else and walked away with the fat old lady. At that moment, Zhao Xinli and Su Daiyuan came back and saw the fat old lady leaving. They both looked towards Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning repeated what the fat old lady had just told him, and Su Daiyuan kept nodding his head. "I can understand. They all have children. Nobody wants trouble. I've told He Chunyang to bring Yu Jingwei back. He's already been found in Lucy province. Zhao Xinli, take Dr. Zhou back." Zhou Ning didn't resist. He knew there wasn't much he could contribute, and the follow-up would have to wait for their interrogation results. By the time they got back to the forensic office, it was nearly 5 o'clock. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Seeing Lu Yongxin in front of the computer, Zhou Ning hurried over. "Master, have the lab results from the city bureau come out?" Lu Yongxin took off his reading glasses and stepped away from the computer. "They've sent them. Take a look for yourself. We found sea salt, fish, and sediment in the victim's nail grooves, and the blood analysis revealed high concentrations of nifedipine and losartan potassium in the blood and stomach contents, indicating that the victim had high blood pressure and had taken medication 1 to 2 hours before death." Zhou Ning leaned in and reviewed the findings. The results were as expected. He flipped through a few pages and saw the sampling results on the nylon rope, which identified 2 DNA profiles, one belonging to the victim and the other unmatched in the system. This discovery was almost as improbable as winning the lottery. Finding the perpetrator's DNA on a nylon rope was indeed a slim chance. At this, Zhou Ning thought to himself. When the killer slashed Shingenya's face, he wore latex gloves. He surely wouldn't have strangled Shingenya and then realized he hadn't worn gloves, putting them on midway through. 32 stabs weren't just ordinary anger. Could it be that the killer didn't notice his glove had torn? "Master, if we find a suspect and match the DNA taken from their blood, would that be considered conclusive evidence? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chapter 36. What happened? _1 Chapter 36. 36 Chapter What happened? _1 Lu Yongxin shook his head. The evidence is not solid. Zhou Ning nodded and placed the evidence bag containing the kitchen knife on the table. When Shingenya was strangled, the latex glove tore. I don't think the killer would have noticed since it was the period when his adrenaline was surging. The thrill of revenge dominated all his thoughts. There might also be residue on the knife, so let's see if he can keep his luck going. Lu Yongxin, seeing the kitchen knife, showed an excited smile on his face. "Is that right? Have you found the primary crime scene?" Zhou Ning nodded and recounted everything about the findings at Bai Hailan Tian Garden to Lu Yongxin in detail. Never underestimate the aunties in the community. Their observational skills and information are always top-notch. Let's not dawdle. It's time to get to work. Having said that, the two began to carefully examine the handle of the kitchen knife. According to the shape of the wounds on the victim's face, Lu Yongxin deduced that the killer was right-handed. If the tear in the glove wasn't discovered, it must have been in a hidden spot, so it could only be under the palm or on the side of the little finger. After a search, They indeed found a small triangular piece of the latex glove at the very end of the knife handle. It was scraping right at the root of the knife shaft, tucked into the recess of the handle that flips upward. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The knife was old, and the handle was movable. The fragment was stained with blood, causing Lu Yongxin to flash a toothy grin. Hurry up, call Mr. Lu up here. Don't take it to the county hospital. Send this piece and the weapon together to the city bureau. I'll call the forensic center there right now and ask them to do a thorough job. Zhou Ning thought for a moment and also took out the evidence bags containing the victim's clothing. Since we're sending it for examination, and it's a favor to ask, why not send the victim's clothes too? I've noticed some dried marks on the fly of the victim's pants, but am not sure if they're urine or something else. Lu Yongxin nodded in agreement, which was natural for him. Zhou Ning took out his phone, called Mr. Lu upstairs, and after a series of instructions, Mr. Lu hurried off. Then Lu Yongxin called an acquaintance at the city bureau. He was even more polite than when he spoke with Su Dayuan, but indeed, asking someone to work overtime did require a good word. After getting home and taking a shower, Zhou Ning buried himself in bed. Exhaustion and sleepiness flooded over him. Just as he was about to fall asleep, his phone rang. Zhou Ning quickly grabbed the phone and, seeing Xia Momo's name, immediately answered the call. Hello, Mr. Xia. Zhou Ning, am I disturbing your work? No, I've finished work and am at home. Xia Momo evidently let out a sigh of relief, and her tone became more relaxed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I don't have anything in particular. I just wanted to ask how the model is and whether it has been helpful to you. Zhou Ning smiled as if Xia Momo's dimples were right in front of him. I've been so busy that I haven't even gotten around to thanking you. The model has been a great help. We've identified the victim today. Thank you, Mr. Xia. Don't mention it, just get some good rest. I won't disturb you any longer, as long as I could help. Zhou Ning sat up. Okay, you rest well too. You didn't sleep at all last night. Oh right, this case is quite urgent, so I won't be coming to your class tomorrow. I understand. Let's talk after you're done. And if you don't have time on the weekend, you can come by and pick up a few plaster figures from me. Practice when you have time in the evening. Just take a photo of your drawings and send them to me on QQ. All right, I'll give you a call when I'm coming over. Good night. Good night. After hanging up, Zhou Ning plugged his phone into the charger and fell asleep. Of course, 2 minutes later, he found himself back in that room without doors and windows, in front of a pile of books, as the system's notification tone sounded again. Case 1. The next day. As soon as Zhou Ning arrived at the team's office, he saw everyone busy with their work. Zhao Xinli followed Zhou Ning into the office with a mysterious look on her face. Without waiting for Zhou Ning to ask, Zhao Xinli started chattering. Last night, Yu Jingwei and his daughter were brought in. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. We've already taken blood samples for testing to see if they match the DNA you've collected. This comparison should be quick, right? Zhou Ning glanced at his watch. The results should be out by now, sent them last night. Zhao Xinli raised an eyebrow and bumped Zhou Ning's arm, aiming for his shoulder, but missing due to the height difference. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and check online. Unable to argue with this guy, Zhou Ning didn't bother to argue and hurried to boot up the computer, which started up with a sound like a tractor engine, marking the successful startup of this old and worn machine. Zhao Xinli kept complaining on the side. We've even become a district, so why don't they update our equipment? This old computer isn't even wanted by junk collectors. If you've got the guts, say that to Suda. Zhao Xinli immediately backed down, grinning without showing his teeth as he waved his hands. I'm just venting. But I heard we're about to move to a new building soon. It's supposed to be completed by the end of the year, and we can probably move there by next May. Finally, we're leaving this tiny second floor, and you know what? I'm going to miss it a bit. Zhou Ning gave him a blank look, said nothing, and went straight to his email. Sure enough, 10 minutes earlier, An email had arrived from the city's test center. After opening and downloading it, they both stared at the screen. Zhao Xinli didn't understand, but Zhou Ning read through the report one by one. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The stains on the front flap of the trousers were identified as the victim's liquid foundation. The two DNA samples found on the nylon rope and the knife belonged to the same person. This discovery didn't surprise him, as it was expected. However, when he flipped to the last report and saw the conclusion, Zhou Ning froze. What's up? What's up? Spit it out. The 82nd blood sample sent for testing does not match the DNA sample number 2. They are not from the same person, meaning Yu Jingwei's DNA doesn't match the DNA found on the nylon rope and the knife. Wrong suspect? Zhou Ning nodded and quickly printed out the report and handed it to Zhao Xinli. Hurry, take this to Suda. Zhao Xinli grabbed the report and ran off, bumping into Lu Yongxin, who was humming a tune as he came in. They nearly collided, and without waiting to speak, Zhao Xinli ran towards Su Daiwan's office. Watching Zhao Xinli's figure, Lu Yongxin walked in, puzzled. What's gotten into that kid so early in the morning? What happened? The test results just came from the city bureau. The trace on the trousers is the victim's liquid foundation, and the DNA we collected from the knife matches that from the nylon rope. However, the blood sample from Yu Jingwei tested last night doesn't match this DNA. Lu Yongxin froze too. Does this mean we've been following the wrong lead? Zhou Ning didn't say a word, bit his lip, and fell into deep thought. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. If the killer had followed Chen Zhenya to his home, killed him, and obtained the house's password, that could explain things. But hiding the body in the house rented by Yu Jingwei, that wasn't somewhere just anyone could enter. At present, only 4 people could get in. The landlord had the keys, Yu Jingwei had the keys and the password, and the other 2 were Song Luqing and Wang Yi, who were staying there. Thinking of Wang Yi, Zhou Ning remembered the fat old lady mentioning that Wang Yi had a daughter studying at the Harbor Elementary School. He had overlooked this detail before. Zhou Ning raised his head and headed straight to Su Daiwan's office. Upon entering, he found Zhao Xinli standing in front of Su Daiyuan. Su Daiyuan looked up as Zhou Ning walked in. What's the matter, Dr. Zhou? Suda, let me interrupt for a moment. I have an idea. The aunt who provided the clue mentioned that Wang Yi has a daughter at the Harbor Elementary School. Could we perhaps talk to the child to find out more? Su Daiyuan looked serious. Are you suggesting that the victim may have previously molested the child? Zhou Ning nodded and then shook his head, clenching his fists. Maybe it's more than that. The old lady said the girl was lucky to be found in time, so the family didn't pursue it further. A father knowing about such an incident would be devastated, and the possibility of revenge is very high. Su Daiyuan stood up and grabbed his hat to put it on. You and Mr. Zhou come with me to the school. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, po, and bring Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng was the only female officer in the team, 50 years old, who usually handled clerical work in the team. If there were female suspects or children involved, she was generally the one to accompany them, as it was more convenient. As everyone was heading downstairs, Lu Yongxin gestured a phone symbol at the office door to Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning understood Lu Yongxin was telling him to call if there was news. Zhou Ning nodded and quickened his pace to follow the others. The cars set off together when Su Daiyuan remembered something, slapping his thigh forcefully. I've been so busy I forgot, isn't it Sunday? The school's closed today, isn't it? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 37. Action _1 Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Action _1 Zhou Ning also realized what was happening, and the fat-faced Zhao Xinli, sitting in the passenger seat, leaned over with a smile. It's okay, I can ask my aunt to look it up, find out which class the kid is in and what their name is, then have the teacher notify their class to gather at the school. Just say it's a free health check for the kids. The word of a teacher is taken as an edict by the parents. You guys want to give the kid a physical anyway, and this is the perfect excuse. Su Daoyuan looked at Zhao Xinli and laughed. You've gotten smart after a good meal, kid. What are you waiting for? Call now and check. I'll arrange for doctors and nurses to go there right away. Don't deny it's a good plan. 2 hours later. Zhou Ning, dressed in a white coat and wearing a mask, stood at the entrance of the comprehensive classroom of Qidong Port Elementary School. Students were coming in one after another. The teacher at the door began to hand out badges, even allowing in those who were not part of the class, following Su Daiwan's signs. After waiting a while, more than 40 people had arrived. At this moment, a woman led a little girl up to the teacher to register. The teacher was very enthusiastic, handing a badge to the little girl and touching her braided hair as she did. Wang Xini, your braids are so pretty. Why did mom bring you today? Su Daoyuan and Zhou Ning both looked over. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. This had been prearranged. When they saw Wang Xini, the teacher would just call her name as a warning to them. Su Daiwan's hand behind his back pressed down, signaling them not to act rashly. The woman nodded at the teacher, her face polite with a smile. After all, receiving praise and attention from a teacher was the greatest comfort for a parent. Her dad is working overtime today. The port has been especially busy recently, and since I'm off, I brought her over. The teacher appeared natural, leaning into the woman with a smile and saying, Sorry to trouble you, but the Education Bureau has granted us this opportunity for a physical. It's our luck that our class was chosen. It's a good thing to have the children checked. The woman continually agreed. Yeah, we didn't have this privilege when we were young. Thank you, teacher. The teacher nodded with a smile and reached out to take the child's hand. Wang Xini's mom, wait over there with the other parents. After the physical, the children will be brought out one by one. The woman didn't say anything else and quickly went to the waiting area. With so many parents around, she naturally wouldn't think too much. Wang Xini was led into the comprehensive classroom. The teacher's nervous hands trembled slightly. When she saw Zhou Ning, he quickly smiled at her to offer reassurance. Mr. Liu, you've worked hard. I will take Wang Xini for the checkup. Mr. Liu nodded vigorously. The kids are just having a regular physical, right? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Just regular checkups, Mr. Liu. Don't worry, the girls are just having one extra physical examination than the boys. Hearing this, Mr. Liu's expression eased somewhat. She knew she shouldn't ask too many questions, especially since the principal was very cooperative. However, she was genuinely concerned for the students, which Zhou Ning could feel. He thought for a moment, and then added, You're a good teacher, very responsible. Rest assured, no matter what happens, we will not trouble the children. After speaking, Zhou Ning took Wang Xini behind the partitioned curtains. A little girl had just finished her checkup, and Zhou Ning picked up Wang Xini and handed her over to Mr. Feng. This child is Wang Xini. Please check her. Mr. Feng understood what Zhou Ning meant. This child was today's primary target. He waved his hand at Zhou Ning. All right, go wait outside. Zhou Ning left, but didn't go far, standing just outside the curtains. Deep down, he hoped the checkup wouldn't reveal anything. After all, the child was so small and tender in his arms. After waiting for about 15 minutes, which felt incredibly long for Zhou Ning, Mr. Feng emerged from behind the curtains, holding Wang Xini, who snuggled in her arms, gently patting her back. All right, Wang Xini, you've finished this part of the checkup. Now follow the teacher to have your vision tested. Let's see how far you can see. As Mr. Feng passed by Zhou Ning's side, she gave him a meaningful glance. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning lifted the curtain and went inside, where he was greeted by 2 female gynecologists. Upon his entrance, they took off their masks and said, The hymen is intact, but there's a 4-centimeter-long scar on the external genitalia, which we believe was caused by a fingernail scratch. Besides, we asked her some questions. Initially, she was very scared, but later she did respond. Mr. Feng's photo was also identified. It was that person who harmed her. As for the process, we have it all recorded. I'll send it to you. Zhou Ning nodded, glanced at the scar photos taken by the doctors, and felt blood rushing to his head. If he felt this way, Wang Yi must be even more furious. With his headphones on, Zhou Ning listened to the recording once through, his expression growing darker and darker. The two doctors shared his grim look. It was maddening that such things could happen right under their noses. Stopping the recording, Zhou Ning put away his headphones, ready to turn and leave when the two doctors grabbed his arm. This person will be caught, right? If you need us to provide a formal proof, we will prepare it as soon as we get back. It's infuriating to see such things. To think he could do this to a child at his age. Zhou Ning let out a sigh. He's dead. I can't disclose more about the case, but we truly might need you to provide relevant proof, which might be useful afterwards. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The two female doctors seemed to understand something, especially the implication that it could later be helpful to the little girl's family. They nodded earnestly. Zhou Ning did not delay any further and quickly called Su Daiwan's mobile phone before walking towards the exit. Su Da, make the arrest. The examination results are consistent with our analysis. It's just that the final step was not completed. Su Dayuan understood and let out a breath of relief, then hung up and dialed He Chunyang's number. Execute the operation, try to save some face for Wang Yi, and avoid arresting in a crowded place. Zhou Ning didn't rush to get involved in the action. He didn't need to be part of it anymore. On the transparent screen in front of him, a line of text appeared. Does the bound person wish to submit the task? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ning clicked to submit the task. Although Wang Yi had not been caught yet, the case was already clear. The murderer was Wang Yi, and his motive was that the victim, Qin Zhenya, had touched his daughter. With a click, several lines of text appeared on the transparent screen. 1. Cause of death of the deceased, asphyxiation, facial mutilation post-mortem, remaining task duration 12 hours. 2. Identity of the deceased, Qin Zhenya, 61 years old, retired from the Finance Bureau. Remaining task duration 2102 hours. 3. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Identity of the murderer, Wang Yi, male, 33 years old, Qingdao port dispatcher. Murder motive, Wang Yi murdered for revenge because his daughter, Wang Xinyi, was molested. Remaining task duration 8 days. Congratulations to Zhou Ning, the bound person, for completing the advanced task. Now proceeding with the reward draw. The screen changed, all text disappeared, displaying a line of red text. The reward drawn by the system for you is Bloodstain Analysis Technique Level 3 Access. Does the bound person wish to unlock this reward now? There were two options, yes or no. Zhou Ning clicked no, and immediately the text on the large screen vanished, as if nothing had existed at all. Zhou Ning walked outside to the security guard, lit a cigarette, seemingly in hope that amidst the winter day, the tiny heat from the cigarette could dispel the gloom in his heart. Indeed, as his master had said, a forensic doctor must have a strong heart. This case weighed heavily on Zhou Ning's mind. Although the reward for the advanced task was substantial and something he had really wanted at that moment, he had no heart to examine it closely. He didn't know how long he had been standing there when the smoking cigarette in his hand had burned down. Feeling the heat, he flicked his hand and tossed the cigarette butt into a trash can. Footsteps approached from behind as all the children, led by their parents, left the building. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The kids had innocent smiles on their faces, continuously waving and saying thank you, while the parents also smiled, leading their children away. A heavy hand landed solidly on Zhou Ning's shoulder. Without turning, he knew who it was. There you are, Dr. Zhou. I've been looking for you for ages. Why didn't you answer your phone? Zhou Ning shook his head and remained silent as Zhao Xinli came closer to scrutinize him. Come on, no need to mourn the spring and grieve for the autumn. Look at the smiles of those children. We can't protect everyone from harm, but let's take the words from the banner outside our team's office to heart. Firmly and severely crack down on all kinds of illegal and criminal activities, legally protect the normal production and life order of the people. If we can accomplish this, we're offering the greatest protection not just to these children, but also to their families. Solving a case within 48 hours, shouldn't we be proud? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, p. Chapter 38 Truth _1 Chapter 38. Chapter 38 Truth _1 December 13th, 2010 Early in the morning, as soon as Zhou Ning entered the office, he saw Zhao Xinli cleaning the floor. His diligence made Zhou Ning feel somewhat at a loss. Why are you cleaning the floor for me? Zhao Xinli placed the mop at the door and came over with a smile on his face. Isn't it just to show some initiative? Besides, the interrogation ended early last night, and the boss asked me to wait for you to arrive. Get all the forensic results from the city bureau sorted out along with your autopsy reports, and submit them directly to him. Zhou Ning wasn't surprised by this outcome. However, the reports had already been given to them, and as for the forensic results, that email account was public, accessible to the entire team. Clearly, Zhao Xinli felt that he had been somewhat downhearted yesterday and wanted to come over for a chat. In fact, Zhou Ning had already come to terms with it last night, but facing Zhao Xinli's kind intentions, he could only play along and continue the conversation. Has Wang Yi confessed? Zhao Xinli let out a relieved sigh, pulled up a chair, and began recounting to Zhou Ning, who was sitting across from him. When Mr. He went to bring him in, he left him some dignity. Handcuffs were put on only after getting into the vehicle. Once at the station, he just asked one question. The person who did a health check on my daughter this morning, was that arranged by you all? Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, p. He nodded, and Wang Yi asked for a cigarette, then started confessing. During your autopsy, didn't you say that there were signs of healed fractures on the deceased's nasal bone? That was caused by Wang Yi. On November 6th, Wang Yi's wife was on a business trip, and he took his daughter, Wang Xini, over to Yu Jingwei's house for a visit. The adults were drinking upstairs while the two children went downstairs to play in the square. Later, Wang Xini disappeared, and Yulele came back home to call for help. Yulele said that they were playing hide and seek, and that an old man even gave them candy. Later on, they couldn't find where Wang Xini had hidden herself. A few half-drunk men started searching for the child, checking surveillance footage, and asking people in the community. Eventually, they saw Wang Xini running out from Building 18. An old man was grabbing at her sleeve, her hair all disheveled. The child was screaming in terror. Wang Yi hurried over, knocked the old man down with a punch, and picked up his daughter, continuously consoling her. Wang Xini was terrified, and when Wang Yi asked her what had happened, the child was shivering uncontrollably and kept crying and saying she wanted to go home, not wanting to play there anymore. Yu Jingwei and Song Luqing, seeing the old man knocked over, were also worried about being extorted and dragged Wang Yi away. Naturally, the drinking session broke up. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, p. After getting home, Wang Yi spent a long time calming his daughter down, and eventually, she stopped crying, but whatever had happened, Wang Xini never spoke of it. That very night, Wang Yi's wife returned. Her mother had suddenly passed away. The couple hurriedly sent their child back to her grandmother's and rushed to deal with the funeral, not returning home for a week. Once they were back, they noticed the child's walking was strange and took her for a checkup. That's when they found injuries to her genitals, and only after going to a psychologist for counseling did the child reveal what had happened. Anyway, it was inhuman what he did to her, even stuffing things in her mouth. Zhou Ning clenched his fists, not just Wang Yi. Even he felt his blood boiling now, listening to this. This was a monster. Zhao Xinli patted Zhou Ning's shoulder and then continued speaking. Wang Yi got angry then and wanted to call the police immediately. His wife stopped him, claiming that after so many days had passed and considering the child was taken to their own house, nobody would believe them if they spoke out. He agreed with his wife on the surface, but couldn't get over it in his heart. Yu Jingwei came to Wang Yi on November 28th, saying he was going on a trip and asked Wang Yi to look after his dog, to come by and feed it once a day. Wang Yi agreed, and that night he went to Yu Jingwei's home, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He then took out binoculars to observe Chen Zhenya's movements, knew he'd returned late from fishing, no one lived upstairs, and even stealthily watched him enter the door code. On the evening of December 1st, he secretly entered the victim's home. Waiting until the victim came home and took off his coat, Wang Yi, hiding in the spare bedroom, sprang out and strangled the old man. The old man thought it was a burglar and said he would pay money to be released, offering 1 or 2 million yuan. Wang Yi cursed and tightened the nylon rope. After strangling the man, he used a kitchen knife from the victim's house to mutilate the victim's face. Then he closed the door and left. 2 days later, he felt it wasn't enough to leave it at that and thought dumping the body in the river would be safer. So, in the early hours of December 4th, he went back to the initial crime scene, packaged the body, and moved it to Yu Jingwei's home, only he hadn't expected that Song Luqing looking for cigarettes would disrupt his plan. After hearing all this, Zhou Ning sighed and handed Zhao Xinli a cigarette. The two of them just smoked, not saying anything more. Zhou Ning reflected on Zhao Xinli's account when suddenly his smoking gesture froze. Zhao Xinli looked up at Zhou Ning and raised his hand to stop him. You don't need to say that Chen Zhenya got what he deserved. We all know he deserved to die, but Wang Yu has broken the law, and it's not for us to decide his fate. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. We have to prepare the evidence, especially the rice green fluid you found and Aunt Fatty's statement. It serves as circumstantial proof. Zhou Ning shook his head and patted the fat man's shoulder. Don't interrupt. That's not what I'm talking about. When Chen Zhenya was being strangled, did his first thought was to give Wang Yi money? Did he immediately mention a sum of 1 or 2 million? Zhao Xinli paused in surprise, then nodded. His face soon filled with confusion. What do you mean? It's nothing much, but this person is retired from the finance bureau. Inside the bureau, they said it's because Chen Zhenya was not honest with a female colleague, but I feel like there might be more to it than just that. Even though he's dead, we can still look into his financial income. After all, supporting a child who studies and lives abroad, even for a civil servant, is a very high cost. And for him alone, relying solely on his regular income, it would have been quite difficult to sustain. Zhao Xinli thought for a moment, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Are you saying that he was corrupt? But this is an economic case. Wait a minute, are you hoping to help Wang Yi from this angle? Zhou Ning shook his head. I just feel like while we're grasping for straws, we might as well do what comes to hand. It just needs economic investigation to take a look over it, and I think Suda would be very willing to do this. Zhao Xinli nodded vigorously. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He highly approved of Zhou Ning's sharp mind. Such a scumbag indeed shouldn't just pass away quietly. It's important to let people know what kind of person he was. I'll go talk to Suda. Zhou Ning raised his hand to stop Zhao Xinli. Don't rush. If the girl from that family Aunt Fatty mentioned can come forward to testify, it would be beneficial for Wang Yi's trial. After all, since he's dead, their reservations are gone too. What we can do is only so much. Zhao Xinli sighed and then left. Lu Yongxin stood at the door, watching Zhou Ning and smiling as he walked in. Obviously, he had heard everything Zhou Ning had said. Zhou Ning slightly hung his head. As a forensic doctor, he shouldn't give more advice than necessary. However, Lu Yongxin didn't say anything else, but walked up to Zhou Ning and patted his shoulder. You've already done a great job. I think Wang Yi will thank you. As a father, the moment he chose this path, he knew the consequences. Otherwise, he wouldn't have confessed so readily after being caught. Zhou Ning shook his head. I don't want Wang, yes thanks. I just hope that Wang Xinyi, when she grows up, won't be pointed at by others. After all, she's only 8 years old. I will always remember that innocent smile on that little girl's face. Lu Yongxin's smile faded, and he sighed. I've said before, in our profession, what we see most is the darkest side of human nature. Don't let cases affect you. After all, this is just the beginning of your career. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. By the way, haven't you been in touch with Dr. Lu recently? Zhou Ning was startled. Lu Yongxin's abrupt change of topic had taken him by surprise. But after thinking about it, he realized that he truly hadn't contacted Dr. Lu recently, who had left him several messages on QQ. I haven't been in touch. I was busy learning painting with Mr. Xia before, and then I got caught up with this case. Did Dr. Lu reach out to Suda? Lu Yongxin waved his hand and pointed to his phone. Dr. Lu gave me a call. It was on the 10th when we went to the scene, and you went upstairs to do the investigation. Your phone was off, so he called me instead. When I asked for help from the City Bureau's Forensic Center this time, someone inquired about you. It seems that the article you published in the journal has caught their attention. You've become famous, kid. Zhou Ning was somewhat surprised, since everyone involved in publishing articles knew that many of those scholarly papers and journals were mainly for evaluation and professional titles, containing little substance and rarely being read closely. It seemed this journal of forensic science was different. Thinking of the last facial reconstruction technology he had obtained, Zhou Ning reflected for a moment. The technology was solid, but how many skulls could one person reconstruct? It was the era of new technology. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. He had heard that some software related to this had been researched abroad, but he hadn't heard of any practical applications being developed. This was indeed a promising direction, yet he needed to further develop his own abilities. Lu Yongxin poked Zhou Ning's arm and looked at him puzzledly. Hey, kid, what are you thinking about? Are you listening to me? Come on, tell me, what have you been working on lately? I see you tapping away at your computer when you're not on a case. Share with your master, will you? /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 39 Selling a cliffhanger _1 Chapter 39. Chapter 39 Selling a cliffhanger _1 Zhou Ning smiled. As a newbie who's only been on the job for a few months, you are even more eager than Huang Shiren, master. I know why Dr. Lu is rushing me, but am still too inexperienced. Although I have some ideas, the technical issues involved are not my strong suit, and I need to think it over carefully. Lu Yongxin gave Zhou Ning a sidelong glance. Playing coy with me, huh? Tell me, what direction are you considering? Zhou Ning couldn't resist any longer. If he didn't share something today, Lu Yongxin wouldn't let it go. He also hoped to quickly extract himself from this case, and he was touched by this intention. However, Zhou Ning felt somewhat embarrassed to talk about his rapid typing. It was merely a way to pass the time when he had nothing else to do, especially since the author he liked updated his work so infrequently, whereas the cases he encountered were far more thrilling. I'm not playing coy, but I was actually thinking of seeking help from a software developer. Lu Yongxin sat directly opposite Zhou Ning with a teacup in hand, gesturing for him to continue. His persistent enthusiasm amused Zhou Ning. However, among the facial reconstruction techniques, there is a paper published in 2021 that developed a fifth-generation police star CCK facial simulation system at the Hua Country Criminal Police Academy, /p. Break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Police star CCK4 can compile 9.9 billion facial images, almost amounting to infinity. In other words, theoretically, with 9.9 billion suspect facial images in the database, one could match the descriptions provided by witnesses to find the closest match to the suspect's face. This software is incredibly powerful and has been involved in the investigation of many significant archaeological discoveries and major cases. It's also known as the first of its kind globally, literally setting the benchmark. However, this system relies on the descriptions given by witnesses for direct composition, which is a branch of facial reconstruction technology. Since this approach has been developed so thoroughly by others, Zhou Ning didn't want to head in the same direction. If he could bring the skull reconstruction part to the peak of perfection, that would be a new breakthrough and more aligned with his actual job. Thinking of this, Zhou Ning slowly began to explain, "The other day, when I was working on reconstructing the deceased's model with Mr. Xia, I had some insights. If it were possible to fill in human skull data based on different settings for age, gender, genetics, hair color, skin color, weight, and health conditions, then there would be no need to go through sculptural reconstruction, which takes over a dozen hours and results in only a plaster model. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p, if we're lucky that's fine, but if unlucky or if the operator varies, it becomes difficult to control the quality of the reconstruction and it loses its meaning. So if there were a professional software designer to collaborate and a significant amount of data could be gathered and inputted, combined with X-ray and CT scanning technology, the system could handle the synthesis. For example, for a shattered skull, the software could automatically piece it together. Of course, when involving professional software, professional involvement is necessary to translate specialized knowledge into the software, like bone strength for skeletal injuries, which requires numerous parameters. For instance, bone density of people at various age levels and mechanical parameters, such as the direction of blunt or sharp force trauma. Countless parameters like these aren't realistic to input one by one. This is where artificial intelligence comes in, allowing AI to automatically calculate and learn. The more Lu Yongxin listened, the more amazed he became, and though he didn't understand the latter part, that didn't dampen his excitement. He eventually stood up, spilling his tea without even realizing it. Pointing to the bulky monitor on the table, he said with a tremble, "So use a computer to operate this kind of software, where you only input X-ray and CT scan images, and it can synthesize a facial image?" Zhou Ning nodded and pushed up his glasses. "Yep, that's one way to understand it. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p, although it's somewhat idealistic in my mind, as long as there is sufficient data and the software includes data related to car accidents, drowning, stabbings, slashings, gunshot wounds, and so on. It could infer the force exerted by the deceased, causing corresponding injuries. Or it could be used to verify the veracity of a suspect's testimony, allowing for the simulation and reconstruction of the crime scene under specific conditions to assess the accuracy of their statements. For instance, if the victim was struck from behind with a hammer by the perpetrator, the software could also make more accurate deductions about the perpetrator's weight, height, strength, and habitual actions, and even simulate the animation. Of course, these are just my initial thoughts, and many specialties are involved. Lu Yongxin's nostrils flared with excitement at Zhou Ning's description of the software. If it could really be made, it would make reconstructing the faces of victims with damaged facial features so much quicker. How much time could that save in an investigation? Just like with this 12.10 case, if it hadn't been for Zhou Ning seeking Mr. Xia's help to construct the facial model for the victim, the identity of the deceased would have been very difficult to pin down. Without identifying the victim, clues wouldn't have been found during the community investigation, and the case would have become a cold case. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Although Yu Jingwei and Wang Yi would have been suspects, the investigation would have faced enormous difficulties. "Did you talk with Dr. Liu?" Zhou Ning shook his head. "No, he's a chemistry PhD. What we're doing has nothing to do with his field of research. It's useless to discuss it with him." Lu Yongxin waved his hand dismissively. "That's not the way to look at it. The last time Dr. Liu came, I felt he was very sincere and even expressed that if future research directions aren't related to their field of chemistry, he could still help connect you with the relevant people and equipment. I think it's worth having a conversation. After all, it's a good thing," adding Lester. If we collaborate with Qidong University, then the nature of the project changes. It would represent Qidong or even Ludong Province or Hua Country, like that paper you published last time. Wait for me to ask for you. The more he spoke, the more excited Lu Yongxin became, and he finally took out his phone and made a call. Hello, Dr. Lu. Lu Yongxin here from Qidong Sub-Bureau Criminal Police Squad Forensic Department. Dr. Lu, hello. Any news from Dr. Zhou? Lu Yongxin glanced at Zhou Ning. Our case was very tricky. It took us 3 or 4 days, but we've just about wrapped it up. Zhou Ning has been up for several days straight, working on reconstructing the victim's skull model with his girlfriend, and that's what allowed us to crack the case in time. Dr. Lu seemed very interested. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. That's incredible. You can reconstruct a person's face from their skull? Lu Yongxin, whetting the appetite, mentioned the current case in a casual way and also talked about Zhou Ning's next steps. Of course, it was just an idle chat with his mentor, merely hinting at the intention since it would require professionals to handle the matter. It was not as simple as just bumping lips. No sooner had he finished, Dr. Lu on the other end could hardly stay in his seat. Dr. Lu, tell Dr. Zhou not to rush. Give me 2 days. I'll discuss it with the university leadership. This software design isn't just about designing, it's also a unique research direction. I'll do everything I can to facilitate the implementation of this research software project. However, the software involves many disciplines and professional talents, medical specialties, computer science, software development, electronic information, telecommunications, software engineering, computing aspects, and even criminal investigation specialties. I'll see how to assemble a team. After all, if this gets off the ground, it will bring luster to Qidong University and will be beneficial for the university's enrollment. Lu Yongxin smiled and raised his eyebrows at Zhou Ning. Okay, then you go ahead and discuss. I'll stabilize Zhou Ning here and help organize his thoughts and send them to you afterward. Dr. Lu was extremely grateful, thanking Lu repeatedly before hanging up the phone. Zhou Ning held back a laugh. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p like Su Duyuan. Lu Yongxin took great care of him, not just because of his uncle's connections. Both believed in mentoring the younger generation because they saw potential in them and wanted to lend a hand. Thank you, mentor. I'll organize it later. Actually, the software could have tiered development, like facial reconstruction as phase 1. Then each time a new function is developed, all that's needed is to continuously upgrade the software. Lu Yongxin waved his hand. I don't understand all that. Just find professionals to help, and you can't go wrong with that. Never mind anything else. Dr. Lu will definitely do his utmost. Rest assured, we just wait. Within 2 days, he'll come, perhaps even with others. Zhou Ning was startled and, despite thinking for a long time, couldn't figure out who Lu Yongxin was referring to. Who will Dr. Lu bring with him? /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 40 live meeting _1 chapter 40 live meeting _1 the next day, just after having lunch. Zhou Ning typed the last character, checked everything again, and printed out the proposal. Lu Yongxin, wearing his floral glasses, stood in front of the printer and scrutinized the document with great care, more attentively than he had been, even when it was time to apply for his son's college. After finishing, Lu Yongxin took off his glasses and couldn't help exclaiming, "Your ideas are really good, kid." Reading this proposal gives a different feeling than just hearing about it yesterday. Now it's all broken down into steps. It no longer seems so difficult to develop such a comprehensive software piece by piece. If I had the money, I'd definitely invest in you. Zhou Ning smiled. In fact, this proposal had integrated some of the deep functions of CCK4, only omitting the part about verbal facial combinations. It took others from the 1st to the 5th generation to develop, which wasn't an overnight achievement, it was a team effort. Now, Zhou Ning was essentially picking the fruits early. As long as he followed the plan, the first part of the software could be put to test within 6 months. Yesterday, when Zhou Ning asked Lu Yongxin to pass the message to Dr. Lu, it was also a test. After all, the investment required for this software's development was substantial and couldn't be completed by just a few people. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. If it were listed as a key project of Qidong University, the work would surely be more efficient. Having my mentor's support makes me very happy. As for this proposal, if Qidong University isn't interested or there are difficulties with the investment, I can also look for other institutions to collaborate with. Lu Yongxin waved his hand, confident. Don't rush. Although we've only met Dr. Lu once, he's a man of action. Without his saying so, nobody would know his paper could be published in an international journal. If the author order were changed, you wouldn't be able to do anything about it, so be patient, maybe he'll come over today. Zhou Ning didn't mind. Such a big matter and the proposal was just completed. He didn't expect an immediate result. He was just a PhD and had no power to sway the university higher-ups' decisions. Just then, several loud sounds of car doors slamming came from downstairs. Lu Yongxin looked down, but the frosting on the window made it impossible to see clearly. Zhou Ning glanced at Lu Yongxin, noticing him check his cell phone before continuing to review the proposal from the beginning, not understanding. Master, do you want me to go down and take a look? Is there something urgent going on? Lu Yongxin gestured for Zhou Ning to sit down. We are the last to know if there's a case in the team. If there's something urgent, Suda would be the first to be restless. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Moreover, based on my years of experience, this time of year leading up to the Spring Festival is usually the quietest. With the crackdown going on, at most, we may have to re-examine an old case. It's rare for people to cause trouble now. As he spoke, someone knocked on the office door 3 times. Without waiting for Lu Yongxin to speak, the person had already pushed the door open, and it was Dr. Lu who entered. Lu Yongxin laughed and raised his eyebrows at Zhou Ning. The message clear. See, didn't I guess right? Zhou Ning also stood up. Dr. Lu, what brings you here? Dr. Lu immediately grasped Zhou Ning's hand, and the strength of his grip conveyed his excitement. I just knew you were cut out for scientific research. Let's cut to the chase. Look who I've brought with me. Since there are quite a few of us, we didn't enter your office. Let's find a place to talk, shall we? Zhou Ning was a bit taken aback. What did he mean by quite a few people? Could it be that Dr. Lu had already assembled a team? That seemed impossible. It had only been one day. Even if one managed to gather people from all the relevant fields, it would still take some time. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get your proposal, lead Dr. Lu and the others to the conference room, and I will take care of the rest. Lu Yongxin gave Zhou Ning a slight push and hurriedly opened the office door. Indeed, several elderly gentlemen stood outside, dressed very refined. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As Dr. Lu introduced them, Zhou Ning grew more and more astounded. These were the leaders of Qidong University's academic disciplines along with 2 vice-chancellors. The younger ones behind them were probably the personnel related to software design. Counting everyone there were at least 20 people. Zhou Ning steeled himself and walked out. Following Dr. Lu's introductions, he shook hands one by one, awkwardly pointing in the direction of the conference room. Dr. Lu, shall we move to the conference room? Our forensic office is a bit small to accommodate so many people. Dr. Lu nodded with a smile. I'll follow your lead once we're here. Everyone arrived at the conference room and sat around the round table. Lu Yongxin had already asked Mr. Feng to bring over some tea, and Dr. Lu stood up, continuously waving her hand in protest. Sit down, Dr. Lu, you're Zhou Ning's mentor. There's no need for such formalities. We're all doing research in the university, so let's get straight to the point. Lu Yongxin sat down, feeling very content inside. He was proud of his students' achievements and that it was under his suggestion that they began to consider a cooperation with Qidong University. They naturally held him in high regard. Seeing Zhou Ning somewhat stunned, Lu Yongxin knew that this sudden onslaught had caught Zhou Ning off guard. After all, Such a grand assembly could be quite intimidating. He smiled and broke the awkward silence. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Although Zhou Ning is a frontline forensic doctor, the lad has some great ideas. During the investigation of the 12.10 case, it was after he enlisted help to reconstruct the victim's face that we were able to crack the case quickly. Liu Yongxin wasn't in a hurry. He gave a brief introduction to the case. After all, he wasn't adept at discussing things like the CCK or software design, but if it was about cooperation, it was natural to elevate Zhou Ning's status to facilitate future communication. After saying this, Liu Yongxin looked at Zhou Ning. Just 10 minutes before you entered the office, Zhou Ning had already drafted a proposal, breaking down the software design into several parts. By dismantling it this way, the software can be put into practice for testing as soon as the first part is developed, which is highly beneficial for our grassroots work. Dr. Liu was about to say something, but the vice-chancellor named Liu at his side leaned forward with interest, resting his elbows on the table, and asked, "Oh, a proposal drafted in one day? Can we take a look at it?" Zhou Ning was about to stand up, but was held down by Liu Yongxin, who then nodded with a smile. "Just a moment, I've already asked someone to make copies." As he spoke, Mr. Feng returned with a stack of documents and divided them into two piles, placing them on the conference table. Everyone also passed them around conscientiously. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Subsequently, the conference room fell silent as everyone focused on the proposal, reading it word for word. Of course, some were discussing in hushed tones in pairs or groups. Dr. Liu read through it the fastest, as he had a phone conversation the day before and was familiar with Zhou Ning's temperament. After discussing with Mr. Liu, the chancellor finally lifted his head and looked around. Everyone has had a look, right? The personnel from various disciplines mentioned here are all present. Let's hear your thoughts. A young person raised their hand and then said, "Dr. Zhou, I have a question about data collection. Do you have a mature internal database for this?" Zhou Ning had reviewed the content of facial reconstruction technology the previous night and found some relevant knowledge. After a moment's thought, he replied, "There are currently 8 major databases in our country: the National Population Basic Information Database, the Entry and Exit Personnel Database, the Motor Vehicle/Driver Information Database, the Police Basic Information Database, the Fugitive Information Database, the Criminal Information Database, the Stolen and Robbed Vehicle Information Database, and the Key Security Units Information Database. As for forensic and criminal investigation data, we're currently in a vacuum. Although electronic files are being established for various cases, the integration is not yet complete, so we need to establish these ourselves. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. According to the software proposal, we need to establish at least 2 databases. One is for the human skeletal system, especially the skulls. Meticulous selection and entry are needed for different ethnicities, ages, skin colors, heights, weights, and so on. This can be done in cooperation with major hospitals, collecting data from X-rays and CT imaging, and then identifying faces based on surveillance snapshots. The second database we need to establish is for various trauma data. A specialized laboratory will need to be set up for recording the distribution of injuries caused by stabbing, burns, blunt force trauma, car accidents, and other injuries to the human body. Of course, it will also be necessary to add various data of the injured for fusion and analysis, and then generate analysis results in the software, as well as animated interpretations of the injury process. I've included detailed descriptions in the proposal. I hope my answer is satisfactory. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 41 wrong door _1 Chapter 41. Chapter 41 wrong door _1 The person nodded, seemingly very satisfied with Zhou Ning's explanation. Actually, Setting up our own database is just a bit troublesome in the early stage of experimental data, but once it's combined with AI's autonomous learning function, the entry of these data will not be a problem. As Dr. Zhou said, we only need to collect data for a certain period. Zhou Ning didn't understand this. He had only read about the technology in a literature review. For him, today's scene was unimaginable. During his university days, he had only seen the president in group graduation photos. Who would have thought that one day he'd be sitting at the same table with these people, discussing his project proposal? Zhou Ning suppressed his excitement and calmly began to answer the remaining questions from the attendees. Su Dayuan came over once since so many people had suddenly appeared, and he was curious. However, after listening for a while, Su Dayuan left due to other business without joining in further. It wasn't until outside the window had completely darkened that Lu Yongxin reminded everyone, "It's getting late. How about we have a quick dinner?" Dr. Lu consulted with Mr. Lu and then apologetically looked up. "It's indeed very late today. Well, go back for now. Let's skip dinner. However, we should still sign the letter of intent so that we can go back and start setting up the project team. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Once everything is ready, well, officially sign the cooperation agreement, okay? Zhou Ning was stunned. Wasn't this supposed to be just a project assessment? The discussion had just been about the data collection and development methods for the software. Now they were suddenly moving on to signing a letter of intent. This was all beyond his expectations. Lu Yongxin kicked Zhou Ning under the table, and Zhou Ning then nodded passively. "Oh, okay, I'll sign." In Zhou Ning's bewildered state, the letter of intent was signed, and Dr. Lu and Mr. Lu left satisfied. After seeing them off, Lu Yongxin was all smiles as he folded his arms and looked at Zhou Ning. "Young man, you're still a young man. You still need your master to watch out for you." Zhou Ning looked at Lu Yongxin, who was perusing the letter of intent. The clauses regarding the ownership of the software left him somewhat puzzled. "Master, I don't quite understand. Does this mean the software is no longer mine, or does it mean I still retain all ownership rights?" Lu Yongxin leaned in and took a careful look. "It says here you retain 20% ownership of the software. Whether it's sold or promoted, minus related expenses, profits will be distributed according to this share." Zhou Ning nodded earnestly, carefully put away the letter of intent, and wound the file bag's string around several times. "So, I don't need to invest any money, and I'll still get paid, right?" Lu Yongxin, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhou Ning's response left Lu Yongxin at a loss for words. The kid was focused on money, similar to the time he received his first payment for a manuscript. He wasn't complacent about being published in a prestigious journal and only cared about whether he had to pay any fees. It seemed the youngster had faced his challenges from a young age. "Stop thinking about it and get ready to go home. There's plenty to do later. Isn't there a detailed plan for developing several parts of the project? If the software really succeeds, you'll gain both fame and fortune. What's there to worry about money? Come on, you should at least treat your master to a good meal." Zhou Ning felt slightly embarrassed, but had been brought up by his grandfather and uncle who provided for him, so he tried to solve his own problems without reaching out to them for help as much as possible. Although his studies weren't exceptional, he had worked plenty of part-time jobs. Thus, had developed such a frugal habit, but indeed Lu Yongxin had worried over him today. It was not often that a mentor got to see his protégé flourish and feel a sense of pride. Such mentors who elevate their juniors were rare to find. "Let's go, master. I'll treat you to dinner. Any stall on Qidong Road, take your pick." Lu Yongxin rolled his eyes and shook his head at the mention of a food stall, probably thinking this was the most generous Zhou Ning had ever been. "Forget it, I'm going home for dinner. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Otherwise, I'll have to ask for leave from my wife. My blood pressure hasn't been well controlled these past few days. I've been on a vegetarian diet." After saying that, Lu Yongxin drove off in his newly purchased Alto. Holding the file bag, Zhou Ning quickly walked home, calling his grandfather on the way. His grandfather must have seen the news and expressed concern. Of course, he also didn't forget to mention that he would introduce Zhou Ning to potential partners over the Spring Festival. Zhou Ning didn't refuse this time and, after reassuring his grandfather, he made it home. He cooked himself a bowl of clear soup noodles with 2 wontons, a sprinkling of coriander and green onions, an egg, seasoned with pepper powder and seafood soy sauce, topped off with a few drops of sesame oil, and enjoyed the warm meal. After a shower, Zhou Ning didn't rush to bed, but instead opened his computer and created a new document. The facial reconstruction technology he had obtained from the system had been reviewed countless times. With each keystroke, every idea landed on the keyboard. In the following half a month, Zhou Ning stayed busy like this. The team received 2 traffic accident responsibility cases. Whether it was the site investigation or the subsequent liability reports, Liu Yongxin didn't involve Zhou Ning, but took care of them himself. Su Dayuan reported Zhou Ning's situation to the sub-bureau, and the leadership took it very seriously. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After all, if the matter succeeded, it would be like adding glory to the bureau, so naturally, they were very supportive. However, the only support they could offer was to replace the old and worn-out computers in the forensic doctor's office. Zhou Ning wasn't dissatisfied. After all, this was support for his work. Today was the last day of 2010. Early in the morning, he received a call from Dr. Liu, asking him to go to Qidong University to sign the formal contract. Zhou Ning didn't prepare anything. He said hello to Suda and Liu Yongxin, then took a bus to Qidong University. Dr. Liu had previously mailed him a work badge. At the entrance, Zhou Ning put on the badge and went straight to the security for registration. After registering, he walked towards a college, as directed by the security uncle. As he was about to reach the entrance, a speeding car brushed past Zhou Ning, grazing his backpack and causing it to fall to the ground. Zhou Ning frowned, surprised that someone would drive so recklessly on campus, wondering what kind of people they were. Dusting off his backpack, Zhou Ning picked it up and walked to the front of the college's office building, where the car was also parked. 2 men in suits got out of the car. Despite the weather, they weren't wearing coats and carried laptop bags as they walked up the steps. It seemed they noticed Zhou Ning's watching gaze, and the older one gestured to him. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Young man, this is the Computer Science College's office building, correct? Zhou Ning was puzzled. Was this man blind? Couldn't he see the giant sign at the entrance? Or was he just too busy speeding to notice where he was? Still, being called a student while being outside meant at least he still looked young. He nodded slightly and hummed an affirmation before stepping up the stairs. The 2 men behind him frowned deeply, the older one visibly dissatisfied. What's with the young people these days, all so disrespectful? The younger man replied with a forced smile. That's true. Mr. Peng, let's head up. The signing ceremony is starting in 10 minutes. Without further ado, they followed Zhou Ning into the office building. According to the room number provided in the text message, Zhou Ning went straight to the conference room on the 2nd floor. The door to the conference room was open, and on the east side, there was a row of cameras and video cameras, with dozens of people wearing vests and holding microphones, seemingly adjusting equipment. On the west side were 3 rows of desks and chairs, with name tags attached to the chair backs. On the most western table, there was a desk with 2 chairs behind it, and of course, a podium to the side. Zhou Ning was startled by this setup. What was this for? Did it look like a news release event, like those held after international cooperation or investment attraction? He glanced around, but didn't see a familiar face, not Dr. Liu or Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Liu, none of them were there. Zhou Ning took a step back instinctively, checking the room number on the conference room door. Room 230 was correct, right? As he stood there baffled, the 2 suit-clad men had already approached. The younger bumped into Zhou Ning and impolitely gestured for him to move. "Get out of the way. Why are you following us into everywhere?" The disdain on the man's face was undisguised. With that push, Zhou Ning bumped into an open door, creating a loud bang. Everyone's attention turned to him as his backpack fell to the ground again. He had endured the earlier brush with the car and didn't mind the murmuring behind him when asking for directions. But this attitude and bullying behavior made Zhou Ning angry. Just as he was about to speak up, a person rushed over from behind, their voice preceding them. "Dr. Zhou, you're here. I had my assistant go to the school entrance to pick you up, but didn't see anyone. You must not have come through the south gate, right?" Zhou Ning suppressed his anger, turning to look at Dr. Liu, who had spoken. "Yes, I got off the bus and came straight in through the east gate." At this moment, Mr. Liu, the vice dean, also came up, bending down to help Zhou Ning pick up his backpack, patting him on the shoulder. "Dr. Zhou, please come in. We didn't get a chance to notify you in advance due to the rushed timing. We only recently received the notice from the city to hold a news release for the signing. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Don't worry. To not affect your future work, I'll instruct the TV station staff to avoid close-up shots as much as possible. I hope you can understand." This response made those two men in suits freeze, their hands extended towards Mr. Liu, and Dr. Liu ignored, standing there awkwardly. Zhou Ning suddenly felt much better, smiling at Mr. Liu and Dr. Liu. "I'm young and don't understand these matters. I'll follow your arrangements. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 42 Signing Ceremony _1 Chapter 42. Chapter 42 Signing Ceremony _1 Zhou Ning and Mr. Liu shook hands, a gesture captured by the journalists. Instantly, the room was filled with the sounds of flashing lights and shutters as Mr. Liu expertly turned slightly to the side. Zhou Ning mimicked his movement, slightly turning as well. Then, under the personal guidance of Dr. Liu, he walked to the front row, sat down in front of his name tag, removed his down jacket, revealing a police uniform beneath. This outfit was immaculate. After all, it was brand new. Dr. Liu stepped up to the podium and began to introduce the software development concept, as well as its future applications, essentially reiterating Zhou Ning's original proposal. Next, a city official took the stage to speak, offering support from economic backing to data collection, with a straightforward commitment that left Zhou Ning somewhat surprised. Then it was time for the signing ceremony. Zhou Ning felt none of the nervous tension he experienced earlier at the conference room door. After all, everything was in his head, and he just needed to go through the motions of signing, shaking hands, and posing for photographs. After these formalities, came the question and answer period with reporters. Dr. Liu gave Zhou Ning a nod, who in turn waved his hand. He had enough glory for the day. Merely a junior forensic doctor in a local police precinct, Zhou Ning knew better than to speak too much. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Mistakes are made that way. It was better to let Dr. Liu handle it. Dr. Liu did not decline and smoothly addressed the journalists' inquiries. Though a chemist by training, he showed that he had done his homework in dealing with these matters. From the application of artificial intelligence in this software to the tiered design and testing of the application, Dr. Liu's explanations were both engaging and entertaining. Zhou Ning couldn't help but give a thumbs up, thinking that Dr. Liu's eloquence was truly impressive. After more than an hour, the signing ceremony concluded. Mr. Liu stood up, gave a slight bow to the reporters at the back, and smiling, spoke into the microphone. "There's one more thing I'd like to ask of you all. Regarding Dr. Zhou's information, I hope you can keep it confidential. After all, the project settled here at Qidong University is not only our pride, but also the glory of Qidong City and Ludong Province. It demonstrates our city's strength in high-tech fields. I can foresee that the software's promotion and application will revolutionize our forensic and even archaeological breakthroughs, allowing for the reinvestigation of many difficult and pending cases. So, I ask that you conceal Dr. Zhou's name and blur his face in images. Otherwise, I'm afraid he might be headhunted by other provinces before the project collaboration is even completed. If city leaders panic, don't say I didn't warn you. The entire conference room laughed instantly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Such a kindly reminder was not lost on anyone. They got the message. Apart from those who had been to Zhou Ning's office, few among the attendees knew his identity. They merely knew him to be a young and handsome forensic doctor. After the signing ceremony ended, Zhou Ning was escorted out of the conference room by Dr. Liu, not having a moment to glance back at the two men in suits he had seen earlier. Arriving at Dr. Liu's office, the older man immediately wiped the sweat from his forehead. Dr. Zhou, I really must thank you. Just 10 minutes before your arrival, I was informed by the university about turning the signing into what it was. I hope you don't mind. Zhou Ning smiled and waved his hand. He knew in his heart that Dr. Liu might have been aware of this earlier, but had not informed him, knowing Zhou Ning preferred to avoid hassles. If he had known about the grandeur beforehand, he might have indeed chosen not to come. Dr. Liu, you're too polite. You handled all the preparations, and I just had to follow a few steps. There's nothing to thank me for. But speaking of which, now that the project team is established, we can start working soon, right? Dr. Liu took off his tie and threw it on a chair. Now that the contract is signed, there's no point in hiding it from you. The project team has already started working. Last week, the equipment, staff, and funds were in place, with preliminary operations underway. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The day you sent me your project proposal, we began the design work, and the initial data collection for the database was started. Zhou Ning's mouth fell open slightly at the rapid progress, catching him off guard. Oh, the more data collection sites the better. Just the major hospitals in Qidong might be somewhat limited since people from different regions of the country vary in appearance. Dr. Liu nodded with a smile and poured a cup of tea for Zhou Ning. I've already thought of that. I contacted several old classmates and got 57 hospitals from all over the country on board to collect data. You don't need to worry about that. Hearing the number, Zhou Ning was even more astonished. So many hospitals, Dr. Liu, aren't you a chemist? Dr. Liu lifted his chin, his face wrinkling with prideful laughter, like a child who had been praised. Looking down on me, huh? We have our own circles. Our industry is very closely connected with pharmaceuticals. This data collection stuff isn't difficult at all. We don't even need to send people, just remotely install the collection software and you're good. We originally estimated 6 months to finish the first part of the software design, but based on my observations these past few days, we might shorten that time frame. Zhou Ning nodded vigorously. He remembered that a version of CCK had been released at the end of 2011, featuring the function to perform face combination simulation based on verbal descriptions. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. If he could get ahead of the game, it would naturally be easier to set a precedent in people's minds. Then we'll have to rely on Dr. Liu. If there's anything I need to do, let's communicate online. Dr. Liu didn't keep Zhou Ning for long since all his thoughts were on software development. After all, having a doctor of chemistry spearheading this project, the level of his dedication was beyond Zhou Ning's imagination. All right, I'll have the driver take you back. Zhou Ning waved his hand and stood up. No need for that, I'll just take the bus. But Dr. Liu, those two men in suits I saw at the conference room door earlier, who are they? Are they teachers at our school, or members of the software design team? Dr. Liu was taken aback. I thought you knew each other since you were talking. Those two are from your system. The older one is Mr. Ping from the City Bureau's technical department, and the younger is Cui Haibin, the head of the City Bureau's forensic department. Zhou Ning was stunned. Theoretically, these were his superiors, but the encounter just now wasn't pleasant, to say the least, from their point of view. What's wrong with Zhou Ning? Zhou Ning waved his hand. He wasn't thinking about a promotion. In the future, Had just have to skirt around them when going to the city for meetings. Nothing, I've only been on the job for 4 months and I just don't recognize them. They asked me for directions at the door, mistook me for a student, didn't say anything inappropriate. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Dr. Lu paused to think for a moment. Don't worry, if there's any issue, tell me and I'll have Mr. Lu communicate with the city bureau. After the first generation of our software is complete, I imagine your job will need some adjustments. Zhou Ning was taken aback. This was something he hadn't considered. Where would a job adjustment take him? To Qidong University? Job adjustments? Dr. Lu nodded. That will depend on what you want. Of course, we hope you will continue working at the City Bureau as it would be more convenient for you to participate in some of the software's testing later on, especially since the city leaders expressed their support today. Zhou Ning didn't even know what he had said afterward. While sitting on the bus, he found it hard to believe everything that had happened that day. For months ago, he couldn't have dreamed of such a day. Everything was because of the forensic training system he'd received. Without it, he would have just been a nobody, drifting through his days. With his skills, not only solving those difficult cases would have been out of reach, but even completing a single full autopsy would have been challenging, let alone receiving the attention of Lu Yongxin, Su Daiyuan, and Dr. Lu. Reflecting on this, Zhou Ning couldn't help but sigh. Just then, his phone rang. The caller was Lu Yongxin, and without hesitation, Zhou Ning answered, knowing that Lu Yongxin would be concerned since he was aware of the signing. Hello, Master, I'm about to arrive. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Lu Yongxin's usually composed voice was replaced with an anxious tone, interrupting Zhou Ning's greeting. Get in a taxi now, head to the intersection of Xinhai Expressway and Hong Kong Road. Hurry, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chapter 43. A sensory challenging scene _1 Chapter 43. Chapter 43. A sensory challenging scene _1 15 minutes later. Zhou Ning had approached the intersection of Xinhai Expressway and Hong Kong Road, but the remaining distance of over 100 meters had been blocked by cars. Zhou Ning got out of his car and ran quickly forward. When he reached the yellow isolation belt, a traffic cop stopped him. Before Zhou Ning could show his credentials, a voice called out, "Dr. Zhou is here, come over quickly." Looking towards the source of the voice, Zhao Xinli was waving in this direction. The cop who had stopped him quickly lifted the isolation belt, and Zhou Ning, breathing heavily, walked towards Zhao Xinli. What on earth happened? My mentor just called me, and he didn't make it clear, just told me to hurry back. Zhao Xinli led Zhou Ning toward the north side of the intersection, pointing to some smoking vehicles ahead as they walked. Half an hour ago, someone dialed 110 reporting that someone was driving a forklift like crazy at the intersection, hitting a lot of cars and pedestrians, which triggered a chain collision. 16 vehicles crashed into each other, killing one person. The forklift also toppled a large bus and caught fire itself. Inside the big bus were the elderly members of the Sunset Red tour group, just about to set off. There were many injured. Suda received a call from the command center, and we came together, since someone had already died in the accident. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Unexpectedly, the forklift driver, thought to be fatally injured, suddenly woke up, ignited a barrel of oil, and the forklift exploded. At that moment, the large bus was flipped over and rolled twice before crashing into the green belt in the middle of the road. There were many people who did not evacuate in time. Dr. Lu was very close and was also blown away, suffering a head injury. According to incomplete statistics, there have been 3 deaths, 11 severe injuries, and 100 or so mild injuries. Zhou Ning was stunned and grabbed Zhao Xinli's sleeve urgently, his fingers growing slightly pale. "How's my mentor?" Zhao Xinli waved his hand. He knew Zhou Ning was anxious, and since he hadn't been clear, he quickly explained. "Don't worry, It's just a cut on his head, probably a slight concussion. He was taken to the county hospital. No, now it's called the 8th hospital, but we can't deal with everything here on site. We are waiting for you to examine the forklift driver's body. If it can be cleaned up, we need to restore traffic as soon as possible. Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Liu Yongxin was safe, but looking at the dire scene in front of him, he was also somewhat dazed. There, in the middle of the highway's central green belt, lay a large bus on its side, its front completely burned out. The ground was covered in water and traces of shattered glass, and not far from it was the skeleton of what used to be a forklift. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. As for the body of the forklift driver, it was half inside and half outside of the vehicle, completely charred, with traces of dry powder remaining on it. On both sides of the road, many police cars were parked, and on the roadside, there were several people with minor injuries, some standing, some sitting on the ground, some lying on the road, their eyes still filled with panic, a testament to the terror of the incident. Zhou Ning and Zhao Xinli had arrived at the back of his car and had taken out the investigation box and camera. Zhou Ning took off his down jacket and put on a protective suit. After getting dressed, he handed Zhao Xinli stacks of yellow, red, orange, and blue number plates. The scene is too big. Get a few more people to help. Everyone put on hats, masks, and gloves. I'll talk about the precautions and then help me start the scene investigation. Only by doing this can we quickly clear the traffic. Just then, Su Doyuan and a burly middle-aged police officer approached. Su Doyuan introduced, "This is Dr. Zhou from our team, and this is Mr. Chen, the captain of the Traffic Police Brigade." Zhao Xinli, get a few more people to come over and help. The Sub-Bureau leadership attaches great importance to this severe incident and has instructed us to set up a special case team to urgently investigate the cause of the incident. By now, some police officers had already gathered around. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao Xinli distributed the materials, and Su Doyuan spoke first. I want to stress how urgent and heinous the incident is. At this time, don't divide yourselves into traffic or criminal police. Just follow Dr. Zhou's instructions and start assisting with the investigation. Dr. Zhou, you can assign the tasks. Zhou Ning nodded and stepped forward. Zhao Xin will distribute the number plates to you. Starting from the explosion center, locate the glass fragments and bloodstains on the ground and place them accordingly. The higher the number, the farther it is from the explosion point, and so on. There were 4 colors in total, and we also divided it into 4 regions according to the cardinal directions of the explosion center: yellow for the southeast, red for the southwest, orange for the northwest, blue for the northeast. Everyone keep in mind that you're only to place markers and must not move any items found. If you come across anything suspicious, you can call me over to identify it, such as suspicious explosives, limbs, various items that could be used to identify a body, and so on. After Zhou Ning finished speaking, he looked towards Su Doyuan, and with a wave of his hand, everyone sprung into action. The advantage of having many people was evident, as the 4 teams spread out and began placing markers away from the central point. Zhou Ning handed the camera to Zhao Xinli and, carrying the investigation kit, walked toward the forklift. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The smell of charred flesh, that kind of irritation in the breathing passages, made one's head tense, and Zhao Xinli gagged before still following closely behind. With every direction from Zhou Ning's finger, the sound of the camera's shutter was constant. The forklift was now indistinguishable in color, completely charred black. The upper half of the driver's body lay sprawled on the ground, while the lower half was still on the forklift. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Ning discovered that the victim's feet had carbonized and were wedged between several control levers, as if fused with them. The entire body had carbonized, especially the fingers, which were already partially missing. Due to the position of the body, the victim's face was not visible, and there were no remnants of knitted fabric. To the right of the body, there was a burst of black soot. Zhou Ning squatted down and pushed the charred body with tweezers, revealing a piece of metal. Zhou Ning picked it up and took a closer look, recognizing it as a metal component from a lighter. Zhao Xinli hurried over, took a photo, and then poked his head out from behind the camera. A lighter? Probably the driver used a lighter to ignite the gasoline, which then triggered the explosion. Gasoline? Did anyone see him ignite the gasoline? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Yes, a traffic policeman on the perimeter saw this person make a movement. It seemed as though he grabbed some sort of jug, unscrewed it, and poured it towards the bus front before the explosion occurred. Zhou Ning looked around and found a blasted open plastic water jug tossed to one side. The jug was split open, the kind you could buy for a few bucks at a street stall, filled with thick black-brown tea stains. However, the jug was missing its cap. Zhou Ning searched high and low, and finally, near the edge of the forklift's frame on the right side, he found a piece of light blue plastic. Although it was deformed, it could still be made out as the cap of the jug. Moreover, on the cap, remnants of an electrical copper wire were present, its insulation already gone. Zhou Ning leaned in close to smell, and indeed, there was a lingering scent of gasoline on the cap. No wonder the victim's hands were burned and incomplete. It seemed that it was also due to gasoline. He approached the body and tested the temperature with his fingers. Luckily, it was winter, so after turning to char, it was only somewhat hot to the touch now. Take pictures of the body, then get someone to prepare a body bag as well as those hydraulic cutters. We need to cut the body loose from those control levers and bring it back. As for fingerprints, well, we can forget about those. Zhao Xinli turned to make arrangements. Actually, the hearse had already arrived, and all kinds of tools were in place. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Since the people from the fire department were already there, following Zhao Xinli's instructions, they cut loose the parts entangled with the victim's feet and even considerately trimmed off any protruding sections. Once the body bag was laid out, Zhao Xinli and the others stepped forward, intending to move the victim's body. Two people moved in close to lift, but the body wouldn't budge. Zhou Ning walked over and let out a sigh. Let's have more people help. All of us will lift together. The victim's carbonized parts have somewhat fused with the road's asphalt as he was burning, so we need to use some force to peel it off. Otherwise, once it completely cools down, it would be even more tightly stuck. Zhao Xinli raised his hand to stop Zhou Ning's words. Their faces had already turned a bit pale. They had seen many corpses in their line of work, but this was the first time encountering one burnt to char and still hot to the touch. It was a real challenge to the senses. Dr. Zhou really needs no introduction at this point. Well, lift right now, and you just help watch. Zhou Ning obediently closed his mouth, and this time, when everyone exerted force together, there was a crisp tearing sound as the carbonized body was lifted. Zhou Ning knelt on one knee and, seeing nothing left below, quickly waved his hand. Be gentle with your hands, move toward the body bag together, and be careful not to drop anything. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Also, don't pull too hard. The body is very fragile right now, and whoever tears it apart will have to pick it up. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 44 The Extra Mobile Phone _1 Chapter 44 Chapter 44 The Extra Mobile Phone _1 The body was finally bagged. Several people carried the body bag away, and Zhao Xinli retched twice. Zhou Ning patted his back. All right, the source of the smell has been removed. Didn't you say there were 3 victims? Where are the others? Zhao Xinli pointed to the bus and at the side of the road, saying, when the 120 emergency team arrived at the scene, the bus driver surnamed Gao still showed signs of life, but he passed away as soon as he was lifted onto the ambulance. His body is now at the hospital. The other victim was the driver of a white sedan. This forklift was originally chasing after this white car, pricking up the vehicle, tossing it high into the air. When we arrived at the scene, we found the driver's head attached only by a piece of skin, so we did not move him. Zhou Ning paused. The forklift kept chasing this white car? Zhao Xinli nodded. I followed and watched the surveillance footage. When the forklift reached the intersection, it charged straight into the opposite lane, picked up the white car, and started circling the intersection. The lifting arm of the forklift kept shaking up and down, and after tossing the white car aside, it stabbed the fork into the side window. Then the forklift driver began to ram into things randomly. He looked insane. Zhou Ning didn't say anything. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. At that moment, the police officer who was arranging signs outside seemed to have finished. Zhao Xinli went over to take pictures. Zhou Ning checked around the bus. Zhao Xinli had already inspected the inside, as there were number plates scattered throughout the wrecked cabin. For such a severe accident where both the perpetrator and victims had died, it was, in a way, an easier case for them to pacify the public with. After all, its replicability and danger had ended, and even though there was some pressure, it was within controllable limits. However, the scene needed to be cleared as quickly as possible, as the longer the blockade lasted, the more uncontrollable the brewing of the incident became. Zhou Ning walked towards the white Passat. Bloodstains covered the door outside the driver's seat. All the windows were shattered, and the tires had burst. As Zhou Ning squatted closer, the horrific sight made him take a sharp breath. Damn, this is too tragic. The victim was wearing a suit. His white shirt had turned blood red. His head was tilted to one side, 2/3 of his neck was severed, and the cut was not clean. Blood was everywhere on the car roof, steering wheel, and front seats. The victim's hands were tightly clutching the steering wheel, remaining in the final state before death. A conspicuous green Rolex watch was on his wrist. Zhao Xinli came over, not looking into the car, but passed over the camera instead. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning didn't waste time, quickly started taking pictures, then opened the car door, and had Zhao Xinli prepare a body bag. Just as he leaned in to unbuckle the seatbelt, he noticed that the central armrest compartment was open, and inside, there was a broken-screen cell phone and an envelope. He instinctively looked up and noticed the new Fruit 4 model phone in the vent. It matched what he would expect from the victim, but whose was the broken-screen phone? Zhou Ning bagged the two phones and the envelope in evidence bags and then slowly released the seatbelt. The victim didn't slide down. Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief and moved away from the car door. Be careful lifting. You guys take the body, and I'll take the head. Let's synchronize our movements as much as possible. Any secondary damage could affect the autopsy. Everyone nodded, crowded forward. The victim was tall, his head rising 10 centimeters above the headrest while sitting. A person got on the passenger side, and the body was smoothly lifted down. Zhou Ning arranged the victim's head before zipping up the body bag. Let's go. Tell Mr. Su that this white Passat and the forklift need to be taken back together. As for the bus, let's leave it. We don't have space for it in our yard anymore. Zhao Xinli nodded. Okay, you go first. I still have a few photos to take. Afterwards, I'll have them start clearing up the scene. We'll send the bus to the Vehicle Management Office's parking lot, cover it temporarily, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. But what about the insurance company? They need photos. Should we allow them onto the scene? Take the photos for them. Don't let anyone in. Pack all the glass and various fragments found here and make sure nothing is left behind. Zhao Xinli was most adept at this task. He ran off quickly and started directing the 4 teams to gather fragments from the periphery towards the center, which was exactly in line with all the other arrangements. Zhou Ning walked up to Su Daiyuan, and Mr. Qin, the team leader, also joined in, stripping off his gear as he spoke. Mr. Su, preliminary inspection of the scene has been completed. We found bottles filled with gasoline and incendiary devices. Regarding the identities of the perpetrator and victims, as well as the surveillance footage from that time, please send me a copy. I'll head back for the autopsy now. I'll likely finish around 10 o'clock tonight. As for the two vehicles, as soon as I'm done with the autopsies, I'll start a thorough second inspection. Let's not miss any details. Su Dayuan nodded. Although the murderer and the victim are both obvious, the case still needs to be investigated carefully. At the very least, we need to understand the reason for the murderer's madness. I've arranged for Zhao Xinli and Mr. Liu to follow you and help out. No matter how late the autopsy is completed, send the samples for testing immediately. The department has already explained the situation to the testing center. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. We don't need to wait for the victim's family to sign a consent form? Su Dayuan waved his hand. The case is clear-cut. Just proceed with the dissection. I'll take responsibility for any issues. Isn't that what you've been waiting for me to say? Zhou Ning smiled slightly, comforted by these words. Then, Mr. Su, I'll be going now. Please have someone look after my master. He's been injured again after a few months, and I'm really worried about him. Su Dayuan waved his hand, his expression somewhat troubled. Who knew that forklift driver would be so crazy? The paramedics from the 120 emergency service had already checked and found no signs of life, only for it to turn out he was faking his death. Once he woke up, he set fire to the gasoline. Anyway, you go attend to your duties. I've asked Mr. Feng to take care of Dr. Liu. Zhou Ning shrank his neck and stared at Su Dayuan, unsure whether to praise his careful planning or question his common sense. Mr. Su, it would be better to assign someone else, otherwise Dr. Liu is going to face a lot of questioning afterwards. Su Dayuan looked surprised, and then he laughed, slapping Zhou Ning on the shoulder. Get lost, you sly kid. No need to worry. Dr. Liu's wife won't overthink it, they are distantly related after all. Zhou Ning realized the situation and, without further ado, quickly followed Zhao Xinli into the car, leaving with the police lights flashing. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. After the crashed vehicles had been cleared from the road, traffic began to flow through one lane. The traffic jam at the intersection gradually eased. Mr. Chen poked Su Daiwan's arm. Mr. Su, today's incident is quite strange. I've just watched the surveillance footage twice. That forklift driver was chasing the white Passat from the moment it entered the frame, and afterwards, there was a chase at the intersection. Even when he first hit other cars, it seemed to be in pursuit of the white Passat. This doesn't look like drunk driving or road rage. I have a feeling they knew each other. I've had someone blow up the surveillance images and sent them to you. Take a look. Su Dayuan frowned deeply. Send me the video and those screenshots to this email address. Mr. Chen looked surprised, as if he had figured something out. Are you talking about that young forensic doctor? Are you really putting that much trust in this kid who's been on the job for less than a year? Su Dayuan gave him a glance. You don't know squat. That kid is a lucky charm. In several previous cases, he's found details others missed. You were involved in that illegal car racing case on the North Outer Ring, weren't you? It was him who found the stab wound between the victim's ribs, which led us to not just treat it as a traffic accident. Mr. Chen appeared startled, then leaned in closer, scrutinizing Su Daiwan's face thoroughly. I'm aware of that case, but what are you implying? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Are you suggesting this case isn't straightforward and might have some hidden complications? Su Dayuan shook his head. Stop asking. Let's wait until the autopsy is finished before we discuss it further. Also, we need to look into the victim's identity. Hurry up and check out the white Passat driver's information. As for the forklift driver, I will handle it. So many elderly people were injured, not to mention anything else. The case report needs to be sent out promptly, and we can follow up with further investigation afterwards. Mr. Chen snorted and put on his cap. Quit beating around the bush. If you're not willing to disclose more, just say so. I'm not trying to poach from your team. I've already sent you the information by text. You just haven't looked at it yet. Anyway, it's tricky to find information on that forklift driver. The fork truck wasn't displaying a license plate in the surveillance footage. Su Dayuan laughed and waved to Mr. Chen. All right, I need to head out. You keep busy. I have to be cautious, you know. Dr. Liu told me that people are looking to poach Dr. Zhou. Mr. Liu is about to retire, and if we lose him, how am I supposed to get work done? This would only cause chaos. Only then did Mr. Chen realize, and he immediately understood Su Daiwan's concern. They were both in the field, and losing capable staff to poaching was a real threat. Understood. You go ahead. But remember, don't cause me trouble in the case report. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p especially, don't mention anything about traffic police being on the scene, otherwise, those with an agenda might interpret it in their own way. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 45. Don't pretend to be a quail _1 chapter 45. Chapter 45. Don't pretend to be a quail _1/8 hospital autopsy room. Ever since the county hospital had changed its name, the yard outside was a scene of construction, seemingly to fit its new title. The newly renovated outpatient building looked very impressive. However, the autopsy room remained unchanged as before, and in front of Zhou Ning lay the body with an almost severed head. After taking photographs, Zhao Xinli, holding the autopsy records, knew that he could not avoid dissecting the 3 corpses themselves. It was an impossible task since doing it alone would take Dr. Zhou too much time. Dr. Zhou, didn't you say to start with the easy ones? Why don't you first dissect the body of the bus driver? Zhou Ning frowned deeply, feeling irritable because ever since he arrived at the scene, up to the moment he touched the body, there had been no response from the system. This was unscientific. In previous cases, the system would be buzzing with noise the moment he encountered a case. What was going on today? Could it be because he wanted to develop that facial reconstruction system software so the future knowledge and content were released in advance? This thought was immediately dismissed by Zhou Ning. The paper on the detection of rubber particles from brake marks had been more advanced, almost copied verbatim, and he still received tasks afterward, so that shouldn't be the issue. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Since it didn't make sense, Zhou Ning shook his head and didn't think about it anymore, glancing at Zhao Xinli. The autopsy of the bus driver's body is not urgent. His cause of death was brain death due to a cranial injury caused by a metal fragment lodged in the right temporal area after being thrown by the explosion. I've already done a surface examination of the body, just didn't record it. You could help me document that. Zhao Xinli had an epiphany. That makes sense. This victim is relatively straightforward. Go ahead with the autopsy then. I'll sit by the side. If you need recording, just let me know. I really can't bring myself to watch. Zhou Ning nodded. It was already the limit for Zhao Xinli to force himself to come here. Turn on the computer and see if there is an email in the inbox. Suda said he would send the surveillance footage and other information later. My cell phone is also on the side. Zhao Xinli turned on the computer and unlocked Zhou Ning's cell phone screen, indeed finding unread emails and a message with comprehensive content. The owner of the white Passat is called Cui Gongyi, male, 35 years old, works at Tailfew Machinery Equipment, Qidong Company, Limited, which is a Taiwan-funded company, and lives at number 1, Building 12, Yuding Huacheng, Happiness Road, Gula District, Qingdao City. Wait, is this a detached villa? Zhou Ning paused. I know Tailfew. It's a Taiwan-funded forklift company. Is the forklift in question produced by them? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Ask Suda to inquire with the company. Zhao Xinli hurriedly made the call, while Zhou Ning did not delay, immediately beginning the surface examination of the body. The deceased's clothing had been removed, all Roman, which included a suit, shirt, and tie. While not excessively expensive, the tailored fit at least indicated that the clothes were custom-made. In his pocket was a brown box with the seal script of Chow Dai Fook on it, inside of which lay a gold bracelet with a tag marking its weight at 28.7 grams and measuring its inner diameter at 6.8 centimeters. This size would be too large even for Zhou Ning, indicating the intended recipient had a wrist that was not slender. In the creases on the bottom of the shoes was a bit of white material, which Zhou Ning wiped with a cotton swab. It was sticky and had a faint smell of paint, but the amount was only about the size of a fingernail. Apart from bloodstains, there were no other distinguishing features on the clothes. Zhou Ning returned to the autopsy table and started a meticulous examination from head to toe. The victim, Cui Gongyi, had damage to the third and fourth cervical vertebrae in the neck area, with only the skin on the back of the neck intact. The trachea, esophagus, skin, and muscle tissue in the front were all severed, and the wound was not neat, containing residual glass fragments. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. The right arm also had lacerations and tearing injuries, possibly a result of the victim raising his hand to shield himself when the forklift pierced the glass, while his body subconsciously leaned back. Otherwise, the victim's head would have been completely separated. Zhou Ning took x-rays by himself, from the skull to the toes, palpating one by one, and found no other fractures or external injuries before returning to the right side of the autopsy table. He then switched on the newly acquired recording pen and officially began the autopsy. Zhao Xinli went to make the phone call, and he also wanted to try using voice recording so that later on, organization would be easier. With his mind on the task, his hands moved quickly. Since the cause of death had already been established, Zhou Ning was able to work with ease, performing the Y-incision, separating tissues, removing the sternum and ribs, and extracting a complete separation of the digestive system, as well as samples from various organs. The victim's liver had several lumps, there was atherosclerotic thickening of the aorta, and an aneurysm as well. That such a young person could have these symptoms surprised Zhou Ning. The victim was not overweight but of medium build. To suffer such ailments, his dietary habits must have played a role. After Zhou Ning sutured the skin of the victim's chest and abdomen, Zhao Xinli finally returned, pushing the door open. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. But it appeared his phone call was only a pretense, and it was not until the autopsy was completed that he dared to come in. Zhou Ning said nothing else, tore off a layer of his latex gloves, and switched off the recording pen. Help me send this body back, then bring over the forklift driver's body, and record the last 10 minutes of content from the recording pen. Zhao Xinli bared his teeth and waved back. Elder Cui from the morgue and Mr. Liu followed inside, clumsily transporting the body away, while the forklift driver's body was already outside the door. Zhou Ning put on another layer of latex gloves and waved to Zhao Xinli. You do the recording here. The autopsy on this body is not easy to perform. I need your help. After all, it's hard to even lay it flat. Zhao Xinli had a ghastly pale face. He was truly afraid, but looking at the body curled up with legs tucked in a prone position on the table, Zhao Xinli reluctantly nodded. Indeed, as Zhou Ning had said, if he were to perform the autopsy alone, the body might wobble. Fine, if I retch or cry out, don't hold it against me. Zhou Ning smiled. He was initially very scared. After all, it was his first time working on a carbonized victim. The sensation through 2 layers of latex gloves gave him goosebumps, but seeing Zhao Xinli's condition, he didn't feel quite so uncomfortable. I won't hold it against you. Come on and help me hold it. Zhao Xinli shivered visibly, but didn't step back. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. With trembling hands, he asked, where should I hold it? Put on 2 pairs of gloves, and then hold the victim's legs like I'm pressing down here. I need to examine the victim's facial area, and then take x-rays. We need both front and side shots. Zhao Xinli nodded, moving closer shakily. He had already put on the gloves, taking over from Zhou Ning's pressing position, with his eyes already closed. Dr. Zhou, please work quickly. I don't know how long I can hold on. Stop threatening me and don't talk to avoid distracting me. Zhou Xinli, with his eyes still closed, nodded vigorously but didn't dare to shake his hands. Zhou Ning scrutinized the victim's face closely. Those who die from burning are said to be among the most horrifying types of deaths. The victim's mouth was wide open with teeth exposed, eyes tightly shut. Eyelash sign 1 and goose claw-like changes 2 could be seen, consistent with the characteristics of burning to death, and these were very typical conditions. The epidermis was carbonized. Both hands and feet had lost fingers and toes. The hands clenched like fighting fists, 3, curled up at the sides of the body. There was no remaining knit fabric on the body surface, only a small patch of skin residue on the abdomen, underneath which lay a piece of pink plastic fragment. Zhou Ning picked it up for a closer look. It should be a fragment of a lighter, corresponding with the metal component found earlier. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. After the victim ignited the gasoline, the lighter also exploded, sending fragments flying beneath him, with everything except metal components burned away. A light pressure on the victim's chest revealed crepitus sounds. At least 8 ribs were fractured. Zhou Ning exhaled. It seemed the victim also sustained severe injuries when he crashed into the bus. So when the paramedics arrived, they found no signs of life. Without wasting words, the autopsy began immediately. The crisp crackling sounds the moment the scalpel touched the victim's body made Zhou Xinli shudder. He didn't dare speak, keeping his eyes tightly shut, turning his head to the other side. Upon opening the thoraco-abdominal cavity, just as Zhou Ning initially suspected, the victim had 4 broken ribs on each side, and the sternum was also fractured. The break in the left 4th rib penetrated toward the heart. Although not deep, it had caused cardiac tamponade. Such a case was extremely rare. Zhou Ning kicked Zhao Xinli's shoe and said, "Stop playing the quail. Hurry up and take pictures. I'm almost done here." 1 eyelash sign. The eyes tightly shut, only the tips of the eyelashes charred and more. 2 goose claw-like changes. Wrinkles form at the outer corners of the eyes, with unburned areas in the creases. Eyelids shape into a goose claw appearance, and soot can be seen inside the palpebral fissure. 3 boxer's stance. A posture often exhibited by bodies that are burned or incinerated. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Exposure to intense heat causes the loss of water from the tissue, hardening the skin, subcutaneous tissue, and muscles, leading to coagulative necrosis. As it progresses, the skin turns black and gray. Muscle tissue contracts due to its resiliency, and because the flexor muscles of limbs are more developed than the extensors, and they contract more strongly during carbonization, the joints bend, resembling the posture of a boxer. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 46 Case Update _1 Chapter 46 Chapter 46 Case Update _1 Zhao Xinli opened his eyes. Looking in the direction of Zhou Ning's finger, although it was bloody, it was still more bearable than the charcoal-like areas he had seen before. He let go and quickly reached for his camera. Zhou Ning did not speak. That's how people are. Once they've seen the most unbearable scenes, they could accept what they previously thought was horrific. After seeing it, he still had to pull him to help. With the click-click sound of the shutter, Zhao Xinli took many photos. Zhou Ning removed the stomach of the deceased and took samples of other tissues before simply stitching up. It wasn't that he didn't want to sew carefully or because the deceased was a suspect that he ended things hastily. He simply couldn't stitch properly. The epidermis was carbonized, and the skin would shatter at the touch of a needle, so he could only pick through the muscle layer to close up the chest and abdomen. There were no fractures on the deceased's head, and no other injuries were felt, so Zhou Ning gave up on performing a craniotomy. Zhao Xinli retched for a while at the side, only returning to the autopsy table after he recovered. "Is this also done? Did you find anything?" "Just now, Suda was texting me, asking if you've identified the suspect's identity." Zhou Ning shook his head. The body was so burned that there wasn't much valuable information. Not much information. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. The first collision with the bus caused fractures to his ribs and sternum, with a rib piercing his heart, leading to cardiac tamponade. So when the EMS checked, he was in a state of apparent death. Even if they had done anything, his awareness would still have been vague. The deceased was male, between 170 to 175 centimeters tall, aged 40 to 50 years. The remaining fingers were carbonized, making it impossible to extract fingerprints. If you want to know his specific age, the pubic symphysis needs to be examined, but that takes more time. The results won't be available until tomorrow. However, I noticed that the deceased had very little fat. His limbs' muscles were particularly well developed, the abdominal wall was thin, and the joints and ligaments of the wrists and shoulders were developed. His teeth had tobacco and tea stains, indicative of someone who had performed heavy physical labor for a long time. Also, the deceased lost half of his upper left incisor, and the roots of the teeth were somewhat loose. I believe the fracture happened not long ago, within the last month. This is a rather distinctive feature. Zhou Xinli seemed to forget his previous discomfort at this, immediately dialing Su Daiwan's phone. Zhou Ning shook his head without joining the conversation, as consecutive autopsies had left him exhausted both physically and mentally. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Xinli looked at Zhou Ning. The boss said that the bodies from the bus don't need autopsies. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. The deceased's colleagues, along with the family members, are coming over later to identify the bodies. As for the forklift driver, they have a lead now. With our description, they should be able to make a match soon. Zhou Ning nodded and glanced at the time. He suddenly felt dizzy and his body swayed. It was already 18:20. He quickly took off his clothes and the mask and sat down. Have them send back the forklift driver's body. I need to rest for a bit. I'm feeling a little hypoglycemic. Zhou Xinli supported Zhou Ning as they walked out of the autopsy room. Outside, there was a bench where he helped Zhou Ning sit down, as the autopsy room reeked of a charred smell. Then he handed Zhou Ning a box of milk. You sit here and drink the milk. I'll get Mr. Liu and the others to come over. After speaking, Zhou Xinli went to make arrangements. Soon, 3 people came over with a gurney and the body, covered with a cloth, was pushed out. Before the door could close, He Chunyang walked in with several others. Among them, a middle-aged woman, seemingly lacking strength in her legs, cried out loudly as she walked in. Without asking, one could tell these were the family members of the deceased from the bus and their company leaders. Seeing this, Zhou Ning suddenly thought of a joke. In the last class a medical teacher gave, they asked the students how they would handle a medical dispute if someone rushed into the consulting room threatening to cause harm. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. The teacher dismissed all the students' answers and said with deep emphasis, run, and run towards the most expensive equipment. Once there's damage, the hospital will definitely step in to resolve the situation. The current situation seemed to prove this point. If it was just the driver who died and the vehicle was not seriously damaged, the insurance and transport company personnel wouldn't handle it so promptly. Considering they accompanied the family to identify the deceased was relatively fortunate amidst the misfortune. Putting these thoughts aside, Zhou Ning stood up. His hair was soaked with sweat. He Chunyang nodded at him slightly. Dr. Zhou, the leaders from Sunshine Passenger Transport Company and Master Gao's wife are here to identify the deceased. Zhou Ning nodded. The leaders' faces showed some distrust, probably because of his youth. The bodies of the victims from the bus accident are being kept in the morgue. As for whether to conduct an autopsy, we will listen to the opinions of the family. After all, the cause of death is quite clear. Death resulted from a head injury causing brain death. The woman shook her head vehemently, pulling away from the 2 people supporting her. We won't conduct an autopsy, no autopsy. Zhou Ning extended his hand toward Zhou Xinli. The external examination report for the bus driver had already been completed, and he handed it to He Chunying. You can go identify the body now. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. There is a waiver form for the autopsy attached to the back of the external examination report. Please have the deceased's relative sign it. He Chunying took the clipboard, looking toward the two leaders of the passenger transport company. Do you agree to waive the autopsy? The two exchanged glances, then nodded and said, just give us a copy of the external examination report. The insurance company needs it. Other than that, our company has no objections and respects the decision of the deceased's family. Lu Yong returned, and He Chunying waved him off, letting Lu Yong take them to the morgue for identification. The group left, and Zhou Ning once again sat down heavily on the bench. He Chunying's hand patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder. You must be exhausted. I heard from Suda that you completed the autopsies by yourself. Do you want some of the boxed meals I have in my car? Zhou Ning waved his hand. Although he was hungry, he really couldn't eat at this moment. What he needed most was to take a shower and change out of the clothes that smelled of charring. Eating with that smell would be uncomfortable, even after finishing the meal. No need. Didn't Zhao Xinli mention that there's a lead on the identity of the forklift driver? He Chunying smiled and handed Zhou Ning a photo. We investigated at Telefo Company and identified 4 suspects, all of whom are unreachable and fit within the height and weight range you described. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. You mentioned a missing tooth, which confirmed it's Wang Jihua. Zhou Ning looked at the photo, which was internal identification information. This person was not from Ludong province. By his appearance, he looked like an honest and simple person. How could such a person chase after Cui Gongyi in a frenzy? Could there be some hidden circumstances? Did they have any grievances? He Chunying shook his head. We don't know yet. Everything is under investigation. Wang Jihua worked here alone, with his wife and children back in his hometown. Su De had already sent someone to contact his family before I arrived. As for what exactly happened between him and Cui Gongyi, we can only investigate their company tomorrow. Zhou Ning exhaled. Okay, then my work here is done, I guess. By the way, Su De mentioned informing the public about the case, right? The Qidong Sub-Bureau has already issued a notice. We just need to give a general statement. The sooner it's dealt with, the better it is for the city's image. As he spoke, He Chunying opened his phone and found a public announcement image with a large police emblem at the top. In blue on a white background, it read, Public Case Report on December 31st at 12:21 p.m. Qingdao City Public Security Bureau 110 received a call reporting, near the intersection of Hong Kong Road in Qidong District. Someone is driving a forklift and crashing into vehicles and pedestrians wildly. Police arrived at the scene and quickly evacuated the injured. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. The criminal suspect recovered from a feigned death state and subsequently ignited gasoline and died. Upon investigation, the suspect, Wang Jihua, male, 45 years old, from Qinghe City, Lucy Province. Besides the criminal suspect, 2 people were killed in the collision, more than 10 were injured, and several vehicles were damaged. Currently, the case is under further investigation. Qingdao City Public Security Bureau Qidong Subdivision December 31st, 2010 Zhou Ning returned the phone to He Chunying. His work, for the most part, was finished. Although the system hadn't responded today, which was a bit concerning, he was still very content having successfully completed the autopsies. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Chapter 47 System Upgrade _1 Chapter 47. Chapter 47 System Upgrade _1 Mr. He, I guess I'm done here. I had Mr. Lu send the samples to the city bureau, so I'll head off now. This smell on me is really unbearable. He Chunying waved his hand. Go back and rest, we'll deal with the rest tomorrow. However, our New Year's Day won't be a holiday, so explain it to your little girlfriend. Zhou Ning was startled. I don't have a girlfriend though. He Chunyang burst into laughter. Then you should hurry up and find one. You know it's not easy for people in our profession to find a wife. Take care your uncle doesn't get anxious with you. Zhou Ning shrank his neck and didn't dare to say more. After all, they all knew his uncle. At that moment, Zhao Xinli came back, and He Chunyang had Zhao Xinli take Zhou Ning home, even packing some food for him, which made Zhao Xinli enviously wish for the same treatment. All the way home, Zhou Ning didn't say much, just called Lu Yongxin. But the line was always off. It seems the person hadn't woken up yet, so Zhou Ning didn't think much of it. In fact, Zhou Ning was at the end of his rope. Having just finished the dissection, he felt even more nauseous, as if his airways were filled with that charred smell that just wouldn't dissipate. Seeing Zhou Ning not speaking, Zhao Xinli stopped nagging and dropped him home. Upon entering, Zhou Ning threw all his clothes into the washing machine and rushed to the bathroom. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After throwing up thoroughly, he started showering until he had no strength left. Then he came out. He flopped down on the sofa, looking at the takeout, undecided whether to eat or not. Just then his phone rang. Zhou Ning grabbed it and answered, without really looking at who was calling. After all, the case was still under investigation, and he was on edge. Hello? Hey, it's Xia Momo. It's Friday today. How come you didn't come to class? Zhou Ning slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten about it. Sorry, I was too busy today and forgot to tell you. Are you still at the youth center? Yeah, since you weren't coming, I was about to leave. I just saw the website's announcement about the car accident. You want to deal with that case, right? Yes, I just returned home from doing the autopsy. I didn't eat lunch, but honestly, I really can't eat right now. Xia Momo paused on the other end. It's quite horrific, isn't it? I saw the censored photos posted online, and they were frightening. Your job is really not easy. But this time there's no need to reconstruct the victim's face? Yeah, the identity of the deceased was found, so no skull reconstruction this time. Do you need me to bring you something to eat? Zhou Ning was a bit surprised and quickly sat up. No need. I've just finished working with a burnt body. My nose is full of that smell. I'm hungry, but I don't have an appetite right now. How about you wait, and I'll take you home. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. There's no need for that trouble. My home is just behind the youth center. It takes less than 5 minutes to walk. You get some rest. Call me when your case is over. I have an exam at the end of next week. After that, I can start winter vacation. Zhou Ning rubbed his nose. Being a teacher was indeed enviable, with 2 vacations a year and 13 months' salary. All right then, just be safe on your way home and send me a message when you arrive. After saying goodbye and hanging up the phone, Zhou Ning lay down again. In his mind, he couldn't shake off the image of Xia Momo. The girl was gentle and empathetic, and her paintings and sculptures were so spirited. Their last collaboration had been very comfortable. Shaking his head, Zhou Ning sat up again. Today, the system was as if it had never existed, not responding at all, which made him feel very anxious. Could it be that the system had disappeared? Zhou Ning reached up to push his glasses, but got no response from the transparent screen. After some thought, he silently recited in his mind. System, issue a task. Still no change. Zhou Ning, unwilling to give up, recollected the system's initial evaluation of him and silently recited again. Query the basic information of the bound person. Suddenly, a line of text appeared on the transparent screen. The bound person has completed the 3 trial tasks, and the system is currently upgrading. Remaining upgrade time, 5 o'clock hours. Please wait patiently. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Afterward, the basic information of the bound person will be reevaluated. Zhou Ning blinked, jumped up immediately. Fuck, there's a response. I thought the system was dead. Good that it's still here. But, after dealing with 3 such tough cases, was it still a trial run because I was too inexperienced? Zhou Ning shook his head. The system's initial rating was so low it was negative. It couldn't get any lower, so it didn't discourage him. However, these cases were indeed challenging. Perhaps such a trial run required a certain number of cases, and these few were tough enough to complete it. Yes, that must be it. Zhou Ning shook his semi-dry hair. The gloom from before was swept away. He turned off the light and went straight to sleep. If he had 5 hours, then sleep it was. Everything else could wait until tomorrow. As he closed his eyes, it didn't take long for Zhou Ning to fall asleep. This time he didn't enter that room to be tormented, but actually slept properly. The alarm went off. Zhou Ning opened his eyes, grabbed his phone to silence the alarm, reached for his glasses, and put them on just as a line of text appeared on the transparent screen. System upgrade complete. Would the bound user like to view the current basic information? Zhou Ning, with a mix of nervousness and excitement, tapped yes on the options below, and several lines of text popped up on the big screen. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p bound user. Zhou Ning age, 26 forensic doctor level, 0 overall evaluation. Learning ability is quite acceptable. Reward utilization. 27% upgrade accumulated value, 0. 500 points needed for upgrade. System notice. 1. After the system task is released, the user must make a choice within 1 minute. And the bound user cannot refuse to complete the task. 2. After completing the task, if the bound user feels the difficulty of the task is too low, they may choose to increase the difficulty, but cannot decrease it. If the increased difficulty is not completed, but the initially released task is completed, the system will neither reward nor penalize. 3. The various knowledge rewards from the system, once fully mastered by the user, will not be taken back. Punishment options will be adjusted to either a decrease in intelligence level or electric shock punishment. 4. Regarding rewards, a reward list will be generated according to the difficulty of the tasks completed by the user, and they may choose the corresponding reward or upgrade an already obtained reward. Zhou Ning stared blankly for a while, unable to recover. This system, the first 2 points were somewhat humane, but what did the last one mean? Oh, so now the system won't take back the knowledge as a punishment. If I choose to decrease my intelligence level, what will be left of me? I'm not all that smart to begin with. A couple of punishments and will I become an imbecile? This is forcing me to choose electric shocks. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. I've experienced the sensation countless times in dreams, with a sour thrill I can't forget. If I really experience it, it can only be worse. Shit, that's harsh. However, seeing the forensic doctor level at 0, I already felt quite relieved. At least it wasn't in the negatives. Learning ability is quite acceptable. That's probably the best compliment the system has given me so far. It looks like my previous approach was the right one. After receiving these rewards, I'll keep studying the content. They will become my own. So the punishment method has changed. He sighed softly. No matter what, the system upgrading was a good thing. He just didn't know if the difficulty of future tasks would also increase accordingly. Zhou Ning didn't dwell on it. He got up, got ready, and stepped out of his house. He hadn't eaten last night's takeout, so he grabbed a bowl of wontons at a street stall before heading to the office. On his way upstairs, he called Lu Yongxin, but as usual, the phone was off. As he walked toward his office, he ran into Su Dayuan coming the other way. Dr. Zhou, I was just looking for you, Su Dayuan said. What's up, Suda? Last night, Mr. Feng accompanied Dr. Lu to the Lu Yi-affiliated hospital in the provincial city. Your master asked me to tell you not to worry about him. His concussion isn't serious, but a checkup revealed some heart issues. It's a good opportunity for him to undergo an interventional surgery. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. You'll have to take over here for now, and Zhao Xinli will assist you, Su Dayuan informed him. Zhou Ning's heart skipped a beat. If it were a common surgery, it could be done right here in Qidong City, where the medical standard was quite good. If it required going to the Louis-affiliated hospital, the problem must be serious. Is Master's heart condition very serious? Zhou Ning asked. Su Dayuan smiled and patted Zhou Ning's shoulder, a gesture that conveyed more comfort than reassurance. It's nothing major. At his age, many issues can arise. He was conservative with treatment before, but with you here, he's at ease. So he's taking this opportunity to get it done. It's a good thing. Don't worry, Suda explained. Zhou Ning seemed to understand. Taking the opportunity for surgery should mean full reimbursement. That actually was indeed good news. Oh, that's good then. By the way, Suda, is there a grudge between Wang Jihua and Cui Gongyi? Zhou Ning asked. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 48. The person in the ice _1 chapter 48. Chapter 48. The person in the ice _1 Su Dayuan nodded and went to the office with Zhou Ning before continuing. It's a long story. Cui Gongyi is the sales manager of the company, quite capable, but he has a bad reputation. During the investigation yesterday, it turned out that although many people acknowledged his workability, no one knew what kind of projects he was getting involved in outside, constantly borrowing money. Did Wang Jihua also lend him money? The only thing Zhou Ning could think of was this. He had seen Wang Zihua's photo, clearly a very honest person. For someone like that to do something so crazy, there must have been some cause that drove him to madness, and furthermore, he couldn't resolve it through normal channels. Su Dayuan nodded again. Yes, not just Wang Jihua. According to incomplete statistics from yesterday, in 3 years' time, he had borrowed money from no fewer than 20 individuals in their company, ranging from 40 or 50,000 to more than 200,000. Wang Jihua lent him 280,000. The reasons for borrowing varied. It was only when we started investigating that they learned about other people's debts. Last month, Wang Jihua had a fight with Cui Gongyi in the company office building. The office staff reported that Wang Jihua was demanding money from Cui Gongyi because his child was sick and urgently needed the money for surgery. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. He said Cui Gongyi had been putting him off for half a year and that he needed the money back within a couple of days no matter what. Back at the company, he was also fined 2,000 yuan on the grounds that he had stirred up trouble and disrupted normal production. He was lectured several times by the workshop director and office staff. Zhou Ning was startled. That was the incomplete statistic. If the entire company was investigated, or even extended to Cui Gongyi's friends and acquaintances, wouldn't the amount be even larger? What did Cui Gongyi borrow the money for? Moreover, with so much money involved, didn't the people at their company communicate with each other? Su Dayuan sighed. The company is large, and since he manages sales, many people can't refuse him when he asks for money. There are not a few cases of robbing Peter to pay Paul. We've already printed his bank statements, which show over 5 million yuan coming in. As for expenditures, the greatest amount went to the Puman casino. He went there twice a year, lost everything each time before returning. As for his residence, that was already mortgaged to the bank, and the loan has been overdue for 4 months. Zhou Ning pursed his lips tight. It seemed that Wang Jihua had come to understand the situation, knowing he couldn't get the money back, as the person had no assets to repay, which is why he must have been driven insane. Have you contacted Wang Zihua's family? Doesn't his child need surgery funds? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Su Dayuan let out a long sigh, removing his hat and tossing it aside, as if it would somehow help him continue speaking. This morning, we contacted Wang Zihua's family. Yesterday morning, his son died. He couldn't afford the medication to prolong his life from leukemia. His daughter-in-law called him yesterday morning and berated him, saying that with their son gone, she didn't want to live either and told him not to bother coming home, to just die outside. The rest of his words, Su Dayuan didn't continue. Zhou Ning could imagine a father scrimping and saving to raise money for his child's treatment. However, he never expected that the money he lent to his boss, who not only wouldn't return it, but also completely denied it, leading to his son's death and leaving no hope for him to live on, leaving only one way out. I'll check if the lab reports are out. If they are, I'll deliver the autopsy report to you immediately. As for the money Cui Gongyi borrowed, is it possible to recover a portion for those owed? Su Dayuan shook his head. There's no evidence. Inside the entire company, those who had money borrowed from them didn't know each other, so no one knew Cui Gongyi was like this. Even those with IOUs can't get anything because Cui Gongyi has no assets in his name to repay the debts. The car's insurance company will compensate a little, along with a bracelet and other things found in his car, but that isn't nearly enough to fill one person's gap. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. It's already good of the company not to pursue the cost of the forklift Wang Jihua drove. I examined the surveillance carefully. When he woke up, Cui Gongji's car was still there, not yet towed away. He probably intended to douse it with gasoline, but the gasoline exploded once it touched the fire. Such things can't be dwelled upon for long. You should prepare the materials. We can close the case on this side. What about the other phone with the cracked screen? Did you check it? We checked. It was used for gambling. There isn't any valuable information. Zhou Ning nodded, and as Su Doyuan left, he felt extremely heavy-hearted. If only someone had given him a hand, even just legal advice would have done. There was no promissory note for the loan, but a lawsuit could still be initiated based on the transfer records. If there were no assets to repay the loan, wages could be garnished with the help of the court. If he had done this 6 months ago, he could have at least gotten half of his money back, and the child too. This incident would not have occurred, the bus driver would not have died, and so many innocent people would not have been involved. Zhou Ning took a deep breath, removed his coat, turned on the computer, and logged into his email without the old computer's typical stuttering startup. He immediately noticed several unread messages. Upon opening them, as expected, the test reports had come in. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Wang Zihua's stomach and blood alcohol levels were exceedingly high, though no other issues were found in the tests. Zhou Ning printed out the report, combined it with the autopsy report from yesterday, and delivered the documents to Su Daiwan's office, but the man wasn't there, so he left them on the desk and headed back to his own office. Sitting at his desk, Zhou Ning spaced out for a moment, glanced at the software development QQ group, and found that while he recognized every word, when put together they made no sense to him. The various data appeared as cryptic as an ancient script. Zhou Ning flipped through the messages, but couldn't focus. He needed a mental break. His work on the case had concluded, but the team was still busy these days, which meant no rest for him either. He decided to open the document he had written tens of thousands of words in before. January 26, 2011. It was the final day of the bitter cold, and the weather had slightly warmed, with the minimum temperature being only -4 degrees Celsius. But the wind in this coastal city cut like knives into your bones, too cold even for those from the northeastern regions to bear. By the time Zhou Ning ran to his office, his hands had gone numb with the chill. He rubbed his hands, wiped off the desk, and briskly walked to his workstation, where he first checked his email. Indeed, the lab results for the traffic accident he had worked on were in. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning printed the forensic report and was about to bind it when the phone in the office rang. Dr. Zhou, come downstairs quickly. We need to make a trip. Zhou Ning was momentarily stunned. Though they had now divided the area and the County Public Security Bureau had been upgraded to a branch office, most of the traffic accident appraisals were still done by city institutions, so they seldom requested his team. Why would there be a need to travel now? Mr. He, where are we headed? I'm not prepared for anything. Just kidding, hurry down and that'll do. We've got a scene to attend to. Zhou Ning was thoroughly confused, but he still grabbed his investigation kit and camera and hurried downstairs. Upon arriving, he saw Zhao Xinli and the others standing below, with several SUV police cars parked around. They were each holding cotton coats, and upon seeing Zhou Ning, Zhao Xinli quickly waved him over. "Come over quickly. The boss said you should ride with us. Take this cotton coat." Zhou Ning, still bewildered, handed over his investigation kit to Zhao Xinli to be put in the trunk and took the green military coat from him, without understanding what was going on. "What case is this exactly? Why are we being given cotton coats?" "Last night, we got a call. Someone found a body in Bema River Reservoir. Mr. He's team went there last night, but it was too late and the lighting was inadequate. Additionally, with the new year approaching, it was difficult to find any excavation equipment. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P, but we got in touch with the machinery this morning and went to take a look." Without further ado, everyone got into vehicles and headed straight for Bema River Reservoir. As soon as he alighted from the car, Zhou Ning zipped his down jacket all the way up and tightened the drawstrings of the hood. The area was open and windswept, with temperatures that seemed to plummet with every gust. This was the southernmost part of Qidong district. Across the national highway was Jinko district's farmland, part of the Yellow River diversion to Qingjin project, which had turned the original Bema River beach into a deep reservoir. The reservoir was trapezoidal in shape. The southern side bordering the national highway, the north side flanked by a dike road that was inaccessible due to winter barriers, and the western road under repair. They stood on Wenzhou South Road. Not far off, an enormous block of ice hung from a crane, moving slowly towards the shore. Su Dayuan and He Chunyang were directing the crane to place the ice on a truck parked nearby. Zhou Ning wiped his glasses and saw clearer. There appeared to be something entombed within the ice. Zhao Xinli shivered beside him and blurted out instinctively, "Damn, is that a human or a turtle demon? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P chapter 49. A piece of indwelling needle adhesive tape _1 chapter 49. 49 chapter A piece of indwelling needle adhesive tape _1 Zhao Xinli's voice was not soft, and both Su Dayuan and He Chunyang sent him sharp glances. Like a quail, Zhao Xinli was so frightened that he dared not speak, hiding behind Zhou Ning. However, Zhao Xinli was not wrong. A cold look at the scene did indeed reveal a resemblance to a turtle, with a rounded center and 5 protruding parts. Upon closer inspection, the person's hair was disheveled, covering their face. The length of the hair suggested that it was more likely to be that of a woman. The person was sprawled out with limbs stretched, seemingly tied to the outer surface of a tire. This discovery also somewhat shocked Zhou Ning, who hurriedly approached the truck, but although he was closer, the glare from the ice surface prevented him from distinguishing the details more carefully. He could only make out that the deceased was barefoot, with clothing made of thin, clinging material, lilac-colored clothes, and black pants. Near the thighs, the pants had something resembling 2 fluttering skirt-like flaps. Was this yoga attire? Su Dayuan came over, and Zhou Ning directly asked, "How did the person who reported it discover the body?" The person who reported it is a resident of the nearby Tixiangjin, out for a night jog to help their child lose weight. They were passing by here when their hat blew off onto the ice. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. They came down to look for it with the light from their phone, and that's when they saw the body under the ice. The road has only been open for about 10 days, and it has been snowing continuously for several days, so not many people have passed by. Otherwise, it would have been discovered sooner. Dr. Zhou, can you tell when the body was dumped? Zhou Ning shook his head. Considering the scanty clothing, it seemed likely that the body was thrown into the water when it wasn't cold. However, judging by the hands and feet of the deceased, there were no signs of drowning, and the body did not appear to be swollen. It's impossible to determine for now. We should take it to the autopsy room, remove the ice, and conduct a more detailed examination to gather information. You can identify the tire, can't you, Zhao Xinli? At this, both men turned their heads, and without needing instructions from Su Dayuan, Zhao Xinli had already moved closer, almost lying on the ice to examine the tire. The serial number is not clear. We'll need to defrost it to measure and compare. However, both the tire and the hub look new. I suspect it's a spare tire. He Chunyang came over and said, rubbing his hands, I found 2 deep footprints in the shallow water area that are about the size of a child's, but it's unclear if they are related to the case. On the slope of the embankment, there were traces left by mud wiping, but no other tire tracks or anything. Probably the melting snow washed it all away. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhao Xinli went to take photos while Zhou Ning passed him evidence bags and bottles. Zhao Xinli collected samples of mud from the embankment and beneath the ice blocks and then filled a bottle with water. Su Dayuan gestured with his hand. That's enough. Let's hurry and take the body back. We'd better wrap up the case quickly. Today is the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month. The little New Year is ruined, and nobody wants to spend New Year's Eve at the station, right? Let's move faster. Zhao Xinli, still wearing his cotton coat, shouted in annoyance. It's a waste taking the cotton coat. 3 hours later, in the 8th hospital autopsy room, the ice on the body of the deceased was gradually thawing. Zhao Xinli, fanning himself with a clipboard in one hand and wiping sweat with the other, nudged Dr. Zhou with his elbow. Dr. Zhou, can we lower the air conditioning temperature now? The ice is all melted. Neatly dressed, Dr. Zhou nodded. There were quite a few people in the autopsy room at this time. A lattice cotton slipper was placed on the cart next to the autopsy table, soggy and ice-free. Zhou Ning walked over to inspect it. The bottom of the slipper showed wear, and there were signs of stepping on the inner middle area. Flipping it, there was a size marking for 36 to 38, which seemed to indicate the shoe size. Zhou Ning returned to the autopsy table. As everyone gathered around, he felt a bit nervous being watched by so many during the autopsy. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He raised his hand to break off the remaining ice around the tire, avoiding the knotted area, and cut the several ropes on the tire, then gestured to Zhao Xian. Help me lift the tire onto this flat cart. After that, you take photos of the tire and measure its dimensions. With the supervisor present, Zhao Xinli didn't dare to complain and joined Mr. Liu in lifting the tire. As they lifted the tire, Zhou Ning held down the body below. The clothes of the deceased made a tearing noise as they were pulled apart, and then the tire was moved away. Zhou Ning didn't concern himself with the tire, but rather turned his attention to the deceased, a woman who looked to be in her 20s, with curly flaxen hair draping over her shoulders, seemingly asleep, without any trace of pain on her face, and very beautiful. There were no jewelry on her ears, neck, or fingers. Her nails were neatly trimmed, the kind that was so short there wasn't a trace of white tip. The tight yoga outfit outlined her attractive figure. Zhou Ning grabbed the woman's hand, and at the same time, a sentence appeared on the transparent large screen, and a beeping sound reached his ears. Zhou Ning nearly hummed in comfort. The system was finally alive again. Beep, a system task is issued. Please choose the difficulty for the bound person. A. Beginner task. B. Intermediate task. C. Advanced task. Without a second thought, Zhou Ning directly clicked on the intermediate task. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He wasn't greedy. The reward for the beginner task was too low, and he didn't want to waste time. The advanced tasks required proving many items and needed strong support from criminal investigation. Only the intermediate task, neither too hard nor too easy, was perfect for the current situation. Bound person has selected the intermediate task, now proceeding with task release. Intermediate task content. 1. Identify the deceased's identity based on the information from the corpse's surface. Time limit 60 minutes. 2. Determine the cause of death. Find the murderer and all evidence. Time limit 96 hours. Task reward. Upon completion, you may choose a reward from the system list needed by the bound person, or upgrade an existing task. Please watch the countdown starting now. With another beep, 2 countdown timers started ticking. Zhou Ning pushed his glasses up with his shoulder, and the transparent large screen moved directly to the upper right corner of his glasses. Such thoughtful service made Zhou Ning a bit flattered. But now was not the time to be sentimental. He needed to closely examine the body, from the cornea, the oral cavity, the skull, the back, to the toes, not overlooking any corner, measuring height and estimating weight. Of course, he turned the yoga outfit inside out thoroughly. There was only a slanting pocket at the waist, inside of which was something resembling a piece of plastic film. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Upon unfolding 2 folds, he found an adhesive tape with a white base and an arc shape. Zhou Ning picked up the tape and raised the magnifying glass to take a close look. It looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place it for the moment. Tearing the white part in the middle revealed a rectangular transparent section that was slightly stretchable with a good deal of stickiness. Zhou Ning looked up, realizing something, and turned to Su Dayuan, who hurried over at this moment, knowing Zhou Ning must have found something. "What did you find, Dr. Zhou?" Zhou Ning held up the piece of tape and showed it to Su Dayuan. "This is adhesive tape for an 4 needle. Folded and placed in the pocket like this, it feels like it's been here for some days. I suspect the deceased worked at a hospital, and more likely a nurse, as the ones who use 4 needles the most are in pediatrics, surgery, internal medicine, departments where patients require long-term 4 drips, large-volume fluid replenishment, or have trouble getting pricked daily." "You mean, the deceased could be a nurse, specifically from pediatrics, surgery, or internal medicine?" Zhou Ning nodded. "Yes, it's very possible. Additionally, there is a blunt force injury on the victim's head with bone crepitus, 1, and local swelling, indicating that the victim was struck on the head with a blunt object, causing unconsciousness, and then was tied to a tire and sunk into the water. As for whether she drowned, further autopsy is needed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. The victim's pupils were not light permeable, livor mortis was all on the back, and the body has been lying face up in the water after death without being moved. Moreover, it was only after falling into water that the temperature dropped sharply, freezing the body and preserving the state of the body at the time of death as much as possible. Suda could arrange for someone to check the weather. To throw a body into water, it shouldn't be frozen to begin with, so as to keep the corpse this fresh it would be due to a rapid cooling followed by freezing. There might even have been snow, covering the ice until yesterday when the snow melted, leading to its discovery. Also, the victim wore a yoga outfit, which rules out an early morning or evening time. It's unlikely she was out in such light attire in broad daylight, unless it was a time when she didn't have to work. But this conflicts with the 4-needle tape found on her. Zhou Ning frowned slightly, caught up in articulating his thoughts. His tone was not very good, but glancing at Su Dayuan, he saw him making a call and starting to inquire. "This is Su Dayuan. Can you look up the days when the temperature was high early in the morning or in the evening, like when the river was thawing and then suddenly dropped?" 1. Bone crepitus. A rubbing sensation felt when touching the ends of a broken bone, caused by external force, muscle tension, or bone disease. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak.